Yes, halo, karibuni. Ya nawangojea hapa kwa show. Ya ni kunoma. Leo ni kama Gachagua. I think what people have been waiting sasa. I think leo Gachagua ameamua wacha atoboe imutoke. Since Gachagua started talking leo ndiye ameongea. Sijui kama mumesikia hiyo. Toka Gachagua aanzie kuongea leo ndiye ameongea. Hizo siku zingine anaongeanga, lakini leo amepasua mbarika. Leo amepasua mbarika. Kwa. Leo Gachagua amepasua barika. Mambo mawili. Gachagua amesema he has confirmed Raila Odinga was killed. Number 2, ameconfirm kura iliibiwa. Na amesema kura iliibiwa kwa Wakale. Unajua saa zingine is good now to fill in the gaps. Nitawachezea hizo zote musikie, lakini I think kama kuna mtu alikuwa anangojea any story and you know when Gachagua speaks you are supposed just to fill in the dots vile anajaribu kusema. So ukisikiliza hiyo speech ya Gachagua hiyo ametoa leo as he is trying to caution Wajaluo on the chemistry which they are having with Ruto, we still can't confirm the amount of that chemistry imefika wapi, lakini amesema yeye mwenyewe, amesema Raila Odinga ni kuuawa, aliuawa, na akaelezea hiyo process, akauliza ile maswali tu tumekuwa tu tukijiuliza. I think Gachagua anasikilizanga watu vile mtu anazikwa within 72 hours, kwa nini mtu anakufa hakuna postmortem, kwa nini? Gachagua akasema Raila Odinga anakufa nje ya hospitali, mtu yote ambaye amekufia nje ya hospitali lazima afanywe postmortem. Sisi hatukufanya, akapelekwa. Yani ile maswali tu tunajiulizanga. Sasa yeye ameenda sasa kujiuliza kwa raia pale hadharani. Raila Odinga alienda India na private jet, anarudishwa na ndege ya raia, kwa nini? Unajua tu maswali tu najiuliza. Alafu sasa akasema kura iliibiwa namna gani? Akasema halikuwa hapo, na Junet aliitwa na Ruto na akapewa pesa, akaambiwa wachana na maagent. So na Gachagua akasema kura ya Raila Odinga iliibiwa in Kalenjin land. What else do you need to know? Raila Odinga kura yake iliibiwa na imesemwa na culprits, na nataka kuweka hiyo video as our first video of the day, mujisikilie maneno. I think now Gachagua has pronounced himself, so I don't think tumekuwa tukisema hapa all the time sijui Gachagua aseme kura iliibiwa namna gani. Gachagua sasa, I think Gachagua anaongea tu pole progressively, but he is saying it. Wacha niwaekee musikie maneno. Hii imepasua barika sasa. I don't think there is anything if things can get. Hapa amesema kila kitu, it can't go if you cannot be able to connect this speech. Wewe hakuna kitu unaweza elewa. Hakuna kitu unaweza elewa. Hebu sasa musikie vile. I think sasa Gachagua ni kama vile tulisema. I think Gachagua yeye ameamua yeye atakuwa suicide bomber kwa hii process. Yeye ameamua ana.
What did I tell you?
Sorry,
go ahead. What have I been telling you?
Sema.
What did I tell you about Kalenjin land? Si nimekuwa nikisema kwa hii chat.
Umekuwa ukisema kura itaibiwa kwa Wakale.
Na nilisema iliibiwa mostly where it was not even central. Nilisema nini? I am being
Wakale ndiko kura iliibiwa.
That's what I told you. What did I say yesterday? Hata before kazi yako thing. Nilisema nini? I hope Gachagua goes and protects Kalenjin land property. Mkaona nilikuwa mchezo. We don't care about our strongholds. It's not about our strongholds. Nilisema Ruto is a technician about these things. Now I like Gachagua is saying the truth. See, I've been saying this, Jeru. be a testament about that.
Yeah, umekuwa ukisema although sasa unajua sasa
Bana
umekuwa ukisema lakini ile tunaichukua kama kasho, tunasema kwa wakale tu wamezubaa.
That is how you've been stealing.
Unajua ile tunachukua wakale kama wasa wamezubaa, tunafikiria kule iwezi ibiwa huko.
Hata central iliibiwa sasa. Now you believe that Raila alishinda kitu.
Of course Raila alishinda. Sasa umesikia, unajua Gachagua ni ile ataki kwanza kusema kula iliibiwa kutoka mlima. Unasikia sasa?
Of course that is okay. I'm telling you, nyumbani hapo Kalenjin land, and that's what they want to do in Nyanza. They want to do that the same thing in Somaliland. I am not scared about the strongholds of Kalonzo, strongholds in Kisii, strongholds in any of the strongholds we have in United Opposition. I am afraid of what he's going to do. Your mechanics. Hiki kitu ya 2012 ni nini? Unafikiri mchezo gani? This man knows. I told you guys yesterday, this was my direct message. I said, kulikuwa mavote zimetupwa kwa rivers.
Yeah, kuna makura zilikuwa zinatupwa huko kwa muda. Yes. So, and now, do you think now Gachagua on our side, he can actually help us now to come up with a concept to fight this war?
Unless he comes, and remember what I said, he needs to put DCP candidates in Kalenjin land. He has to. He has to put Kalenjin people in Kalenjin candidates in Kalenjin land. You cannot say, in stronghold ya Ruto waachilie tu hivyo. You are the one who's been, kwanza ni wewe mwenyewe, you are the one who exactly said the Kipsigis people are supporting United Opposition. Si tupatie candidate basi. Bomet and Kericho are 30% of Kalenjin. But tell Anandi, he can go steal that on the way he wants. But I'm telling you, as a fact,
so we can safeguard it from Kipsigis side. That's what nasema tunaweza
fungulia Bomet
properly involved.
Kericho, Bomet, Kericho and some parts of Uasin Gishu. Wachana na hiyo stories za ati sasa Nandi anaweza enda safeguard ujinga yake. They're not going to make a big difference. Elgeyo Marakwet ni mali ya Murkomen. Kanayo, stay with it. Baringo, we don't know what more is going to do. But these two areas, Uasin Gishu, because there's a lot of Kikuyus, Luos, and Luyas there. Shikilia hiyo kitu ba. I've always been saying this. This guy is the most clever mechanic when it comes to political theft. Aibange kwa strongholds zenu. That's why you don't compete. Aibangi nyumbani, aibangi huko kwenu. That is why he wants to secure the Luo vote. Ndio aenda aibe huko kwa Jaluo asema ati all of a sudden Luo.
This time round Wajaluo watafikisha 95%,
all of a sudden Luos have voted in
95%. So we have to make sure like we have enough. And now how do we deploy poll watchers in places where ama ya Kinorengo sasa wa come up na formula ya kutusaidia because they are not part of Ruto?
No, they're going to come up. That is what I'm telling you. This third force is very important. The Sifuna factor is one of the most important things. It is ruining Ruto's plans. And now Gachagua is also ruining Ruto's plan by saying not all Kalenjins are going to vote for him. Okileta hiyo nyoko ya Northeastern, what did I tell you about UDM? UDM, all we have to do is revive the whole Jubilee, the old Jubilee the old Jubilee, siku za TNA. Hizo siku when Uhuru had some negotiations with the Somalis.
So let me ask you a question, Kipril kidogo kama umesikiliza Gachagua leo
nimeona hiyo topic nimefurahi.
Yeah, of course. Kama hujasikia Gachagua itabidi kwanza nikuchezee usikie.
Cheza bana.
Yeah,
in Kale tunasemanga boyo. You know that? Boyo.
Yeah, sasa kwanza jione so that now you can react vizuri.
Akilia ati yeye alichaguliwa na Mungu na ati ya kwamba ate Uhuru Kenyatta hawezi mwambia kitu chochote ati alichaguliwa ni Mungu. Wewe Kasongo ulikuwa unajifanya ni mtu ya Biblia. Ulikuwa unakuja hapa mlimani unaenda kanisa ine siku moja ukiwa na milioni 2. Ukatudanganya tukiwa tumefunga macho. Tukifungua ukakuwa umetugonga kura zetu. Let me answer William Ruto. You have said that you are God chosen and Uhuru Kenyatta cannot do anything about it. Let me refer you to the story of King Saul. 1 Samuel verses 8. The people of Israel demanded a king so that they could be like other nations. God, through Samuel, warned them that a king would take their sons to war. He warned them that he would take their daughters for service. He warned them that he would tax and take their land. But they insisted, despite the warning. The people refused to listen and still wanted a king. God allowed Saul to rule as a less. God allowed it. God told Samuel to give them what they wanted. And Saul was chosen as the first king. The lesson, God allowed Saul to rule as a lesson about consequences. Sometimes God permits what people insist on, even if it's not his perfect will. It showed Israel the cost of rejecting God and their direct king. And I want to tell you, Kasongo, after King Saul, now whether you're King Saul, we shall have David. Wewe Kasongo ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa Samuel. Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa Samuel. Akatumwa na Mungu atuambie sisi watu ya mlima ya kwamba ukiwa rais utatutatiza. Utaangaisha Kenya. Utaua watoto. Utapiga wengine risasi kwa mguu. Utaiba mali yote ya Kenya. Utauza kila kitu. Na umeuza Safaricom. Umeuza pipeline. Umeuza mali yote ya Kenya. Lakini Mungu alikuwa ametuma Uhuru Kenyatta akiwa Samuel atuhatarishe watu yake tusikufanye mfalme. Sisi tukakataa kusikiza Samuel. Mungu akamwambia Uhuru Kenyatta, Samuel, wacha waumie. Let us give that bad king they want. Akatupatia Saul. Wewe umekuwa Saul. Umetuangaisha. Umepeleka watoto wetu Russia kwa vita. Umepeleka watoto wetu Middle East wamehangaika. Umeua watoto wa Gen Z. Umepora nchi. Umeharibu masomo. Umeharibu matibabu. Umeharibu kahawa. Umeharibu kila kitu. Wewe you are King Saul. Na Samuel anatuambia musirudie makosa. Mungu alikuwa amenituma Uhuru Kenyatta nimwambie watu ya mlima, huyu Ruto ataumiza nyinyi, atamuangaisha. Uhuru Kenyatta anasema watu wangu, musirudie makosa mulifanya. Musidhubutu kupigia kura William Ruto kwa sababu mtahangaika. Harambee! Harambee! Tumeumia hatujaumia. Adwa ito netoka chokya karahara karo meirwo. Netoka chokya karahara karo meirwo. Na ninge gwera Ruto. Wera korori ya gutaurire uguo ni kuga atia. Kuda ngutume yaku. Weta korori omwere ukahawe kuda ngutume. Nike Gachagua kugaga. Korori ya Ruto ndamwira atiri. Mugikuyu ri angitahika ri ndari atikira kuria matahiko. Neguo. Nimutahikite Ruto. Nimutahikite Ruto. Nimukuria matahiko. Ekororia ngemwira muri matahiko. We kororia nitutahikite. Okorori ukwenda turie matahiko. Ucarie ngui yakwire matahiko. Utigare na mugikuyu. Neguo. Turenda guthondeka operation yetu fagia. Operation fagia ni ya kufagia takataka na kasia ya siasa. Nikisema harambe buseme fagia. Harambe! Harambe! Wasaliti wote. Wasaliti wote. UDA. Wilubaro. Kororia, wa Muratha, Kimani Chongwa, Tokonia, Gati, Kudagotome, Jonadara, waende wasiende? Harambe. Na Sapurano fagia, tufagia Sapurano. Na Kasongo, na Kasongo. Wangapi wanasema tufagia Kasongo? Wati ya Kamwangi nikimaliza. Mimi mkinipatia nafasi nikuwe rais wa 6 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Iko mambo 6 nitaweka mbele. Jambo la kwanza nikiapishwa, masomo bila maruipo tulipatiwa na Rais Mwai Kibaki. Nitalegesha watoto wetu wote wasome. Jambo la pili, masomo ya shule ya upili ya day tulipatiwa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Tutarudisha masomo ya day secondary school bila malipo. Jambo la tatu, mambo ya linda mama. Mambo ya linda mama ya wamama wetu. Tutarudisha mambo ya linda mama. Watu mama wetu wapate kusaidiwa na heshima bila malipo. Jambo la 4, wakulima wa kahawa na majani chai na maziwa. Nitaweka kitu inaitwa guaranteed minimum return. Ijulikane bei ya kahawa ni pesa ngapi, bei ya majani ni pesa ngapi, bei ya maziwa ni pesa ngapi. Kabla hujapeleka kahawa yako kwa factory, ujue bei yako itakuwa ni pesa ngapi. Jambo la 5, mambo ya payslip. Wale wafanyikazi wote wa serikali na wale wa kibinafsi. Huyu William Ruto ameingilia payslip. Ameweka makodi haieleweki ya kwamba mfanyikazi hana chochote anapeleka nyumbani. Jambo la kwanza nikiingia, hii housing levy inatolewa watu pesa kujenga manyumba ambayo wahitaji. Nitapiga marufuku na hiyo pesa nilegeshe kwa wafanyikazi. Jambo la mwisho, mambo ya mauaji. Wale askari wote waliua Gen Z. Wale askari wote waliwateka nyara. Wote watakamatwa na kupelekwa kotini wajibu mashtaka ya vifo. Harambe! Harambe! Mambo ya barabara. Nimekujia hii barabara imekwisha. Huyu Kororia anasema twethirikarine tukamagerere njoku kayura kamadegwa. Kayara kamadegwa. Iko maendeleo hapa.
Yeah, Kipril kidogo nataka kukuwekea the real video hiyo inakaa sana.
No, it's fine bana. It's an exciting day. What are you talking about, man?
Okay, wacha nataka kukuwekea the real video kwanza ya usikie exposure ya vile Raila aliuawa kwanza.
Wajaluo kutukana Uhuru Kenyatta. Wacha nyinyi Wajaluo nipatie nyinyi free advice. Huyu Kasongo anakuja kwenu hamjui muulize sisi. Alikuja hapa akatudanganya. Alikuja na Biblia. Anasema mwadhani ya gosho. Akatuchenga. Nyinyi Wajaluo nimeona amekuja kwenu ati anapika samaki. Ati mfikirie yeye ni mmoja wenu. Hapa kwetu alikuja anapika mutura, tukamwamini, tukafikiria ni rafiki yetu. Nyinyi Wajaluo, huyu Raila Odinga alikuwa mkubwa wenu. Alikuwa na handshake na Rais Moi na hakukufa, akakaa mzuri. Akafanya handshake na Mwai Kibaki, hakupata matatizo. Akafanya handshake na Uhuru Kenyatta, hakupata matatizo. Mujiuliza ni kwa nini amefanya handshake na Ruto, amepata matatizo, ameenda Sayuni. Nyinyi Wajaluo, huyu Raila Odinga, Kasongo alisema ni mchawi, alisema ni muganga, alisema ni mtu ya fujo, alisema ni mtu ya kungoa leri. Tukiwa pale Karatina, akasema atasafirisha Raila mpaka Bodo bila Raila kujua. Nyinyi mnajua Raila amesafirishwa mpaka Bodo bila kujua kwa jeneza. Nyinyi Wajaluo mjiulize swali. Huyu Raila Odinga alienda India, alikufa, hakukufa kwa hospitali. Sheria ya mtu akikufa nje ya hospitali lazima afanyiwe postmortem, ijulikane alikufa kwa nini. Nyinyi Wajaluo museme kwa nini Raila hakufanyiwa postmortem, kujulikane aliuawa na nini. Harambe! Nyinyi Wajaluo hapo mnabweka, muulize huyu Raila alipelekwa ng'ambo na private jet akiwa uhai. Saa ile alikufa, kwa nini hiyo jet haikutafutwa imuleta nyumbani? Aliletwa na ndege ya kawaida kama mzigo. Mjiulize hiyo swali. Nyinyi watu ya Jaluo mjiulize, kwa nini Junet Mohamed na Wanga na Oburu walikataa kuenda kuchukua mwili ya Raila, wakabaki hapa kuuza ODM kwa William Ruto kama Raila hajazikwa? Nyinyi Wajaluo muulize swali, ni nini mila na desturi ya Wajaluo imekuwaje mtu mali yake imegawa kabla hajazikwa na hajafikishwa nyumbani? Mimi nimeona yule mama anaitwa Suluhu, yule gavana wa Homa Bay, akisema ati Rais Uhuru Kenyatta hakusaidia Raila. Tangu zamani Raila alitafuta kura hapa mlimani hajapata, lakini Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alimsaidia watu ya mlima, wakampatia 1.3 million votes, kitu haijafanyika tangu zamani. Hata wewe Gladys Wanga, Homa Bay, ulipata kura mingi kuliko Raila, hukusaidia Raila, alisaidiwa hapa mlimani. Na mjue ya kwamba, na nikumbushe nyinyi ndio mjue, nimuulize nyinyi Wajaluo, mnatumiwa kutukana Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta alitoa pesa ya agents akapatia Junet Mohamed. Junet Mohamed na nilikuweko, akaitwa na William Ruto, akaambiwa hii pesa ukule, usitumie, usiandike agents katika kwa Kalenjin. Kura yenu ikaibiwa kwa Kalenjin. Sasa wewe Uhuru alitoa pesa akapatia Junet.
Yo, we unafanya nini bana boss?
Jambo la kwanza nikiingia.
Rudia, come back bana boss. What are you doing?
Toa pesa akapatia Junet.
No. Rudia, start again. Boss.
Agents katika kwa Kalenjin. Kura yenu ikaibiwa kwa Kalenjin. Sasa wewe Uhuru alitoa pesa akapatia Junet.
Wait, bana nitumie hiyo link bana boss. Ni download. Oh shit. No.
Jambo la kwanza nikiingia.
I have a meeting.
Inatolewa watu pesa kujenga nyumba ambayo wahitaji. Nitapiga marufuku na hiyo pesa nilegeshe kwa.
Yeah, what a link. Lakini maybe can you react to that briefly? Si umesikia kura iliibiwa kwa Wakale? Amesema.
I've just told you bana. I've been singing this story for like months. Nobody seems to want to hear. Today's show is going to be hot, man. Last month, you have to give me my flowers in Jeru, eh? You have to give me my flowers.
So like unajua saa zingine watu wanataka Gachagua aseme kila kitu. Hapo hajasema, akisema kule iliibiwa kwa Wakale.
That is enough.
Amesema kule iliibiwa.
That is enough. What more do you want him to say? Do you want him to be arrested? Pana. Mahali amefika ni sawa.
Siasha tuambia kura iliibiwa. So
alituambia the rest of the clip is going to explain how it was done. Hold on, let me see what time this meeting is. Hold on.
Yeah.
Mepatio to just my boys are here. Yeah. I have to meet my staff.
Yeah,
so we're talking a bit.
Unisa utanipata hapa ni.
Yeah.
I was still pushing on, but I think Gachagua has set the stage.
This is more than enough. It's more than enough. We need to do something about it. Tumeambiwa. What more do you want him to say?
Of course, unajua hiyo information akiweka hivyo, it is us now to collect it and
there you go.
And implement.
That is what Stone PK. I want to hear what Stone PK and Roba are going to say. They've been singing about this. So Ato inafaa to me link. This is a very heavy discussion today. Yes, it's heavy. It's important. Ata Kenya Mkora, all of them have to come. Mama Mary, tuma hiyo link uambie. It's done. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, the guy has explained himself today. Amesema.
Yeah. And you have got to run. Nimechelewa meeting. Eh?
Okay, ni sawa.
I had an hour because of I thought I had an hour because of clock changing. All right.
Okay, no problem. Anyway, I appreciate for you jumping so quickly, but that is really telling. Yeah. That is extreme. I don't think we need more than that. I think Gachagua has explained himself to the details.
Yeah.
Okay, sawa Kipril, tutaonana. Wewe utanipata hapa.
Sawa.
Thanks. Tuchape hii gurudumu pole pole. Yeah, I can't really. Wacha nitumie watu vile umesema. Where is Mama Mary? Wonderful. Where is Mama Mary? Yeah, story ndio hiyo. So Gachagua has already explained details to I don't think what else we need as an explain, but I think now we are now somewhere where now saa zingine details zikitolewa, how do you use it? Sasa hiyo ndio swali tunafaa kujibu. Yes, Gachagua ashasema kura iliibiwa. Hapo hakuna story nyingine, kura iliibiwa. Na pia aka explain watu wamekuwa akisema sijui nini. So maybe I can return the other video where he was explaining what he's going to do. Pia nataka niwaekee Kasongo pia musikie vile ati anasema story ya Makatel. Huyu mtu ni mgonjwa bana. Ati Makatel ati anasema ati sahi yeye ndiye anapigana na Makatel. Nataka kuwekea hapo musikie ati Kasongo akielezea historia ya mafuta. Alil Katel ati anasema ati hii Kenya tutamaliza Makatel. This guy is so stupid. Jamaa anatuona mavi yake. Ati hii Kenya ati sijui wengine wamesafirishwa wamefanya nini? Nitawekea hiyo speech ya Kasongo hapa. Ani mnaweza kujiuliza, is this guy stupid ama ni nini? It's so annoying and irritating. Nawekea
hii mabarabara yote tutajenga, stima tutaunganisha, na tutatafutia watu wetu heshima. Mimi nikiwa naibu wa rais nilikuwa nimemaliza ile pombe haramu inaua watu. Kweli ama uongo? Waliponifukuza pombe imerudi haijarudi. Hii pombe William Ruto anataka iwe wa Kikuyu. Na ndio hii mtu anaitwa Kendeke Soprano. Mimi sioni yeye ni mtu bure. Aliambiwa na William Ruto akuje arudishe hiyo pombe, ndio wa Kikuyu wamalizike. Ati sasa ametumwa ati akuje kuongea na watu ya mlima, ati muunge Ruto mkono, ati agawanye mlima Mount Kenya East and West. Wacha nikuambie Soprano, kama una habari, kugawanya mlima ni kazi ngumu, ni kama kukata mti ya mgumo ukitumia wembe, si ndio? I want to tell you Soprano, dividing the mountain is like cutting the mugumo tree with a lazy blade. It is not possible. Na pia huyu Soprano hakuna mtu anaweza ongelesha asikie. Ni mtu bonoko. Ni bonoko si bonoko? He is a fake deputy president. Mfanyikazi wa Ruto, mtu ya yesa. Akiambiwa kila kitu na Ruto anasema, wewe Soprano, enda pale Kamwangi. Nasikia hii pombe Rigiji alikuwa amemaliza. Fanya mpango, hii pombe irudi, iue hii wa Kikuyu. Ni bure si bure. Ati anakuja kuongelesha sisi. Ameenda Hebu jana, juzi watu wamecheka. Ati anaongea kuongea na Waembu. Ni fire, si fire. Ni noma, si noma. Ni Soprano, si Soprano. Ni bure, si bure. Hiyo mtu anaweza kawanya mlima. Mtu ya Soprano. Sasa wewe Kasongo, kwani unadharau sisi namna gani? Ati unatuma soprano agawanye mlima? Mtu ya ni fire si fire. Hiyo ni mtu anaweza agawanya mlima? Hii mlima ni ngumu. Hii mlima ni chuma. Hii mlima imeshikana kama simiti. Na hakuna kitu utafanya utenganishe Wakikuyu na Waembu na Wameru. Sisi ni kitu kimoja. Kwa sababu unataka utugawanye vile moja alitugawa wakati ya Matiba na Kibaki akatukalia. Kura ya Mlima Kenya yote nimesikizana na Uhuru Kenyatta, yote itawekwa kikapu moja, tutapiga kura imeshikana kama ya Mlima Kenya. Neguadwa itu. Neguo. Nimogwetekera kogayanio. Nimogwetekera. Matoke ganio. Nemodo uyu. Nitwathira. Neguo. Niye ndĩrenda atĩrĩrĩ. Moithie kura na aciari ndĩramũtũma. Ndamũthaitha mandĩ mũtongoria wanyu. Mũndũ ũyũ ndatũbangĩire maũndũ mega. Maũndũ marĩa atũbangĩire ma. Ngai. Angĩcoka. Woi. Nyũmba itũ. Mũngĩrehe itherũma. Mwage kuoya kura. Mũndũ ũyũ acoke. Maũndũ marĩa bangĩire Mũgĩkũyũ na Mũmembu na Mũmĩrũ. Tũngĩthiaga gũkũ na inyatha. Niĩ ndamũtũma wĩra aciari. Nyũmba yaku yothe ũhakikice gũtirĩ mũndũ ũtarĩ na kura. Ciana citũ cia Gen Z. Ndamũthaitha ciana ciakwa. Honokiai rũrĩrĩ rũrũ. Gen Z twĩ moko-inĩ manyu. Nĩ ndamũthaitha. Gen Z nĩ ndamũthaitha. Inyuĩ mũndũ ũcio nĩ inyuĩ atigĩrĩte. Dawa ya Kasongo ni hawa Gen Z. Kama kuna watu Kasongo anaogopa ni Gen Z. Gen Z mpo? Muko kadi? Rigiji ako kadi. Je, nyinyi? Nikisema Gen Z mnasema tuko kadi. Gen Z? Gen Z? Watoto wangu wa Gen Z, naomba nyinyi kwa heshima, nikiwa kiongozi wenu, nyinyi ndio dawa ya Kasongo.
I would definitely recommend TurboTax. My tax expert, she was amazing.
Story ndio hiyo sasa. Gachagua has explained himself beyond repair. Kabla nirudishe speech ya Gachagua akiwa kwa kanisa, hebu kwanza niweke speech ya Kasongo. Sitaweka yote, but I don't know.
Tu Askofu Jackson ambaye alituhubiria ya Pasaka na mimi nikamtuma. Simu mmesikia watu wanasema siku hizi weka nini? Kwamba kuna kazi lazima that we have stabilized our economy. Mukaniambia nipange kilimo ya sukari. Kwanza sisi watu wa hapa, ile shida tumekuwa nayo ya sukari Kenya mzima, ambayo tulikuwa tunaagiza sukari kila mwaka, tunatafuta commercial safeguard, sijui tunafanya nini. Kenya hii will be a net exporter of sugar. Vile nyinyi naona mko na bidii hapa. Si hii ni dunia ya kupanda miwa. Ikipita sana 24 months. Lakini haki ama afya ni haki ya kila Mkenya mmoja. 1,500. 1,000 katika county yetu ya Narok. So hii Kilgoris tunajenga soko hapo, tumezikwamua.
Not that one. I think there was a better, yeah, maybe it is this one.
Neguo munyitane no wadira igua ground munyitiririo hau ndira igua ni no to no ko igua ndira igua neguo ni ndire no teti ni gutire gite ndira caria ore mugathura ri
Yeah, let me respond to somebody. Kuna huyu mtu anajiita ati Kenya 101. Kenya 101, there's nothing like two term. We cannot elect somebody who does not understand how to govern the country, somebody who has just been participating in dividing our nation. We have lost all the fabric as a nation. So two term ni wewe. So we don't care. So let's see.
Ile ulisema ni yako, lakini ile itafanyika ni mapenzi ya Mungu.
Ruto has fired back, not quietly, not casually, but with a message aimed straight at Uhuru Kenyatta.
Ile ulisema ni yako, lakini ile itafanyika ni mapenzi ya Mungu.
A calm statement carrying the weight of a political counterattack, because just days after Uhuru's explosive funeral speech, President William Ruto is now pushing back, and what started as a burial in Kirinyaga has now escalated into a full-scale battle for Mount Kenya. This is not noise. This is the opening shot of 2027. Fast forward to today, April 5th, Ruto breaks his silence, calm, measured, surgical, no names, no direct shots, but everyone knew the target.
Kuna watu wanafikiri mapenzi yao ndio mapenzi ya Mungu. Wengine wanatueleza, wanatupatia lecture mrefu. Oh, mimi nilisema, sijui mimi nilisema, sijui mimi nilisema.
It was a clean political blade aimed straight at Uhuru, a message wrapped in humility but loaded with defiance. You don't control Mount Kenya. You don't control destiny. The people and God decide. But beneath that calm delivery, a different picture is emerging. President William Ruto is a worried man. His sudden, relentless political tours across the country are beginning to look less like routine governance and more like a king patrolling the edge of a restless kingdom. A leader moving fast, not just to govern, but to hold ground. His weekend dash to Nyeri, coming immediately after Uhuru's resurgence, is not random. It is revealing, because inside State House, the mood is shifting. There are growing perceptions that this presidency has been long on promises and short on visible delivery, that words are flowing, but results are lagging. And in politics, when promises start evaporating the moment they are spoken, trust begins to thin. That is why the president is now everywhere, not just leading, but occupying space, defending ground, securing loyalty, because the fear is simple. If you don't hold the mountain, you lose the war.
Kwani kuna kiongozi anachaguliwa kwa makosa? Kuna kiongozi anachaguliwa kwa bahati mbaya? Kila kiongozi, Biblia inatuambia kila kiongozi ama uongozi uliopo umeruhusiwa na Mungu. Kwa hivyo hata uwe na ushawishi kiasi gani ama uwe na mambo kiasi gani, wewe hautaamua, ni Mungu ataamua. That is the truth as it is. So 2022 wengi hawakuamini inawezekana, lakini Mungu alipanga. 2027 Mungu atapanga vile mambo itakuwa. Ile mimi nawauliza wa Kenya, tuweke amani na tupige kura kwa pamoja.
April 1st in Kirinyaga, Uhuru stands before a charged Mount Kenya crowd and drops a line that's now echoing across the country. Quote, "I warned you about smooth talkers. Don't repeat the same mistake." End of quote. No ambiguity, no diplomacy. This was a political callback to 2022, a reminder, a rebuke, a prophecy revisited. Uhuru wasn't just speaking, he was reopening a wound. Translation in political language, you chose wrong, and 2027 is your chance to fix it. Then he pivots, calls for unity beyond tribe, integrity over populism, but beneath the philosophy was a direct indictment of Ruto's presidency.
Neguo munyitane no wadira igua ground munyitireyo haudira igua ni no ko igua dira igua neguo ni dire no tati ni gutire gite dira sharia ore mugathura ri ni gakorwo hari saberi ni no utire na thina ni neguo no muhetia ni horo wanyu.
This wasn't random. This was Mount Kenya. This was a burial for Daniel Karaba. And in Kenyan politics, funerals are not just mourning grounds, they are political theaters. And this one, a full opposition summit disguised in black suits, standing shoulder to shoulder. Rigathi Gachagua, now Ruto's fierce internal critique. Martha Karua, preaching ideological politics. Kalonzo Musyoka, always calculating the long game. Eugene Wamalwa, James Orengo, Fred Matiang'i. This wasn't attendance, this was alignment. Then came the moment that shook State House, Uhuru and Gachagua together publicly, and later, a private 40-minute huddle. That image alone was louder than any speech.
Naona hii watu ya Kasongo pale Ikulu wana shida hapo mikutano.
The backlash was immediate. Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura fires fast. Quote, they had their time, let Ruto deliver. End of quote.
Kule Kirinyaga, viongozi ni wakutajika ambao wanaheshimika wakijaribu kukashifu hii serikali. Na kwa kisingizio kwamba ati wao ndio walikuwa wanajua kutawala vizuri, eti wao ndio walikuwa wanafaa kuunganisha Kenya. Lakini tukitapo kuangalia takwimu zetu kama serikali, uchumi ulikuwa umezorota wakati umechukua hatamu za uongozi. Na katika miaka mitatu, yale maendeleo ambayo Mheshimiwa William Ruto ameweza kuyafanya hayajawahi kufanyika tangu uhuru. Hakuna rais yoyote ambaye amefanya.
Then it got personal. Aaron Cheruiyot calls Uhuru kiherehere. Hassan Omar escalates further. This wasn't strategy, this was emotional. And emotion in politics signals pressure. Then Ruto makes a rapid move. A high-profile dash to Nyeri. Not coincidence, containment, because when the mountain starts whispering, power starts listening.
Kenyatta, huyu alikuwa rais wa Kenya. Juzi alikuwa anaongea mahali sijui ilikuwa wapi kwa mazishi fulani. Anaongea ni kama tunaishi ndani ya mapua yake. Anasema wao sijui tulifanya makosa gani. Kama kuna makosa tulifanya ni kukuchagua wewe miaka 10.
Tumeona ndugu yetu mkubwa ambaye pia amekuwa rais wa Kenya, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Amesema Wakenya walifanya makosa hii na makosa ile. Sawa tu. Mimi swali ambayo niko nayo, Mheshimiwa Uhuru, huyu President Ruto alikufanyanga makosa gani? Tueleze tu tuelewe. What is it that he did so wrong that you can never forgive him for? What is
This
it?
is bigger than words. This is Mount Kenya, the kingmaker. Ruto's 2022 victory was built on it, and now that foundation is showing cracks. Uhuru is re-entering the arena. Gachagua is repositioning. Karua, Kalonzo, Matiang'i circling. It's no longer scattered opposition, it's formation, a slow, deliberate tightening around Ruto's base. And Ruto knows it. That's why the response came fast. That's why the tone is controlled but firm. Because this is no longer about legacy, this is survival. This was not just a speech, it was a signal flare. Uhuru to Mount Kenya. I once warned you. Ruto to Uhuru, you don't decide the future. And now the mountain stands at a crossroad. Will it return to its former king or stay with the man currently in power? One funeral has redrawn the map. One response has hardened the lines. And Kenya has just entered campaign season. Quietly but decisively, the war for 2027 has begun. What do you think? Drop your comment. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Mesh Msimbi.
There is somebody who said Uhuru anasemanga tu kitu kadogo alafu kanakuwa yani kanakuwa like you need to do a lot of interpretation. Like what Uhuru said, like anasema tu kitu kadogo inabidi I think ako na kipawa cha kuachilia maneno bila kuongea. Kama unasikia like the big thing alisema, nasikiliza ground like he did not do a very coherent speech in like 10 or 20 minutes. He did 3 statements only, which have left the political space gabbling with what to do. Mwaitia ni horo, mukikosea ni shida yenyu. He did not say kukosea aje, but it usually, I think Uhuru has graduated into that very high level politician. I think his political platform and the Gachagua platform, they play in different forms. Ya Gachagua ni ile ambayo you speak directly. Ya Uhuru nayo ni ile ambayo lazima upige kona. Yani, so Uhuru speaks in metaphors. So he is a bit advanced in communication. But you are still getting what he is saying, but in here, like, you cannot directly incriminate what he is trying to say. So, and I think that is why now both pairs together, they are very real. Sababu sasa kuna wa metaphors hapa, kuna wa kuongelea juu na kuna wa kuongelea chini. So that is why Gachagua and Uhuru playing together is really a very serious undertaking in the modern day politics, and I think it will make Uhuru karibu. It will make Kasongo aka Bwana Ruto do a lot of thinking on his approach in Mount Kenya. And the truth of the matter is, if it can be confirmed that Kasongo has lost Mount Kenya, there are also some other people who will, and I think that's why he is trying to show like it is a 50-50 split, because kuna watu watapata uoga waanze kusema kama watu wa mlima wamemuacha, hata sisi haina haja ya kuenda na huko, including even the Luo people. By the way, if the Luo people can be able to confirm that mlima Kenya umeenda, wanaweza anzia sasa kusikia uoga, kwani tunaenda peke yetu, like that is what Kasongo is trying to prevent, that inaitangwa boycott, whereby watu wanaanzia kukuogopa because wengine wamekuacha. So that's why he is still trying to pretend that he still has some say within Mount Kenya, because he knows that Mount Kenya, if it is confirmed, and that's why he will keep on claiming this fake popularity in Mount Kenya, because he knows this fake popularity in Mount Kenya is what will keep other peoples around. Hata wakale wanaweza mutoroka vizuri. In fact, some of Kalenjins wakikuja kujua ya kwamba ni ukweli, ni kama watu wa mlima wameachana na Ruto, they might start developing that cold feet. Tutaweza peke yetu. So that is why he is trying to fight and say, munafikiria mimi ni mujinga, sijui ya kwamba mimi hawa ndio wale watu walinifanya rais. And he is not saying that the same people who made you a president, you jeopardize them by actually demeaning the person who they elected you with together. Some of us, we did not support Gachagua, but the fact that he demeaned Gachagua ni kitu ambayo inaoneshana kuenda kuanzia kusupport Ruto is like you are not thinking. Is a man who betrayed a whole community. So those are some hyper thinkings which I think they are making Ruto to struggle in Mount Kenya, because there are so many communities which will not be willing to support. And then sasa unaona kitu kingine, alafu sasa another devastating issue is like if now Mount Kenya, Embu, Kikuyu and Meru will be able to consolidate, na then pia washikane na Wakamba. So you can imagine we are now talking of a region from Nyambene Hills all the way to Churu Hills. Hiyo kura yote ikue sasa inaenda kikapu moja. Now that one will even start showing other communities, and sasa waliwa wanasema inakaa wacha tushikane na watu. So there is, if it can be confirmed early that the whole of Mount Kenya has consolidated away of Kasongo, we will actually get other votes which might just actually want to go to Ruto. So that is why that consolidation has to be confirmed quickly. Sawa, naona Valerie amefika. So maybe Valerie, I don't know what do you have for us tonight? Do you have anything to comment about what has happened? Today is Sunday, Easter. Sababu inakaa Gachagua ametupea is Easter message leo. He has commented about yeah, there have been that speculation, maybe Raila died, Raila was killed, but kuna vile Gachagua ati anasema think, he did not say directly, but anasema mufikiria. And then the issue of election stealing, where he is saying kura ya Raila iliibiwa from Kalenjin land. So that one is also very telling. So that one is explaining that kura ya Kenya inaibiwa. So na then story ya Kasongo kusema hakuna mtu atamwachanisha na watu wa mlima, hata Uhuru mwenyewe. So yeye ataendelea kuassociate na watu wa mlima. Then hao watu wa mlima nataka kuassociate na wao ni akina nani? So maybe you can react to that. I mean, these other things which you feel you can.
So I think when Ruto says bado ataendelea kuinteract na watu wa mlima, the watu wa mlima that Ruto wants, that Ruto is saying he will continue interacting with them are people who have their own interest, and Ruto has promised them something. Kuna tu watu, like in every market there is always a mad person. So sio ati venye Gachagua is ana try kuhamasisha watu wa Mount Kenya kwamba wasi fall into trap of Kasongo. Si watu wote wa Mount Kenya watasikia. There are just some few individuals who wenye wame, how can I say, Ruto amewaweka kwa mfuko na kuna interest zenye wanafeel wakitoka kwa Ruto hawatapata. And then I have seen, sijui kama umeona let me just so as I was saying, in as much as Gachagua ana try to mobilize the people of Mount Kenya, Ruto kuna tu, he has his own way into penetrating into people's hearts. Alafu hii kitu yenye Rigiji amekuwa anasema akiambia watu Ruto akikuja mumusikize lakini awalipe kwa hiyo kusikiza. You know that thing is very dangerous, Njiru. That thing is very dangerous.
Okay, maybe you can explain the danger of it.
Yes?
I'm saying you can explain the danger of it is important so to the viewers so that they can. Yes, it is. We have been saying here this idea of encouraging people to eat money hata kama ni pesa yao is not a very thrilling statement. But go ahead, you can give your explanation.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. It's very dangerous na inaweza lead to, let me say, inaweza lead to division of votes, since mwanadamu akiona pesa, once mwanadamu amepata pesa, sometimes the brain refuses to function. So Ruto might decide to use this one even during the elections, which might end up dividing the Mount Kenyan votes. Na as we all know that votes za Mount Kenya ndio zinakuanga most of the determinant ya who will win, especially the presidential race during the elections. So hii mambo ya watu kuendelea kupiga makofi na kusikiliza Ruto na kukula pesa, it might lead to something bad, and people must really take care, because Ruto is a very manipulating person and he always goes for what he wants. So akiona the people of the mountain, this is what they want, he will do it with endless glee. Ataifanya sana na ataifanya in a way that Rigiji won't believe it. So Rigiji should go back and tell his people to, hata inafaa saa hii everywhere penye Ruto anaenda asisikizwe, kila mtu akuwe na shughuli yake, juu ndio mna capture interest yake mkiendelea kumsikiza. We all know that Ruto obviously anaongeanga uongo. Mbona tuendelee kumsikiza? Nimeona leo akiwa Narok ameongelea mambo ya sijui barabara nitafanya nini. The obvious things. We have already known him. Tumeshajua uongo yake. So I don't see the need of even listening to him. So kusema ati watu waenda wamsikize ndio waninie awalipe kumsikiliza, it's not a good strategy. It is a strategy that will lead us into a very big abyss. And the people will blame Gachagua for the second time. I think juzi venye Uhuru amekuja akaeleza watu, akawaambia mara ya kwanza niliwaambia si kusikia, this time vote wisely. Those are the kinds of advices that we need. But kwenda kuambia watu kula, tumia Ruto kama hoteli, kula but umsikilize, no, it will head us to a very bad direction.
Yeah, maybe that's what inaweza. Maybe we can answer that one historically. Historically, like in Kenya history. In history, kuna watu wanajulikana wamewahi kula pesa ya mtu na wakakataa kumchagua. Is there a history of that? Like kuna history ya jambo kama hilo? Yani kwa history ya Kenya, watu wanakula pesa wanaenda wanapigia mtu huyo kura, ama hii ni mara ya kwanza ambayo watu wanaweza kula pesa ya mtu na wasimpigie? Do we have history of kukula pesa ya mtu na mtu ampigia? Swali tu.
There is that history when it comes to, you see, when it comes to like the gubernatorial seat and kwenda chini paka kwa MCA, there is that history. But for presidency, I've never seen watu wakule pesa ya president alafu wakose kumpigia. Ama wakue, because president, it's like a high rank. So mtu anatumia do peke yake kumanipulate people. There are some certain things pia zenye atatumia in order to capture them wakuje kwake. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we will have to monitor this in 2027 by the number of votes which Ruto will manage to get in Mlima Kenya, because now the rhetoric has been wakiwaletea mukule ni pesa zenyu. Ni kama vile msimamo namuona kwa hapa, nasikianga msimamo anatumianga this famous statement, sijui kura kwa tajiri, ati sijui kura kwa tajiri, kura kwa maskini. So sijui kama maybe as I look in msimamo hiyo msemo wako ni kweli ama ni kula kwa tajiri,
kula kwa tajiri, kura kwa maskini.
Na maskini atafanya hivyo ama maskini atafika pale anze kusema bwana, huyu mtu nimekula pesa yake mingi sana?
Ndio huu moto uwashwe sasa, uwashwe kabisa. Hata Wanyanza naona leo wamekumbukwa na mzee wetu hapa Gachagua, yani kila ilivyo tu wametoneshwa haswa hapo pa umapo. So waamue kusuka kunyoa ni wao, lakini ukweli umezungumzwa. Huku ndiko kuasha huku, ili kusudi tukila kwa tajiri, kura tutaiweka kwa maskini tu by all means, kwa sababu hatupewi nafasi ya kusaulishwa haswa. Unajua kile kinatusaidia ni kwamba hatusaulishwi, tunakumbushwa on daily basis. So ile kitu inamjenga mtu kiasi kwamba thamani ya hela na thamani ya uongozi ndio huu mwaka huu uchaguzi wa mwaka huu ndio utakaomaliza huu mzizi wa fitna. Kimtazamo wangu kwamba jenzi watatoka na njia yao ya kuweza kueleza haswa, tunaoelewa vitu za good. So at least kwamba ikifika huo wakati ndio ujue kwamba unapouza hela, unapouza kura yako ndo maisha yako ushamaliza hapo kwa miaka 5. Nafikiri hili litajirika this time around. Sasa watu maandisha live Google kwetu kwamba jamani, kivyo vyote vile watakuja, tunajua watakuja haswa, but je, tutasahau hili, tutasahau na hili, tutasahau na lile kwa ajili ya hii tonge la mkononi ama chambo? Unaona? Kwa hivyo huu msemo huu upo, kaka yangu Njiru na dadangu hapa vile, lakini unahitaji viongozi zaidi ya Gachagua kuwasha huu moto zaidi, yani uingie haswa. Ndivyo watu ikitokea wametokea, basi uwe ni kula, lakini mwisho wa siku tunajua wapi tutelegeza kura yetu na ni wapi tutalinda kura, kwa sababu ndivyo tulikuwa tunafanya tangia awali. Pesa zilikuwa zinaliwa na Mkenya anafanya maamuzi yake, kesi zinaishia mahakamani. Leo Gachagua ametueleza wapi kura za Raila zilienda, zilitengenezwa. Amesema zimetengenezwa huko Kale, ndio ulifanywa mambo yote ya kuweza kuiba. Gachagua hapa ameweka, walikuwa tunatafuta majibu ati kura iliibwa ama haijaibwa. Lakini hii sehemu ya leo haswa, kama tumefuatilia vizuri, haswa katika sehemu zake, speech yake amezungumza wazi, kura wapi haswa ilikuwa manipulated ya Raila, wapi iliibwa. So tunahitaji haswa kukumbushwa namna hii, moto uwashwe namna hii, ila tu unaye mgemo kimsifu tembo litia maji, apunguze pia, aliweke na utaifa ndani zaidi, kila kibana, kila kiwasha moto, lakini alete na jamii zingine hapa karibu kuona for the betterment ya kuweza kufaulu hivi vita, ili tusiingie katika hii trap ya hawa jamaa kwamba kuonekana kwamba sasa hivi wakikuwa wanalilia vitu viwili kwa sababu wamebanwa na Ruto. Cha kwanza biashara kaibana Ruto, ndio maana wakikuwa wanapiga kelele ama watu wa mlima wanapiga kelele. Cha pili power imeondoka, kwa hiyo wanapigishwa vilele, na kwa hivyo tusidanganye sisi wengine kwamba tunalia tu vilio vya sawasawa na hawa wenzetu, kwa sababu ni baadhi ya mikutano ambayo nimeattend leo ya UDA na sikuweza tu na baadhi ya picha I will send for you, ndugu yangu Njiro, sababu niliattend kutaka kujua takwimu ni nini. So unakuta kuna hiyo hulka ambayo tayari inataka kuletwa haswa kwamba Wakikuyu ama Central inalia vilio vyao viwili tu, one biashara, two power, na hapa wamebaniwa na Ruto. Kwa sisi Wakenya wengine tukilia, si kwamba tunalia vilio vya wenzetu, wao wanalia power, wanalia na biashara zao zirudi vizuri. So hili kulipangua Mheshimiwa Gachagua aleti na jamaa zingine kwamba sisi power tunahitaji huu uongozi huu uondoke na tupate kiongozi mwingine. We are ready to back up any, bora tu tuwe kwamba tunamwamini kwamba atasimama haswa kuleta ile taifa katika usawa. So aongezee huo tashi katika baadhi ya sehemu zake zione kwamba zinagusa haswa asilimia kubwa wa Kenya, kama vile ambavyo maneno yake yanagusa wa Kenya wengi. Kama hili bomu amelileka leo haswa la Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga na jinsi ya unity Muhammad alivyolieka tofauti na wengine, mahali limezungumzwa si mara moja si mara mbili, Orengo amelizungumza, lakini hawajalieka paruanja kama alivyolieka haswa Mheshimiwa Gachagua kuwasha moto kwa ajili ya Wanaluo wa Nyanza waamue, maana huo ndio kweli. But aongeze haswa zaidi na zaidi, haswa aruke Nyanza, alete Pwani, alete kila mahali kule ambako wameelekeza. Wacha Gachagua waeleze wale wananchi wakute kwamba ni part of parcel wa hai. Kwa hivyo akibeba hiyo wave, jamaa wangu atakuwa shamalizwa, sina shaka kabisa. Hata akija na tonge la mkono kwa magunia, kura itakuwa ni kwa tajiri kula, lakini kura ni kwa maskini. Asante, wacha niingilie hapo, nikomee hapo kwanza kidogo.
Aya, sawa. Thank you very much for that. I think that is something which we will continue addressing. Karibu sana Roba. Naona Grace Neema anasema let's be fair and clean voters slowly. We can end corruption. Huo ni ule wasiwasi tuko na wao ya kwamba for now let's hope raia amejanjaruka, atakula hiyo kura, atakula hiyo pesa ya mwanasiasa and he will go the other side, but it's not a very good campaign because it's like we are losing. Pia pale ingine nimeona Gachagua hajaniridhisha sana ni when he is saying that tutaenda polisi, unapea polisi kitu kidogo, huyo mtu wenyu anaachiliwa, anaenda anapiga kura, tunamrudisha. I don't know why like we have to overemphasize. Sijui kama msimamo ulisikia hiyo story au ulisikia hapo pale akielezea vile tutapanga kura ati hata wale wako huko kwa police station, hiyo siku ya kura unaenda kwa police station, unapea polisi kitu kidogo, anaachiliwa. So I don't know why we are overemphasizing in Kenya lazima pesa itolewe. I don't know why. Those are some of our characters which we have to show like a policeman. It's a civic duty. Tunaweza kujia mtu wetu, rafiki yetu kwa police station, tuende apige kura na tumurudishe. Dhuru mimi nikuwa kama guarantee niseme mimi huyo mtu ni mimi nimemkujia sababu nataka aende apige kura, lakini historia tunasema ati tunalipa, hapo ndio sijaelewa. Anyway, Bwana Roba, sijui kama umesikia leo Gachagua amesema kura ya Raila iliibiwa kutoka wapi?
Wow. Njiru, is it what's Faradi? What how to pronounce that one there? I know Musmamo. I think we have the the young lady from there. Okay, so thank you. I don't know where to start from, Nkiru. If that's true, then this man has to vacate office. He said illegally. I mean, if that, then Mada Karua should be the president right now. Then, if it's proven, I know it's going to be a very difficult issue to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. But at this point, I just feel like if that's the main fact, and in fact, some of us were very doubtful. Remember, we were saying somewhere in the left Friday Kericho, and in fact, if you remember when the case went to Supreme Court, if you remember, there are some places in the left Friday where like the concentration, and I don't know how they did it, and they came about there was nothing there, but I could like to find out exactly how many votes, or what was the number. Compare and contrast. What's the number? Having said that, what's his name? Junet Mohammed. We have been saying he's a conman. He is a conman. So he looks very bad on this, and of course, it's not the first time he's being attacked. But what I really caught up for me, what I want to take from here is just like Gachawa put himself to be a witness on how Junaid Mohammed was given the money and Akambi were finding. So Junaid Mohammed has been like a spying man for Ruto for all this time. And you know what? It looks like it might be involved even now. Raila is dead. I've started believing now Junaid Mohammed is behind all this. And yeah, I mean, it's just like there's some red flags. I mean, it's just like, why this man? I mean, all this time, can you imagine Alikuwa Tanganya Raila, then from there, he goes on the other way around. Just like, if that's what he did, then he should not be even part of ODM. He can never even be an MP of Suna or whatever he comes from, the president Migori. It's just like, no way this man has been used by Ruto to end ODM. And I think exactly if that's the case, he's a gone person, he's going to be out of the picture. But at the same time, it's politics as usual. I saw you put a table of Wanga saying, even Gladys Wanga, it's just so immature. The same person, if we go through the tapes, what she said about Ruto during that time, and now she comes back and pretending that nothing happened all this time. And the South Ruto is the savior, Ruto is the chosen one. That's all nonsense from her. She's the most person she should not even trust among other people. Having said that, let me go back. I think before I was watching you with Kip, before you left. For me, there's one thing I think is going to trend. Now, Kasongo might get another name, King Saul. I think now he's going to be called King Saul going forward. Man, he has a lot of names now. So King Saul, we had the Samuel, we have King Saul, and we are waiting for the David. Can you now imagine our politics as a man that are Bible sasa? So it's been campaigned from the pipe. That's very interesting. But
King Saul imeletwa na Gachagua leo when he was trying to say that Nani is our King Saul, is Samuel, Uhuru is Samuel, and you are King Saul.
And now we are waiting for King David, yeah? So the King David is what we don't know. Okay, yeah, so man, this is very interesting. But let's try to get a big picture of what's going on right now. For me, I just think like the countries at this point, there's something I think is not working. We have always said, and more especially on myself, I've been always insisting, someone like him, when he got the opportunity of being a president of a country, what he never did, and what most presidents are supposed to do, if you read more politics and other things, I'm not a political science, but if you go in details, for you to survive, you must build the trust of the people, more especially the economy. The economy is the bottom line. The economy is the bottom line. If people in your country or in any country, as a president or as a new first president for your first term, you create the economy and people are happy. We have seen it. We have seen it. People have won the elections. Leave around this Imambaya, Tanzania and Uganda. Those are dictators. In developed countries and where democracy prevails, when someone comes here, they build the economy and they change the economy of a country, they get a second term. But this man does not deserve a second term. He has not done what we all promised him. Like when he came in, we just said, okay, he has won, or now he's tall. He got that opportunity of being a president. Then he has just run the economy, which is kind of progressing economy now. He has just run it the other way around. So 2027 is around the corner. It's a couple of months from now. And you know it's not going to change. That's why someone like me, I keep on saying, conman, dictator, whatever name you can call him, Ruto, show me what you have done for me. What's the in for me? If you cannot create jobs for the people, regardless of the age, young, old, whatever, metro, if you cannot create jobs, because I'm one person believing, I don't care who comes in. I want somebody who can create jobs for everybody, such that even if it means, you know, when you have freedom of economy, freedom of you have your own money in the pocket, it makes a big difference. See, and that's our country has turned to. And that's why this conman, when he came in, he doesn't respect the constitution, and that's why he has turned everything, like everything has to come from him. Kila kitu lazima itokee kwake. Kila kitu. So he has controlled the economy and is messing up. But let me advise, any politician who wants to be a president and you want to succeed, come build the economy. After you build the economy, people will be happy. What watakuwa na pesa sawa kama, I mean, let's think about this way. Why do you think people keep on talking about Kibaki trial? Because Kibaki came in, at least the economy, and in fact, I can just say the United Government here, ambayo ilikuwa na Raila, that's the government which really worked and which demonstrated the economy. That was the best one. So when it comes through to compare the other people who are the other presidents, it's the worst. And now, what makes me just wonder is just like our jamaa wanafikiri Uhuru Kenyatta should not say anything on a public or whatever. They want him to shut him down. He should not have an opinion as a citizen of a country, a former president, should not say anything. So when he says something, they attack him. And now they have been attacking him. But the fact remains, that's what he said before. And now he's saying Uhuru Kenyatta is not like this conman said he was chosen by God. He wasn't by God by stealing. It was the state election. Yeah? And now we have been told for the first time by Gachagua where the election was stolen and how it was stolen. And I mean, if Ruto and others did that, then he should come and say, you know what, after the election, I'm going to quit. If we are serious about what, or the DCI, they are responding to Gachagua about the Petrol and other things. Why can't they respond about the election? Well, we not like when Nation, there's a story. I don't know whether in Chile you are aware. There's a story about, was it the last year? It's just after 2022, somewhere there. Nation will find a story. We have Fegi boarding station somewhere in the Rift Valley. And nobody ever made some like to go back and see what happened. That's how stupid we are. We know what the problem is, but we never go and solve the problem. I don't want to just like speak a lot, but I've run a lot of things now. Now Gachagua was saying he's going to run for president. That one, I'm just telling you, Nchiru, Gachagua is an attacking dog. He cannot make a very good candidate for presidency. He can be, like I said from yesterday, the chairman of the opposition and the chairman, you call him the secretary, not the secretary, but the chairman or whatever name you can give him, the united opposition. But he cannot be the candidate. Otherwise, he will bring a lot of baggage from there. You will just end up losing that direction because, and the good news is, this man is fighting Gachagua, who later on we will have like somebody else, like the Sifuna or somebody else, the Matiang, the Karonsos, one of them. Then things are going very good for the opposition, but the Kenyan people are suffering in terms of what the government is doing right now. And I think, yes.
Roba, don't I feel vindicated?
Leo Mzito anakuja Maringo bana. Kipril, leo bado umemaliza mkutano ama ulikuwa mkutano na bado sikio iko hapa?
Nimemaliza kwa sababu ni Easter.
Kwanza ita Kiora, unajua ulikuwa unasema wewe ndio ulisema Roba akuje, Kiora akuje, ukasema Mato akuje. Can you say
nimesikia ndio nimekuja, even me I couldn't believe it. I mean, wakati nimesikia hivyo, and if it is true, I was shocked. Yeah. So kumbe tulibiwa kula. Even so, you know, remember I still have my suit here, tulikuwa tunafalia kwa wakati hapa amechukua. I still have my blue suit, guys.
Ulieka red carpet, Roba. Ulieka red carpet.
Exactly.
Ulionesha film ya red carpet, man. And remember when we were complaining about this in 2022, and this is the thing I spotted, like I analyzed things in my head in Anisumbwanga Kichwa. I remember they kept saying Kalenjin land had the most ghost polling stations. Kuna mashule yenye ikuwe na exist. Then number two, you find the fact that akina Ruto are ignoring the fact that our votes are found in the rivers. Uko Kerio Valley napatikana huko sasa tunanyamaza. And we're just quiet. And I keep singing about it. I tell you guys for a fact, Ruto does not target your strongholds. He's never targeted your strongholds. He targets his own. Because I'm a Mjali, you don't care. When he was with Uhuru, what do you think he did to Uhuru? Alikuwa anaambia Uhuru bana, chunga mulima, mini chunga Rift Valley, we staff ballot boxes. While Raila is over there, I'm an honorable man. I am going to do the fair election. I'm going to do the right thing. What right thing imekuchukua hapi? Now you're realizing kulikuwa na monster inside you. Just imagine, yeah. The way we've been singing here for months, I am not saying it's the right thing to do, but I'm just saying, just imagine if Raila did that in his strongholds. Hata we'll on a staff, we staff our own. Fight fire with fire, man. I'm sorry, it's something I'm saying.
So, Kipri, hebu nikuulize swali, naona hata Stone PK amekuja sababu umewaita wote. Let me ask you a question. Is there a learning point from all what Gachagua is saying? Ama, we are waiting for another election to be stolen. So, assume you are the united opposition. Let me use that word.
The thing is, let me tell you.
Use that information to deliver an election.
Let me tell you, I'm just going to tell you for today. Because this is the thing that even the guys who are on the other side, the guys who are talking about Ruto and Ruto in 2022, kwani Raila hajui kuiba? I don't need to say furthermore. Because this is a fact. This man does this. Sasa mtakaa hapo mfanye nini? I'm saying it, but I'm not saying it. Do you know what I'm saying? Roba, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but here's the question.
No. There's no more honorable stuff with Ruto Bana. This guy has to be out. Come what may.
That's what I said. That's what I just said. If that's the case, that he should resign, he never won direction. He never won it. And because of that,
that one I can tell you, he will never do it. He's given you the most. I can tell you as a fact. I know you guys are expecting more, but even cartoons need to self-preserve. Just think about it. This is big. This is huge. This is just telling the opposition guys, do what you may with the information I've given you. Plain and simple.
Okay,
this was not just to Ruto. This was also to his partner. Yeah.
Hebu kidogo. I want to loop in your friend here. Unajua ameniambia kuna pahali ameshikwa kidogo. I want to loop in Stony PK. So Stony PK, based on what Gachagua has told us, kura iliibiwa from Rift Valley. Is that information enough for you? Ama unataka kikapu itolewe zaidi? I want to hear from you.
Thank you, Njiro. Number one, that's stupid of Gachagua. Very stupid. He's the one who's been saying that walishinda, they won. And he's been saying they won. So stupidity number one. Stupidity number two, you reveal and isolating one area, which is obvious, which Kip and everybody else, even nursery school, still know that is some of the areas they stole. So I'm not accolading Gachagua for that. Let Gachagua come outright the way anasema billions zimeibiwa, aseme we stole election. We are not the legitimate winner. Outright, akiwa juu ya gari ama aita conference vile anaita, awache kutubeba ufala. He annoys me so much. So much. He annoys, and then he pretends to be a kingpin. A corrupt kingpin, a thief, somebody who supports this, and then he says he told Ruto this, he told Ruto that. Why didn't he resign before he was impeached? This guy is a conman. The other day he made a very serious blunder. Ati watachukua watu kwa polisi, they will bribe policemen, ndio waachilie watu wakuje piga kura. That is not the garbage we want to hear. Is that a man who can lead a moral election, really? And people are accolading him. These days I'm drawing very far away from his rhetoric. Anaropoko hata yeye tu kama Ruto. Huwezi sema ati tuta bribe police and you are the one who is. Do you expect him to fight corruption? Kweli huyu kani? Wacha niachie hapo. It's very annoying of Gachagua. Thank you.
I know you're annoyed. Yeah, I know it's stone wait, don't go. I know you're annoyed.
Kidogo, eh? Goja kidogo kifili. I want Stony PK has to say more. Goja kidogo. Stony PK has to say more.
It's the same thing, bana. Kwani my question is not legitimate. Goja kidogo. Stone. The problem is the people have accepted this fool. I've told you I don't think he should run for any public office. Hata saa zingine I'm almost hit by Njeru when I talk about Gachagua. But I'm just saying, and I'm telling you today, you guys have been screaming for him to say something. I'll tell you the truth. Hata waisema ati alikuwa illegitimate. That one you can take it to the bank. I know you're upset about that, Stone. But what is the minimum? What is the minimum that you need from this thug? Sorry, Njeru. That you need from this useful thug.
No, it's not about
to get Ruto to get rid of Ruto, because Ruto is pretty dangerous. Sasa tutoe kupe tufanyaje? Na kuna we have the machinery here.
I wanted to advance. Ngoja kidogo Kipri. I want to advance unipike kidogo. Lazima tu advance unipike kidogo. Kidogo tu. You see, Stony PK, we understand this is political theater in Kenya, but help me understand. Like,
it's not political theater. Gachagua is a thug. You're going to accept that.
I understand. Who is playing political theater? There is something I want Stony PK to help us understand here. Sasa, you know, sometimes in politics, you use the information which you are getting to try and design the next system. So, already Gachagua ashatuambia, yeye anajiondoa, yeye anasema alikuwa hapo. Unajua all the time anasemanga Ruto ndiye alikuibia kura. Hata yale alisema Junet Mohamed aliambua na Ruto hiyo kura ya huko Rift Valley usichunge tuibe. So the question which I'm trying to ask you is, using that information, because unajua I know Gachagua is also trying to safeguard himself and also playing a saint of a kind. So the question which I'm asking, can that information be helpful to us, or how can we use that information for posterity in the next election, because that is what matters to us. Tushajua uchaguzi unaibiwangwa, and it has now been confirmed. The other time imekuanga hiasi, ni watu wanasema, tumekuwa tukisema kura ya Raila ni kuibiwa, imeibiwa. Hatujaisikia mtu alikuwa kwa kisiagi anatuambia hiyo kura imeibiwa aje. Sasa huyu ni mtu used to be a number 2 few days ago, amekuja akatuambia kura ya Raila iliibiwa hivi from Rift Valley. Is that information enough for 2027? Stone PK.
Njiru, we got confirmed that kura zinaibiwa in Kenya by Maraga did it, na tukamaliza hiyo story. Maraga did it, na tukajua we still vote, period. There's nothing new Gachagua is bringing. What we need to do is that, because we know, and
thank you,
we know
Stoney.
that,
Thank you, Stoney.
Yeah, thank you, Eli. Because we know this, our biggest problem and our biggest challenge is to the principles now. These people who are being pushed to play like it's Kelpido by Gachagua. You know,
Saying
Gachagua
something
is,
they already know. Thank
yes.
you, Stoney.
You
So
guys are funny. Go to Stone PK story. Sorry, I have to interrupt. Stone PK.
No,
you're
it's
telling me
something we
about
already
Maraga.
know. It's not like we don't know it.
This
It's
is
not
a man
rocket
who
science.
never want to be
We know this
interrupted.
thing.
Sasa nakuja.
No, we know this thing.
Yeah, hey, also don't forget I'll give our sister Farah there.
Okay,
so.
ni sawa. Tutulie sasa, tutulie.
I know. It's a very quick point. You are talking about Maraga. Maraga alituonesha kwamba kura iliibiwa. What did Raila do? Raila dropped the ball. And it was
not only that, open the server.
Yes.
Kumbe hii server, we know why they didn't want to open the server. We know
yes.
that. On
So,
top of that,
it's
it's
we know
not wrong.
about it.
Gachagua is not wrong to say that they can let prisoners come and what? At least ime anasema kuja kupiga kura. The only thing is tribal. Yes, tribal part of it, that one I'm against it. But at the end of the day, this conman should resign. He never won election. He should resign because now it's confirmed from his whatever his running mate that they stole. So because of that, we should just like he's not a tell me I see the president when he never won. Martha Karua should be the president now. That's my opinion.
Stone, go ahead.
Yeah, let me land. So I was on the trail that yes, we know this has been happening through Maraga, through the server not being opened, and I don't really care about Raila not following it, because Raila was bribed and he later came to learn he's a thug like anybody. So aya alikula pesa akasema ikae, akauza mwananchi. All right, but now the biggest problem, which I'm calling a problem and challenge, is that the people we have hope in wamekuwa prefected by Gachagua. They are taking Gachagua as if he is their prefect, as if he is their commander. Yet they are supposed to focus on dismantling the IBC completely if we are to hold any election. Number two, they are supposed to go straight, because Roba, this guy can't resign. But we need to have pressure through dismantling IBC, pushing parliament to be dissolved. Hiyo ndio tunatakiwa tufanye kama campaign sasa. It's not about 2027. We have an illegitimate government. Sasa tunatakiwa tuwe na vuguvugu kila mahali kotini. I'm happy with what Omtata is doing, but we need to escalate that. Ikuwe ni vita kila mahali in terms of law, in terms of going to the court with all this evidence that Gachagua is giving. What are we doing with it? Thank you.
Can I say something, Stone, before you leave? Stone, I'll tell you the truth. This is just 2 weeks ago. I posed the same question about this. Let me tell you what the principals are saying. They are saying that IEBC is rejecting. Ni kama wametupa mkono juu. I'll tell you the truth. It's broke my heart, and that is a fact. That was direct from Martha Karua's mouth. They've said they're trying as much as possible to pressurize IEBC, but they're not playing game. So what Martha Karua is saying, it's up to us, Mwananchi. It is up to us, Mwananchi, to pressurize IEBC to do the right thing.
Can
So
I
I
answer
know
you?
that is what I want. Hata me, I was heartbroken. That is what I want.
Can I tell you?
Kwa hizo mkutano zao. Yeah, go on.
Can I comment so that people, others come in? Now, Mother Karua or anyone who feels dejected, who feels frustrated, should come to the people. Bring it to us. That is what Raila used to do. Bring it to us. Mother atoke. Akiambia Sifuna akatae ambie yeye atoke peke yake, aite mkutano, aseme this is what we gonna do. IBC is refusing. My brothers here are not, they are giving up. You people, wananchi wa Kenya, mnataka tujiuzuru. She should come out, tell her that. And we need a leader to come and tell us hawa watu wamekataa. Come and incite the people, take it back to us. We are the people, we are the power. Sasa akikaa huko chini ya marinda ya hao watu, let her come. Waache mambo ya kufuatana wakiongea vitu as make sense. She should come and tell us what she told you. Thank you.
I agree with you there. I absolutely agree with you. Because IBC is acting as the way it was before. That is why the unspoken things I had said before, I'll tell you the truth. Me, I'm with Gachagua there. Fight fire with fire. Tuache mchezo. Because this thing of taking the high ground, they take the low ground, fight fire with fire. If Gashagua's skill is to do what alifanya, do it.
No. In fact, you guys, I think we should get a report from the CEO of the DCI on this crime.
You trust any institute in Kenya? You trust
That's
any
what
institute in
if
Kenya?
that's the case, then we have to dismantle everything.
Who's going to
be
do that?
told, first of all, how did IBC allow this nonsense of stealing to go on? If they just say that the people are responsible in every polling station, they are. How do they allow all this nonsense to go on when they are supposed to be the referee? Yeah?
I just told you. The only way is to do fire with fire. That is the only way. I'm not saying it out loud, whatever. You guys know what I'm trying to say. It's fire with fire. Kasonga akifanya hivi, hata si tunafanya hivyo. We are more than him. We cannot allow this guy to take 2027. We can't afford to do the right thing. I'm sorry. The right thing. Raila has been trying to do that for I don't know how long. And each time he does that, we get the what do you call it? The Uhurus and Rutos of this world and Gashaguas.
No, Raila was a con man. Tuachane na yeye. Ametubeba ufala mingi. Tuachane na huyo mtu.
Tuliekea carpet hapo tukiwa kama wajinga. Martha was waiting to come out. Raila akaenda akajificha. You know, he hid himself. You know, Raila hid. Alijificha. Sasa Martha was like, I'm supposed to come with this gentleman because he's my boss. Najaribu kumpigia simu, he ignores it. Anaenda kukunywa pombe na Uhuru. What a joke. Absolute joke.
Keep. Ambia Martha awache uoga. Hii kupatia kadi. Muongea na yeye, mwambie tunasema. Mwambie hata Stone PK neighbor wake anasema atokee na hiyo marinda yake kwa wananchi, apige nduru. Hata kuitoa aitoe. Apige nduru aseme kwa Kenya we are con. Na we are being put in the slaughterhouse. Please, what do we do with IBC? Uhuru Park. We will give her the answer. Thank you.
Is it possible people can call for the auditing of 2022 election then? If that's the case, we want to see what happens.
We've done that. And that case has been closed. They audited it. When they say auditing, your case ilifungo. You can't audit something that has been closed by the highest court in the country.
So the highest court in the country of the so-called hot hair and chasing.
It's final.
Hebu niulize swali kidogo Bwana Roba, in terms of that.
Final, ngoja before you ask that question. It is
final. We have Faradi there. We have Faradi.
And then the worst thing is,
Raila,
Martha Karua. No, hold on. The worst thing is Martha Karua, Raila, and Kalonzo stated that because they say they are senior counsels. By them, I'm doing air quotes. They are senior counsels of the country, and they say we will respect the rule of law, but don't accept the findings. Meaning that hata audit wamekataa kufanya. That statement itself should tell you that if kama ni mwanaume, if you people of diaspora or any other mwananchi has the kahunas to do that, we're going to have to do it ourselves. That is the only way, Robert. This thing of waiting for those leaders to go do things, I am sorry, they will not do it. Oh, so you the highest, come on, man. You heard them say that the other day. We accept the ruling of the Supreme Court. We don't accept whatever. That is a fact.
But can we have our sister Farah also? Maybe hear some opinion from her. It can help too. This is part of the team.
Oh, I think now I'm audible to everyone. So, according to how all of you have been speaking, my question is I've been hearing some of you speaking, you're saying Martha. So do you think that Martha, from the United Opposition now, do you think that Martha might be the best candidate to be ndo atolewe na opposition to simama the president? Ama what do you guys mean? Because we can see Rigathi amekuwa na Ruto, and when he was with Ruto he didn't tell us what Ruto was doing when he was there, but venye ametoka nje ndiye anatuambia what Ruto has been doing. And ukiangalia sometimes I don't know, but maybe it might be something personal, it might not be political. Juu hata mimi sahi nikiwa na mtu alafu I'm his second in command anitupe nje, there is just some bitterness that will always speak in me. Yes, Rigathi is a truthful man, he always tell us the truth whenever we need, but where we have reached as Kenyans, according to venye tulikuwa tunaongea na kina Eli juzi hapa, hatuwezi kuwa Kenya to every time tuko na kichaka mpya lakini nyani ni wale wale. It's high time nyani waende sasa, because we might not be continuing to be having the same monkeys together in our new msitu zetu mpya. And also where we have reached as Kenyans, it had really started very well with the Gen Z movement. It could maybe be a good revolution. I don't know if you've ever looked at the French Revolution, the way King Louis and Marie Antoinette used to do to the people. The people just ganged up from the low class to the middle class, and then you see these lecturers, writers, because where we have reached as Kenyans, hadi our lecturers na civil servants, if you look at your pay slip and you see what you're being paid, if you see the taxing nini of Kenya now, it is not attractive. The ninio, it is not attractive. So where we have reached, I think itabidi penye tutafika kama wa Kenya tuache kutegemea our politicians, because we have seen it all. You saw what happened in was it in Bangladesh or Sri Lanka? Penye president aliendewa. So I think sometimes politicians they are taking us through meandering ways. We as Kenyans tunafaa tusimame and do that thing. That is my opinion.
So,
anyone who has a question? Yeah.
There's something I wanted to.
Can I answer a question? Okay, let me answer a question. So the question here.
There's a question he asked. That's how you moderate.
Yeah, I'm more to... Right. To my opinion, I think Martha Karua is among the people. She can be that candidate who like to compromise, who be the flag bearer. Martha Karua should be one of them. Be somebody who can be considered.
Why Martha, Robert? Because why Martha?
You know, I'm the one who I'm the one who looked in matter, and if I do that, then Robert will be able to pick it. If you guys are following the discussion.
No.
Why?
I just said she's among the principals. But at the end of the day, she's not my candidate. I can tell you point blank, she's not my candidate. My candidate is Sifuna, and I've been saying it for almost 3-4 months right now.
Yeah, but as for this discussion, that's where I want to bring in why, how Valerie is asking, how come now we were all talking about matter. Now, when Kip talked and said that Mother confided in him that it's like IBC is not playing game, and the other principals look to be like they have given up. If you remember that statement, she said that
I said
other
that.
seem like they have given up. Okay? And then, so I came in and said, wow, if Martha has said this, which is definitely true, because there is no IBC wants to have it different way. They want to be root of IBC. So Martha, now that she has that, she's in the right position to come to the power of the people and report to us. Okay? That does not, and I do not mean that she's the best candidate. I think now that she is the one who has confessed and observed that and has been able to say it openly, then she should come and say the same to the people. Ambie watu hii IBC hakuna mahali itaenda, na hao watu tuko nao pia wanaonekana ni waoga. Yeye akuja kama kiongozi wa kuja kustakia IBC kwa mwananchi, alafu sisi mwananchi tutadecide, because that is like now calling for a people, what Valerie has indicated, a people movement. When people know that this is what is happening, other than kubembelezwa, oh, IBC is being considered, watu wakija waambiwe na a leader. Hata hiyo Bangladesh, there is one leader who came and who started. Even if it was ule alimobilize universities, lecturers, students, there was a leader. There has to be somebody who has that word. Twendeni ama tusiende, twende. So Mother only needs to come out. Aseme, this is it, as it is. Na achukue hiyo nini, and hiyo katatamba. Thank you.
Yeah, let me add something about Mother Karua. Mother Karua has stood quite many seasons in Kenya, where she is accused and praised. I will not say in equal measures, but the reason why nimesema hivyo it is because of there is somebody who has brought the 207 issues, I think, which but I think Mother Karua explained that issue of why she supported Kibaki that way, because and she gave the reason like she was the chief agent of Kibaki that time, and as the chief agent of Kibaki, her responsibility was to make sure that her side has won and she had done what needed to be done. And for me, I think I recast all my accusation from her based on that, because you will always support ile pande wewe huko. So I don't think hapo kuna, if you was a chief agent of Kibaki and she did what she was doing her job at that time. So the job description was simple: make sure that kura ya Kibaki imepatikana wherever it is. So away from that, I think Mother Karua has just suffered because she happens to be in a country where male chauvinism. For me, I think what makes Mother Karua not... Mother Karua could have actually become a president of Kenya a long time ago if this male chauvinism is not extreme in Kenya, because you can see like wherever Mother Karua is on the point of wanting to become a leader, including even if in a small area like Kirinyaga, very many questions start getting asked. Anaenda huko Kirinyaga, she wants to be a governor, kura yake inapatikana, then within the system kura yake inaibiwa. I think if there is somebody who has suffered election stealing, more than any other person other than Raila Odinga ni Martha Karua. Sijui ama Stone PK unakumbuka pia Martha Karua kura yake iliibiwa na Waiguru. She had defeated Waiguru. Sijui kama unakumbuka hiyo Stone PK. Stone, are you there?
You expect me to forget those things in Jiro?
Unakumbuka huyo kama kura yake iliibiwa na Waiguru?
Una expect nisahau?
Yeah, simply because Martha Karua is in NARC Kenya that time, and then Waiguru is in Jubilee, the ruling party. That is 2017. Actually, she had won that election, and that is how actually Kirinyaga continued in the pursuit of getting wrong readers. You cannot imagine a county where Martha Karua comes from, anashindwa na mujinga kama Waiguru. Sometimes mi vitu zingine hata zinanikashirishanga sana. Away from that, there was something which I was trying to ask myself. The Supreme Court of Kenya walisema they pronounce the election the way they pronounce it. Then Gachagua amekuja akatuambia historia ya kura iliibiwa in Rift Valley. So ile swali najiuliza ni how comes the Supreme Court was not able to detect this? Ama tu ni vile walifikiria. Supreme Court wanajua kura iliibiwa Rift Valley, the way Gachagua is saying. Ama hiyo ni vitu they pretended at that time they did not happen. So Stone PK, I'm just trying to ask myself, how comes the Supreme Court of Kenya pretended that the election was not correct?
Stone, just 1 second. Bro, we already know everything. There was even more evidence than this one of Gachagua. We had proper evidence. Tulikuwa na evidence safi sana. Tulikuwa na lorries of evidence. Uliona hizo maroli. And even when it was the lawyers had actually argued our cases top notch. They did it so well. Wenye wako na macho, ati sasa ndio mnafungua. Acha mchezo bana. Ati now you're talking about Supreme Court. What Supreme Court? Those guys were paid $1 billion bana. Acha zako bana. Ati what question are you asking now?
I am asking evidence Gachagua. Okay, watu wamesema Gachagua is
gonna help.
Naona hata Gudia anasema Gudia, I'm not saying rigging during Kibaki time was okay, but I'm just saying that Martha Karua explained herself. Yes, rigging is a wrong story in Kenya. It has not been solved. So but ile swali nauliza ni hii mambo Gachagua anatuambia kura iliibiwa Rift Valley. How comes the Supreme Court did not isolate that? And I think that is something which was supposed to be visible. You want to tell me that your evidence here
they are part of the system. They are part of corruption. As simple as that. What else?
Then inatusaidia na nini? Na tulitengeneza ikuwa ina solve shida za uchaguzi. Actually, that is the
if that's the case, the Supreme Court. Okay, you should not even talk about the Supreme Court. You should even talk about the ESC and TCI. That's their job. Then they can bring and say this one here. But because they are part of the corruption, they are part of what's going on, and there's the darkness in the country, there's nothing which can be done. And this is a very good, end country where the institutions work. They will just come up, they will get evidence. Yeah, we were told there were some ghost schools up there. Nation did something there. Who made a forum? These are corrupt. Or they should go on dismantle them. They are not working.
Supreme Court. And you Stone PK interrupted you. Supreme Court. Jero unakwanga na swali zingine iko funny sana. Like, honestly speaking, Supreme Court, you want to go back to Martha Karua mwenye alituambia ati just as much as we know Gachagua is not going to say more than what he has said today.
Hot hair.
Munaambiwa wild goose chase. Wild goose chase. Wild goose chase is going to swallow those words back. Even with the threats she's having against her job right now, I'll tell you that she will never go against Ruto. Muombe tu asitolewe before 2027 tuwekewe wakati.
Kuna tunaenda Supreme Court. Kuna tumalizie huko ama hapa. Hakuna Supreme Court. Why should we go there? What?
But by the Martha Karua issue, let me tell you, that election was another one of the most fraud elections. Both sides stood. Let's just be frank. And as a prosecutor and as a defense lawyer, she had to defend her client. That is plain and simple. Do you know that Do you know that I'm not saying that it's the same thing? Do you know that in Mutu akiwa charged with you have to prove she had proved that Kibaki's vote was in, while the rest of us knew things, funny things were done.
Stop being dishonest, my friend. Stop.
No, there's no dishonesty there.
You can't just tell me some of us who waited, some of us who were there. Do you know? I had to sleep in a police station for 2 days because of what the conmanship they did.
Can I tell you who was supporting Raila at that point in time?
I was.
No. Who?
Of course, Ruto was a part of it.
There you go. There is your answer. Ruto, is it the first time alifanya hii makosa? He did that to Raila. He did that for Raila. Don't deny that. Munaonanga kama Raila is an angel. That election, no.
No, when
Ruto
you say we
is
see Raila
not a small fish. This
Raila won the 207 election, yeah?
There's another lie you guys are saying to yourselves. There's nothing like that. That election was fraud. It was fraud. It should have been done again. Raila's side and Kibaki's side, me at that point in time, I did not even like Raila. I'll tell you the truth. I did not like Kibaki. I'll tell you, from a person sitting from the sideline, that election was stolen from both sides.
But who won?
You know, sometimes that is the problem with us. We close our eyes. We don't see the truth. Because we support somebody so much.
Yeah,
we
like
close
the way
our
you have
eyes.
done it. Like the way you have done it, because you are supporting Mother Karua, trying to clean her up from the bad deeds she did. 207.
See, I've just told you what the reason why she did that.
I mean, to tell the truth, it took me a long time to accept her. It took me a long time. Just started accepting her because of the way some principles. I started kind of giving her a chance after she quit Kibaki government. Other than that, what she did was 207. Yeah. Imagine.
But you're refusing. You see the problem with you, Robert. You're refusing to take the point. You're refusing to take the point. Do you accept that election was fraud?
By the way, 207, that's where the country went wrong. If that 207, if we could have won that election, right
you're not listening.
President, Kenya could have been a different country.
Give me 1 minute.
Yes.
1 second. Robert, like any other Kenyan, that narrative of 207, you guys have been singing and singing. It's stale. Can you tell us what is it that Martha did single-handedly to warrant what it was? And then tell us what happened on Raila's side. Tell us. You have all the time to explain.
So you want to tell me to explain what Martha she did or
Exactly. Tell us what is it that she did that was not done by Raila's side. Tell us.
You know what she did? What if she says she stands for air na simamia haki? Kwa nini kusimamia haki that time 207? As simple as that.
She stood for her client. She was a lawyer.
She's a lawyer for what?
She's a lawyer like Omari, who stands for criminals.
So when it came to election, and you know the election was stolen, I decided for a lawyer election which every stupid single person knows even it was a stolen election. I will keep back winning that election 207.
Then you're telling me being a lawyer is useless. You're really telling me, Robert, listen to yourself. You're a senior person. If a lawyer did her job and proved the point, she did her job. She did her job.
Which lawyer?
She did the right thing. Me, hapo mintam defend hapo. Oh, she did a bad thing. No, alifanya nini ya Raila? What? This is just emotions, Robert. You're being emotional. She was hired by the Kibaki team to defend them. What did she do? She defended them.
She defended her own tribesmen.
Sasa wewe ndugu yangu Kipu unaumizwa kichwa. Sasa makosa wanalaumu Martha Karua alifanya hivyo. Na hapa tunafagilia Junet kwa broad based government. Sasa kati ya Junet na Martha Karua nani mbaya zaidi?
Lakini tulimsamia, by the way. Let's not be tulimsamia. I forgive her. Yeah.
You can't forgive something that is not wrong until you get the fact that.
Okay, keep. Was 207 election stolen, yes or no?
Then let me tell you, yeah, criminal lawyers in the US are doing something bad. You know what a criminal lawyer is? Then they should not exist.
I'm asking, where I mean, we never went to
No,
court
answer
before.
that question first. Should criminal lawyers exist?
Of course.
So why are you blaming Martha Karua for doing her job?
Because the problem is you are talking as if we went to court. If there was a court where they went to 207, what are you talking about?
So, okay.
We cannot just, if she was preventing somebody in court, that would be something else. But you guys, you are just bringing, I'm just talking. She was part of Kibaki team Kibaki. Yeah. And what she did was, for me, I'm just because it made me to sleep in a bus station for 2 days, my brother. That's why that one reminds me of my nightmare. People in Kondere, in Kisumu, okay, for 2 freaking days because of Team Kibaki stealing direction. I see. That's
But
what
do you
my
believe?
memory.
Do you still
But I
believe
forgive
that
her,
Ruto
though.
also? Okay. Do you still believe that Ruto also stole for Raila Amolo Odinga?
Of
Do you believe
course,
that?
all this time I've been just saying
There you
that.
go. So the conclusion is that election was fraud. The whole election.
Ruto,
if you think about it maturely.
Ruto has never won an election in terms of when he was vice president, or when he became
We're
president.
talking about that specific election that in Akuma. Do you believe that election was genuine on either side?
No, it was not genuine because the person who won never won. It was not shown yet. So
Even the person who lost never lost, meaning that the people who lost that election were Kenyans. Correct?
You can say what you want to say, but
No,
at the end of
you're not
the day,
getting it. But the thing we're just trying to say here, both sides stole something from Kenyans.
I don't know.
What did they steal? No, bro. Just because you sat down in the poll doesn't make it.
You know what?
You're
The
not
thing
listening.
is,
Listen to the point. Robert, listen to the point.
How many ODM members of parliament they won that time? All lived differently. Some part of
You're not listening, but that's a problem. I'm just telling you.
Or whatever. How did he won the election?
Nobody won that election, I'll tell you the truth.
And
From
we
now,
shouldn't bring Karanzo on this
me,
conversation because he also became a conman.
Sasa ndugu zangu
Robert,
yote haya yote ameletwa na kura zilizoibwa upande huo zilizotajwa na Gachagua, ndo tumevumbua haya yote ama ni vipi?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, let's not come here and pretend there's some other. It is not the first time we talk about Martha Karua, but we forgive her and we like our principles, and that's why I said before, if she becomes a candidate, that's fine with me because she kind of. But whatever happened in 207, someone brought 207, and I just said it brought my goons. It opened my goons because I remember like yesterday where I was 207. When such a thing happened. Yeah, so I don't want to talk about it. Let's move on. The thing is, let's talk about today's issue and moving forward 207. If he becomes a candidate with support her, it doesn't matter. But you guys, you are talking because you support us. You guys, you belong to a party. Me, I don't have a party, but I want to speak the truth. The truth remains that 2027, it has to be as Kasongo must go. As simple as that.
Lakini nasi tuichunge, mkubwa wangu Roba hapa, huku nako tunasukasuka nazi sana sisi. Huku kusukasuka nazi, shika hii, shika ile, shika pale, mwisho wa siku sio tukaishia kushika koroma. Mimi ni kuonya tu kwamba hapa maana tunasukasuka nazi hapa mno. Hapa ndipo pale sipo, hii sio hii nini, mwisho wa siku sije tukachagua koroma tu. Yani tu ni ushauri. Mimi nitaachia hapo nisikize.
The thing is, we have some new people within the team who can be candidates. And we support them. Martha Karua and Kalonzo out. That will be even better. It will be even better. There are some other people who just had nothing to do with 207. 207 election or before other elections. People are very clean. Yeah. So But me, you know who's my candidate is. You know that who's. I mean, I hope he will make it. If he doesn't, then I will support whoever's opposition as long as it's not Kasongo. As simple as that.
Kwa mwanasiasa yetu wa Kenya hakuna mswafi kama Pamba, hakuna.
Yeah. That is actually what I wanted to say. Like, if we just start to look
Hakuna
into all
mswafi
these
kabisa,
politicians who are
tusidanganyane
in
hapa.
government, all of them will go
Hakuna
home.
kabisa, kwa sababu tunaishia hapa kwa kusuka nazi hapa, na mwisho wa siku tunalipata koroma kama tulivyopata koroma 2022. Tunaenda kwa matendo ya mtu. Sawa, Kibaki kama aliibiwa na yule akaiba, ama huyu aliiba, fine, but mwisho wa siku taifa lilikuwa kubwa zaidi ya mambo ambayo aliyafanya Kibaki, ni makubwa hata kuliko ni hata sasa hivi. Huyu kiongozi mwenye yupo, kama angefanya yenye tija ya taifa, hatungekuwa tunalalamika kwamba ameiba, tungekuwa tunaangalia utaifa. So for that reason, hakuna haja hapa ya kusukasuka nazi huku na kule, kuanza kuvumbua yale, huyu alifanya hivi, yule alifanya vile, yule alifanya vile. Hakuna mswafi wanasiasa. Hata Edwin Sifuna, tuna mwisho wa siku tutakuja kugundua yeye pia ni mwanasiasa. Na pia naweza kuwapa mfano haya ambao uliweza kwa tu ulititiza siku moja hapa katika channel. Mimi wasisahau vitu vyangu. Mahali tulipomhitaji alafu hatukumuona kabisa, akaishia na akaenda kwa interview pia akashindwa hata na kujieleza. So hakuna mtu ambaye ni mswafi katika politics. Mimi hiyo ndio tu nitaka kuongezea hapa. Asante.
Can I say something?
Karibu Mwamba.
Yeah, okay. Habari zenu lakini. Sasa mimi nimesikia hiyo debate ya 2007 imeshika moto sana. But I can only say now, we need to blame ourselves when we start arguing. We should argue logically and also be genuine. We are all arguing in the direction of being tribal. And that is what we are saying that we fight. And I'm saying that because of only one thing. Because Raila did not get the presidency in 2007, you sympathize with him. But the fact is, after the post-mortem of that election, and there is the Krieger report, it very clearly said there was no way of knowing who the winner was on that election because of the massive rigging on both sides. So now that Raila did not take the goose home, you sympathize with him. Had he taken home the goose, then we would be saying Kibaki was rigged out. But none of them was the angel. So let us stop being tribal ourselves and argue.
Let me ask you a question.
Can you listen? We listen to you, my friend.
No, you just said our very strong communists just say we argue tribal. What do you
mean? Yes,
we
argue tribal. That because we take sides, even when you are not supposed to take sides.
Oh,
that is what
I'm not at war.
Because
I'm
somebody
not
did not take the president.
I'm not at war to say that I'm arguing for Raila. How does tribal come in?
It is coming in. Because you think that the one candidate should have been favored, yet both of them were the same devils. They rigged both of them. If there was any election that in Kenya that needed to be nullified, that was the one that should have been nullified.
I think from your analysis, you are the ones arguing like tribal.
Knowing who the winner was out of the mess that was. The mess that was, you would not have known who won the. In fact, even if you said you wanted to recount the votes, you would not have come out with the proper winner because rigging was so massive that time and it was so bad. And that is why it had so much passions. Both of I'm not supporting Kibaki, I'm not supporting Raila. But when we start arguing, oh, Raila won, no, we don't know who won. We will never know who won the 2007 election.
If we don't know who won the 2007 election, you are out of your minds, my friend. If you just say, we know who won the election, and I know who never won, was the guy who was pronounced a candidate. I know that for
how do you know if the people who did the report and there were independent people from other countries and they said they could not determine who the winner was? How do you know?
I don't know those people you are talking about. Even I don't know their report. Can you just leave me?
Stop arguing like a stupid person when you can't win an argument. Sometimes you have to follow logic and sense. And you don't have to abuse people.
The word stupid. What do you mean? You call me stupid? That's what you're saying?
Please take Mwamba is just talking about the commission of inquiry that was established in 2007, the Kriegler's Commission.
Yeah, my question is whether so when we argued, do I call you stupid? Did you call me stupid, bro? No,
Guys, stupid is not an insult. Tuache hiyo kinini, Roba achana na hiyo. I can argue stupidly. It doesn't mean mimi ni nongwe. You know what English means. Tusichukue tradition. Sometimes people can be stupid. I hear people saying, "Oh my God, I did this thing stupidly." Tuchukue wasomi. There's no insult there actually. It's only us Africans who tend to think stupidity is an insult.
What I mean, I didn't go that extent of just doing personal like him or to anybody here. I'm not done it, and I'll never do it. But when somebody just comes in,
I'm not being personal.
I mean that one. What?
No,
I'm not being personal, and I'm not. But the argument is very stupid, actually.
Let me land. Mwamba and Roba said he doesn't know about Kriegler, which means Roba, you missed some very critical issues that came after those elections. And yet you are in Kenya, you voted, you Milala Politi. It was the worst election that country ever had.
The worst.
Go.
Whether you can let me tell me what happened in 2007, I know who won. You would never convince my mind. That's what I was. But doesn't mean that I'm wrong or whatever.
You don't. You are wrong. 100%. You are wrong.
Wrong how?
They prove you wrong. Nobody won elections in 2007. It was mad with irregularity.
Jinga.
Upande wa Raila, upande wa Kibaki, we did childish, and that's why there was blood shed. Okay, it's the worst election that we would want to forget forever. Nobody won. We messed it. We messed it big time.
How many MPs were you not ODM at that time?
It didn't matter because they were also messed.
The
entire election was a shambles. No, it was shambolic. I was on the ground. Okay, it was shambolic. Even MPs were staffed. You know, those area you call stronghold, everybody was. You are announced if you are in ODM, automatic. If you are in, it was. Let's not even talk about that. It was garbage of an election.
And I think that's where we went wrong as a country. Tribal.
Totally, we are failure. We up to today, our country is a failed state.
And when Kibaki came in, he also made a way for his tribesmen to become a president. Which in fact turned to be a good president. For me, he turned to be a very good president, Uhuru Kenyatta. I want to be truthful.
So that's why we are saying let's learn from history and stop saying, "Oh, mother did, mother that." That's why before I was kicked out,
I said, Mother Karua, we cannot say. We were just saying some of the things which happened in 2007. We cannot forget about it and just say just like that. But she's forgiven. Mother Karua was with Raila Odinga the same ticket 2022, and that's the ticket he was supported. And we wanted we are the people, Stone PK, we were people behind pushing it to get the running mate and everything. Then why should somebody come here and say, Mwamba, that some of us, we are reasoning stupid? Sometimes you should not be one-sided. Say the truth and you'll be set free. Whatever I just said.
But you've refused, Roba, you've refused to accept that election was completely fraud for the people. The people who lost were not even the politicians. It is us Kenyans. We are stating that election should have been completely nullified. We start again. Neither Kibaki or Raila did the right thing. That's what I'm trying to say. Both of them were wrong. They stole from us. Wananchi sisi tuliibiwa. When I say that thing, our votes were not counted properly. Why did they? Ile uchungu nafaa kuwa nayo Roba ni kwamba ulikaa kwa station ukicount kura enye ikuwa ya haki. You're going to tell me that, oh, we had so many ODM people winning. How do we know it was true? That's another thing we need to confirm. Is it true that those ODM people actually won? The actual fact is that election was completely fraud from both sides. You have to look at it objectively. Don't be emotional about what you went through. What you went through, nasema pole sana, but I'm just telling you, pole kwa waste time yako. Those two people conned you. Mwai Kibaki and Raila conned you. I'm trying to tell you. The person who was sitting next to Raila was Ruto. Ruto is the king of stealing, man. You cannot tell me Ruto was not, did not put a lot of fake ODM leaders into parliament. Bro, reality, bana. Your issue is still with Martha Karua, na nakwambia kwamba the people who lost that election were Kenyans. It was stolen from us. Legitimately. Because if that election was done properly from 202, if that election was done from Alafu, that thing continues on to date, would have had good presidencies.
So my question is,
it was stolen from us as Kenyans.
For us to have a candidate, what do you think we should be our candidate for 2027? I've been bringing here, nobody wants to talk about it.
Roba, let me answer you in a very simple. No, wait. Wait, then you will come. Roba, your question is very, very genuine. But before you even come to say who you want to be the candidate, there has to be a way to get to that candidate. And some of the way to get to that candidate is by addressing the critical issue emanating from the culture of rigging elections. Okay? Because you can have, let's have your candidate, Sivuna. Will he win with the IBC on the ground?
Yeah, he will win in a landslide.
Let me come in, sorry again. Roba, I'm sorry if I became too strong. But let me say, your question is very valid, but I would only say that the best candidate is the person who will represent himself and will be elected by Kenyans, because there's no other way of electing our president. So those people who will present themselves for election, and we genuinely do an election which is fairly counted, fairly observed, credible election, that person wins. Even if it is Ruto, he'll be the president. And that is a fact. All what we ask for is at least fair, something that is not stolen. We know right now Ruto is not electable. So if he gets back there, that's when we shall complain. But as asking who is going to be our candidate, there are so many people, and if they present themselves. In fact, sometimes I say the more the better. But we know the difficulties of having many of them.
Yes, Stone BK. You had from Stone BK kind of like, will your candidate win? You see, it's already like he's Stephen doesn't stand a chance. He doesn't have a chance from Stone BK. So, but I think this, for me, to my opinion,
no.
It's the best candidate and one with a landslide.
Rob, I say, with the current IB, do you expect someone to win with the current route of IBC? Simple.
Of course, Stone BK, remember what I said before. We are going to election, and we know that if we know where this guy is not across election, then we are to sound and so win. We are not on the Supreme Court. We force. It's force. This time we are not on court. It's force. The will of the people. As simple as that.
Tell us how.
If it means standing Kenya now to tell us how, or going to like the military takes over, I don't see that point.
Mbona kuna ukelele huo mwingine wa ajabu? Naomba mimi pia niongezee kitu kidogo hapo kwa best candidate.
Okay.
Kwa best candidate. Niongezee kwa ndugu yangu Mwamba, mkubwa wangu hapa, Mwamba, kwamba best candidate wangu mimi ni yule ambaye kwanza atasimama na mimi pindi aswa sauti yangu pale debeni itapelekwa kusiko, kisha asimame bila kurudi nyuma kudimandi haki yangu aswa nitakayo, haswa ile sauti ambayo nitaiweka pale debeni. Kisha baada ya hapo amedimandi nimepata ushindi wangu, kwa sababu hawajakubali kabisa kirahisi rahisi, kwa sababu nchi ni kubwa kuliko individual, ama wacha tukubali tusonge mbele, kisha alafu baadaye sasa, jambo la kwanza namtegemea kwanza ni kuregesha kwa katiba, na kama ni kuregesha kwa katiba, basi kwanza nifungie hawa mafisadi. Mimi nitaachia hapo bwana, na sifa tele ambazo naweza ziacha kwa candidate, lakini hayo mawili kwanza. Candidate wangu yule ambaye hataregeza kabisa msimamo kwamba ati tusengwe mbele, maana nchi ni kubwa kuliko individual. Atahakikisha kwamba sauti yangu pale debeni kaipigania mwanzo mwisho, hata litokee la kutokea, kisha kitoka hapo niregeshe kwenye sheria, na kama ni sheria na katiba, kwanza nifungie hawa mafisadi. Huyo ndo best candidate wangu. Asante.
Now you are talking.
Was it Mwamba or Stone PK who talked about IEBC, Ruto winning with the current IEBC? Because I'd also like to ask you a question, or maybe make a comment on the same.
What is your question?
Stone PK.
Are you the one who was asking that can Ruto lose with the current IEBC?
It was not me.
Yes, it's me who says, can Sifuna win with the current IBC? I was trying to ask Robert.
I don't know.
Okay, the current IEBC, as we have seen, venye imekuwa inajiconduct tangu au ninio commissioners wachaguliwe, and the way things have been going, we are seeing they are coming up with some few to policies and whatever, yenye inaonyesha washaekwa kwa mfuko na Ruto, yes. But now, you know what, Stone PK, even if Sifuna doesn't win, because maybe you're thinking the other opponent, do you think Ruto can win? Just give me an answer to that so that I say what I want to say.
He can't win, he will read.
Sorry?
Because he will not win. He will read, he will steal elections because he still has Kamago and everything else, every system.
Perfect. So this time round, Stone, things are not vitu haziyuko tu as usual. Even if he wins, see like the other times when Raila were the ones going to continue kudio. This time it will be Ruto versus the wananchi, and we are the majority. You won't like it.
Thank you.
What wataenda kumtoa state house?
What will the majority? Never. Valerie, don't buy that. Utamtoa state house aje?
You know what Stone PK? You know what Stone PK? Once the people revolt against the president, there is no going back.
Yeah,
and liberation doesn't require fear.
Yeah, Farad, I can support your point. Remember what they contradict themselves a couple of days ago. They said about Imamboya, those who registered, because people went there, people were just very active. They realized people are revolting against them. They ran very quickly and said, "No, we never said that." And in fact, even this morning, I saw some of the things. I saw someone on KTN being interviewed from Mombasa, one of the young people there in the IBC. Just saying some of the things. There are some things they are doing, but at the same time, I think they have been scared by people right now, by the Wananchi, and they let them. That we are on to tell them. The problem is Ruto is going to have his tribesmen to be right now. He has interiors, the tribesmen. He's going to have his tribesmen to be maybe the chief of the police. From what I said, then there's a somebody who's supposed to be the president, somebody like in the Supreme Court. We know where he's headed to, but is that one going to help him? I don't think so. If we genuinely believe the candidate won against Ruto, he's not going to stay in power. We go for him, and it's time for him to die. That time, he's going to kill the Kenyans until it's not going to be like the issue. And they know that. This one, they know it. If it means now the military taking over, let them take over. Because what else? Another 5 years of this conman? Hell no.
Stone PK.
Kwani
So just
kwani shida ni nini haswa ya uchaguzi? Kwa sababu mpiga kura hapa anafanya jukumu lake la kimsingi. Sasa kikwazo hapa ni nini haswa? Ndio tunaishi hapa ambapo tunazungumza kwamba uhalisia ama uhakiki wa kura si sawa. Shida ni nini haswa
Shida ni
inayotupeleka ni
kuhesabu kura, kuhesabu.
So na kama ni kuhesabu ni kwamba shida ni IBC, si ndio?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's what we are saying.
Lakini je, ndio shida pekee ambao Wakenya lazima tuangalie, kwa sababu hiyo ndio inatu affect. Vipi hii swala la mahakama nalo?
Mahakama,
Mbona mimi naona kwamba shida mbili ambazo zinatukodolea macho hasa zinazotunyima pale debeni ni hizi shida mbili, kwa sababu utapigwa mshindo kwa IBC kisha unasubiriwa katika msitu ambao utajificha pekee ni kwa mahakama, then sasa hapo ndipo kuna kizaazaa. So mbona hawa tusiangalie hapa zaidi kwenye hawa watu wawili, tutatatua vipi haswa, na hata yule kiongozi ambaye tutamuamini haswa kumkabidhi kijiti kile, je, atakuwa wa kukubali ili tusonge mbele? Kwa sababu hilo nalo limetupiga. Tumeshuhudia kama tumesahau picha ya Uganda wakati ule, alafu na Mambasani, kisha tukaishia haswa kwa AU seat. Kwa hiyo hapa lazima tuzungumze yale maneno ambayo yanatugusa, japo hatutaki, lakini tuyaguse, kwa sababu shida ni IBC na mahakama.
Msimamo.
Alafu na saa mwenye kuingia kwenye uchaguzi kukubali kirahisi tu uchaguzi wake kuibwa. Asante.
Yeah, msimamo. If you have this Melanie, if you have him as a candidate and if that one happens, it's no, he will never make a for up Kalonzo. That's it. He will not make a for up. I would rather have Martha Karua, Sifuna, even Matiang'i. Those ones, they will just say, you know what, we go for it. But Kalonzo, no. No, that's my opinion, though. It's my opinion. Kalonzo, I don't trust him on that. He's very soft.
Oh, so the problem with the Kalonzo is just because he's soft, nothing much.
He's very soft, not even soft. He's very, very soft. Right now, the reason why I'll give you let me give you what I mean. What I mean is this way: when we pushed Kalonzo, when Raila joined Ruto, some of us we pushed him. We just said he should just be like, hey, take that chance, demonstrations, say some of these things here, disagree, take over. He never did. He never did. Yeah, he never did. He's very soft. So maybe it's me, but I would rather have someone like the Matiang'i, the Martha Karua, right now, I think above all of them, it is Sifuna, because he just says, you know what? I'm on to end corruption. And he says very, very well the president is corrupt, the Coleman president. Some of them, they say, I never say that, some of them, they don't even say direct. Kalonzo is just up to recently when he has started even attacking Ruto, direct. Attacking Mutukana, he just he's very soft. He's very soft. 2027, if you take somebody like him,
Robert, that one I will agree with you because we are all entitled to our choices. I wouldn't go for Kalonzo myself for my own reasons, but I don't want to say it here. But that is democracy. You have a choice of your candidate. Our problem in Kenya today is IBC and Mahakama, like Msimamo has said. If we can have a credible election, let's agree, democracy, ile tunasema tunafuata, it's about numbers. So if you got the greatest number and it is you who got it in the right way, then you be the president. My candidate is, I think I tend to follow now completely. My candidate, if I was to say here, I think I would want to take Sifuna because at least he's the newest in the field. And of course, he's not tainted or we don't know his issues. He looks
just
clean,
made my
young, and
day. You
that
just
one
made
I've
my
gone
day.
eh?
You just
Sorry?
made my day, brother.
Sijui kama ako na skeleton huko nyuma, sijui, lakini he's the newest of them all. He is young, he looks dynamic, he is eloquent, he's presentable. This is a guy who is a lawyer, amesoma. I agree with him, and whatever he talks about, he doesn't have a lot of bad rhetoric. Kwa sababu the issue of kushinda tukisema huku Kasongo must go one time, that has stopped making sense to me at all. Let's have somebody who, if I come in there, mmeimba mtaingia ndani. That's what I want to hear. Kwa sababu uliiba hii, ulikaa hivi, mimi sasa niwe ninafuata. That is the kind of person I want today for Kenya. Then we need to have IBC that will count. When I put my vote, niwekelee Kalonzo, ihesabiwe ikiwa ya Kalonzo, sio ya mwingine, na kusiongezewe ingine ile haikuwa imewekwa na Mkenya. That's all what matters. Haya, kukikuwa na dispute ipelekwe kwa koti, sitaki kusikia watu wanasema that is hot air na hatujaweka evidence yetu yote pale. We want people who are fair. And that's all what we need. Tukishindwa tunakubali, wakishinda wengine tunakubali. But it has to be fair with what is the laid down procedure, the constitution and everything. But you see in Kenya, it never happens like that. In fact, the loser wins more. Yeah.
I agree with you.
Kaka Mwamba, nitakuongezea hapo kwako, utaruhusu mkubwa wangu nikuongezea hapo kwako, haswa kwamba yani wewe umeona kwamba hao watoto wawili hao wanagombania ndazi ulilonunua, lakini pale kando kuna mtoto wa jirani amenyamaza kimya. Kwa hivyo unaona wewe cha msingi ni kuwanyima ilia ndazi hao wanaopigana kwa ajili ya ilia ndazi, kisha ulichukua umpe yule aliyokando pale aswa enjoy. Sio kama umenielewa vizuri hapo, maana nimeelewa katika fumbo.
Mama, sasa mtoto wa jirani ni nani sasa?
Mpaka napotea hapo, sikuelewa.
Mama, mtoto wa jirani sasa ni nani?
Ni Sifuna, kwa sababu kuna hii kauli ambayo inazagaa kwamba huo nye kabila ndogo ndogo, huu ni wakati wenu wa kuwa kwa serikali. Mimi huwa sichukuli vitu tu vikizungumzwa ati ni hadithi za ajabu. Kwamba huo shida ya Kenya ni hawa wamekuwa hapa kwa mamlaka. Leo nikaguswa mtima kwa kauli hii tu kwamba kilio cha Gachagua si kilio chetu sisi, na hii kitu imeleta mashiko kwa wengi ambao nataka kutuipangue hapa kwamba kilio cha Gachagua ni kwa sababu kanyima biashara na kanyima power. Kwa hiyo hawa na kilio chao tofauti. So ndio maana nikaja na huu msemo sasa mimi kama msimamo kwamba kwa hiyo kinachogombaniwa ni hili ya ndazi ambalo sisi wananchi tumeweza kununua, sio? Kwa hiyo huyu anagombana na hilo na yule naye anagombania hiyo na ndazi. Kwa hiyo ni sawa basi tuwanyime hawa ili tumalize huu tata. Huyu akose ile ndazi na huyu akose ile ndazi. Kwa hiyo na maana tukimpa Sifuna, nani atazungumza kwamba jamii hii ilikuwa hapa muda mrefu ikafanya hivi, au hawa walifanya hivi na wale walifanya vile? Ndio maana aliweka katika hiyo hali kwamba Mwamba, ina maana sasa hivi umeamua kama mimi msimamo kwamba ili andazi ili hawa watoto wetu hawa tuwanyime, haswa wanaogombana na kupigana juu la ile andazi, wacha tumpe mtoto wa jirani hapa kando tuone itakuwaje. Mimi nitaachia pale ndugu zangu, asante.
Yeah, that's a long way of explaining it, kwa sababu wenyewe hiyo ni kali msimamo. But what do I say here? What I don't like is when we start saying kabila ndogo, kabila kubwa, kabila walio wengi wazuri watakuwa kwa walio wengi wabaya. So the issue of saying lazima atoke kabila ndogo na kabila hii ama kabila hii isha tawala, hatuitaki tena. What if our angel belongs there? That one I have difficult in accepting.
Na ndio hapo nimemuuliza mimi mwenyewe kwa kauli yangu kama msimamo. I wish I could record that thing. Nimemuuliza nikamuuliza swali hili, ukituambia hii hali wewe aswa kwamba hawa wanagombania biashara na power, lakini wao ndio wameharibu tangia awali. Sasa turudi katika hao wengine ambao unasema sisi kabla ndogo tujiunge hapa kwao, wao pia wamekuwa kwa power for 24 years. Nikauliza maswali yale ambayo alikuwa anafanyika katika huo uongozi. kaka, nimetimuliwa katika mkutano ambao jamaa amekuja hapa na tutega nini, mimi nikatoka, nikaona hapa nisije nikatiwa makonzi, wacha nitoke, maana nitakuwa mbishani. Na ndio maana nasema hawa wawili sasa wanagombania, huyu anasingizia mwenzake ulikuwa hapo kafanya hivi, na huyu hii. Hawa tuwanyime ili andazi, tumpe huyu mwingine aswa aliokando ambaye ataja kuwa hapo. Je, hatuoni kwamba tutakuwa tumefanya suluhu? Sio kama nimeeleweka hapo.
Mwenye kuelewa atueleze sasa. Sasa mimi napotea na
Habari zenu, can I say something?
Somebody summarize.
Kama Kiswahili kinawakanganya, wacha vile
mko huko mnanisikia?
What Roba is saying,
anybody hearing me?
Is that Julia, tunakusikia. I'm just trying to clarify so that Mwamba can ninio what msimamo has been saying, and then I welcome you to. So Mwamba nanio anasema, mtu wa msimamo anasema, let me talk in English, maybe you'll understand. Like, if you let me go direct to the point. The united opposition is making noise, the government is making noise of what they want, the other party is making noise, but now there is this small guy here Sifuna, he's not making noise. Ndiye anamfananisha ni kama ndo mtoto wa jirani yako hapo. Sijui if you can understand now.
To that extent I get.
They are all making noise.
Or you want me to respond?
Go on.
Yeah.
Okay, Julia, go on.
Okay. Sawa, nashukuru. So I get Msimamo's point. Personally, if I'm asked, my fairest combination would be Mother Karua Sifuna. Sifuna is running mate, not Sifuna as president. I don't think Sifuna has reached the level of presidency, according to me. Now nakama akombali. I think presidency, we need some level of maturity and something, according to me. And I'm not saying Sifuna is immature, lakini naona kama bado ako nafasi ya kukomaa. He needs some level of growth politically, personally, and all that. So if you're going for the best and the very best, that a reformist government, reformers, a government of reformers and transformation, that the best combination for me is Mother Karua Sifuna. Sifuna being the running mate, not the president. Somebody say they don't want Kalonzo. Kalonzo does not ride on the, according to me, on the platform of transformation. He rides on the transform of large numbers of votes. You know, at this point, we're also looking at the numbers of votes that we're likely to attract. So he rides on the platform of numbers of votes. So that one, let us give it to him, that Kalonzo rides on that. Now, and let us not forget that we are trying to beat Ruto. So we have that in mind too. Now, we cannot throw away people like Gachagua out. We may not like him for presidency or not, but you like it, you don't like it. Gachagua is a kingmaker. And I recently saw Gachagua and Uhuru together. Those are the kingmakers right now. Anybody wants to become king must be in the right books of Gachagua and retired President Uhuru, according to me. Now, I see Matiang. Fred Matiang writes on the platform of transformation and reforms. So Fred Matiang should be one of the critical part. If you don't want a Kalonzo, a Mother Karua, Sifuna ticket, you can try a Fred Matiang Sifuna ticket. That's another transformational government that you may have. But then again, we are going back saying we are looking for people who will defeat Ruto. Now, defeating Ruto is not the issue of Matiang, Kalonzo, or Sifuna of Mother Karua. Defeating Ruto, one key factor, according to me, is the kind of election we are going to have. I take you back to your earlier argument, whether we are going to have a free and fair election, which right now is next to impossible, according to me, unless we have really reform agenda in IBC. Nimesikia wamesema ati kama ulipiga kura sijui before which year, that you are not in the register right now. Those are wameanza, they have just started. And don't forget, they're also going to have some polling stations that they will create some polling stations that don't exist. Ruto is planning to do so. Now, somebody said that kama Nibaya, the army should take over, and General Kahareri Murangeri, is it Murangeri or what is his name? Kahareri is retiring next year. And don't forget, he has not helped us. He's retiring. Nayura Mkale is the one being sworn in as the CDF. So we are in deep SHIT. army or no army, when you're just idea tuko pahali mbaya sana. So we must just, I'm not trying to discourage people, I'm just trying to be realistic. We must just try and do, we need a revolution. That's what we need right now. Sijui tuanzie
Fire with
wapi.
fire.
Now
I don't know
kusema
why people are
tutaangalia
not
kura
saying.
zetu, kuangalia si ya kutosha, kuangalia it means going overboard.
Fire with
It's not
fire.
playing dirty like Ruto will do.
We have to play
Julius.
dirty. We
Yes.
have to play dirty. We have to play dirty. That's a fact. We have to play dirty. I'm just telling you now. We have to play dirty.
Yes, I think I can chime in.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to speak on three things. And number one is the issue of IBC. And for sure, there we have no hope. But if that is to go, something to go by, what Mother Karua told some people in confidence, then there's this issue that Jim Orengo has been saying every now and then about that with that IBC, there's not going to be any fairness. And his stand is that we must think about another way of taking power if there will be no reforms of that IBC. That's one angle. Because for sure, the way Ruto is composed, we may think he's panicking, but he's a very shrewd politician. There's something that is cooking. The other thing I want to speak to is that all instruments of power are being aligned to work for William Samoei Ruto, from the police to the KDF. You can see those the way he arranged the ranks. All the deputies, tribesmen. So they'll be taking over the incoming Inspector General is a tribesman. He's pushing people towards the Supreme Court. You can see Akina Njoki Ndong'o are being promoted in courts to outside the country. The other guy died, so he's promoting his people towards the Supreme Court. There's no hope there. IBC is his refuge still. So here, for me, I'm saying we need a very radical person for that seat. We don't want a yes man. We don't want a man of the nation is bigger than kaende. If ukituibia ni kaende hadi mwisho. This guy is crying on the premise that the other presidents have gotten their terms, 2 terms at least. Is arguing on that premise. Yet that is not a constitutional right. It is 2 terms is the maximum that is set. It's not that it's cast on stone. So the guy is trying to bulldoze his way. Another issue is that Kalonzo, of course, is not an ideal candidate. There is a soft person. Is a person who the track record, 40 years, there's no very strong track record over there. So I don't think we need a diplomat at this time. We need a very strong person. Another reason I don't want Kalonzo, because if he'll be there, he'll be a puppet to these other guys. Hao wengine watakuwa na push over to make decisions. He's not a person who can just be strong, principled to make decision on that top seat. I need a person, for instance, the 3 people, Karua, Sifuna, and Matiang'i, are people who can argue out their stance and think independently, even if the kingmakers would want to sway them to do something which is not for the for the good. They will stand. They will have their stand. So we don't want a situation where the kingmaker is trying to sway you for their personal interests as well. We know that Gachagua, of course, and Kenyatta are there to help us get this thing, but still we don't want so much influence for them, because also them, they have a history which is not that shiny. So we just want them to help, but not to influence power that as much. So for me, the three, just as the lady has said, the three guys have a chance if we will not be too tribal this time around. So that's my take for that.
Mimi leo nitakuwa na haraka ya goti. Kwanza nimpongeze ukaka kwa kupaona pale nilipopaona, ila nitaongezea kwa hapa kama msimamo leo. Unajua, kilicho sifa kipewe sifa. Zimu ulijualo halikuli likakumaliza, lakini vile vile haswa jini ulijualo unalijua mbuyu wake, unajua ni chano gani cha kulipelekea. Hilo jambo limetucheleweshea haswa uhakiki na usawa haswa katika sauti ya mpiga kura pale debeni, kwa maana ukishakuwa katika ushindani lazima uangalie ule unashindana naye. Bakda akikusoma kwamba huyu bwana hata nikimuibia kwa maneno mawili tu nikipeleka chano kidogo na kubali, basi unajua unamvuta nguvu hata yule ambaye ni shabiki. Na tumekuwa katika hiyo hali. This time around tukitaka kufaulu vizuri tusipate katika hivyo viatu. Hatuhitaji mtu wa dialogue hapa juu. Tunahitaji mtu ambaye atakuwa hakika ni kaende. Yaani hata jaribu hata kubali kabisa. Lazima aswa sauti ya mpiga kura itambulike pale debeni. So katika hali hii ndio hawa watoto wa jirani, maana ni wengi. Mimi nimesema mtoto wa jirani lakini wako wengi. Tuna Sifuna ni mtoto wa jirani, tuna Matiang'i ni mtoto wa jirani, lakini vile vile tuna mzee wetu hapa Maraga pia ni mtoto wa jirani. Ili kumalizana na huu tata kwamba huyu kaka hapa kwa muda, huyu kaka hapa kwa siku ngapi, huyu sijui nini, kumalizana na huu tata tulete fresh leadership. Hili andazi hili, kwani hawa watatu hawa ama wanne hawatoshi kupewa hili andazi? Mimi nitaachia hapo tu leo.
Naona tuko na Joseph na Mary wameingia studio. Hi Joseph. You can just
Hello,
confirm.
Varadi.
Leo umechelewa.
Najua nimestuka kuona kuna Jose Kamago hapa. Nikashindwa
You've
kwani
missed
alifika
a lot.
Kenya.
You've missed a lot.
Nimeona Jose Kamago hapa nikastuka. Kanipatia nightmare. But nimekuta kuna rafiki hapa Mwamba, long time sijamuona, sijui yako aje.
Jose Kamago anawapea siri za 2022.
Hiyo jina hapana brother, itabidi ubadilishe. Hiyo jina inatupatia nightmares hapa. Alafu nimeona kuna Mary na kuna msimamo na Stone PK na wasalimu wote pamoja na Njiru. Najua kule tunapatanaga kule kwa mitandao tukisaidiana kupromosha kamutu, and I also want to greet good year kule chini. So Varari, truly sijui kile mmekuwa mkiongea, siwezi kujua, nimerukiria maneno. I'm just following through. Nilikuwa tunataka kusalimiana kwanza, as tutaendelea tu.
Tulikuwa tunauliza kama umeona interview ya leo ya rally ya leo ya Rigathi akielezea how votes were stolen. So we've been talking about there's been a heated discussion here over people ended up taking it back to the 2007 elections, how votes were stolen, and also 2022. Because Gachagua today has explained how these votes are being stolen. And Kip here told us that when Kasongo wants to steal, hata angalia huko kwa strongholds ati kama Mount Kenya, no, ata create invisible police stations kule kwao, maybe hizo side za huko Rift Valley or somewhere. Yeah, so it's been all about talking about how elections are stolen and yeah.
Sorry, I
And
can
we
weigh in
also
something here.
talked about the IBC ya sahi. Yeah.
I think I can weigh in something. Let me just say, we cannot compare the 2007 election with the election that is coming in 2027 because of one thing. It has been stated categorically, and it has been proven categorically that from 2012, that you cannot win an election without a coalition. You cannot win an election on your own. And I think the only thing that started to get, after 2012, the only thing that started to generate itself is that perception is everything in an election. And this perception that you're putting up there, you try to, why do you think that Ruto and the side of Raila at the time they were heading for the 2022 elections were trying to pull crowds? Crowds are supposed to show the perception that you're gaining on the ground, and it is always a recipe for.
Please stop it.
Yes, Early.
You need to just speak without fear. Just say what has been happening in Kenya in since 2007 and even before that.
I think you're not hearing to what I'm saying, Eli. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Bro, let me interrupt you very peacefully. Among the political elites, the people who drive this economy and the people who rubbish our so-called democracy are the certain political elites. It's not the ordinary monarch, it's the certain political elites of two communities. I don't have to mention them, have been running the country since 1963 with the belief that this is their country and they must manage it whichever way they want, and the spoils is theirs, economically it is theirs, and that other Kenyans from other communities do not matter. So the issue of elections does not matter. If these political elites from the two communities have crafted out what they want, and they're often supported by foreign countries because the foreign interests, the international interests affect the Kenyan elections to the point where the elections don't really matter. When the US ambassador, the woman who left about a few years ago, she said, SG said something about like, SG, the ship has sailed, the train has left or something like that. So we know that our system is entrenched in amongst the political elites. I wanted to say it is tribal, but if I say that, there are people in this panel who will want to kill me because this is all they can do. Because if I say at these two communities, they will start fighting me for no reason, which they actually know that is the truth. For someone like Gachagua, ngoja tu niseme yangu. For someone like Gachagua, for someone like Gachagua to say what he should have said, 3-4 years ago, and he's telling us now, so that we believe as if it is something new. I just look at, I listen to people here and I'm laughing because this is something Gachagua should have said years ago. There's nothing here that he's telling us that we don't know. This is why I talked to my brother earlier on, and he got a bit upset. I wanted to state that there is nothing new that Gachagua has told us today. Nothing. Uhuru was to the point of saying, sorry guys, I did this. I was part of this. But he said it in a sneaky way. You remember, during the campaigns. So what Gachagua has done is actually something a bit different. Actually, I respect this man because he is not afraid to say what has been happening. People can call him bitter, we can call him everything and anything, okay? But what he is saying is what people are afraid to say. But it's not that it is something new. We know it. So if we have to, sorry, bro, sorry for interrupting you. What my mission statement here was that we have a certain political class, but it's a dying class. That class, that political class, is not going to be there forever. And that's the class that's corrupting our political system. And to the extent where, when I heard people there saying yesterday, you know, I was pretty shocked, you know, so many comments here and speeches by our members here that the Gen Z or the so-called the so-called Gen Z or the youth generation have nothing to offer. That they have nothing to offer. Yesterday, this was the anthem here, that the youth generation have nothing to offer. I was pretty shocked. That is, what are we saying? What is our interest here? If we're saying that the youth generation have nothing to offer, what are we saying? Are we saying that we continue with these dandaheads who are the political elites who have been disenfranchising Kenyans for all these years? Seriously. So I think that we need to be a little bit more open and more direct about our conversation. I think right now we're being very tactical. We are afraid of offending each other. I think we should just be a little bit more open and go with it. Thank you.
Yes, can I say something?
You know, Varari, you're supposed to
Kuna
moderate
mama
the show.
Nyakairo hapa amekuja muda mrefu, tumpe
Kwanza
nafasi.
nyamaza msimamo kwanza nyamaza.
Mama
Varari, you're
Nyakairo
supposed to
jamani hapa.
moderate this show. I was talking, I
Yeah.
was cut rudely, and I did not give him the chance to speak. He was supposed to ask me politely or ask you politely. This is a show. Isi watu wakuja warukanirie. I was not here if they were arguing with whatever they were arguing with. I was, even the things that I was answering, he has not answered anything. He cut in rudely and I continued talking. What I was saying, he does not know even what I wanted to say.
Please just
He
make
does
your
not know
submission.
nothing of what I wanted to say. Huh?
Sorry for
I was
that.
talking about my own opinions. I've just come here right now. I wanted to give my own opinions. You asked me a question. You asked me why is the elections the way they are and why they are stolen. I wanted to answer you very simply. He came and gave us a hula baloo of tribes. Me, I'm not in about tribes. Election is voted by everybody in the country.
You see, here we go.
It's only
I
two
talked
tribes
you
who
the wrong
vote
way.
in Kenya. Do you want to treat us like we are babies here?
It's
You want to mean it is
calm
only you,
down,
Omondi, and me,
guys.
Kariuki, we vote in the election? We only mean only two communities vote in these elections? Then if you want to say the communities which have been in politics, Kalenjin have been in politics, bro. They have been in politics. Huh? You came and cut me rudely. I was trying to answer what
Don't
I
be
have been
offended.
asked.
Just
No, I'm offended because you came and cut me rudely. You're supposed to wait. I give my views, I give time for you.
Let
That's why I
Joseph
kept
continue.
quiet and I never interfered in whatever you are saying. Because that is your opinion, not my opinion. That is your opinion, your opinion yako. The mine is very simple. Hata umenifanya nipoteze Varari. It's okay. Nimepoteza opinion zako.
Yes, Joseph. I didn't get you clearly.
Let them go ahead, Varari. I even forget the I lost the thought because I had the thought at that time. I lost it.
Huyu mtu amekasirika kwa sababu kitu nimesema, you know, people interrupt in conversations. It's a normal thing. But kitu nimesema hapo ni kwamba tujaribu kuwa a little bit more honest with ourselves. Hii shida tuko nayo ni kwa sababu hatutaki kusema ukweli ile ambayo Gachagua amejaribu. By the way, hii kitu amesema, not many people have done that. But we should not be surprised that he has done that. Sema.
Just let him finish what he wanted to talk and then, yeah, because like what Joseph felt is like, ulimu interrupt.
Kwani sasa ako na hasira ya nini na yeye pia huwa ana interrupt watu hapa kila siku wewe?
My friend, I've never interrupted anybody. If you have been in this show, you know. I always keep quiet and give somebody the chance to speak.
Give your
Everybody has a
submission,
right
we
to
listen
speak.
to you.
So next time, please don't do that. It's either ask the moderator.
Nisha kuambia pole.
So
Achana na hasira, endelea.
ni sawa. My time is Valerie, what I wanted to answer you is by saying, you know, people might come here and say, you know, people have different motives in why they come here. Some will come with the motive of tribalism in this show, and some will come with other motives of trying to get a solution to what is happening in this country. Some to the conversations that I've been hearing, I've not had any solutions that we are being given. We've only been given the problems that have been happening in this country. One thing I came and spoke about here is this country's elections have never been free and fair since 2002. That was the only election that was free and fair. After these other ones, there have been shortages and all these dramas that you have seen. And I was talking about the 2007 election. And the answer that I was giving, that 2027 election will not be the same as 2007 election. Because 2007 election, we saw a candidate who won with almost, let's say, with one community. That one can never happen in Kenya anymore. That one is something that can never happen. You cannot win with one community in the elections. From 2012 going onwards, you need a coalition so that you be able to win the elections in Kenya.
Say that again. I missed that. Can you repeat that about 2007, please?
So I was saying, if from 2007, one person is like he emerged to win the election from one community. He won the election using one community. But since that time, you can never win an election with only one community. You need a coalition of many people coming together so that they vote for you. That's why they came with a thing called 50+1. Even though we might say our electoral system is not working or whatever we want to say, the system is there. The problem is us and the leaders who are there. They don't want to utilize them. Us, the problem is we want to continue with the tribalism we have within us. We cannot be able to vote a leader because he's not coming from my tribe. We just want to vote somebody who you're going to say that huyu ni mtu wetu. But if we come to voting a leader who can be able to put Kenya forward and the foot forward, that is where we are going to change all this perception we have about tribalism, my friends. But as long as we are going to be saying, as long as we are starting there down, atasema huyu ni mtu wetu. So I was coming to 2027 election. Somebody cannot win using one community. That is something that has been noted. So you need a coalition of people. And another thing that is coming down in 2027, you cannot win the election without the young people. You cannot. That one, write it somewhere, wherever you want to write it, anywhere you want to write it. You cannot win the elections of 2027 without the young people. The Gen Z, those youths you are seeing there. Because as you have been seeing, whatever they have been doing with their drive, they are driving. They are making they are making their young people, other young people, to get into the voting register so that they can be able to vote in 2027. And if you want to know that they have transformed how the IEBC is thinking, the IEBC just came the other day and they said that the people who voted from 2012 going downward, they are supposed to register again. But after the pressure that happened, because they were given too much pressure, I don't know if anybody has seen the statement that they give after, when they were given that pressure. They came up with another statement that said, we have not told people to register again. We were just saying the people who did not register. So as long as the young people are in this and they are giving the pressure to these guys, I'm telling you, they must give a credible election, because also them, they know. And I'm telling you, the person who has the biggest problem in Kenya right now is the person who is going to conduct the 2027 election. It will be a nightmare for him. If he tried to joke with that election, it will be a nightmare, because it will not only stem from wars in the country, it will bring even economic collapse if he jokes with that election. So don't see like this. I don't know. I was not here yesterday, Valerie. I'm hearing that people are saying that the Gen Z don't have any voice in these future conversations. That is something that I also can get me shocked. But what I know, the young people, the young people are going to be a
Valerie,
conversation.
can I correct that, Valerie? Because I don't want it to trend. Because I was in that discussion yesterday, and earlier has insinuated and now Joseph. Can I say something about it? Because I don't want it to be misread from this channel.
Just
Please.
explain briefly because Joseph has to finish, then Mary
Yes,
comes.
yes.
Comes.
It's good to interject with this kind of very misguided. It's good we listen. The discussion was that this revolution is not a one-sided revolution. Nobody should claim that he or she will remove Ruto man alone. Not even the Gen Z. Even if they came alone, they cannot remove this government. Not even the old. What we are talking about is that this revolution should be all inclusive, learning from when Gen Z came in June 2024. The people, the millennium and everybody else walikaa nyuma wakasema hili mambo ya Gen Z. And that's why, because there was no huge force, Raila and these a few people had to defeat the Gen Z. So the discussion was Gen Z wajue, waache kusema watafanya hii kitu peke yao. It's not possible. It's not possible. You can take that to any cloud you want to take, but it should be a whole Kenya movement. Gen Z, millennium and all that. Iwe ile ilikuwa inaitwa generation zote. That is what will be a revolution. If it's a matter of Gen Z electing their own people, lower leaders who go MP, Senate, yes, they can do that. But presidency, they have to join everybody else. They are votes equally. That was the discussion. So let it rest at that. I don't want people to mislead that Gen Zs have nothing to offer. No, they are offering votes if they register. And we need all the votes. Thank you.
Okay. Back to you, Joseph.
Okay,
Because
I can say I'm guided because I was not here
there.
yesterday. Oh, sorry, Baron.
Even
I can say I'm guided because I was not here yesterday. Sorry, but yeah, whatever Stone PK is saying is the truth. They cannot do it alone. They need even the Maandamano in 2024. They did not do it alone. They needed the millennials to join in, and not only the millennials, even their parents, the parents of Gen Z, the generation before millennials, and the boomers, yeah, the boomers, and they allowed their kids to go to the streets to agitate for because the kids themselves know the parents are suffering. Even if you had the Gen Z when they were talking, and millennials, their parents will be when it was silent. So when they were talking, you could clearly hear what they were saying. They were saying that our parents have suffered enough. We need to change the country. They cannot change the country alone. They need help from everybody. You cannot change a country alone as young people. You need help from everybody, but everybody needs to join hands and come together and say that we need to remove this bad governance. It has happened, not only in Kenya, it is happening all over. In all countries, you can see even Cuba, everywhere. It is happening everywhere. We need to take an overhaul. Who said that we cannot remove the president within one term? Who said that? Where was it written? Where was it cast in stone? We need to rise up and when you hear somebody come and tell you that kura zitaibiwa, that is the person who is the first enemy, because that one is a person who even will make even the people who are supposed to come out to vote not to go and vote. Mtu akianza kujieka kura zimeshaibiwa, that guy is even frustrating everybody, even the young people who are there. This is a time we need to focus. We need to fight. This is a time for fighting right now, because we are remaining now only some months. It's only some months before we go for the elections. Let's say it's probably 1 year, because it is as we approach in June, it is 1 year. So we don't need people who are trying to sway us away from the messaging that has been there. This guy has damaged everything. He has damaged totally everything in the country. We need to rise up against him. He needs to go. And this is not about tribe. It's not about anything. This is about our future. This is about the future of my kids. This is about the future of the future of my kids. The grandkids. How will we survive if we don't? I told you, Ferrari, the other day here, the mess that has been done in 5 years. If this guy goes another 5 years, will take another 20 years to recover what he has done. It will take another 20 years to recover what he'll have done. You have already seen the things that are happening, even the scandals in the oil sector and everything. He has totally entered in all the ministries, all the parastatals everywhere. He has tentacles everywhere. Even I don't know, we need even an overhaul. When the new person is coming, hatutaki mtu wa mchezo bwana. We need a person who is serious. These all people, the fingers that he has entered in these parastatals, the PSS, those sorts of wale watu wake wa mkono wa huku chini, they need to be removed, all of them. And it will not be a fight for tribe or something. It is, we need to remove those incompetent people because they are the ones who are making us not able to even get the kind of life we need in our country, because they are rooting everywhere. They have damaged every sector. So when we come here, some of us, we are fighting for the country because we see what is ahead of us. Some of us, we are not even in the country. We are trying to come back to our country so that we come and change, because we have seen if you come back at home, it is a nightmare. So you need to change the country. You cannot stay outside of the country and expect that when you come, you find it a bed of roses. If you're not coming to change the country, you need to change it. When you and so that you can be able to come and do those businesses or whatever you want to do. But as long as we continue on even saying that elections and what have you, this guy is always listening. He has his people here, his people in the even the comment section or somewhere listening. They are saying, those guys, they are saying that the election will be stolen. We need to remove that thing from him. He knows that if the election is stolen, he's going to be under fire. Under any circumstances, we are not supposed to allow him. And this one, even I did not come up with this issue. Somebody else I heard saying, the way people are saying that the votes will be stolen. Brother, wake up, vote. Wake up, you make sure you vote. The other things that when we finish to vote, we need now to fight now for that vote you voted. That is the only thing we can do. We are fighting against a regime which is very rough. And us, we don't need to be soft. We need to be rough as it. Tunafaa kuwe rough. Ukionyesha mtu anacheza game rough, na sisi tutacheza rough. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. I think I can invite Mama Mary. Are you able to hear me, Mary? Mary Wainaina?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can go on. So
Thank
that
you.
yeah.
Thank you so much. My fellow Kenyans, nawasalimia sana. Leo tuko wengi. Nawasalimu comment section na Wakenya wetu pahali popote wako. I've been listening to you guys and I'm happy the arguments that we are having, because that is where we get the answer of where we are heading and what we want. We can argue and don't fight and don't feel grieved of what the other person says. But let's have a talk that is healthy, that will bring us together and make a way how we are going to attain our country and go ahead. Now, Yose, I think he is still there. He mentioned about how this guy has dealt with us so badly. Nikumbushe wa Kenya kweli kabisa, Kasongo is a crook in all ways. Yani ameona hana aibu hata kidogo. Amechukua every corner. Last time I was listening to people who were talking in Meru. I don't know whether it was a group of people who are on conference telling us what is going on. Wakasema every police station ni Kalenjin. Every police station ni Kalenjin. Nikasikia aibu sana kwa mtu ambaye tunaita ati ni president wa Kenya. Hiyo ndio tabia yake. Tabia ya kuharibu maisha ya watu na kuonyeshana yeye ndio bingwa na ndiye ataendelea kufanya hii mambo yote anafanya. Kasongo amejipanga, ameweka kila pahali ambapo anafikiria mambo yanaweza tokea ama vile yeye anataka kuturule by force. Na hiyo ndio tabia yake. Kasongo ni mtu wa aina ya kujipenda, na ile mambo yote amefanya Kenya ni kutudanganya, na hiyo yote tumejua. He's a pretender. He's somebody who you cannot trust in any way or the other. So muwe tayari kujua ati kila mahali ambapo sisi tutakuwa tunaenda kupiga kura ni wa Kalenjin. Those are the leader, the top. Ndio afanye vile labda ataambiwa na huyu evil man. Kwa sababu hivyo ndivyo mpango yake. Fikira zake kichwani, haoni sisi kama watu. There was a movie I was watching. Ati simba anasimama mbele ya wanyama wale wengine. Anawaambia mkinichagua, I'll be nitakuwa vegetarian. Hebu imagine simba akisema atakuwa vegetarian na wale wanyama anakulaga ndio hao wako mbele yake. That is the same thing. So Ruto is a pretender, and he has come in a different ways, and now he is trying to sway and change his tactics. He think that tumelalia masikio. Bado, si tumeamuka. There's a question I want to ask the forum. Sisi wote ambao tuko hapa. Hii mambo ya tribal ni kitu mbaya sana. Inaweza maliza inchi kabisa. If we get somebody from Turkana, or the smallest, which is called, I think it's Oma, it's the smallest tribe. If we get somebody who is honest and perfect and with the integrity for our country, surely tutasema hatutampigia ati kwa sababu wao ni kidogo, sisi ni wengi, kwa hivyo tunataka mtu jambazi ambalo limetoka kwa watu wale wengi. Hiyo si maendeleo, and that is not democracy. Sahi, let's say for example, the talk of Kikuyu is too much. People are saying, no, we don't want anybody from Kikuyu. I am a Kikuyu. And I'm not proud of those people who have done stupid things, corruption and everything. I'm not. And I'm not for them. And I will not support them in any way. But the only thing I'll say, and I ask you guys, my people, my fellow Kenyans, kukitokea mtu mmoja atoke Kikuyuni, basi kwa hao wa Kikuyu, mtu ambaye ni jasiri, mtu ambaye ni mwaminifu, mtu ambaye ako na integrity, mtu ambaye anapenda nchi yake, mtu ambaye hata ua watu wetu, mtu ambaye hana chochote hata ukabila hana. Are you going to vote for him? That is my question for you guys. Are you going to vote for him? Sisemi ati kuna mmoja, but because people, watu wamevaa hii nguo ya kusema kabila, kabila, kabila. It might happen. Mtu atoke hata kwa hao wa Kikuyu ambao wanasemekana ni tribal. Mtu ambaye ni kiongozi shupavu, mtu ambaye anaweza ongoza nchi kwa ukarimu. Mtafanyaje? Mtamvote ama mtavote the other side ambayo inawaumiza? That is my question, without favoring anybody. Na mimi, I'm not a tribal. I am just in the center. And I think I went all around the country looking for my people, that flower of our country, ambapo watu wetu ninauliza, nani anaangalia hawa? Nani akona hawa? Nani anaangalia masilahi ya hawa watu? Because when you are elected for a reason. We didn't just go there vote. We voted because there is a reason that we cannot all of us be in that office. There is one person who can represent our problems. And that is what we are looking for. So for me, Kenyans, when we are arguing, let's not try to bring things that they are too harsh or too hard for ourselves. Hii kitu tukishikana pamoja, tuseme yoyote atakayetokea tumuamini na tuone huyu mtu ndiye anaweza kutuongoza, ndiye anaweza toa hii nchi yetu kwa hii shimo. Close your eyes and vote. Hutaki kujua ni kabila gani, yeye ni Mkenya. Those are my words and that is my take. Asanteni sana. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Me, I would like to respond to Mama Mary, Valerie. Can I respond? Can I respond to Mama Mary?
Bora tu kama ni kujibu basi kuchukue kwa
Can
muda
I
mfupi
respond to
kidogo.
Mama Mary there, please?
Jibu unaweza jibu pia, sio kwa mbele, lakini kwa muda mfupi ile turuhusu wengine. Alafu vila remute ulikuwa umemute ulikuwa umefunga hapo, fungua mic hiyo, hatukupati.
Bado hatukupati. Her microphone is on
Unmute.
mute.
Sasa unanipata?
Uko sawa sasa. Endelea kumjibu.
Okay, Mama Mary, I wanted to just respond. I'm glad that you were very quite honest about what you think about the current situation and long term. Even the issue that you mentioned about the Kalenjinization of police stations, you know, that's happening at the moment. This is something which we have in our African political landscape. It happens in many African countries. If you go to Zimbabwe, they had the same problem with the Shona and the Bele. For the longest time, then the Beles were shortchanged. They were seen as a second-class citizen, and then that changed at some point when they tried to address this problem by changing the country's constitution, which didn't really work. Many countries in Africa have had this problem because of our colonial experience. We just have to be honest, yeah, that when we come to the election point, the powerful political elites have decided that there are only going to be two communities in Kenya that will be in power. Okay? And that is the truth. If they're not in political power, they must land on economic power. It's the truth. Now, this is why, for me, the youth generation is very, very important. Because at some point, I think this can change. I don't know when that will happen. You know, Mama Mary gave a very significant example there. She said that a minority person from the smallest ethnic group in Kenya to be voted as a, you know, as a president by virtue of a political coalition or whichever way that person garners the vote, but is from the smallest community. Mama Mary, unfortunately, that cannot happen in Kenya at the moment. The only thing that can happen with that significant proposal that you have given is that Kenyans are prepared for 10, 15, even 20 years for such a thing to happen. Because at the moment, such a thing cannot happen because of our rage against the two communities that the power elites have been using to run the country. And they feel that they have this thing called the unajua wale powerful elites wa kutoka Central, na si ati ni wote. Kuna wale post-colonial walisema because they fought for independence, because they fought, power must be theirs. But even within that community, there are others who are saying who were accused of not fighting, but power still remained with them. So you got people from the Muranga side, and then you got people from the Sijui. Someone said there were a mafia from Kiambu and all that. These were political class, the power elites, nothing to do with the ordinary folk that we are talking about. Right. So for me, when we speak about that, I'm looking at the power elites who are affecting the community, you know, the Kenyan political landscape. That can change we can change it. But even now, when you see how the IEBC has been organized, okay, when you see the powerful government organizations, the departments that are run by who is who in Kenya, it's still the same tradition that for someone to cling to power, it must be the two communities. It's basically the two communities that are fighting each other. And as we are tagging along, the rest of us, this is the truth. I see people there landing on me ati hapo kwa chat wanasema ati oh Eli hates the Kikuyu. You know, you can say what you want. That's your problem. It's not my problem because me, I know what I hate and what I don't hate. I grew up in Roringo in Nyeri for nearly 7 years in my childhood, so I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I've sampled most parts of Kenya as a young person and as an older person, so I know what I'm talking about. Okay, so those references that people are saying there on the chat room, ati I hate Kikuyus. Why don't you say Mama Mary hates this or that tribe? She has given this. That Yani, Mama Mary spoke the same way as me. There's no difference. What she has said there is that we don't make reference too much to tribal, but we need to be very honest about it. And that's why she mentioned the fact that William Ruto has empowered his community through facilitating his community by placing majority people from his community to run police stations. What kind of devolution is that? So if we have this kind of situation and we think that William Ruto is going to lose power in 2027, we're joking. We've been here before. With Uhuru Kenyatta, we've been here with Kibaki, we've been here before. It's not something we're joking if that's the way we're thinking. Okay? And for that reason alone, I decided to say to myself, am I really worth voting? Am I really a worthy voter? At me, I ran to London that time. We were, do you know that thing Gachagua said, Aki, imenikasirisha sana. Some of us, we were coming to Kenya to just welcome our new leaders, Martha Karua and Raila Odinga. That's all. There was no reason for me to travel to Kenya in 2022 August, other than Raila and Martha to be the new leaders to bring change in our country. And we knew how much the election was rigged. We knew. Like there's no, William Ruto won one political station, yani out of the 12 diaspora polling stations, he won only one. And then in fact in the IEBC, it's in the IEBC website. William Ruto only won one polling station in the diaspora. Now, can you tell me that how did William Ruto win the election in Kenya if kule nje ndio amekuwa rejected na Wakikuyu, Wajaluo, Wakamba, Wakisii, Wameru, kila kabila, Waluya, sijui makabila zote walimreject abroad. And here we are saying ati Gachagua has told us something that we don't know. We know. How ready are we for a similar situation? And in 2027, we are ready to be conned again. The political class right now in Kenya, let me just say this. The political class right now in Kenya is a big problem. It's a big problem. If we have these people, I don't care what tribes they are, but we have over 90% of people in parliament Senate, MCA, who are not supposed to be anywhere near public office. And then that is why I was really pissed off when we were talking yesterday. People were saying that the youth generation cannot offer a solution. I know that Stony Piquet has tried to clarify by saying that his clarification was, and I listened very carefully, he said something about the youth generation they cannot stand as an island. They have to work with the rest of the Kenyan community. Of course, that goes without saying, okay? But the way that was exchanged yesterday, I have had these conversations before. People are dismissive of the youth generation. In fact, when the revolution was taking place in 2024, people were laughing at the youth generation. I'm not accusing anyone in the panel. I'm saying this was something that was happening because we had given up, and people were laughing and saying, what is this? Okay. Now, if we have this approach for next year, how are we going to elect councillors, MCAs, MPs, senators, and these stupid governors? How are we going to elect people that are going to help us to change the country? How are we going to elect people who are going to help us to change the country in a devolved system? Forget about the presidency. Me, I'm thinking this youth generation, right now, these people should be the ones that should be afforded that opportunity to stand for significant public office, MPs, Senate. Yani, sijui hata kuna political party gani inaweza tokea watu waseme hii ndio tunaenda nayo. You know, this thing of coalition, it's really annoying because I listened to Joseph and he was talking about coalitions since 2007. These coalitions are a mess. The coalitions are a cash cow. We know this. A lot of these MPs, they have gone and taken big loans and they've gone into politics to service the loans and also make profits, political money. Yeah. This might sound like rhetoric, but we're here to think about what Gachagua said today. How are we going to find solutions for this problem? At the moment, I don't think we are even anywhere near finding the solution to this problem. Because when someone says that these two tribes are the ones that feel the sense of entitlement, as soon as I say that, I am a tribalist. Me, I don't care if someone called me a tribalist because I know that what I'm saying is the truth. That the power elites in those two communities have made this to happen. That is why Mama Mary said that she has seen this happening. People are talking about it. A lot of people have come here to say the same. People are talking, it's almost the same as when people were saying that the community I come from, people are arrogant, gee, what? You know, academic rhetoric and all that. You know, those kind of things that people say. But when someone says, I heard Mama Mary saying it, I don't think she was here to joke. I think she was serious. That this problem, what we are seeing, is about two communities. This is the problem. It is nothing other than the two communities battling for power.
You know, Varari, he was supposed to answer Madam Mary, he made it a speech. Is this still
I'm
the
making
answer?
a speech.
Because he's also even
I'm
answering
making a
me.
speech. Now,
Because even you are giving us nonsense here. Madam Mary did not say what you are saying. Even you have not answered what she said. She asked you if Akikuyu will stand for president. Will you give him the votes? That is what she asked you. Very simple.
No,
but I can see
will
all
not.
you want is to hate for two communities.
I will not.
The only thing I'm hearing you talking is
I
about
will
two
not.
communities. The
You
whole
have told
show
me I'm
from
talking
since you came
nonsense.
here, Since you came here, the
Continue na
only thing you have been
matusi.
talking is about two
Continue na
communities. Do you have
matusi.
any other thing to
Leta
give us?
matusi.
Is there
Leta
any other
matusi.
agenda you need to give
Hakuna
us, or
shida.
only two communities, brother?
Hakuna shida.
How
Leta
many two
matusi.
communities you have in your head? We have been hearing
Matusi leta.
the rhetoric. Two communities, two
Joseph,
communities. Why
leta
don't you say your
matusi.
community, bro? Your
Matusi
community has
leta.
been in
Leta.
power since
Zilete.
1960. What are you talking about?
Joseph,
What are you trying to
Wewe
tell us,
viongozi,
bro?
leta
Umetuchokesha
matusi.
na mambo yako ya kushinda ukituambia
Leta
tribalism,
matusi.
and you are
Leta
talking about
matusi.
two communities.
Wewe
You are
mulifukuza
you
Yaga
are
hapa.
a to the
Mulifukuza
country.
Yaga,
Unashinda ukituambia kuhusu two
mulifukuza
communities. What do
Yaga
you do with
hapa.
them? What am I eating from my
Mulifukuza
community?
Yaga.
Do you think they are the ones who give
Ngoja.
me food? Unadhani ndio wameniandika
Wewe.
kazi? Ndio, shut up.
Leta
Shut up, my
matusi.
brother. You have been
Leta
talking nonsense
matusi.
here.
Leta,
You are making us
leta
tired with
matusi.
hearing your ears. It's better
Leta
if you don't
matusi.
have anything to say, bro.
Zilete matusi.
Joseph na ndugu yangu, hebu tuacheni. Hii ni
Leta
pale
matusi.
mnapokuwa malumbano.
Wacha alete matusi. Sisi tunamsikia.
I come here to my own. I don't come here to only hear your hula balloon.
Leta
I'm using my
matusi.
own
Leta
phone. I'm
matusi.
using my own data. I'm
Leta
using my
matusi.
everything.
Leta
I
matusi.
come here to give my
Leta
opinions.
matusi.
If you are answering somebody, answer very fast. Finish, we go to the next people.
Leta
We have so
matusi.
many people here, not
Leta
only you,
matusi.
who have them not only to talk.
Leta matusi
We have so
wewe.
many people who want to talk.
Wewe
Kaka
tumezoea na
Joseph,
watu kama wewe. Leta matusi. Sasa wacha
kaka
niendelee.
Joseph, tuachane na
Don't
hivi,
bring your
tuachane na
monotony here, my
malumbano.
friend. Tuko na watu wengi wataka
Hapana.
kuongea bwana.
Ati
Kwa nini wewe tu
ananitusi
unasikia
hapa na
kuongea?
mtoto nonsense.
Yaani wewe tuko na
Leta
mdomo
matusi.
bwana. Au usitusumbue akili
Wewe
wewe. Au unatusumbua wewe.
nitaongea. It's because you don't
Ogopa
understand
hiyo
what I'm
puzi
saying,
yako na huko.
and also you are part of that system. Wewe watu kama wewe
Hebu tuachane
tumezoea
na haya
nao.
malumbano yenu, kama mnatafutana nje. Hapa ni mahali
Hapana, listen to
ambapo
huyu jamaa.
tunahamasana. Mbona mnapeleka kusiko?
Si
Mbona tunaharibu na wote watu wazima?
Ngoja
Huyu jamaa msimamo
ameniuliza.
alisema anajibu swali.
Ameniuliza,
Achana naye, wacha mimi hata malize. Sisi tuko hapa
Huyu
tunamsikiza aongee pumbalaka, akimaliza
niko
shughuli so. Lakini ukijaribu kupanisha huo moto sasa, hatupati suluhu. Joseph,
si mimi ninaongea, anakuja anaingilia kile ninasema.
Joseph, nyamaza,
basi
ngoja
tulia kwanza, punguza munkari ndugu yangu.
Kusema bwana.
Si umeniuliza.
Punguza munkari Joseph, tulieni tu kwanza.
With the respect to Valerie.
Wacha na mimi nichangie kidogo, naomba nichangie kidogo hivi ili turudi katika reli. Kaka Eli, please tulia bwana, tumenyamaza hapa muda mrefu. Kuna Yose hajaongea, kuna wengi hawajaongea. Eli, wacha tuwe na pia kangu mkubwa. Basi tulia kwanza, hayo mambo tunaona tupishane kabisa, tutaki malumbano. Mimi wacha nichangie mada, kwa sababu niko kwa kipindi kwa faida ya wale ambao wanatufuatilia hapa na kutusikiza. Malumbano yangu na wewe hayataleta tija hapa, kwa hivyo nipe muda wangu nizungumze basi, kwa sababu
lakini hakuna mtu anaweza kumtisha hapa hivi na matusi.
Basi tutulie, tuachane na biashara hiyo. Joseph ametuna, wewe tulia pia, wacha mimi tu nichangia swa pale, naona kwamba pana tija kwangu na nitachangia kwa kusema
yule Ayaga. Ngoja, walimfukuza ule Ayaga, mimi ndio nikabaki hapa.
Haitanisaidia Ayaga kufukuzwa kwa sababu sio topic ya leo. So hatuko kwa vita ya Waluo sisi hapa. Sisi tuko katika taifa. Sasa huo unaoleta na Ayaga unaoleta labda kuharibu hii channel ndugu yangu na mkubwa.
Hapana, lakini ni ukweli, ni ukweli.
Sasa hata kama ni ukweli utatusaidia na wapi sisi wengine?
Kwa sababu mimi nimekataa kukimbia. Mimi nitakuwa hapa. Mtajaribu lakini nitabaki hapa Joseph.
Basi mimi nafasi niongee, kama umekuja kuharibu channel utuambie.
Can I speak? Okay. Now, as Gen Z, millennials, and transformed an upcoming transformed minds, we are not subscribing to status quo and these tribal alignments that I am seeing in this platform. The reason we have deliberately chosen this platform, not because of anything, there are many other, but we want a very sober discussion about our country and the future, that we don't want to allow our future to be destroyed, the future of our future, including our children and grandchildren. Because the line of thought that I'm gathering from this discussion I don't like it. Number one, I'm seeing the arguments going to fostering status quo and apathy, blowing hot and cold. So, for example, the speaker, I couldn't understand whether you are for change, are you for change, or are you for status quo, because you are blowing hot and cold. For us, we want a radical change. And the saying that we want only grassroots leaders, that one you are not living to the realities in this country. I think you are looking at it from a bird's eye view, while we ourselves are in here and we know what is happening. For instance, the presidency in this country has not changed. It is imperialistic, as it were, before the 2010 constitution. For example, if we have MPs, the young MPs we have, we can clearly see how muzzled they are. They don't have a voice. As fiery as they were outside the political arena, right now most of them, they are quiet because of an imperialistic presidency that has amassed power and surrounded itself with power. The governors, as much as they would want to transform their counties, as much as they are corrupt, still the presidency is playing a very big role to suppress the financial capacity that these counties are supposed to have, because the presidency realized that if I devolve these monies down there, I lose power, the power that the presidency used to have. So they have circumvented the ideal situation that the constitution envisioned, the 2010 constitution envisioned. That's why you could see this 10-point thing, the handshake thing, because the presidency has become rogue in this country. If you live in here, you'll understand. There's capture of all institutions. There's what we call state capture and someone amassing power around himself. That is number one. Number two, on the same line, is that Mr. Ruto is shameless among all other presidents. Is too shameless that it's not only the police. Under every flowery CS, look down there, the PS and the other civil servants, where they're coming from. And it started when he was DP. All his cabinet was coming from his ethnic backyard. Just check history. That's why I'm faulting. I'm somehow agreeing with you about those who are crying wolf, because history was there even then to tell us that this guy is not as shiny as he's coming to tell us he is. And right now, it's not only the police, it's the courts, it is the IBC, he has his tentacles in he's worse than any other presidents in terms of tribalism.
You will continue with your point. I want to bring you on board when it comes to Leo Ruto amesema he is fighting cartels. Ni vile nataka kukuleta kwa hiyo point. Na akasema mliona sukari tulisafisha huko, kahawa tumesafisha huko. Nitawekea hiyo speech ya Ruto hapa musikie. So, and then even say that mafuta ni makatela naosha. So, can you explain to me hii concept ya Ruto ya kusafisha makatel Kenya ni gani?
No, kusafisha makatel, it is usually it's to his convenience. Anasafishaka wale wenye ni to his convenience. This guy, you could see how things are rolling out, starting with the way is selling the national assets. He's doing it with a long game. He knows where he wants to try use things at his convenience, because those guys, it's only that they did not toe the line. It's not that they did something out of the ordinary. It's something that has been happening, but right now he has found a chance to put in to his convenience, say his people in quotes. And the way it is, those who know the current ongoings, KPC Ugandan president made his demand, and by virtue of that demand, Mr. Ruto has to do something, and has to bring somebody who is agreeable.
Yose, kidogo, you will continue. I want to give that video so that people can hear that perspective. What musifikiria ni mimi nasema, when Ruto is saying he is fighting cartels, ni ujinga gani? Kidogo tu.
Let's still sticker with the fuel importation saga, and a high-stakes crackdown on energy cartels is underway. President William Ruto has warned of dire consequences for those sabotaging the economy, coming just hours after the arrest of top energy officials over the fuel importation scandal. Now, the scandal under investigation reportedly threatened to hike petrol prices by a staggering 43 shillings per litre. Winfrey Owino reports on the president's Easter Sunday declaration from Kilgoris, even as energy CSOP Wandai broke his silence on the matter.
2 days after the arrest of senior energy sector officials, President William Ruto has publicly waded into the matter. President William Ruto spent his Easter Sunday in Kilgoris, Narok County, balancing a message of development with a stern warning to those within his administration. The president vowed to fight corruption in the government by cracking the whip on cartels operating in various sectors. Ruto added that to encourage accountability, he must realize his promise to Kenyans of dealing with graft.
Ulipochukua ushukani, kama kuna shida ambayo ilikuwa imekumba taifa letu, shortages of fuel, unstable prices, ilikuwa kwa hali ya mafuta.
Watu waone tuko na shida ya Middle East, wanajaribu kuja kukoroga shida ingine hapa Kenya. So I must say for the record, this is the administration that is going to deal firmly, decisively, and conclusively with all cartels.
More than 48 hours later, Energy and Petroleum CS Opiyo Wandayi has also broken.
You say you can continue with that line.
Rachel alitokea ngapi leo?
You're solely about the imperial president. I don't know why you're asking.
Okay, tulia kidogo. Yose nataka malizie. So Yose, can you tie your point on that? Kuna mzito anataka kuchapa makatero mbaya sana.
That is so gosh.
Sorry, Yose.
That is so gosh. And all this thing is tied to personal interest. Na Ruto atachapa yote mwenye anaingia ako in his path towards achieving his financial interests in this thing, whether you are uko tribe yake or nini, atakuchapa na alete ule mwenye atatoe the line. And this one, you will see it by time in this manner. Number one, your kesi haitaenda mahali. Those guys will just resign and he brings his own people. Number two, if he was serious, we would see something na hizo ghost hospitals zote pamoja na PS na CS wa health something, they would have resigned. Number 3, we would see something rolling in terms of ghost schools. Hiyo yote kuna watu wangepatiwa accountability on that front. But this one, because imemguza directly, because he is involved in this, together the pipeline, together with the G2G deal, all those things. Hizo lazima akwe sasa na his loyal soldiers pale. He doesn't, this is just PR, to just try and bring public, kuonyesha public that is fighting, but there's nothing here. So that one will, time will tell, but we still have history and track record. So there's nothing there.
Okay, sawa Yose, relaxia hapo kidogo, sijui. Julia, I don't know, umeongea leo? Ama watu wananiambia nimetoka.
Wacha niongea hata mimi. Ni changio ya Kasongo. Njiru, why are you trying to annoy us?
No, unajua Mzito amesema anachapana na makatel. So that's why I wanted you to respond to that. That's what amesema. Yeye anachapana na makatel.
Mwenye amechapwa ako kwa hiyo alikuja leo.
Kipu umerudi ujalala. Kwa nini ujalala saa hii? Na watoto wamelala.
Kwani unaniita mtoto?
Wewe Julia, unajua pia watoto wakilala is also a semantic for something else. That one is deep.
I know.
Kwa nini watu Britain wamelala? Kwa nini kipa jalala?
What are you trying to say without saying, Julia?
Nothing much, but I'm just wondering why Kasongo is playing with our minds. The earlier speaker, I don't know his name, has put it well clearly. Kasongo is only fighting those who are not sharing with him the loot. Simuliona analysis ya Ndindi Nyoro. And someone else said it, that Ruto is only arresting those thugs because, you know, they compare. You know what happened? He was surprised, he was shocked and mesmerized that some people are looting more than he was looting. Yani alishanga, alishtuka, shikwa na mshtuko. Yani some guys schemed to loot more than him. That's why those guys were arrested, Njiru. That's my take. So hakuna corruption in a fight. The Ruto's name is corruption, and his name, I think, I was asking someone why his mother gave birth to such a person. Sio kama huyo mama alijua akizaa huyo jamaa atazaa jambazi, but it's unfortunate. He's
And Julia, let me ask you a question. Are Kenyans believing wale watu walikuwa hapo Kiligoris, Ruto akisema hiyo story tutachapana na makateros vibaya sana? Did they believe that?
No. Nobody believes anything Ruto says nowadays. Even if he means it.
Okay, well, we are safe.
Hata Ruto akisema ameimpregnate bibi yake, hatutaamini. We have to ask for evidence from the doctor. And even if the doctor says the Rachel is pregnant, we have to find out whose baby is that. Unaona?
Lakini it's obvious bana, hizo visogo bana.
You see, even if Ruto says I may impregnate Rachel, we have to ask the doctor. And even if the doctor says Rachel is pregnant, we have to have a DNA test to know that is Ruto.
No.
And even if the baby is confirmed to be Ruto's, we may not be sure that he actually did it directly. Probably alipandiwa begu. Unaona, because we don't believe anything Ruto says.
Hiyo ukiona kisogo ya watoto bana, honestly.
Hata abe bana. Hata abe.
Njiru.
Yes, go ahead.
Nilikuwa nataka kusema kitu tu kwa hiyo video. Unajua nimesikia kitu.
But before Joseph comes, before you say something, I just want to thank you for redirecting the debate. Eli, you are really distracting us. Kupeleka another argument. I think you shouldn't do that again. Yenye hapa I think issue ya Jiru kutoka kitambo. We are trying to rise above board. We are trying to rise above tribal affiliations, kabila letu ama nini.
Please,
because all these.
Don't try. No. Don't try
let me
to
trend on
intimidate
that.
me.
Because
no. If you're offended by what I said, that's fine. Just say you're offended. I didn't come here to offend anybody. I spoke my peace of mind. Which is not my intention to offend anyone. Please don't tell me how to speak.
Sawa.
Okay, relax. Okay, go ahead, Julia.
So what I'm trying to say is that
hapa hivi
no, Eli relax sasa, you will come.
Hapa hivi mulichase Wajaluo wote walitoka hapa.
Hakuna Mjaluo amefukuzwa.
Mulifukuza hapa.
Ni Wajaluo gani walifukuzwa?
Eli wacha bana.
Ai bana,
hata usicheke Njiru.
Wajaluo tukasema Wajaluo asikuje.
Unakuwa emotional.
Uliwachapa kabisa Wajaluo hapa hivi.
Eli tukafanya announcement tukasema Wajaluo asikuje.
Hapa mulitupiga hapa wewe.
Okay, sasa keep. Now you are making keep. Okay, so my take is thank you for redirecting the debate, because we are trying to solve this problem that Kenya is experiencing. And if let me say this, I'm not a Kalenjin. Ruto is a Kalenjin, but not all Kalenjins are in power. So we cannot come here and say kabila moja ama kabila mbili zimefanya hivi. It is not a community issue. It's a person's issue. Yeye na majambazi wenzake. It is him. He tries to work with him majambas, whether they are from his tribe or not from his tribe. It is him who has made up that decision. He's not doing it on behalf of a community. So I find it very unfair. And I think we are stooping so low when we got that kind of a debate. So Njiru, thank you for redirecting the debate. So my take is Kagasongo is lying. He's ameshtuka. Nyinyi mnakumbuka Njiru translate na Joseph. Hii msemo ya Kikuyu, Musemi akorire mukungi. Ruto ameshtuka kuna wezi wengine akipanga kupora mali, wanapangua yake, wanapanga yao. You didn't hear Gachagua say that these people at Ruto has done a thing at government to government. Hiyo ya kupora. He is anatumiwa mafuta, anauza yeye mwenyewe. Hao jamaa wakaenda wakaona meli inaenda Angola. Hijack. You did hear what those guys did. There was a certain ship that was going to Angola. They hijacked it. They bought the fuel. They began selling it. Ruto akiwa State House, sijui akapigwa simu, alipigwa na mshtuko. So they were arrested because they stole what he steals. It was these stealing from each other. So not Kenya should buy that nonsense. And if come at DCI, they listen to us, they should tell Ruto we are not buying that trash. We know these are all these. Nimeona DCI akiattack Gachagua, at if Gachagua said anything in tribal, we shall be talking in Kikuyu where we want. What I do, at DCI is attacking Gachagua at ameongea Kikuyu. Tutakuwa tukiongea Kikuyu penye tunataka. Ama hata tuongee Kikale penye tunataka. What I do, that Gachagua has said this about DCI, has said that about DCI. DCI is very mad that Gachagua said wameiba hiyo pesa. They stole it. This year, you tell Ruto we are not buying this trash. So Njiru, you're asking whether we are buying what that trash Ruto is saying. We are not buying. Niwezi, thieves have stolen from each other. Hivyo tu. Joseph, endelea.
Njiru, mi hata siko na mengi. Unajua Ani anapenda violence sana. She likes violence so much. So what I wanted just
nisalamie kwanza bana. Nisalamie.
Habari yako Kip. Long time.
Kip anakuja kutake victory rap, anasema si nimekuwa nikiwaambia. So
Kip, kuna kitu moja pole. Kuna kitu moja imenitrigger kwa hiyo speech ya Ruto. Nitasema tu kitu moja. I've heard him saying that hii vita ya Middle East sijui ati imefanya nini. I'm going to tell Kenyans starting next week, watu wajitayarishe, inaweza kuwa kunoma. Nimesikia mzee wako vile ameongea, sijui kama umeona vile mzee wako ameongea Jiro. Wazia next week, sijui kutakuwa kunakaa aje, lakini mimi kulingana na naambia huku si kuzuri. Na si
unamaanisha kutakuwa kunoma mafuta? Hii mafuta imepanda hapa, niko karibu kutembea kwenda kazi, ama unamaanisha nini?
Waacha mafuta nani? Unajua huku niko hata si mafuta inakuaga mingi. Ni ile gas mnatumia kupika. Unaona ile gas ile ya liquid gas. Na wamesema mzee mzima wako wamesema anapiga kila kitu arudishe storage Jiru. Na hao wamesema watarudisha huku storage.
Because Jiru's friend is crazy.
So sasa ndio ninamwambia, nimeona akiongea kuhusu hiyo speech Julie ya storage, yani ya storage, hiyo speech yake ati mafuta, mpaka nikaanza kwanza kusikia tu huruma juu sijui, lakini mimi nilikuwa tunataka kuongezea, si kuwa na mambo mingi, na nisalimie Kip sana, sitaki kuongea mingi, watu wako wengi hapa.
let me tell you something about that speech of Mafuta. Nobody in Kenya will believe him, and he knows that. That's the unfortunate thing about Ruto. Unajua, kuiba kila kitu, hata ubakishe yenye iko reserve, at least you can cover your backside when things like that happen. You cannot tell me that those people, you see those people who've been arrested, they're going to be blamed for fuel shortages. He's just preparing you guys for the shidas that the fuel prices will just be hiked. That is it. Let me tell you, we've been running under fuel increase that is not fair. It's not the real price, because if you look at our neighbors, Tanzania, Uganda, and Sudan, so unakumbuka there are still people akina mzimamo, the guys wanapandanga boda kuchukua mafuta. To date they still do that. Ama mlifikiria ni news ya zamani? Meaning Ruto had already hiked the prices so that they can steal. So I don't know what excuse he has right now. Hana ile mafuta yenye inatoka hapa kutoka Mombasa ikienda mpaka Uganda, it's the same fuel. Yenye inaenda mpaka Tanzania, yenye inaenda huko, it's all the same fuel. So I think he's just preparing the nation for vituko next week, and I don't think he can handle it. I'm telling you, the kind of issues that the country went through towards COVID, even though I don't like Uhuru, at least managed to let the country run. He managed to do it. Sasa I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know. You know, leadership, like I remember when Obama had issues after, I think it was Bush, and his first presidency was to look for work for his nation. Na akapata kazi, akatafuta kazi, na watu walipata kazi. So I don't think this guy understands the kind of issues. You know, at least when it comes to Ukamwe or any other disasters in Kenya, it is not across the whole nation. You'd find certain areas have issues, another certain area they're still thriving. Hii ni nchi mzima. The man is about to sweat. You cannot have a starving nation. You cannot have people not being able to trade. Ati siwezi endesha lori yangu kwa sababu ya mafuta. Are you kidding? Hebu tupatie dakika 10 ya commercial break tuone Plug TV kidogo. Njiru. Hebu tuone Plug TV kidogo 10 minutes.
Tip, unasema nani Ruto ambiwa hata akizalisha bibi yake atuamini amemzalisha because he's alive.
Huyu ako na 33 children bana. Huyu anakuanga na mbegu bana. Unacheza na Ruto.
We have to find evidence because he lies every day. He lies. Hata we are not even sure his name is Ruto.
When it comes to siring children bana, hapo nakata. That man.
Kwenda huko au kwangi hapo.
Wanafanana. Okay, sawa Julia, relaxini kidogo. It's just for comic relief. Sijui kama mliona Gachagua hapa.
Na rais ameniambia nimsaidie. Sasa mimi nitafanya nini? Si rais amesema hii watoto wamalizwe. Nitawamaliza. Niye gamaka. Kama rais ameniambia nimsaidie. Sasa mimi nitafanya nini? Si rais amesema hii watoto wamalizwe. Nitawamaliza.
Comic relief. Nani aliona hiyo?
Can I speak?
Okay, speak a little. Alafu tuone hizi video.
Yes, let me say I thank God for Gachagua kutimuliwa because we are getting a lot of secrets from the house on the hill. The only problem I have with Gachagua and generally the politicians, the legacy politicians, this country is this hypocrisy and dishonesty most of the time, that when it is not convenient for them, they'll do the convenient thing for them. That's the only thing I have, because most of the time I wonder if he were in there, what would be happening if he would be speaking this way, because 2023 was a sad thing. And it's a tag that Gachagua has been finding difficult to shake from his shoulders. Also, now that he's come and told us what happened in 2022, he's an accomplice of the same, because he agreed that he was for the fact that they had won fairly and squarely, but it comes out that it's not the case. And you can see whatever, at least right now it's better, but what he was saying in 2023 about kutandika saa 11 na kutandika watu wengine, it's a snippet of what they are receiving, and it has repeated itself in cycles and cycles. That's why I'm not a fan of these legacy politicians. We need an overhaul and look at track record, not tribes, not anything. Let's just look for track record and people who can atutafuti angels ama watakatifu in this thing. We are trying to consider some a clean, consider at least a clean pair of hands, and also a track record of work for these people, because even us, we have issues, but I don't like the political, what the political elite have been doing in this country. It's a lot of hypocrisy. For me, as much as I appreciate that you are getting the secrets of the house on the hill, I'm feeling like right now, Gachagua is a pillar in helping us win, but we need to have a clean lineup for us to have meaningful change in this country. Otherwise, it will be the same. It might be worse, because I am foreseeing a point where if another regime with the same old mindset comes in, atapata tu shida ya the young people kuleta shida, that because what is happening is despair. There's a lot of despair because of lack of things are not moving. So if we have the same mindsets coming in, there might, after 1-2 years, there will be the same problem. So me, I'm not a fan of these old guards. We need to really vet and transform our minds as a people. I know a lot of people here have their fans in those legacy politicians, but for me, no. Let them help us get a clean pair of hands that can try to think independently to some extent. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. Wacha kwanza tupatane na hizi video kidogo.
Jiro, naomba nichangie hapa, nitimke tu kwa sababu
Okay,
natimuliwa hapa. Nimalizane na mimi yangu, nitimke hapa. Kwanza nitamjibu mama kwa swali lake, kwa sababu wameliuliza, lakini mpaka sasa hivi hakuna mtu ambaye ameweza kulijibu, na kama hivyo basi labda mmoja ama wawili. Swali ameuliza vizuri. Ikitokea kiongozi ambaye anatija, kiongozi ambaye hana ukabila, kiongozi ambaye atalipeleka hili taifa haswa katika misingi ambayo inafungamana na katiba, lakini vile vile na sheria, na kuhakikisha kwamba Mkenya amepata suluhu ya matatizo alionayo, lakini katoka katika jamii ya Mkikuyu, je, mtampigia kura ama mtamwacha? Mimi mwanao wa mbavuni, kwanza simuache, ndio jibu langu, maana ninaye tayari, nijamchagua mimi tangia awali, licha kwamba ametoka haswa Central, my party leader Martha Karua, ambaye sifa hizi ulizozitaja zipo. Nikijibu swali lako kwamba mimi peke yangu naweza mchagua, kwa sababu tayari ninaye, ndio mchagua. Lakini pia nitafunga kwa kusema hivi, na hili swali nitamuuliza Julia. Hivi kweli dada yangu Julia, kama unanipata, ni rahisi kutoa mbuyu kwa kutumia vidole viwili? Ndiyo nimalize haswa hii hoja yangu, kama atakuwa amenipata. Je, ni rahisi kutoa mbuyu ama kung'oa mbuyu kutumia vidole vyako viwili?
La.
Asante kwa jibu lako. Labda pengine nimuulize na ndugu yangu Kip ili nitengeze ushahidi hapa leo, maana Kip, ni rahisi ama unaonaje? Na unafungamana jibu la Julia, maana Julia amesema ni la. Je, una uwezo huo wa kutoa mbuyu kwa kutumia vidole viwili?
It is not easy, you have to be rough. Yeah, I've just told you, hii kitu ya kupembelezana na Ruto haikwagi.
Shikilia hapo hapo. Mimi jibu langu lilikuwa ni moja tu, it's not easy, kumaanisha ni la. Sasa majibu yenu yote mimi hajanikosha msimamo. Mimi kwangu inawezekana, na inawezekana hivi sasa kutoa mbuyu kwa kutumia vidole viwili. Usiungoje ukomae, pale pale ni mchanga tu, basi tumia vidole vyako viwili kuweza kung'oa. Maana ukiwacha ukikomaa, basi tutakuja haya majibu mawili ambayo nimeyapata kutoka kwenu, kwa dadangu Julia na kwa kaka yangu Kipu, kwamba la, itakuwa ngumu. Maana hapo utaleta hakso, utaleta mashoka na kadhalika. Unajua kuna mahadui wawili ambao haswa wangeng'olewa kwa kutumia vidole viwili since before, kuanzia hapo awe. Wa kwanza ni ukabili na wa pili ni corruption. Hawa watu ni wamezaliwa uzao mmoja, baba mmoja, mama mmoja, kimtazamo wangu kama msimamo. Kwa hiyo labda waasisi wangeweza kuhakikisha kwamba wanaung'oa huu mbuyu ukiwa bado ni mchanga pale, futi moja, futi mbili, hata futi tatu, basi hata kwa mkono ungeung'oa. Sasa mbuyu ndio huo umekomaa, sasa umefikia mahali tupo, ndo tunajipata hapa tulipo. Nikimalizia nitasema hivi tena kwa pointi yangu ya mwisho. Jamani, mimi niko ground na jukumu langu nikiwa ground kama mwananchi na haswa mtaka mageuzi na pita nyingi. Hii kauli ambayo nimezungumza awali, ambayo haswa inafungamana na kulipiza visasi, na si mara moja si mara mbili nimeiweka hii hali. Hili jambo tusilichukulie dogo. Hiyo ndio lugha ya mjini. Wowote wanaofungamana na broad based government na wanaofungamana na serikali, hiyo ndio stand. Kwa kama hatutalizungumzia katika hali ya tija, tunachukua munkari hapa, litakuja tuathiri, kwa sababu si wote ambao wako kwa media, especially wale wachochole ambao ndio wengi, basi wakipata hizi habari kwamba ni wakati wenu nyie wa kuweza kusimama sasa kuenjoy matunda ya rais ya nchi kwa sababu ya hili na hili na hili, na hawa walikuwa kwa uongozi na hili na hili, basi mimi kwangu limenipa kisunzi hili, sijalichukulia dogo. Hususa si kwa mimi msimamo niko kwa platforms, bali kwa wale ambao haswa habari wanazipata tu juu, lakini yani hawapo kabisa katika hili, na ndio wengi. Kwa maana hiyo kila tunavyozungumza, lakini hili tuliangalia kwa makini zaidi, kwa sababu nafasi ipo. Hatuna uhaba wa viongozi katika united position. Ikiwa basi ni hivyo, nitamaliza pale pale kwa andazi langu mimi nikienda nikipumzika, kwamba hili andazi, hawa wanaogombana na hili andazi, ni wakati tuambie hapumzika, wacha tumpe andazi. Lakini sasa mwenye kumpe uandazi lile ni wa united opposition, wala si tumpe andazi wa broad based government. Tutakuwa tumelimaliza huu mchezo. Hiyo tu ndo tahadhari yangu ya leo na ndo la msimamo la leo. Asanteni.
Haya, sawa, msimamo, tumeshukuru. Thank you for your participation. Kabla ni latest Tony PK ambaye amekuja kwa kipindi kwa vipimbo, let me have hii video tunachezewa na DJ wetu hapa.
Ahmed Amin, nataka nikuongeleshe. Wiki mbili iliyopita huyu mjumbe wa Kikuyu Kimani Ichung'wa pale Alliance High School alitangaza ya kwamba Rigathi Gachagua hatakubaliwa kufika katika Kikuyu constituency, na akifika ataona. Akatisha atatoa fujo, na baadaye akaanza kupanga fujo vile tukija mkutano Kikuyu tutaumizwa na vile watu wetu watauawa na vijana. Huyu Kimani Ichung'wa alipanga tukavamiwa Limuru 2024 na vijana wahuni akawatuma huko, wakatuumiza na wakaumiza wale walikuwa wamekuja kwa mazishi. Mpaka wa leo hao wakora walitumwa na Kimani Ichung'wa hawajakamatwa. Kimani Ichung'wa ametisha kutoa fujo na hajaitwa kuandika statement. Sisi nataka tuambie DCI na IG, wiki ijayo tunakuja Kikuyu. Kama Kimani Ichung'wa anataka kupanga fujo, atume wahuni waue akina mama, waue watoto, waue viongozi, wacha aendelee. Lakini ile kitu inatushangaza DCI, leo asubuhi maofisa yako pale Kikuyu wameanza kuita viongozi wa DCP kuwatisha, kuwauzia uoga, na tunajua ile mpango DCI officers wako nayo na Kimani Ichung'wa. Wakati wa Gen Z protest last year, Kimani Ichung'wa alituma wahuni wakachoma koti ya Kikuyu, akatuma wahuni wakisimamiwa na polisi wakachoma ofisi ya DCC, alafu wakapanga na DCI Kikuyu wakashika vijana wa DCP Wanjiku Thega, Kawanjiro na wengine, moja na Savea ambaye anasimama hiyo kiti, wakapelekwa kotini, wakashtakiwa na terrorism. Koti ya terrorism ya Kahawa ikakuta hakuna ushahidi, ikawachilia hawa watoto wakaenda nyumbani. Tunajua mpango sasa ni DCI Kikuyu wanataka kuwekelea fitina watu wa DCP, ndio Kimani Ichung'wa akipanga fujo tukija Kikuyu wawekelee officers ya DCP wawashtaki. Sisi tukwambia DCI, wewe unatumika vibaya. Unatumika vibaya na William Ruto na Kimani Ichung'wa. Tunataka kutangaza ya kwamba Kikuyu iko katika Jamhuri ya Kenya, na Kikuyu inaongozwa na sheria ya Jamhuri ya Kenya. Sisi hata kama Kimani Ichung'wa alitisha atatoa fujo, atatuma wakora wapige viongozi, waharibu mali, wapige wafuasi wetu, waue wengine, tutakuja Kikuyu next week. Hii itatokea, wacha itokee, tutaongea mbele. Mimi nataka kuambia officers ya DCI Kikuyu constituency, wacheni kutisha aspirant ya DCP. Hapana tisha viongozi wa DCP. Na ninataka kuambia wale viongozi wa DCP wameitwa na DCI Kikuyu wasiende huko. Tungetaka kujua wanaitwa kwa sababu gani. Itakuwaje DCI Kikuyu wanachukua amri kutoka kwa mwanasiasa? Kwani huyu mwanasiasa amekuwa wapi, nani katika Jamhuri ya Kenya? Na ndio mimi nashukuru watu ya Juja. Siku Kimani Ichung'wa alikuja hapa, aliambiwa na watu ya Juja, hutaongea na hutaongea. Na nikwambie wewe Kimani Ichung'wa unatumiwa na Kasongo kupiganisha wa Kikuyu. Na wewe si mtu mwerevu, wewe ni mjinga. Itakuwaje wewe unapanga wa Kikuyu kupiga wa Kikuyu, alafu William Ruto anatuchekelea? Ati unapanga wakora wakuje wapige wa Kikuyu wenzao, wapige akina mama, ati wapige watoto, na unajiita ati wewe ni leader of majority. Sisi tutakutangazia wiki ijayo tutakuja Kikuyu town kwa wingi na viongozi na wafuasi. Wewe panga fujo ile unataka kupanga Kikuyu, ukisimamiwa na polisi, tutaonana huko na wewe na hao polisi yako. Nimeona huyu Soprano akiongea akiwa Embu. Nasema mimi sina shida na Rigiji, sina shida na ndugu zangu, sina shida na watu ya jamii yetu. Hiyo ni mzuri Soprano, na tunashukuru huna shida na sisi. Hata sisi Soprano hatuna shida na wewe, lakini sisi kama jamii tuko na shida na vitendo vyako, si ndio? Soprano, tuko na shida na wewe. Ukiwa waziri ya interior uliambiwa na Kasongo uue watoto ya Gen Z, ukawaua. Kwa uko na shida na wewe Soprano kwa kuua watoto wa Gen Z ukiwa CS Interior. Wewe Soprano hatuna shida na wewe, lakini tuko na shida. Umekubali kutumiwa na Kasongo kugawanya jamii ya Mlima Kenya, ndio Kasongo watumalize. Tuko na shida na wewe. Wewe Soprano hatuna shida na wewe, lakini tuko na shida ya wewe na Kasongo kuiba mali ya Kenya, kuiba mali ya wagonjwa, kuiba kila kitu na kuja na hiyo pesa hapa kununua kura. That is our problem with you. Kama wewe unaweza rekebisha hiyo, na sijui utarekebisha namna gani. Kama unaweza fufua wale watoto wa Gen Z mliua na Kasongo, tunaweza samea wewe. Lakini wewe Soprano na Kasongo, kwa sababu ya kuua watoto wa Gen Z, hatuwezi samea nyinyi, hatuwezi samea nyinyi. Hapa SHA inafanya kazi, SHA inafanya kazi. Kuna mtu mwingine anaitwa Aden Duale anasema ati SHA inafanya kazi. Ni muongo, si muongo? Huyu Duale ni mwizi. Wameiba pesa ya SHA kupitia kampuni yake. Mimi nikimuuliza maswali ajibu wa Kenya, kwa nini unaiba pesa ya wagonjwa? Anasema Rigiji hapendi wa Somali. Mimi nakuuliza Duale, wewe ukiiba pesa ya SHA, pesa ya wagonjwa, hiyo pesa uliiba peke yako, huku kura na jamii ya Somali. Wewe Duale ukiiba pesa ya wagonjwa, unajenga mall Kilimani, unajenga mall huko Karen, hiyo mall ni yako na bibi yako na watoto wako, hapana ya jamii ya Wasomali. Wewe Duale hapana igiza jamii ya Wasomali kwa mambo ya ufisadi. Wewe ni mfisadi kama mtu binafsi, hapana igiza Wasomali kwa mambo ya ufisadi. Somali ni jamii ya heshima, wanafanya biashara Kenya. Don't drag the Somali community in matters corruption. Ukiiba pesa ya wagonjwa, Wasomali hawakuwa hapo. Hawa Wasomali ni wangwana, ni Waislamu, wanafuata Quran. Hawezi unga wewe ukiiba pesa ya wagonjwa. Watu maskini wanakufa hospitalini bila chakula, bila dawa, na wewe Aden Duale unaiba pesa ya wagonjwa ya maskini, alafu ukiulizwa swali unataka kuleta jamii ya Wasomali kwa shida zako. Mimi nimetangaza hapa Mlimani operation inaitwa Fagia. Ati inaitwaje? Hii ni ya kufagia takataka na ghasia ya siasa. Harambee! Wasaliti wote, UDA, Wilubaro, Koimbori, Wamuratha, Kimani Ichung'wa, wasaliti wote, Soprano na Kasongo, na Kasongo. Wangapi wanasema tufagie Kasongo, tufagie Kasongo? Jana nimeona yeye hapo kwetu Nyeri akisema ati yeye ni mtu ya Nyeri. Watu tu wanamwangalia. Yeye alikuja Nyeri, kanisa ya ACK ya Wetima, akatuma askari na wahuni wakapiga sisi ndani ya kanisa, wakaumiza akina mama na Wakristo. Alafu Kasongo, hata huwezi kuja Nyeri uombe msamaha. Wewe ulipiga watu kanisani na unakuja Nyeri ati kusema wewe ni mtu ya Nyeri. Watu ya Nyeri wanakuambia wewe ni muongo, wewe ni muuaji, wewe ni adui ya kanisa, wewe ni adui ya wamama, wewe ni adui ya vijana. Kasongo aende siende? Kasongo aende siende? Hapa Maraba, hapa Juja, Maraba, munasemaje? Ati munasemaje? Ati Maraba munasemaje? Ati Murauga atea? Ati? Ati atea? Ati Maraba munasemaje? Harambee! Harambee! Wewe Ruto wewe! Wewe Kasongo! Wewe Kaongo! Wewe Zakayo! Wewe mwizi! Wewe muuaji! Wewe mtu ya Singapore! Wewe mtu ya kutenga! Wewe mtu ya uongo! Kasongo aende asiende? Kasongo aende asiende? Kasongo aende asiende? Wangapi wanasema Kasongo aende, Kasongo aende, Kasongo? mnisaidie. Sasa mimi nitafanya nini? Si rais amesema hii watoto wamalizwe, nitawamaliza. Niye gamaka agita mwangi wa Kĩũnjũrĩ kuria gwake mũgũnda Kirigoris akĩmwĩra thiĩ ũtangathe atĩ ciana atĩ nĩ Gĩkũyũ kĩrendaga kũgarũra thirikari, uge atĩ korwo nĩ andũ 20,000 ciana ciaumĩte Kĩambu gũka kũgarũra Kĩũnjũrĩ kĩrimũ gitũ rĩ gĩkĩoya gĩgĩta kameme nĩ Gĩkũyũ kĩrendaga kũgarũra Ruto, ciana 20,000 irokete na marori kũgarũra Ruto. Kĩmwĩta Kĩũnjũrĩ kai ciana citũ irĩ rũri ta Kagogo wamenyithia atĩ nĩ Agĩkũyũ. Ningĩ rĩ Kĩambu road nĩkuo DCI yakoragwo, nĩkuo NICI ĩkoragwo, kaĩ mahĩtũkĩire kũ? Ngĩkĩmũria Kĩũnjũrĩ onokorwo nĩ marĩ ciana cia mũciĩ onokorwo nĩ maratima nĩ maheni rĩ kai cianagĩrĩrwo. Ngĩmũria we Kĩũnjũrĩ kĩmwana gĩaku rĩ kĩngĩkorwo nĩ kĩiyĩte rĩ kĩingatwo nĩ andũ rĩ kĩingĩre gwaku nyũmba rĩ mũndũ ahĩtũke auge he mũici tũraingata hau tũrenda kũũraga ĩ nĩ wamwona no mere kũu gwaku nyũmba. Ngĩmũria kai ũrĩ mũndũ wa mũthemba ũrĩkũ? Ngĩĩta Kĩmani wa Icũng'wa, Kĩmani mũndũ ũyũ atũbangĩire ũũ no nĩ agũtũnina na tondũ tũrĩ andũ 80 reke tũmũkore tũmũgirie. Agĩthikĩrĩria tũkĩrĩkia ũguo rĩrĩa tũrĩrĩkia rĩ agĩthiĩ agĩthita akĩnyendia. Rĩu hau no tũrĩ akiuga mũndũ ũyũ nĩgetha ahote kũnina Gĩkũyũ no nginya nĩ mũingate, tondũ arĩ ho ndingĩhota kũnina rũrĩrĩ. Niĩ ndiamenyaga hiano ũũ nĩ ndekire mahĩtia kũmũtua, rĩu nĩguo eraga andũ ake ndoĩ-inĩ Kagege kumbe twarehire mũrũthi na ekuo andũ aya ndingĩhota gwĩkora ndĩrenda kana koguo nĩ aingatwo. Akĩrwo nĩ Kĩmani wa Icũng'wa aingatwo rĩ no ciumia ici atĩ kĩraũ nĩ kĩao nĩ mabati twamũingata wiki 2 tũkamũigua rĩngĩ ona mũcemanio wa mũnanda ndagetwo agũthiĩ kwao wa Mũnyoro agakuĩre kuo nĩ thĩna ũrĩa naguo agĩthikagĩra. Ũguo nĩguo erirwo nĩ Kĩmani wa Icũng'wa tondũ nĩ amũragia tukifukuza hii mtu si wakikuya na Escalation. Hapana, hii wakikuya wana haja na mtu wako na haja na kirauni ikitolewa ni mabati wacha tufukuze. Becha igĩkĩrutwo MP matongoretio nĩ wanyu ndero ikaraga ũmũhoere mwanake ũcio etagwo Kũrũria nĩwe wathiĩ ona karatathi akendia rũrĩrĩ ahetwo milioni 10 maseneta milioni 20 na nĩkĩo Karũgũ wathagwo Kĩambu ĩno nowe waregire milioni 20 Karũgũ wathagwo mũmũhoyagĩre Ngai na agatirĩrwo na mahoya nĩ mwanake mũnini no nĩ njamba ya rũrĩrĩ. Beca igĩkĩrutwo tondũ Kalenjin maugire tũtingĩmũingata Gĩkũyũ gĩtetĩkĩrĩte, Jaruo ikiuga tũtingĩmũingata Gĩkũyũ gĩtetĩkĩrĩte. Gĩkũyũ rĩ kĩheo beca gũkũ Kĩambu othe tiga Karũgũ amũcoba twarĩ nake aikaikara nege narĩ agĩtwo agĩthecwo kĩndũ akĩgarũra ruga Koiburi rĩ ena macira ta 20 akĩrwo to nĩ ũkuohwo rĩ tigana na mũndũ ũcio njoka mwena rĩu rĩu thĩna ũcio nĩguo tuonete. Ndĩrauga atĩ niĩ ndĩrakena mũno.
Kipril, ili watu waziboeke sana, nitacheza hizi video mbili relax kidogo, lakini nataka kusikia maoni ya Stone PK. Stone PK, uko na story mpya?
Hapana, kama unataka kucheza video cheza tu.
Mimi kuna kitu nataka kukuuliza moja about Kagege.
Yes.
Gachagua amesema ati Ruto alifikirianga yeye ni Kagege, lakini yeye ati kumbe akakuja, I don't know ile lugha ametumia. So can you tell me, Gachagua knew.
Thank you.
So Gachagua knew what Kageges were. Can you react about hiyo story ya kusema ati Ruto alikuwa anafikiria mimi ni Kagege?
Sasa unauliza ama Gachagua alikuwa anajua juu ya Togege?
So because when we were saying wao ni Togege, they were not even
Sasa Njiro, let me again refresh you. Remember when Gachagua and Ruto did what they did, even during their campaign and all that. And then they did what they did to have the members of parliament they had, or they still have. He was part and parcel of it. And you see, that's why for me, I have a huge problem with the Gachagua. I know people on comment side, wengine wanaonanga ni kama niko extreme. It's because I'm so keen. I'm so keen. I know these guys so well. He is part of the people who made sure that any UDA inaingia. And that's the problem I have with his DCP when he keeps on saying kila mtu akuwe DCP. Kwa hivyo ukiingia DCP hata kawe ni kondoo unatakiwa uchaguliwe. And that's the worst mistake that Mulima makes. The same rhetoric. So when these UDA togeges, all of them wakashinda. So walishinda pamoja na Ruto. I mean na Gachagua. Gachagua was there campaigning for them. So he knew the kind of people. So even when he comes talking, he would want his party to have engineers, the lawyers, people like the senior people in the ODF. I mean, that is really, blowing fire. Na mdomo umejaza maji. Does he know what he wants? And even when he goes, sasa anasema anaongea now, it's the time to reveal the Tugeges. Does he listen to himself? But again, he contradicts and anakuja anaikalma anaomba msamaha. He's too full of kuomba msamaha. Yeah, but the truth of the matter is he absolutely believed in Tugeges. He believed in all of them, and his objective was not about helping Kenya. And even up to now, from what he talks, it's about him getting power. Him and Oburu are not different because it's about power. So baadhi yake hata ikijaa Tugege saa hii tukijiita DCP, and that is how it's gonna be. If you look at some of the people now who are going to wako kwa wave ya DCP, you'll be shocked. Some of them are idiots. I'm talking even from my background huko. Wale wanasema that's the wave, and that is what we should neglect. Kusema mambo ya wave ati sasa Mulima chama ni DCP, that's nonsense of the highest order. We have other parties, so long as they are not supporting UDA, and that's why I would encourage people to be in any party. Neither should be campaign this garbage of saying that kila mtu achague DCP. How about ukiwa na mtu akina nini? We will go back to the same mistakes that we have always been. And unfortunately, Gachagua has not changed. Only that he has changed from wearing yellow to those funny colors of his party. Otherwise, he can really put us in another shit, and we will have no time to apologize like he's apologizing now. Yes, I like the way he's revealing many things, but ana reveal mpaka anateleza. Look at when he says that walipokuwa wanaakusiwa hawa watoto ni wa nini, anaambia Kiunjuri ati hata kama ni mtoto wako umeambiwa ameiba utakuja kumpeana. We don't want those kind of thinking, those phrases. Mi ukiwa wewe ni mtoto wangu na nasikia umeua nitakupeana. Uende ukaface the law. I mean, because look at it from a bigger perspective. It means that sasa kwa sababu Mkikundi atakuwa anaiba, then Kikuyu should not talk about corruption. What are we talking about here? Integrity is not easy. And Gachagua cannot pass that test, unfortunately. Yes, for now, is the what we say is the cat we are bailing. Yes, yeah, but that's it. Otherwise, atazidi kuuza Mulima. I think there is something he needs to limit. He should either limit in castigating Kasongo, na si kupeana too much examples which antagonize him. It is sad. Even like now talking about Tugeges, anajiuza tu, unfortunately. Every time Gachagua anaongea, akiongea speech yake anamalizia na kujifunga kamba, which is for me, I don't want people to turn on him and start punishing the Rorere which he likes. I don't want people to start having different opinion about Mulima because of Gachagua, because we need everybody to be the force against Ruto. But the more he talks, we may not get the 100% that we want, because he anaguza some wounds, some wounds that people had. Remember, it was Kufa Makanga, Kufa Dereva. You think that thing has been erased from people's head? And why were we saying that? He has to be a bit careful, and anakuwa drunk. He gets high on whatever, I don't know, whatever he uses during speeches. Analewa, anakumbuka, anasahau vitu, anateleza, anajichanganya kama kitu ingine. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's a
can I?
okay, utakuja kidogo. Kuna comment unajua pia Njiru, remember Jane Kihara MP Naivasha was the only MP who told people to move away from the Bibi land. Nikukumbusha, tunakumbushwa. She said mugodane wa munene riu. She was not for people. And now, wow.
Yeah, thank you. Nami huyu amecomment hiyo. Fantastic. I love such people who give history. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Asante sana. Because, and you know, honestly, I don't think Gachagua is the savior for this country. And I don't think DCP should be. No. We should have all those other parties. Kabisa.
Kidogo Stone PK. Naye nje anasema look at who Gachagua is supporting for governor in Nairobi on DCP ticket. Just imagine.
Huyo jamaa anaitwa nini? Bazuka. Anaitwa nini? Bazu. I not my friend. Nairobi City, we need something. Hata afadhali Kidero arudi. Naye natumshike Makeindi asiibe. We want somebody with inaitwaje? The first person to kuingia Nairobi na akakuja na what he called a strategic something, a plan, was him. I don't know what went into him, you know, corruption yake pia ikaleta shida. But can you imagine Nairobi being run by ati kwa sababu sijui Bazu, sijui anapeanaga nini, you know, I don't know.
Wapi sasa dede? Hadi inasemekana ndiye anataka akuwe governor.
Not suddenly. No, not suddenly. Ni wale wa Kikuyu wanafanya biashara. Ukiuliza biashara hizo zake anafanya ni gani, mtu akwambii. Njiru, you know, Kenyans now should go. So Stone PK akianza, unaulizwa Stone PK, ulitoka shule lini? Ulipotoka shule, let's see your CV. Kabisa, so that we know. Tunaambiwa ulifanya kazi kwa civil servant, ulifanya nini? That is what we want. Si kuambiwa mtu ni mbiashara. Fine, you are a businessman. Let's see the genesis of your business. Because kama hata ukiuliza Elon Musk and all these others, they'll tell you how they started and how they went into whatever business they are doing. Sasa unatuambia vitu kama akina Njenga Karume ati biashara mashuhuri na zile mambo ulifanya
Chako to gold, my friend Stone PK, unakataa from Chako to gold one.
That was nonsense. So it's rubbish. Waliibia watu, hata Kenyatta the president, from what to what, all the wealth. Wizi tupu, unyang'anyi. Unafanya watu wanakuwa landless in their own country, and then unaamass hiyo wealth and unatake advantage of people. Watu wameitisha majembe. Sasa badala, kwa sababu wameitisha majembe, una displace them, unawaletea watu wakuja wachukue mashamba walime. I mean, what kind of leadership is that? So now that we are elite, people are enlightened, and that's why I'm saying, like now we need to ask ourselves, tusiende na hizo manini ati wave, ati sasa Nairobi watu wanasema Bazu ametoka na wapi na anaduiji nini Nairobi? Labda yeye ndio mkubwa Kayole ama huko Kasarani huko, because Kasarani inakuanga hizo na huko Mwiki. What business have they been doing? Ndio wamegrab hizo mashamba na kina nani huko Nairobi. Hizo mashamba za huko Mwiki wapi nani Latisama, what? People grabbed the Nairobi land. That's why there is congestion. I talk that with a lot of authority. I know how people, Nairobi was up for grabs. Yeah.
And I think that is where like some people are getting some exit point with Gachagua, because some of the people who he is proposing to be leaders, they are not like transformational leaders. I agree. If Gachagua wants to make a stamp in Kenya, because I know watu kama wakina Bazu, he is supporting them because they have money. They will be able to bring money to his DCP party. I know that's why he is supporting those people. but
Listen, I told you Njiru, for you to usimame na hiyo mic kuongea lazima umelipa 10,000 peke hiyo kwa rallies ati 10,000 hizo amecollect. So yeye ni power hiyo, nimekwambia. A pesa, MPs wengi, MCs wengi and all that. The aim is not transforming Kenya. Because nipatie formula ya Gachagua ya kutransform Kenya. Give it to me Njiro. And those who support him and the strongly. Akupatie strategy from when he was a DO. Ndio unaweza jua. You know, you can trace people. Somebody was a principal in a school. Somebody was a counselor. Yes.
I want to read the comment here Nje hapa because it's important. And I hope people like akina Gachagua, they get feedbacks from people like us. Nje anasema amesikiliza huyo Gakuya hata kwa TV na radio and he is low level and he cannot even express himself.
Hata afadhali Sonko, by the way, ukikompea huyu na nani.
So
I'm telling you,
someone to help him route Nairobi. That is what Nje is saying. Like
Nairobi
then,
needs to be zoned. Nairobi.
So why would Gachagua then? Why would
for United Opposition? Just like the president's seat, Nairobi needs to be zoned. They have to pick somebody. They have to pick a good candidate. Unfortunately, that one, we've noticed that Nairobi, if you don't pick a good leader, to tell me. So for me, I think just the way they want to pick one leader to be flag bearer for the presidency, Nairobi should be treated the same. You cannot just pick an idiot. No.
And then is Gachagua not aware that Gakuya is an idiot? So why is he like Gachagua ndiye amesema tutakuwa tunaleta watu werevu. Gachagua, that's what he is saying. Tutakuwa that's the language uses, advocate. And he even acknowledged Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga was shielded for over 20 years by serious people. James Orengo.
Wewe Njiru, drinking wine and preaching water. Unaona? Gachagua tells you what you want to hear. I've asked you, enda usome history ya Gachagua, usikie transformation ile ameleta. Hata hiyo ubunge. Go waulize, just ask. You know why anadharauliwa na huyo mbunge wa yuko sahi? Do you know madharau hii anamdharau? It's because the guy delivered nothing. Ala? My friend, unajua tukiongea hizi vitu lazima nini? I deliver nothing. Well, not nothing, but it's not commensurate to what the impact that a member of parliament is supposed to make.
If that is the case, can we say that Gachagua is just a punching bag, but
yes,
he is not a person who we can look to through the foresight of the country we want? Can we agree?
No. Yes, absolutely.
I need Gachagua to come to Rift Valley. I'll be honest with you, because we have such dumb leaders. Afadhali tupate dumb leaders from Gachagua other than Ruto. Let me just say that.
Well, yeah, I agree with you, but what I'm saying, we should not, and I don't want opposition to lie low and you know, lie low ni kama Gachagua ndio Mungu ndio Yesu. No. We want Akina Matiang'i to stand, because we can see things in Akina Matiang'i and in those other guys, including these Kalonzo people are bashing. We can see principled people. That's what we are looking for, not shouting. See, mtu anashout at who shouts loud. We want to, what do people believe in? Gachagua believes in Mbesambere, just like a normal Kikuyu. Yes. Gachagua, even when he's pronouncing corruption, the word does not come out well because it is not in his DNA. You know? Yes. That word
kidogo ile wakati amesema tutakuwa tunaenda kupea polisi kitu kidogo.
Imagine
kupiga kura.
Yes.
That is where I saw now like I think our friend is going too much. I think let it be a punching bag for now, but I think for the country which we are looking forward to.
Ajateleza, that is who Gachagua is. From the abundance of your heart, the mouth speaketh, my friend. And that is Gachagua from the beginning, my friend. When he was cozy in government, he was eating, not speaking. And to buttress my point, let me just go on and quickly finish my point. I don't like Gachagua because of these few reasons that I said hypocrisy. But Gachagua, if you guys, just Njiru, the way you are laughing, can you tell your people not to make a mistake? Gachagua wants tyranny of numbers in parliament. And he will control the country the way he wants. If Ruto wants it, he will sell to Ruto. And we will,
exactly.
you will cry, you guys. You will cry.
Yes.
And also, number two, Gachagua is not even interested in he has realized through just the way the Baba had people on the ground. He wants people and parliament. Once he has those, he doesn't care. He will control, he will take whatever he wants from the president. That's why we want fiery people, vichwa ngumu pale mbele, wenye sometimes atawaambia kitu fulani wanakataa, wanakaa ngumu kama at least saizi tunaona au watu watatu kama Sifuna, Karua, they can be a bit of Matiang'i, can be independent minded. That's one thing I would say. And if you people make a mistake, because I can see good leaders in your backyard, but Gachagua is saying fagia because they don't subscribe to his team. You will weep, you people, because the guy will loot through those people. And hamtaipata viongozi wazuri tena kama hao. So for me, I agree with Stone PK that this conversation need to raise it to an intellectual point and also bring it to the ground, to the people. At least this time imebaki, people need to not to make a mistake. It is the same Gachagua who told us with the wave to move to this direction, that the mess we are in right now. And if we make that mistake again, we need to elect individuals, not parties this time around.
Thank you. Thank you, bro. That is it. That is it. Individuals. Can you imagine Karango Dangwa ama anaitwa nini akiopose Gachagua? Can you imagine? Can you imagine this guy ule wa Mandebu anaitwa nani? Ule anaongeanga. Can you imagine him opposing Gachagua? Anaitwa nani ule jamaa wa huko Nyahururu? Those psychophants wa Gachagua unaona wakitetea mwananchi? Njiru. You know, we want independent.
I want to ask Stone PK a question, because Gachagua amesema hivi. I want us, sometimes it's good to judge people from their spoken oratory work. Gachagua said this, not again in Mount Kenya. We will not elect people who have no foresight of the community, watu ambao hawezi uza community, and intellectuals. Is that script not what he is working with? Ama hiyo ni script ya raia, lakini akona script yake na hapo nyuma ya curtain.
Hiyo ilikuwa specific. Ilikuwa for that interview. Ilikuwa for that interview. You know, he's a literature guy. He looks at his audience and he crafts that based on the situation of the moment. That is not true.
No, I want you to explain to me. Sababu alisema Mlima will be considering intellectual. Na akatoa hata ile joke tunasemanga wa mafuku wa mashoro. You see wale watu wanachukulia Mlima. So
Njiru,
how is
okay, no, nakuelewa, but intellectuals mpaka wakuwe DCP. Answer me. Must they, why are you curtailing people? There are many other parties, Jubilee and all that. And I'm talking like this because I'm going to be one of them. I don't want to be told that in my area I cannot contest unless I'm in DCP. That's bullshit, man.
I think so at this time unataka Gachagua angangania chama ingine. I think all the No,
Njiro, don't lose it. Nataka Gachagua anganganie opposition, united opposition, and people to have freedom of choice. Period. The way he talks is terrible. When he's there with 5 other principals, It's I've said this from day one. Unaambia watu hivyo na uko na party zingine hapa. It's wrong. Very wrong. Hiyo ni kama ni mchezo ya kawaida. Na hii si mchezo ya kawaida. Here we want united opposition. Whoever comes as an opposition, whether independent candidate, with the Jubilee, with the Wiper, don't vilify other parties. That is where even unaona ma principals wanaenda na cold feet towards him. They are not comfortable. He's not accommodating at all. At all. He thinks he's the savior. You know, that because you are in Mulima, you are a Kikuyu, you cannot be in any other party. That's shame on him. It is wrong. It is wrong. There are people who don't like him.
Anajaribu to prevent cracks.
Which one? No, nothing. Hakuna crack. There are so many people who hate DCP. I'm telling you. And they hate it because of him.
So let me ask you a question. Is in Murima, can Murima have like 3 political parties or 4 political parties, and they still, all those people, they congregate to united opposition without voter leakages or even without Ruto infiltrating in some of those parties? Because this is what will happen in some constituencies. Ruto anaenda anapea mtu ya one of our party pesa, wanaambiwa waenda uharibu kura hapo.
Sasa wewe Njiru, that's another simple nursery school observation. Si watu ndio wanajua who they want to elect. If they see Stone PK is coming in at Jubilee, they know me. You know, people are not coming from heaven. They know the candidates, you know. So we say, go for the candidate, go for the character. Mtu atakuja na Jubilee, watu watajua huyu ni mwizi. Wanajua, okay, character hii mzuri iko na DCP. Go for him. That's okay. That's what we are saying. The people should be led to decide. Wasikuwe influence na uniform. People want wakuwe na waangalie player, because people know right from MCA. They know. Yeah, they know. You are not haujakatazwa kusimama ukiwa unataka kusimama. Yeah, and that is where now the parties should come and say, because hapa tumekuta Stone PK ndiye amependwa kabisa na ndio watu wanasema is genuine, then the opposition supports that. You understand? They support that and they try to bring a consensus, because this is what yes.
Opposition should, Gachagua should not be dictatorial. He should should have united opposition candidates being unified, supported on consensus. If a candidate is popular and has track record, mmeangalia vizuri, has no issues, is a good leader, now support as united opposition, not having those dictatorial tendencies ya kusema ati mtu amefanyia watu kazi kama governor vizuri, MP vizuri, hapo nasema kama si DCP fagia. That is nonsense. That one will bring trouble to the entire country.
Exactly. Because now your aim is mnakubaliana yenyewe huyu jamaa amefanya kazi, whether ako na party gani ama party gani, unaona, na mnaangalia hiyo ndio kusikiza ground bro, si ndio? Because it will be made by the ground when you listen now to the people, to the electorate. What are they talking about Stone PK?
There is something I'm not understanding, Stone PK, yeah? There is something which I'm not understanding, yeah? I want you to explain to me how Gachagua will cross the DCP and united opposition at the same time. I want you give me the dichotomy of explain to me how Gachagua will work for DCP and united opposition. I want you to give me those interaction points.
The interaction ni zero. And please usiweke science hapa sasa. Chukua simple. Gachagua is fighting to mobilize people to run against Ruto. Number one, hiyo point uchukue hivyo. That when he stands, he should not put his party first. That's the killer. Si chama. So akiweka ni chama, then yeye ni mwizi tu, ni mkora anatuuza, and you are not listening Njiru, because nataka kueleza vizuri. We are saying let him not go auctioning the party. We are not interested in the party. Let him go auctioning, asking for leaders of integrity. Okay, and then the leaders can decide whether to join UDA, DCP or any. Yani awache. Let me finish. Sijamaliza. So when he stands to talk as somebody fighting very vehemently to remove Ruto. He doesn't have to. You don't have to emphasize that Ruto can only be removed by DCP. That's just a uniform. So if you put that ukivalisha mbwa hiyo, ask.
Mimi ile swali nataka kuuliza ni my question is, can a man of integrity join DCP? Like, let's say now,
yes. Yes.
Can men of integrity join DCP? Instead of saying, like to say, if you know you are a man of integrity and you want to be a part of the solution in the current issue which we are having in Kenya, why can't those people now also join DCP and also they become a solution, including even becoming intellectual will for Gachagua? Why can't we work it out that way?
Not on intimidation and dictatorial.
Yes, dictatorial tendency. Yes, intelligent people, people of integrity want to have independent mind. Okay, and people are reading Gachagua ahead. People are reading him ahead. He will not be able to allow independent mind. Take that to the bank. That's what is scaring people, and it will scare away good people. Thank you. Sorry, bro. I interrupted.
There is something hapo nataka tufikie kabisa. There is something I want to ask in terms of this. Gachagua already understands the Ruto script and the way they have been doing it in UDA. Let's put that aside. Then there is something I want us here, we pull a little bit. You need to know that in politics, there is what we call sucking. Sucking is where the euphoria by the big political party sucks the others. And it is something which you cannot prevent. So that is why I'm asking. Because to some extent, there could be that euphoria of DCP in Mount Kenya, for instance. There could be, I don't know. I have not analyzed it. There could be that euphoria which is there. And then you see it's like almost everybody wants to gravitate there. So the question which I'm trying to ask is, why are we preempting that Gachagua might become dictatorial to some of these people? Why are we not saying that? Why are these intellectuals not saying we also want to become part of DCP and also become part of the change we want? Why are intellectuals fearing?
No, you're just trying to defend DCP.
No, I'm not defending DCP, but now why are intellectuals fearing DCP? Why are we preempting? It will be dictatorial.
DCP is becoming ODM. DCP is becoming ODM. DCP is becoming ODM. I'm sorry. It is.
I need somebody to explain to me that. I need somebody to explain to me that. Kuna watu wameenda DCP wakafukuzwa. How many years attempted to join DCP na akaambiwa uweze uingia?
That's what you're not seeing the future. The future is that we're tunakuchorea hapo. The way DCP is starting, it's moving towards the direction of what ODM is doing. It becomes a party of mimi nilitoa hii pesa. So I can, my party, I can make decisions the way I want. Not for the people, but for the money I removed. Look at the Nairobi race for DCP. It's garbage, people. DCP is not coming from... It is starting out as, yes, maybe euphoria, the way you're saying, yeah, it's the goal is to remove Ruto. But then afterwards, what will happen to DCP? Let me tell you what will happen to DCP. If indeed Gachagua gets a huge collection of MPs from the mountain, let's just see how crafty Gachagua is. Are you not telling me if Ruto steals the election and we've got nothing to do with it, he's not going to use it to do negotiation? You don't know Gachagua. Gachagua will negotiate with Ruto. I'm telling you, my friend. I don't want to Karananga alafu the next day they are together. That is what we're preempting. I'm telling you, Gachagua is not somebody to trust. I keep telling you here, you still think just because right now he's singing your hymns is a good guy. He's not.
You are saying Gachagua is what? I need to hear that. Your statement. Gachagua is not a man.
I'm telling you, Gachagua is protecting himself and is also building a way he can negotiate the same way ODM is doing. In 2027,
is he genuine? You know, okay,
no,
that one could be true, but is he genuine in wanting to eject Ruto out of power? Because that one should also be a goal.
Yeah, to remove Ruto, yeah, that is a goal.
Yeah, of
just
course.
because
Then
just because
why
we
are
have
we
the same.
blind ourselves? Why are we concentrating with the Gachagua ambition and we are not concentrating on the bigger goal of injecting Ruto out of power? If his goal is injecting Ruto out of power, we should be able to embrace that as he works on his self-interest, which he is trying to work on.
Listening.
Also Gachagua is not concentrating on removing Ruto from power. Gachagua is concentrating on amassing power around himself to gain negotiation.
Exactly. Thank you.
Leverage.
But he has
Because
said he
he
cannot work with
doesn't care whether Ruto is out. He wants what we call an any of tyranny of numbers in the house.
So you can imagine.
Let me tell you, mtu anabie vingi. Let me tell you, kidogo, please,
you have to listen. You have to listen.
You'll come.
You have to listen. You have to listen. You have to listen. Your problem is not seeing the poisonous chalice that is going to happen. If Gachagua gets a very large number of MPs, right? Very large number of MPs, and then we actually get issues during 2027, our team gives up and Ruto goes into power. Gachagua can easily say, I will impeach you if you don't give me A, B, and C. And Ruto will tell him, I'll give you a number of CSs. So that is Gachagua playing that politics outside.
So, you know something which I'm not understanding. Why are we assuming Ruto is getting to power? Because Nikama, you know where I'm not understanding is where you are saying Ruto, if Ruto gets to power, and then Gachagua negotiates. So why are we working with that script of Ruto getting to power?
Njiru, understand this. Not only Ruto getting to power, but even these colleagues of him getting to power, he will have leverage. They will have to listen to him. They will not have free will completely. They will have to listen. He'll have advantage, and that is what he wants. And also the question you asked about who prevents these good guys from it is the mannerism, the behavior. Of course, you cannot go to a person who is over domineering. You cannot tell me, for example, say Ndindi at Zamol because he has refused to, and if he runs for MP still, Gachagua should not have reason for forcing him into Nini. But if he runs for presidency, he may have something over him. You cannot tell me that Kangata must be in DCP for him to be acceptable. You will lose, you guys. You should vote in individuals. If they have worked, just vote them in to continue with the work. Otherwise, you will be doing somebody else's bidding.
There's a formula I want you people to explain to me. Give me, I want us now to think. I want us, but I want us to think. Give me a consolidation concept of not having because I know what people are preventing is that people are saying we need to have like many political parties within Murima or over the Kenya. But I want to explain to me a consolidation point, which is uninfiltratable with many political parties, especially in Mount Kenya. Nataka tu munieleze how it will work.
If you have every single political party that is of Mount Kenya that is consolidated in Tukwena DP, Tukwena Jubilee, we have DCP, we have PLP, we have all these parties other than Akina Moses Kuria coming in and then winning the whole of Mulima, right? And then winning the presidency. It means that consolidation of a dictatorship in Mulima is removed. Imetolewa. And by the way, hata Mary Wanaina onge by the way, she's been coming several times.
Amekuja? Oh, okay, sawa.
Yeah, and then you've been ignoring her.
I think unajua
na naenda kulala sahi, so
okay, ni sawa.
If you need anything from me,
Kiprile, kuna kitu I think people are not understanding. Gachagua is looking at the okay, we know votes were stolen, but do you understand the failures of Azimio? in 2022 when it came to forming the coalition? What happened? Do you understand the shida ya Azimio ilikuwa wapi?
Dictatorship of
there was no shida. There was no shida, by the way. Nani ndio waliharibu hiyo dictatorship ya ati kuzona, hapa ni kwa ODM, hapa ni kwa hii na hii. It's ODM that screwed up.
ODM.
Like the way Gachagua wants to screw up. And then Njiru, sorry, I've hijacked keep. Njiru, don't sell this stereotype thing of at power politics, something sucking the other. No, it is how we present to the people. And nani, my colleague here, sijui ni nani anajiita joke, nani, amesema, focus on people, focus on character. Party is garbage, Njiru. Hiyo kitu ikutoke kwa kichwa. Party is not beneficial to the population. Hakuna kitu usaidia kwa population kutokana na party. Hakuna kitu inaitangwa party kwa mwananchi wa kawaida. Party ni Gachagua, party ni wenye party. And that is what they don't want Kenyans to realize. And that is what Gen Z, by the way, that is where they are going. That's what they are seeing. Party is kiosks. Okay? And mwananchi akiwa na shida anaenda kwa MCA, aendi kwa party. Parties, by the way, if I had a way, I would clear all parties out of that country because they don't function. They don't help. Parties are suckers. So to use hii ati party fulani itasaka ati that is politics. No, it is stupid and very, very distorting politics, which is started by akina Gachagua who want to mint money out of innocent people. You can tell me, for example, 10,000 and you have 100,000 people removing 10,000. How much money is that? And all what you do, you print to kofia tuingine tuchongi tunakaa hivi ati hiyo ni merchandise. I'd rather spend that money going across my constituency, talking to people and selling my agenda than just putting on those t-shirts and garbage and doing rhetorics that are not beneficial to mwananchi. You know, so we want to kill that. Personally, that is my mission. That is my focus to character. That's why, for example, when the people wakisimama independent and they are performing, that is it. That is what we want. So hiyo maneno ya kuleta dichotomy between party and character, no, it should not exist. We should follow the Gen Z model. No party. Let's look at individuals.
But those kidogo, but
we will unmask you.
Kidogo. But those individuals, for now, they have to conform in a political party. They will not just be in a vacuum.
No, they don't have to. They don't have to.
Even
umepotea. In which party is Sifuna and his people?
No,
yes.
But
which party is Sifuna?
Organization, it will need a vehicle, a political party.
No. Which vehicle does Sifuna have? Kuna hiyo maneno.
No, but at the end of the day, you want to vote him, you will need a symbol, you need something.
You individual, like me, my symbol is individual. No. Period. I don't need a party. I create my nini. Njiru tusiuze hii maneno ati party lazima ati you need a party symbol. No, you can do you have your own independent candidates.
In Asia, they are dealing with the party. In Europe, they are dealing with the parties. In America, they are dealing with the parties. I only say the only
place
where people don't want parties is in Kenya. It's a new way of life.
Because it's a rubbish way of life for Kenya because it has not worked for us for 63 years in Njiru. So we don't have to do what Europeans and Americans are doing when it has failed. It has failed. Njiru, you are a scientist. What has failed so many times?
I don't believe like you don't keep in Europe or even in America.
No, I'm saying parties have failed in Kenya. If they have succeeded in Europe, in Kenya it has failed miserably. You are a Kenyan, you know that.
That one does not mean parties cannot succeed in Kenya.
They can succeed, but we don't want to experiment this time around. Period. Hatutaki kubahatisha ati saa hii inaweza kusucceed. It's like the way I heard people saying ati ukiambia watu IBC itarig una discourage people from voting. How Kenyans kwani tunafikiria reverse aje? When you tell people,
mimi nataka nielezewe how you build a political momentum to fight Ruto without a political party. Mimi nataka munielezee how to navigate a partyless politics at this time in Kenya. Mimi nataka tu munielezee because I'm
Sifuna ako party gani? Sifuna ako party gani? Sifuna is in which party? Na hiyo mob yake. Sisi ni Sifuna. Which party is that? And right now, it's having very big pullout. Which party is that? It is a conglomeration of people that Kenyans can trust. As simple.
Can you take
take
Sifuna confirmation to the ballot? Can you take it to the ballot?
Yeah, independent. Yeah, independent candidates. That's it. That's it. Independent candidate. Why not?
Anyway, even Putin is independent basi kama ni hivyo.
Unashika hizo nini zao, achana nao.
Jiru don't be fixated in mindset, because can you point in case, let's look at Nyanza region and the 20-year era of Baba. You could see people, independent candidates. As much as Baba was domineering, he did not one point openly condemn these guys. There were a number of them, including in Suna, was it Suna West or Kisumu there? There's Mwindi there. And when you look at those independent candidates, their track record is so good, more than those in parties who are under Baba, because those under Baba, as far as you are loyal and you contribute to the party, even if you don't do development down there, as long as you are loyal, you came back. But these guys,
I think kidogo Joseph utakuja. I think the problem which we are having in Kenya is not political parties. The problem is controlling the political parties. If Gachagua allowed people to choose the people they want, hata huyu Gakuya angekuwa in the picture. So the problem is being a stumbling block to a political party. But for me, I don't feel that because changes are brought by political parties. ANC brought independence in South Africa. What are we talking about?
We are talking about
I think you're talking about Kenya, my friend.
South Africa and Europe and US ideology. But in this country, my friend, hiyo ni duka ya mtu, and I'm telling you the truth. We will be talking and you'll be whipping some of you, because mtakuwa mmefukuza viongozi mkaleta dealers into the scene. These things are controlled by individuals.
Yeah.
Can I say something, Giro?
Aya, go ahead. I'm still thinking because sasa
you better think hard, because Giro, I think your love for Gachagua is really making you blind to see the reality. I have said
it's shocking, very shocking.
Hey, wait. I've talked here before and said that actually Gachagua is playing the script of Raila. He just wants to be the person behind the DCP power. He wants to get as many posts in parliament. He wants to get as many governors as he can. Then he will have royalties paid to him, and he will be earning much, much more without any responsibility. And that is how Raila has always survived. He has been in any government without any responsibilities. That is the script Gachagua is playing. So unless we now mitigate and know that whatever he's talking about, this power, this DCP thing of him, we need to go for leaders ourselves in the grassroots. People who cannot be compromised, those people who will not pay loyalty to Gachagua, and Gachagua will be a citizen like me. But Gachagua is just fighting for his own survival in future, and he will not be in any government. He will not have any headaches, but he will be just like Baba.
Yeah. So,
and that is the script he has been playing, nothing else. Unfortunately, that is the way we can see it.
Yeah, ile kitu mimi sielewi from you guys, all of you, is why are these intellectuals now watu ambao wanafikiria wanaweza badilisha Kenya? Why are they not going to DCP?
You cannot be if you are independent-minded and an intellectual, you cannot be subjugated under a person who does not have the same mindset as you. You cannot.
Sorry, I can see you are so disappointed, but that is a fact. I mean,
that's a fact, yeah. Yes. Njiru is so obstinate by Gachagua, unfortunately. But Gachagua, there are people who wakisikia Gachagua, they feel like puking. Remember, kufa dereva, kufa makanga. That statement Njiru never wants to accept it. Nikaa vile wako fanatic wa Trump, atakai kusikia anything. Yeah, Gachagua, kufa makanga, kufa dereva. Those were Kenyans singing that. Why?
By the way, let me chip in here, Tony. By the time Gachagua was going to be impeached, and when people were saying Kuva Dereva, Kuva Makanga, before Ruto killed the GNZs, do you know Gachagua was worse than Ruto?
Yes, exactly. Njiru doesn't want to know that. Instead of him even playing those clips.
For us to get Kasongo out of the office, but do you know he was actually the more hated person than Ruto?
He closed over.
Dani, wapi?
He closed over.
To what? Conveniently. Alifukuzwa.
But he is on our side. He is on our side now.
Pretending. We are teaching you, Njiru, tukufundishe. He is pretending for survival. But he will be one of the most terrible leader you can ever have.
I have said this,
Na kuna watu wako wait a minute, Njiru. Kuna watu wako chat wanasema Kasongo has people here. There's no person here for Kasongo. I am not for Kasongo. I hate Kasongo. I hope Gachagua succeeds to remove Kasongo. But the trajectory Gachagua is taking is suspect. And it's not only suspect. We can see what he is doing. He is fighting for self. So, he is likely to be the person who is going to make...
As we fight for people.
Sorry?
Siasa inakuanga hivyo. Siasa unajipigania as you fight for people.
No, Jiro. Now that's why you go wrong. We want a liberator. We don't want somebody who is fighting for self.
You are fighting for people as you fight for yourself.
No.
Mwanasiasa akisema na wapigania hata yeye anajipigania.
No. Kuna watu. That's why we have politicians and leaders in Jiro. Subject vizuri.
Uniambieni mtu mmoja ambaye alipigania watu na kujipigania.
Okay, let me give you very many examples. Number one, we have the former president of Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda. When he died, his account had only $8,000. That was his total wealth. Kaunda.
Mwalimu Julius.
Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, neighbor there. He died a poor man. He was fighting for Tanzanians. Kwame Nkrumah, he has no wealth to be shown today. He was one of the greatest liberators, or the people, actually the only person who was fighting for the whole of Africa, other than these other guys. So
Mandela.
Don't that we don't have leaders. I don't think Mandela died a very rich man. I don't think so. So those are the people we want. People who fight for the nation, not for their self ends.
No, what I'm saying is you are fighting for the nation as you fight for yourself. Hata akina Madera waliacha hata jina, even a name, it is something you fight for. That is why Madera is one of too many people who
we give you a name for what you will have done for the nation. We didn't give you a name because you fought for yourself. Madera was in prison
for raia, atakuja kusema na wapigania, lakini pia yeye ameweka mfuko wake mbele hapo.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
No, in politics is that way. In politics, you fight for people and you also fight for yourself.
No. That's your theory in Kenya. That's your theory in Kenya, Njiru. That's your Kenyan politics.
Politics. Hata kama utakuwa politician wa aina hiyo, tutakukemea just the way we are doing it. We want people who fight for the nation, not for their own self.
Mimi nataka uniambie mtu ambaye anapigania nchi na ajipiganii. Nataka
Tumepost
unataka nini ingine?
Wewe Njiro, unatuchokesha sasa Njiro.
We have people that have died of the country. JM Kariuki, Robert Ouko, Tom Boya, Ronald Gala, all these people, Martin Sikuku, all these people, Serone, all these people have been fighting for us. Do they have a name today as rich people? Wewe wacha.
Njiro, soma history ya Kenya, hujui kabisa, sorry to say this.
I've given you names,
political history ya Kenya, Njiro, you have to read again. Ongezea kwa hiyo dini yako, tafadhali. If you have to moderate the politics in Kenya, you have to read more.
The only function that Gachagua needs to play is to help us remove Kasongo, but he must not be domineering. We want independent-minded leaders.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And people should not be
who will have independence to go in parliament and say this is wrong, even if it is said by the president. This is what is right for the Wananchi. We don't want somebody who is being operated with strings from behind. Akina Karongo Athango and those guys with Madebu. And whoever mentioned that one did a good thing. Those guys are they are the puppets of tomorrow.
So what is the importance of Gachagua in this political dispensation?
Noise making. Gachagua should help us remove Kasongo, but he should not be near that influencing position. We want independent minds on the front line.
How does that work? Yeah. Bring the practicality of that now. Can you put whatever you have said, can you practicalize it?
The practicality of that view is not having. Wait, somebody. Let me say something. Let me tell you something. The practicability of whatever you are asking is, number one, to remove that issue of talking like, this is my zone. Mulima Niyangu, that's the only DCP that will stand there. We want candidates of independence to come there. Wakuja na DCP, wakuja na PLP, wakuja na nini. They complete. And we get the best person to parliament who will not have royalties to Gachagua only. That is what we don't want.
Yeah.
Lakini ndio ya kusema Ukambani sasa tuweke watu wa Wiper because Kalonzo ametoka huku zone nyingine nini, that nonsense is what has killed our country and we don't want it.
In parliament to add on Mwamba, so that when in parliament an issue is very tough for Mwananchi, we have people coming from different parties against that issue. Yes. And it doesn't go. Not a party to be told to vote in a certain way. We want a people-led opposition. Yeah, so that inakuwa si party may influence. At now, we have to support the president. Oh, we have to do this. No, it should be. We have to do this for Mwananchi. That's it.
Thank you. Wacha tuloop nani kidogo. Mwamba ndakuleta. Ama uko na kitu kabla nilete Budi because najua Budi amekuja na fire extinguisher.
Acha alete hiyo power ndio mzuri tunataka.
Haya, so bwana Budi, let me begin by
sorry.
Mwamba mute.
Oh, it's a fixed. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let me ask Budi something as we go. So Budi, I'm always hearing like watu wanasema Gachagua atusaidie kutoa Ruto, but it should not be near power. Are you understanding what people are saying here?
Kuna watu ambao hawajamute hapo. Yeah, sijui stone ama nini. Kuna watu ambao hawajamute. Unanisikia Njiro?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go ahead.
And that is why I said yesterday or the day before yesterday, this election is going to be won on how Mount Kenya perceives the election and how Ruto is going to engineer this election. This nonsense of telling us that you want to be democratic, that sasa nyinyi mtakuja kutuambia every party is going to come in your area. That nonsense must stop right away, because that is why Ruto is very comfortable. He's going to steal election from Mount Kenya. He has made sure that, there is nothing like that, including Gideon Moi, who could have vowed in this by-election.
he was outsmarted akatoka. You don't see anybody from the Rift Valley speaking the nonsense about the mountain wants to bring around. You have to understand the people who have the tools of power and how they are playing the politics right now. You cannot play the politics of independence and the politics of democracy where the field has nothing to do with it. Right now, Kasongo has consolidated. Whether it is perceived or it is true, there is nothing. ODM is talking about zoning, ambayo inapigania in other areas, but UDA will never allow any other party to vie in the Rift Valley where they know it's their stronghold, including perceived areas whereby you know very well they will not even win. Places like kama kwa kina Kip, whereby ni South Rift kwa Kipsigis, where all those people have revolted against Ruto. But if you hear how the majority leader in the Senate speaks, the day Gachagua just went there in Bomet and you had one term, these people came blazing and said, we do not want foreigners here. Nyinyi mko hapa mnataka kutuambia there is no independence the moment you have been elected as a member of parliament. There is no independence. Let me explain this. And this is an experience I came to know that most of us do not know, the electioneering process. For instance, Mwamba has become a member of parliament. The moment you become a member of parliament, the government come and takes you and takes care of you because the next stage is to choose what? The Speaker of the House. In between there, before they choose the Speaker of the House, you start negotiating which committees are you going to sit, what is your capacity, what is your capability, and therefore they become different people. Independence ends, alignment starts, and that alignment is towards now not only serving your constituency, but serving the nation in the committees. So the issue of independency does not arise there. Even independent candidates in this country align themselves to certain parties. You know that very well. You know that. There is nobody who is truly independent. People talk like they are independent while they are vying. But when they get to parliament, they are aligned to some parties, including this country. Sanders for a very long time has claimed to be an independent, but he vied his presidential candidate from the Democratic Party. Why didn't he vie it from an independent ticket? So this issue of being lied that the Mulima can just choose independent people, that is the beginning of buying people so that they can be part and parcel of committees. Already you have accepted, look, we want to be bought. You must have a party that agitates for you, whether it is a domineering party or a very weak party. You come from a point of strength when you have at least your own party. And one of the reasons why today the mountain has suffered so much is because that mindset of being lied that you can go to parliament with somebody's party. The fate of Gachagua, the fate of Dindi Nyoro, the fate of all these people who are taken, qualified people who are in some committees that obviously today have been overtaken by some people, whether we liked them or not, at least they were better off. Today we see individuals in committees that do not. So the issue of independence, Hakuna. You may like Gachagua or you may not like him. One thing you need to accept is this. The part he is playing is vital. And it will continue like that until the election. And because of that part, you will have a big part to play in the next government if they win. I have asked this question several times from the very beginning. And I asked my sister Julia, up to what time are you going to say no to Gachagua? You never answered this. It's too late. You're not going to chase Gachagua from that. And the only thing we want from Gachagua is that politics does not work that way. You cannot use, and the reason I am saying so is this. The moment Gachagua told us out of his mouth that one thing I learned about Raila is creating a party that can negotiate, I understood that Gachagua now understands what power is. Gachagua understands that once he creates a party that will have numbers, you cannot rubbish him the way he was rubbished. Had Gachagua had his own party, the way Ruto used to have, he would not have been impeached. Come rain, come sunshine. Because through the party position, people were forced to take Gachagua out. Now, you know, the government feels so good when you people talk like that. Why does it feel good? Because now it is easy to come and tell you that, oh, the governor for Muranga has done very well. He is a very peaceful man. He is a person who is working with billionaires and he has brought development. Hata kama ako hivi, wacha tupigie UDA. So the moment unapigia the governor wa Muranga, the possibility of Ruto and IBC to steal 15 to 20% is high. And one of the things we have been saying for a long time, and I think Julia brought this idea. He said, we must deny Kasongo anything from MCA, women rep, governor, and senator. And the moment you start giving people independence, it means the possibility of them being minded to join anywhere that they want, including Ruto. You have given them the possibility of saying, now we have given you the position for you to decide even to join Ruto. So is that what you want us to take to an election, that we are giving people a liberty that, oh, independent minded, now that after you win, decide to support Ruto? I think that is catastrophic to us. If Ruto was a Democrat who was playing the politics maybe Kibaki played by allowing him to take the presidential, but allow the opposition to win more seats and at the same time take the speakership, then you could say, okay, this is real. That democratic space, we can allow people to be independent. Why? Because even in parliament, honestly, they can be independent. The problem is, Ruto, the way he operates, you cannot give him anything and play with it. And let us not lie to ourselves that Ruto is going to play the politics of democracy that he wants to play. Already he has shown that this man cannot play any politics that is fair. So for us to come to the gallery and try to play the politics of fairness is judging ourselves or condemning ourselves to losing. And most of his caucus are going to win through that route. They are going to come that, oh, I am independent minded. The problem with doing that at this particular time with the person called Ruto is, then we give him a field. If it was another environment, then I could understand. But with Ruto, IBC ni yake, military ni yake, kila kitu ni yake. And then you start saying again, people to be independent minded. What are we doing? Are we really serious about taking over? I think we are not serious. For me, I still insist the mountain must go for one party. Whether it's going to be autocratic, I don't care. The number one thing we must do by all necessary means is to make sure that Ruto is gone. It doesn't matter what we are going to do. That man staying more 4 years up to 2032, after 4 years, I think our country could have gone to the worst depth that we will never be able to resuscitate it. 4 is enough. And whatever we ought to do, we can redo it after the man is gone. You people can challenge Gachagua after that, revolt after that. But during the elections time, as we approach, we are not going to play that game. But if that is the game you are going to play, as we have always said, this election is for the mountain to win or not to win. You saw what the IEBC has just done. The moment they realized that you people, you have surpassed, they even lowered the number. The mountain itself had surpassed 30% of registration. 30% of all registered were from the mountain. The moment you surpassed that, they started bringing the old voters must now go back and take what? Why is he doing that? Because he's frustrated. And you cannot allow him at this particular time. And we are crying to you people. This is what you did last time. You played that game. It did not work. You've seen where you are today. Democracy and Ruto is a myth. But if we cannot make enough noise for you to understand, just keep doing it.
Okay, Budi, let me bring you to perspective, kidogo. Let me ask you a question. This issue of people saying Gachagua is dictatorial, it comes from every divide, both some of the people we are working with, na pande ya Ruto. Gachagua is dictatorial, his character per se. And that is why people want to tame his power. If Gachagua becomes more powerful by his party being the most acceptable political party in Mlima Kenya, he will sandwich people to his thinking, and maybe he's a mediocre. Question for you.
So let me ask you. Okay, Raila was dictatorial. You never talk about this. Even his lawyer told us last time he had two groups: one militant, one Democrat, one this whatever it is, negotiating team, and then diplomatic. So the nature of somebody's dictatorialness may differ. Gachagua, what I can call, is abrasive. Okay? And maybe people don't like that abrasiveness. But when you look at people who have been sitting in the helm of political parties that have met, including this Kalonzo you are talking, how they give out their nominations has been very dictatorial. Look at Ruto, how many akatoa this guy ambayo kijana wake the former Machakos senator akamtoa sijui chairman. He has shortchanged. There is no NDC. He has been changing the secretary generals. People are not seeing that. Then we keep on saying that Akikuyu cannot be a president again, that they have been there for a very long time. We are not seeing the Kalenjins. Like everything we are seeing, it's about the Kikuyus and the ills they have done, or they are more dictatorial. We need to have, rotational. But when it comes to Ruto, we give him a friend. Ruto is more dictatorial when it comes to party politics than Gachagua. The so-called Raila was more dictatorial. In fact, he was more brutal than anybody. For you to get a nomination in ODM, you had to part with millions of money. People have come out. Kalorio Mondi said, I was to give $2 million. Wakaninyima, I withdrew. I was giving $2 million to get the nomination. Wakati walimunyima, he withdrew. People have come out. So Raila was a dictator. Nani is a dictator. Ruto is a dictator. Why are you fearing Gachagua dictatorial party politics?
I think the reason why people are fearing is because people feel like maybe if Gachagua plays that way, parties like PLP, Jubilee might not have a place to play, and maybe if their candidates come, they could all flop. I think that's what people are fearing. But there is something which I want to ask here is I don't understand when we say when Gachagua is being bashed by people in all divide. I don't get it. I need somebody to explain to me why is Gachagua looking dangerous by both the opposition na serikali, to the extent we are even saying huyu mtu hajareform, huyu mtu ni yule tu amecamouflage kukua kwa pande yetu. I want to understand that. So do you want to tell me that and there is a point which I placed here, maybe Budi utaniambia. I told the group here that when politicians are working, they naturally they push the agenda for people, and also there is also another agenda they push for themselves. Everybody here disagreed with me aliniambia kuna watu wanakuanga wakipush agenda ya watu, but I don't I disagreed, but anyway you can leave me to that. It's my belief. I don't believe there is any human being in this life who comes to fight for you and is not fighting for himself. Sio Yesu. As long as it is a human being, I believe he has two parts. I don't want you to respond on that. So, but the question which I'm asking you is Gachagua aware of the criticism which people are criticizing him? Because some of this criticism zinaweza hata mumwagilia maji anzie kuona sasa hata wacha hata hii vita niachane nayo sasa. Are people aware? Is Gachagua aware of hizi vitu watu wanasema he is dictatorial, he is selfish, ni yeye anajingangania? Is he aware?
How do you expect that answer? Bundi ni Bundi ana nini? Bundi ni mundani wa
No,
how
I
Bundi,
cannot
how would you that
no,
I don't understand that
cannot
question.
I cannot tell if he knows or he doesn't know.
Yeah,
But
so
what I can say though is Gachagua has come to the conclusion that there are matters that you have to force. If you go slow, it looks like other people are doing it, they are getting away with. And for the Mulima, I don't know, I think we've come to a point we are judging Mulima differently than other areas. And the people actually who are bashing the Mulima and their leadership more, like Uhuru akiongea tu kidogo tu hivi, wanga wana like people hata nywele yao ya sijui ya wapi nasimama. I mean, there's a problem here that the Mulima people needs to understand. You have now to start defending yourself. Hata kama mtoto wako ni mbaya na ni kilema, you have to find a way to educate huyo mtoto wako, find a way vile huyo mtoto wako ataendelea maisha, because after all, chako kibaya ni chako. You have no option, and you have to find a way to make it better, and not only better, the best out of the worst. And the situation now that the mountain is, the situation the mountain is somebody already wanted to take the kingship of the Mulima. Somebody is claiming without shame that mimi ninajua Nyeri kuliko mtu yoyote. Like, what a shame. What a shame. He still wants to believe that he is the king of the Mulima. What we are saying is this. The Mulima must evaluate themselves. They ask, do they have the best leadership ever? No, they don't. But what do they have? I have said this, and I think this really helped me because, you know, we learn from experience, and sometimes we wonder why some questions we ask. I asked PK, not Son PK, the other PK from Chicago. I once asked him, with all honesty, and I've said it over and over, why is Kalonzo so predominant in the Kamba politics, yet he is so sometimes not loved? Akaniambia, Alex, wacha nikwambie, unajua unaweza kuwa na ng'ombe wengi lakini ukuwe na ndume moja. Sasa wacha nikuulize Alex, utashika ukastraight hii ndume ama uifanya nini? Uichinje? Unaiacha tu hapo, inaweza tu panda ng'ombe tu hivi pole pole tu, unaweza pata tu hata siku moja tu imefanya nini, imefanya hiyo jambo, unaelewa? So the reality is this. The mountain need to understand. Uhuru has refused to take charge, yet you people had a lot of hope. Maybe the guy has completely left that place as a vacuum. It has been filled by Gachagua. You cannot allow other people to come from outside to start telling you that, oh, Gachagua is dominant. Gachagua is this and this. Gachagua is... And I like the response of Gachagua today because he said, kama umeanza kuingilia maneno yetu ya nyumba, na sisi tukaingilia. And I said, Ruto should be very careful the way ana handle issues za nyumba za Gachagua. Gachagua alimchapa leo akamwambia, wewe ni mtu wa kuchapa mabibi, which was a very good response. And I think ameachilia vitu zingine that Ruto needs to, watu wake wamwambia nyamazia hapo. That is the way the Kikuyus needs to respond. Comebacks zingine, not because they don't see ubaya wa Gachagua. Let us acknowledge Gachagua akona ubaya. But, hata kama akona ubaya, will you allow, because akona ubaya, now just to say that let us now play democracy and leave people like Ichungwa to start again selling you guys? People like Kabogo, people like Kinyanjui, who we realize leo, yeye ndiye alikuwa at the top, yeye ndiye alisaini issue ya G2G, ambayo already 4 million, which they say is actually 400 billion, ambayo imeenda. So you have to sit down and ask yourself what we have vis-a-vis what we don't have. Remember, when Malema was taken out of ANC, when he had immediately had what we call an interview, he said, we have no any other party agitating. That is why I must fight still to remain ANC. But the moment he was expelled completely and he had no space, and these people want him to die a natural death, he started EFF. Today, EFF may not be at par with ANC, but is an alternative. It is an alternative which even Zuma recognizes that, look, before we had a monopoly, but today. So what I'm saying is this. If you look at Gachagua, he has brought an alternative for the people of Mulima. Because of him, again, the Mulima can sit and say, we have a place in which you must talk with us. Remember last time wakati the old man left the Kikuyus, and he knew the passage of time of generation was coming. And we thought it was a very simple message to us, and we laughed, some of us, because we saw, huyu mzee anasema, nisema, ukitaka kuongea na sisi, ukitaka kuongea na Wakikuyu, lazima upitie kwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. At that particular time, we did not foresee what Michuki had foreseen, because he understood intergenerational and intergenerational changes that might put the Kikuyus at risk as a community. And good luck, that vacuum was filled up. Now the problem is the person that took over did not know how to pass the baton. Now, problems are there. Mistakes have been done, and we don't want to emphasize on them. The question is now with Gachagua only to help you, not to be part and parcel of your politics. How do you want to play that politics with his absence? Is there a person who can come in his place, who can give Ruto, serious problems the way he has given him? In the absence of Gachagua, where will be the Kikuyu leadership today be? I want you guys to help me, because I've always said, Mwamba, let me tell you, the problems the Kikuyus face are the same Kisses face, if you don't know. We may not be dominant in facing them, but we are quasi-partners in your problems. Once you solve them, you have actually solved for us. You need to know that.
Ali natoka. Anyway, you have talked a lot of sense for sure. I had not seen it in that direction. I have to agree with you. But tunasema the way Ruto has treated us, ni kama vile tunasema mtu aliyeumwa na nyoka anaonanga kamba anaruka. So when you start seeing something like whatever you have gone through before, unaogopa. So possibly, yes, it is true, as you say, maybe we must let the dume panda pande. That analogy, my goodness. Labda kutakazaliwa kengine katalese. Hey, that one is major. So yeah, you have put it very well, surely. Yeah, but there is also the fear that you can see as propaganda. You can't say that we are also talking nonsense, because we really fear that domination or dominance of people. But when you bring the point of negotiating power, yes, yeah, that makes sense to me. Yes, it makes a lot of sense. But now the politics of Kenya becomes very complicated. We can't even comprehend now. It becomes very, very difficult. And sometimes it's only because we all lack what do I call it? Hatuna hiyo utu, because once we get there, we become excessive and we start punishing people. Kasongo looked very good, by the way. And that's why he got the Murima vote. He was so convincing when he came. And I think when he came, that he was seated and even agreed that he was seated with the Bible, at times you can actually agree with him. So that is where we don't want to fall. Watutaki kuanguka huko like now. And again, it is still the same Gachagua who brought Ruto, So when he comes now with a sweet mouth, we have to be, lazima tumshuku kidogo.
There is a question which I want to ask. Maybe kidogo, I want to kidogo, Yose utakuja. I also want to ask maybe Stony PK akikuja, why is he fearing DCP? I would want to understand from his own point of view, because it seems like maneno ya DCP ni kama ataki kabisa. I don't know, but I would want to understand, like, he is an intellectual. Why does he not feel like he also want to go in? Because in party politics, you have also to go there and fight as well. You see, I did kupigana physical. So that is not something which my advice would be, ajaribu enda hiyo DCP pia ngangana wewe huko. The other thing which I'm asking, because which people are also fearing is now, like, with this politics that tunasema, what is the space of PLP? What is the space of Jubilee? Maybe Budi, you can answer for me that one. Maybe after Yose ame react, I want now like, because we are now saying, because we can see Murima inataka consolidate under DCP. So how will Jubilee and the PLP anchor in? I want to hear that as well. You also go ahead first.
Mine is just short. As much as, you know, we may be in the 2020, the same spot of 2022, and we were so a majority of people, not me, were so eager to get Uhuru and shenanigans out, but turned a blind eye on this other guy here who had a sweet mouth, and that has caused us to be in this place. That's why I was I'm very cautious and objective. As much as you want to push out the bad guy, you must look out at this other, because you have just said that aliyeumwa na nyoka akiona ng'ong'o lazima ashtuke. And the other thing is, if we have we've removed this guy and we have a leader who means well, do you have somebody for example, right now you have somebody pulling strings from Mishaweri, very strong ones. How would that be a transformation? How would that be beneficial to us? That's the phobia that we have, as much as we want this other guy out as quickly as possible. So mine is not to say that we must field independent candidates, is that we must also have, if you have good candidates from that cohort of whatever the united opposition, we have candidates of integrity, then not to say that independent necessarily, good candidates from the other parties in the fold, they be allowed to run, so that you don't have that tyranny where somebody is just seated in his house and making policy for the country, and also negotiating in case the other bad guy comes in again, negotiating with them, and the status quo remains. That is my concern.
Mimi ile swali nauliza as Budi comes, why is this serious guy not going to fight for the nomination ya DCP? Ama unataka kuniambia kuna jamaa ataenda apea Gachagua pesa na Gachagua manipulate nomination? Is that our thinking? Me, what I want is
because the student cannot be better than their teacher in biblical terms. You have to toe the line of your leader, even if your leader is bending the rules. You have to really, you cannot. You've said Raila Odinga was a dictator. You cannot go against the grain, otherwise you'll be ejected out. So if you are principled, but your party leader thinks otherwise, you have no escape route. You just have to work according to his will. That's the measurement.
Yeah, of course, I get that. Mimi ile kitu najaribu kujiuliza mimi mwenyewe is in Mount Kenya, for instance, maybe as good as you come, in Mount Kenya, for instance, are you going to have an independent candidate who is saying I'm united opposition? Nisoni nauliza, when independent, I'm an independent governor, nasimama kama independent, but huyo jamaa anasema mimi candidate wangu ni wa united opposition. Are those scenarios there? Kuna watu kama hao, Bwana Mbudi?
Unfortunately, no. You know, the answer is no. People are going to come from a dominant party, and that is going to be DCP. You know, when you see people like Moses Kuria resign very fast, but also throw a salvo, you know, Moses Kuria had a very interesting interview, whereby he said, unfortunately, Gachagua, and he used the word, unfortunately, Gachagua has what? An upper hand. You see, I think we have gotten to the politics of hate, whereby we love listening to snippets, but we don't look at the overall debate and understand the trajectory of the politics currently and how, Gachagua is able to dilute it to the benefit of the mountain. For a very long time, I did say this. It might be, and it has always been. Until last week, I have always known this quote, but I didn't know the quote was so difficult until Pam Body was dethroned the other day. But in politics, there is always that one mantra that you must serve the party interest. Okay? You must keep your eyes closed and your ears closed and only open to the party ideas. And unfortunately, that's what happens when there is what we call an emotional election. We thought ideological response election is going to be this time around. But Kasonga has created a situation, whether you want it or not, people still are going to talk about taxes, people are going to talk about education, people are going to talk about healthcare, people are going to talk about security. Umesikia juzi hata watu wa Meru ambao alikuwa amenunua Kindiki and even a minister to create an artificial. It is now a foregone conclusion kuwa bandits are in Meru, controlling Meru. And somebody said there is a police officer who has been there for 15 years. Yes, he's supposed to be only, how many years? 3 years. So security has become an issue. Education has become an issue. Now, you've made people so emotional, okay, to the point that when they are going to vote, they are not going to listen to what Mwamba logically is saying. They are going to listen to somebody who will speak on the podium aseme aje mtu anapiga bibi yake anaweza aje kuja hapa kutusaidia. That is the kind of politics that is going to start happening. And if you are not careful, Gachagua understands the emotions that he has already withered to those people. And if we are not careful, we are the ones who are going to be hurt if we start talking the politics of logic. Yeah.
Okay, I think pia bado kuna nini swali ingine hujatujibu. So watu wanasema tunataka Gachagua apige Ruto, achape Ruto, hiyo kazi anafanya, but we don't want him to be powerful. What do they mean?
They want Gachagua, but they don't want Gachagua in any position. But is that logical? I mean, we've asked this. Njiru nimekuuliza. I want you today maybe unisaidie na Mwamba. Up to what point should we say Gachagua no now? Is it now? Is this the right time for us to tell Gachagua enough is enough? And unfortunately, this is a topic when Stone PK nikikujanga hapa tukiongea Stone PK will not want to be with me ataenda because he hates Gachagua with all his passion. Unfortunately. And you know that him and Beto, they want to tell us Gachagua is bad, but they want to use his voice. Ni kama mtu ananyonga na voice ya mtu.
Labda tuseme Gachagua owes us that. He brought Ruto home.
Na ndio nauliza sasa, how will Gachagua fight Ruto, and at the end of the day we don't want him to be a beneficiary of what he's doing.
Wacha nitoke hapa watu wasiniue leo bwana. Wacha ndugu zako warudi hapa wa debate. But mimi mtu ananiambia ati Gachagua tu atusaidie tu tutoe Kasongo lakini asikuwe next to power. I totally disagree with that. I feel like then Gachagua should consolidate and then sasa ingia na Ruto so that they can really make people mad. Because that's what you are gearing him to. Who doesn't want power? As you said and still remains, there is a communal interest and there is a personal interest when it comes to politics. You can't divorce that. Those two are seismic twins. Whether people want to agree or not.
So Bwana Mwamba, you can react to that. Nimepata support hapo, kuna national interest na personal interest in politics.
Yeah, there is a point, of course. Budi has come with some kind of very sensible argument. Yeah, I don't know. We just have to accept defeat, because once you are beaten, you have to agree. But then let him not be like what we have been treated over time by the powers be. We don't want to say that we have had very good experience with Baba. That's how he was. I mean, I don't know where to put the border or where to put the line, but then, yeah, let's agree. We need him. We need Gachagua. That is a fact.
Mwamba, up to what point? Because that's the problem people have, that we need him. But when bad comes, then you negate the needing. Then you say, we really don't need him. We want him to help us. Okay, then you want him to help us. On which basis? Atoke, awache DCP, akwetu akiongea, or not to build DCP, is not building DCP.
Budi atusaidie tutoe Ruto, after tumetoa Ruto sisi tupange serikali yeye akiwa na huko nje.
No, it's not. So the question is, it's not building DCP party ya kutusaidia. I mean, that is the biggest part. That is how you actually taken the UDA out of the mountain. Look, I mean, there is that hatred that is contagious about we were sold to about Gachagua. Unaelewa? We consumed it, we digested it, it became part of our muscles, okay? A part of our bone marrow. And honestly, you sit down, you ask yourself, is really Gachagua worse than Raila and Ruto? I have really asked myself those questions.
Maybe
I
not.
want you to tell me what Gachagua has done so bad more than Ruto. I want you to tell me.
Maybe not at this time. At this point in time, you can't say he's worse than those two that you have mentioned. That one is true. But we pray that he also doesn't become infected with the same.
So we are running out of fear, and that fear is dictating our politics. And don't you think that is very dangerous when we are being sold fear and we take it? Because your answering is very classic, not up to this point, but we don't know the future. So whatever you are agitating is because you don't know the future.
We are fearful. Si nimekuambia tumeumwa na nyoka, tunaogopa kamba.
Well, I think it's up to the mountain. Leo ndio siku yangu ya mwisho to agitate for Gachagua, but I think I have done my best in this channel. Always say that Gachagua, I think we are doing what the Ruto people are so happy about. Walk about to lose you about Gachagua, which obviously many of us bought. But if we look at it, the kind of person that we are dealing with.
Stop giving up, because you have really put it very well in a way myself I had not seen it. But yeah, you're right. We need Gachagua, but when you ask me that question, I might not be able to give you a straight answer. Up to when or up to where? That's a hard question to answer. Knowing who he is, of course, he's not an angel. He has not been an angel. So yeah. I mean, I have to accept when I'm defeated. I have to agree to common sense when it is to me. Yeah.
Unaona Waiguru ndiye Waiguru ameongea vibaya sana kuhusu Gachagua the other day. Before akakuja kuretract after kuambiwa na watu wewe. So Gachagua Waiguru has been saying wakiwa na our governor pale Embu, utakuja kutuambia yule tutachagua. That is you know, because Gachagua has been very strict on any person with Ruto ashasema afagiwe, and that's why I think some of those people are very bitter with him, because mtu yote ambaye ako na Ruto Gachagua anasema hao tunatoa wote. So akifika Embu anasema Mbarire fagia. So and them sasa watu wanakuja kusema ati Gachagua anakuja kutuambia wale tutachagua. Wale Gachagua ashaweka line up to now ni wale watu wako na Ruto. For your information, wale watu wako na Ruto Gachagua ashasema hawa hakuna kurudi, which is a fair discussion. Lakini hawa watu wengine wote Gachagua has insisted there will be some fair nomination. Yeah. But If the nomination will be fair or not, it is something which we have to wait and see how the nomination will be done. Lakini ashaambia watu nyinyi ndio mtanipea yule mtu ambaye, na amesema once nominations are done, we will assume there is no contest even in the election. Even ndivyo amesema. So what I'm trying to say is the people who are saying Ruto is dictatorial, by the way, ni watu wa Kasongo. Do you know why? Because already Gachagua asha declare how watu watachaguliwa. But I've not heard Gachagua akisema mtu ako pande yake hatachaguliwa. I've not heard Gachagua saying that. Mimi sijasikia Gachagua akidecampaign somebody who is anti-Ruto. Have not heard.
How will Gachagua be so stupid to accept people who are given money to impeach him, whether it was right or wrong? Okay, I don't care. If Gachagua really committed, you know, the other day I saw. Let me tell you. Sometimes we embarrass ourselves to the core. The other day I saw James Orengo with Gachagua. Okay, and I felt so stupid. Because the man Orengo is the one who brought evidence on how Gachagua had embezzled money. He had embezzled money. Okay? And how he had transferred money from one account to another. And the other day, when Gachagua came with a response that he never wanted actually to talk about, even during the impeachment, he did not even respond to it. All along, that Derito Gachagua's will is one of the finest in the Kenyan history. You know, I have heard another young lawyer called Oluoch who explained it better in TikTok. You can put his clip over there on how it had 3 seals. One of them is to make sure, let me not even go deeper. But Orengo, because of being bought, came to the Senate with allegations that were not true, convinced a host of, elected leaders to impeach Gachagua, that the man had taken over Mali and Muyake. I had to go all around and watch Orengo implication of Gachagua because it was so painful that day. I remember, for me, I never wanted Gachagua to be impeached. So when I saw they had the numbers, I said, I'm not watching this nonsense. So when I went to watch what Orengo was saying, and that is when I realized this thing was people are really bored. Now the question is, the people that were bored, complied, and knew that Gachagua has gone to the dustbin of politics, how dare again does Gachagua even give them an opportunity to even register themselves as DCP party? I mean, be fair to yourself. This is politics. Politics is a game. It's a fight for power. The people who felt they were so powerful to make sure you will never be powerful again. Then you decide because of democracy, mimi ni mjinga, let me bring the word democracy in and allow them to participate. And then you expect, my friend, umbwa ikikuuma mara moja, ukionanga umbwa, hata kama haijakuuma unashika matako.
Yeah,
Give the benefit. Give the benefit of being a human being.
That is very tricky because I also imagine that these like MPs, those that have been fighting him, especially in Murima, they will come at the moment when there's the window of moving parties that they will come to DCP and he will accept them. I find that one a very tricky position for him. I don't know what he will do. I don't know whether he will tell them mlango imefungwa kama ile ya Safina, but yeah, that's a very tricky position. Like because like in Murima we have these people we call them Tukonia. They're so malicious. There are so many people who are likely to now see the only other option to get back to parliament is going through DCP because of course that is going to be the thing. Yeah, you need to have a very hard heart to actually decide what to do because the likes of Kororia, Ishongwa, you might see them coming to join DCP. But I can't imagine also taking them if it was me who was reading DCP. That one is a very tricky position now, and that's when politics becomes very, very hard. Can you imagine somebody like Ishongwa coming to say, I want to join DCP and contest on the ticket? What would you do?
Budi alisema wakikuja tuwachukue. I remember there was a discussion. Budi aliniambia hao watu wakikuja tuwachukue mara moja.
Even a person like Gadono wa Mushomba, would you really accept that person back? Really?
Budi has gone, but I remember I also asked that same question, but Budi said hao watu wakikuja tuwachukue mara moja because we are interested in numbers. And sometimes when we are interested in numbers, you don't care.
Hapo mimi nitaona nguvu. Hapo nitaona nguvu.
Huyo mtu atakuja na watu wake hata kama ni watu 10,000.
Ai, kuna watu wamekataliwa Njiru, hata wakikuja kwa chama watakuharibia. There are some people who would come ujue hao watakuharibia. Somebody like Kishungwa comes to your party, you are done. I'm telling you, if you are in Kikuyu land, why lie?
Ayo huyo Ishuko ni majority, unaongea vibaya kuhusu majority. Unajua that
kwende huko na majority wake. That guy is a nonsense of a person. That is one of the traitors that I would not want to see anywhere near.
That guy has power, my brother.
Of what? No, you can't have power over people.
He's the majority in the parliament.
Yes.
Mwamba, kwa nini unacheza na hiyo kiti wewe?
Ni kubwa, lakini sasa it will come, its power is just as I mean the power of that seat
is the same power we are also looking for.
Wait a minute. Hiyo power unaongea nayo inakwisha na Ruto. Kindiki was very powerful the other day, alikuwa anafanya whatever mnaita nini mbele huko kwenu. He was very powerful. Look at him today. Is he powerful? Nasikia sasa ameanza kusema tutafanya ile kitu in parables. In fact, I'm waiting for next week. Nasikia
alienda Embu. Watu wanamwangalia hivi kama vijiti. Unajua watu wanamwangalia kama sinema.
Can you imagine somebody like that who is a professor like you and is starting to feel stupid even for what he has said in the past?
Kuna kitu sielewi. Toka lini Wakikuyu watambui power? Yaani Kindiki is a deputy president na hamutambui.
Yes.
Toka lini Wakikuyu hamutambui power bwana?
No, even Ruto when he was in Nyeri alikuwa anasema mwadhani agosho, wanamwangalia tu. That's what happened in Nyeri. Hata yeye alienda nyumbani ameshtuka. Anasema mwadhani agosho, 2 or 3 people would say whatever he wanted to hear. Walikuwa wanamwangalia kama picha. The guy went home quietly, mkia katikati ya mguu.
So ezia huyo kameisha na si alitoka huko akisema mimi si mjinga na mimi najua hao watu ndio walinifanya rais. Ati mnaniambia niachane na watu wa Nyeri na hao watu wa Nyeri ndio walinifanya rais. Ndivyo alisema.
Hiyo ndio inaitwa okay, hiyo ndio sasa mnaitanga kujichocha. But he went home scared. Lakini hiyo ni kujichocha. Hiyo Nyeri he doesn't know that Mlima imeenda. He's also playing stupid.
Mutaingunyi has brought something he is calling the tyranny of minorities. And the minorities watashikana wote wapige the majority. Mbudi hujaona Mutaingunyi akisema hiyo by the way.
That guy is a bastard of a person. I hate Mutaingunyi. I really hate him.
Irrelevant.
That guy is, I don't know his business. I don't know who pays him, and I think he goes to the highest bidder to talk for him. And he comes from Nyeri. Where does he come from?
I don't know. I only know he's
I think he comes from.
What is tyranny of minority?
I don't understand now that one is. He thinks that he will atakula vile alisema tyranny of Nyamba zika trend. So he thinks he can start going with the other tyrannies. That guy is stupid.
Ndio nauliza kwani hao minority hawachukii Ruto? Hao minority wote watakuwa wa Ruto. Hiyo tyranny of minority.
Okay. Ukiangalia today unashindwa even Ruto. What is he fighting? Kwa sababu isipokuwa tu watu wa Kalenjin na tujai sukia wakiongea, and of course we know the Kipsigis have turned around. Mimi sijui ni watu wengine anaongea gani. Wajaluo nusu watamsaidia kweli? Because that's all where now he seems to have a little support.
Aya, wacha Alex akuje kidogo. Alex say? No.
Yeah. There is somebody who has responded very well there in the comment section.
Budi umezima Mike.
No, nasema mnanisikia?
I can hear you.
Oh, Miss Muski.
Go ahead, Budi. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, there is somebody who has responded very well. Ameniambia I'm giving up because Gachagua is not a presidential material.
Let me tell you one thing. And this is a narrative that is being propped up mostly from a certain region. Okay? Let me be very clear, and I mean it from my heart. Gachagua is more presidential than any Luo presidential candidate today they may try to give us. Think about that in a deep way. There is no Luo candidate who will ever be more presidential today than Gachagua. Take that to the bank. In terms of human capacity development, in terms of skill sets, and lastly, in terms of capital knowledge, Gachagua is better off than any Luo presidential candidate that will be given. So when somebody comes out to say that Gachagua is not presidential, let's start comparing. Even this guy we are propping up called Sifuna, if you sit down and ask yourself if he can be able to consolidate a government so quickly and manage a government, Gachagua can do that better, so quickly than him. It is only that the people that will surround Sifuna maybe can be able, unless Matiang'i. But even Kalonzo Ambaye, who has been in politics for a very long time, I believe, and I totally believe, when people keep on lying to us that Gachagua is not a presidential material, hiyo ndayo tuliacha kitambo sana. Think about deeply what a presidential material is. Hiyo uongo tumeuziwa that Gachagua is not a presidential material. Kwani ulizaniwa kukuwa presidential material, or is what you build up? Gachagua has built what is likely to become a presidential material. Nobody dreamt in his lifetime that Ruto could become a president. But I have seen Gachagua come from bootstrap, from where we used to call him Tugege. Nobody uses the word Tugege nowadays. In fact, we have Tugege somewhere else. It's only the name. We don't know how in their language it's called Tugege. We could be using it.
Hata alisema leo, alitumia leo, alisema Ruto alifikiria mimi ni Kagege, akashtuka. Mimi ni mwanaume. He used it. Bwana Budi, leo Gachagua amesema Ruto alikuwa anafikiria mimi ni Kagege bwana, akakuta. Go ahead.
Just explain to Budi what Kagege is then.
He knows. Kagege is a national idiom. He knows. Kagege ni mujinga. Can we put it to mujinga ama ni mtu ya kufuata tu Imaru? Mtu ya kufuata.
You know, Mwamba, when you sit down, you always vitu vingine Gachagua anatukano za bure ambazo saa ingine do not make any sense. Even if we had emotions about somebody and he did something, now that you have aligned yourself to them and they said, okay, we want him to help us, you must also want to help the person to help you. That it scratch my back, I scratch your back.
That's a fact.
So when it comes to capacity, you cannot compare Kalonzo to Gachagua. Let's be honest. Sasa tunadanganyana na waje hapa. When it comes to capacity, you cannot compare Oburu, Orengo.
That one I agree with you.
People wanatuambia it is not a Gachagua is one of the contenders, if given an opportunity, has more capacity than any other person in that country today as we sit down. Hii ujinga watu wanatuambia as if sisi tumebebewa akili kuwa Gachagua is not a presidential candidate, and then we buy it. We might say he may have had some conduct that are suspicious, but in terms of capacity, I have listened to that guy speak to various groupings. Nobody has ever done what Gachagua has done. Anaongelesha Somalis, anaongelesha Wakisi, anaongelesha Wameru, anaongelesha Wakamba, anaongelesha wa Kalenjin of all people. Juzi ameongelesha Wajaluo vizuri sana, aliongelesha Waluya. My friend, who has done that? You know, these lies that keep on being peddled here because just we are friend for Kenyan democracy. Tunataka to just to fascistize them. Massage some lies here at Gachagua is so on and so forth. It must stop with you, Njiru. That man has the capacity to become. We may have 1 or 2, 3 things we may not be agreeing with him. But these lies that has perpetuated over and over that the guy can't be, hiyo ni uongo. Intakana itolewe hapa.
Yeah, unajua when a lie is said a million times, it becomes a truth. Eh? So there are some people who have really dented the image of Gachagua when it comes to being in office. And you even hear people even saying he is worse than Ruto. That's what they are saying. That he is worse than Ruto. Umesikia hiyo Budi? He is worse than Ruto.
Vitu tumesikia, nimejiuliza mimi mwenyewe. Hizo vitu tunaambiwanga mpaka tumezibelieve for a very long time. I've come to question, why is the media like so obsessed in telling us that somebody who can ever be worse honestly than Ruto? I mean, who can? I don't know. I mean, I'm not giving up because Gachagua is not a presidential. No, I'm giving up because the mountain have given up upon their own son. Because it's a democratic process, and the mountain must do what it wants to. The only thing we can tell them is that open your eyes. Open your eyes. You're being lied to.
Bwana Budi, I can tell you for free, Mlima has consolidated under Gachagua. Nile, and I have to one thing where I accredit Gachagua, the fact that he has been able to detonate UDA and making UDA irrelevant in Mlima. I think that was a very big undertaking. Bwana Budi, can you comment about that? Is it an easy exercise whereby a party with majority MPs na nini, you make all those MPs irrelevant, you go and you inject a new ideology to those people, you build a political party, and that political party starts surging? Can you explain that moment? Which people are thinking that it's just a small. Na unakuta vyama kama akina Jubilee, which were still there, and your party rises above them. And that is an effort we are not analyzing. And all this one has just been done few months after being impeached. Gachagua was not impeached in 2022. Gachagua was impeached sometime in 2024. After 6 months, 1 year so, he has formed a political party. That political party is now becoming a threat in one of the most crucial regions of the country. And that is the progress which Gachagua has done. What is Ruto progress? Between the same time, like for example, Bwana Budi, if we audit what Gachagua has done so far politically and where Ruto is politically, who is advancing politically? Budi, I'm speaking with you. Ni kama Budi ameenda. So Bwana Mwamba, can we take that stock of Ruto and Gachagua, who is advancing politically?
Of course, Gachagua has really improved from where he came from. He has he has made a lot of progress since he came into the limelight. Now, and actually, when you think that alikuwa amepewa wiki mbili, wiki tatu, and the guy is the talk of the day every day, amejaribu. But I used to hate him when he was campaigning for Ruto. I only started seeing some sense when he debated Martha Karua. That's the time I saw, yeah, this guy can really talk. And he started making a little sense. But I have never liked him for bringing Ruto. So maybe that's the beef I still have.
Gachagua never brought Ruto. The person who brought Ruto was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He advanced Ruto.
You know, that time, at least when Ruto was being brought by Uhuru, we were in a very desperate situation, and we really didn't want another fight. So we
totally agree, but it was unimaginable to the nation. Some of us who are not from the Mulima could not believe a union between the two. I swear to you. Ask anybody. And that was a union that we all knew was not going to last.
Mother, you not forget that time it was 42 against 1. We had to stoop low actually to do the honor marks. Tulikuwa pahali mbaya. Tulikuwa pahali mbaya.
Now this is the time that the real 42 versus 1, the man who engineered it, now is in power. Exactly. When are you supposed to see a most?
The guy is a planner. The guy is a schemer. He's been through all those years. I think he's a very patient person because he was so patient to wait there for 10 years, knowing too well what he wanted. And of course, he's executing what he has been planning for. But there are so many things and so many red flags that we did not read on the way. Because even before he came into whatever, he had already told us that we have problems with you guys. And especially that speech really haunts us when we look at it, and he actually said that one in a public rally. And then remembering what he had done in Kiambaa, we shall never forgive ourselves. Honestly, we will never forgive ourselves. We put the nation into this shit. That one is, that's a fact, Budi. I'll give you that. We put ourselves into this shit. We have we betrayed the nation for bringing Ruto into power. Yeah. That one is a Kikuyu thing. We regret. Na sio ati ni sisi tunaumia peke yetu, is the whole nation.
So Bwana Budi, I had asked you a question. When we take stock between Ruto and Gachagua, from the time when Gachagua is being impeached in October 2024, and now, who has advanced politically within that 1.5 years or so?
Then Gachagua has advanced through by election, being used 2.6 billion. Say that again. Bro, what are you talking about? The president had to give money to Kindiki to do what is called what? To go around the country to do what? Because of one man.
Yeah.
I mean,
you have seen 2.6 billion. It may be the job.
I mean, politics is money and money is politics. Let's quantify it. Let's not just qualify it. Let's quantify it. A run of his money.
Within October 2024 and now.
The president goes to celebrate a by-election that he has actually mad with confusion, because you saw what happened. He goes to celebrate because of what? Fear. I must create this perception. And you have a president, a man who totally disregards the president on a daily basis, but they cannot even touch him. The guy today said something that if on a normal basis, the guy is supposed to be sleeping in cell. What Gachagua said yesterday, on a normal basis, the guy is supposed to be in cell. Because he incriminated the president.
Jana amechoma Wajiru, alichoma mbaya. Wow. That one is not even.
Budi, can you paraphrase for us some of those?
No, I'm not saying that. Nope.
Budi usirudie.
I'm not like that. But what that guy said, even our primetime TVs were very careful. Go look to a news say how they were being paraphrased. The guy is supposed to be in. In fact, the DCI only came and said, we are warning you, Gachagua. Why are they not doing it? Why are they not arresting him? Because why is the DCI not arresting him?
Kutachomeka.
Why? The guy, what he said is supposed to be in. The DCI comes to apologize on behalf of the president. That is what it basically did. And let's talk about advance then.
And I think that advancement is still going to continue. And so that's what I'm trying to ask now. We now have these other candidates who seem like they are fearing Gachagua. So we have Martha Karua, Matiang'i, and Kalonzo. How are they supposed to move themselves around Gachagua to make sure that they are able to absorb that energy which he is having? Because it looks like Gachagua ni kama ile rocket inarushwa na booster. And so how do they move themselves so that they are able to absorb that energy? Because you hear wengine wanasema I think Gachagua is outsmart, not as overshadowing us with kama hizo. So how can the other political actors be able to move in sync with Gachagua? How will they be able?
Let me say something here, Jiro. If these guys continue to be mum the way they are mum, and especially they are not even like really supporting him, even when he goes fireworks, and Gachagua case is still on by the 2027 of August, Gachagua will be a presidential candidate. Because so long as that case is still in court, you know, he can still vie legally. And these guys are not talking, they are not saying anything. So their luck would be if that case is determined and Gachagua is barred from actually vying. That's the only time he will give somebody that ticket. Otherwise, they are not doing much. Wao tu ni kukaa hapo nyuma, they are not really helping him. Na sijui ni kwa nini.
You know, the most unfortunate thing that ever happened to the united opposition is Gachagua took a vacation that was never. He came to the US and every media turned to the US. Jamaa akienda harusi, watu wanakuja hii harusi. Kenya yote inafuata yeye, hata harusi. Jamaa akienda walk in the evening, Kenya yote inafuata yeye. I think what we so-called opposition is coalesced. It is the peanut butter within that sandwich is Gachagua. Without him, there is no cohesive, progressive movement within it. We expected so much from Matiang'i. We were dumply disappointed. You know that. We have given Kalonzo numerous chances to advance his politics. He's soft, he's calm, his demeanor. Tumeshindwa nayo, we are sick and tired of it. And the only, you know, thread, the last thread that is holding the rope is Gashagua's response on a daily basis. Even the media knows if Gachagua...
You're gone, Budi.
There'll be nothing to sell. So they can't allow that to go. You need to know that. So I think after Gachagua went to the vacation, we came to realize that the rest ni ugali ya jana.
Gachagua ni mafia, because I think we have asked ourselves why he's not being arrested or something. I think Gachagua has still so many more secrets up his sleeve that Ruto fears those things should not come out. Now Gachagua has kept them secret. And I think that will be the horse's breaker. That guy has so many things. And I think alienda kwa serikali ya kulala. He knows too many things. The way he gets intelligence from those quarters is also amazing. Because there's nothing
that is
happening
openly
in
today.
Kenya.
Niko na watu wangu huko ndani na waliniambia. The guy says,
your guy ni mafia. He is right inside the government. Hakuna kitu inampita. Hata kidogo. So, and I think he also has so many other scandals that we need to bring to the forefront, and Ruto fears that. Kwa sababu akipelekwa ndani and you make a mistake of taking him to the courts, sasa hiyo ndio utatambua.
And I think, and that is what makes a presidential candidate. A presidential candidate ni huyo mtu ambaye ana masiri kama hizo.
He is blackmailing the president big time. And he is enjoying the ride.
Of course, Gachagua has power. Hapo na watu like I don't like I feel like there are some people in the government who are also tired of Ruto. And they confirmed hatutasema nyinyi ni akina nani, mulete ujumbe. Mkipata kitu mtulete.
You know, there are times when he gets agitated, he says, I might not be so sharp in Kikuyu. You know the way he says? But that means there's still something that he has not told us. And that keeps people suspended, waiting to know what it is.
Na alisema, juzi alisema Bwana Mwamba, juzi alisema uchaguzi ukiwa umebakisha siku moja. Ataenda kwa TV na radio. Wamama hawatangojea kukua asubuhi. Hiyo interview akimaliza hivyo, Mama, nikuambia tu mzee, nimechukua mfuko nimeenda kupanga laini.
Yeah, I'm sure he's still holding Ruto at ransom.
I don't know what Gachagua will tell people hiyo siku ya kupiga kura, ati anasema nitaenda kwa TV. That is what he said. I will go to the TV. Nitawaongeresha kwa TV. By the time hiyo interview inaisha, utakuwa unasikia mama anaambia mzee, utanikutanga kwa laini. Utanikutanga kwa laini. So I try to ask myself, what is Gachagua predicting? Hiyo ataambia watu
the last day,
which will actually get people out of their houses to go and vote.
But I honestly also feel this way, Njiru. Kukosana kwa Gachagua and Ruto did not come on a personal basis. I think there are people who came in between. And I think when Ruto looks back, I think he regrets and he wonders why he made that mistake.
No, Ruto regrets. There's no question about it. Hata akifunguka roho, he will tell you I made a mistake. That one he will tell you.
And Gachagua has said this.
Yule jamaa wa Uasin Gishu anaitwa aje, Senator wa Uasin Gishu?
Gachagua has said this, that, you know, even the other day, who was it Gachagua who was telling us, anatuonyesha missed calls kutoka kwa watu ya Ruto? How many? Paka nikacheka how they have been trying to call him.
No, that's a fact. He regrets. Ruto regrets 100%. He made a big mistake.
So whether they will work together in the future or not, let me be very honest. From the point of how I look at politics, from how even the Conservatives have been able to work with whatever in the British government, on the Christian party in German has been able to work with the other one. I've seen more unlikely unions in the politics, that more especially ANC working with the DA to make Ramaphosa the president. I wouldn't be surprised in the future. And that thing about politics nimekuja kugundua is we look at it from an emotional point of view. But for politicians, when we deny that, you know, they have personal interest also, then I think we are also in denial in a very wrong way. That's why we get disappointed. Nobody knew Uhuru will work with Raila, but eventually a man we refused to debate, Raila again ended up working with him. So we cannot call Gachagua not working with Ruto. But if there was a time that Ruto wants to work with Gachagua and deny ODM and tell ODM, go to hell, it is now. If Gachagua was to give ODM a nightmare and a political death penalty, it will be now. Unaelewa?
You want to say Gachagua akiambia Ruto nataka kurudi, Gachagua atamwambia Ruto atasema kuja.
And I'm telling you, every Luo in the Republic of Kenya will be sacked. I'm sorry to say that.
Bwana Mbudi, you are saying unaisema hivyo nikashangaa sana. Lakini sasa
no, kucheka bwana, siasa iko hivyo. I'm also preempting kuwa hawa watu ambao wanatushtua aje ati Gachagua sijui nini anaweza fanya. What's wrong with that? What is wrong? My friend, you woga mnataka kuuzia watu kuwa ati Gachagua will work with Ruto, is an agent for Ruto. Hiyo kila is tushtui. So we have gone through a lot of shock absorbers over the last 20 years, that anything that is possible, we will welcome it. Because there are things we never thought will happen. They happened right in front of our eyes. Tukanda depression. No more depression. If they work together, we will work with them. Kwanza kutuzia uoga hapa atikuwa ati is an agent. Wacha kuwe agent but. Because that is what people keep on saying. I have heard people saying, which is a lie. Uwezi tolewa kiti ya deputy president uonyesho madharau huko and uanze kuwa like, are you really seriously sick? unatolewa kiti ya deputy president, mpaka unajifanya umekuwa mgonjwa, unaenda hospitali, unaenda kama wewe ni deputy president, unatoka huko na haria, alafu unataka kuniambia without security, alafu unaniambia wewe jamaa ni agent wake. Wajinga walikufa kitambo bwana. Unafikiria tumesahau? Go lie to people who do not have photographic memory. Remember the presser Gachagua gave with his kids and Doris on his side after ametolewa deputy president. Ni kama kuku ndogo imenyeshewa, manyoya imeangalia juu. Gachagua was terrified, and we knew that was his end. Call it reincarnation. The man today walks not being a DP, but becoming the real DP's people. Anakajeli the real DP, anaongea kasauti kake. Yes, na utaenda kuua watu wenu. Yes, because of I like that clip very much, that he's able to look at that seat and cajole the same seat that he was. He's the real DP now. Alafu unaanza kusema ati yeye ni agent. Unajua, people keep on bringing here things ambazo we have been, time has passed that we hatuwezi shtuliwa over. If this election is to be any election, it comes when we are mature in terms of our thinking. Hakuna kitu tunaenda kuogopa. If they make a coalition again, it will not be the coalition like ilikuwa last time. It will be a proper coalition again. We do not want to fear anything. That because of you telling us that yeye ni agent, sasa tuanze kuogopa Gachagua again. No. Whatever you may say about him, we will respond in the right way.
No, Budu, don't worry. Nimewekea jamaa akitoka hospitali hapo tu muone. That is when he's getting out of the hospital. Wakiwa na bibi na watoto hapo. No, but it's not speaking. Mnaweza endelea tu. It's just for the memories.
Pani pale Dorcas alilia sawa sawa. Oh, hata yeye alimwaga.
Alafu sema ati yeye ni agent. Look at that.
Enyewe wacha huyu jamaa amalize Ruto. Wacha amumalize bwana. Wacha amumalize bwana. I don't know why we forget something. Enyewe wacha huyu jamaa amalize Ruto kabisa. I don't know why even like we even castigating this guy after this. Enyewe bwana Budi, you have brought a very serious thing ati mtu akufanyia hivi alafu ati akuje kutaka hata kunegotiate serikali na wewe. I think people are trying to other road. Gachagua bwana na ametoka mbali, recovering from here.
Yep. This was the lowest point.
Enyewe in this life hakuna mtu hawezi recover kama huyu jamaa sasa ndiye anaonesha Ruto hiyo moto anamuonesha.
Talk about political resilience. Talk about capacity. Talk about what you were asking. Look at this man. He went to the hospital with a presidential. Akatoka huko na mtoto wake akamdrive. Nataka uonyeshe ile yenye mtoto wake anamdrive na yeye ako kando. Na wakati aliingia, hata media ilionyesha how he came to the hospital na vile ametoka. You know, people keep on forgetting kuwa we followed what Gachagua went through and how he was mistreated. And the reason I say so is because Gachagua was on the record sitting down and saying, my president will not mistreat me the way Uhuru mistreated. Gachagua was confident. People forget that the guy was confident that he will never be mistreated. But when he was mistreated,
he was given middle finger.
And you want to tell me that at any agent work, people coming here with petty accusation and tukae tu chini tukubali. We will respond with comebacks then. Wachana Gachagua. Sisi tumekubali Gachagua to the very end. Na sisi tulimkubali vile ako hivyo.
Jiro, you have all these videos at your fingertips. Enyewe.
Now quantify that and qualify that, how the guy single-handedly campaigned, how he insulted Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, a man he worked for, who fostered his political career, single-handedly.
Yeah, because
And
actually
look at what this man did to him.
he made Ruto president, because if he had not fought with the mountain to get those votes for Ruto, of course he didn't have.
Now, Njiru, I want you to tell me with all honesty, do you want to lie to me that is Ruto's agent?
No.
Convince me.
That
What
one.
people are faintly writing down there that is an agent to Ruto. You convince me.
No.
That, no.
Hata mimi mtu hawezi nifanyia hivyo na nianzie kuongea na yeye tena. How? I think here there is, that's what aliulizwa kwa TV siku nyingine. Can you work with Ruto? I think aliulizwa can you work with Ruto? Akasema that's what he said. Akasema I can work with anyone else but not Ruto. That one is, we are finished.
Zuru, what you are failing to understand is this. Do you know how that embarrassing is? When you are with a stroke of your lips, power oozes out. But within a stroke of a second, everything melts. Unakuwa raia. Do you know what that means?
Kwanza endangered raia.
Do you know what that clip you have seen? How embarrassing it was for that man. Than ile yenye alitolewa kwake na Matiang'i akikuwa uchi, to the point that he doesn't see it anymore. That kuwa ile ilikuwa anything. It had to foster his relationship with Matiang'i because alikuja kuona that was nothing.
Ruto ndio noma sasa. Ile ambayo sasa unashukisha.
We are talking about tangible power. Njiru, nimekuambianga hivi. We only see power on TV. If you want to know power can corrupt, enda mutoe pasta wenu kukuwa pasta, mumwambia hapana, umefanya kitu fulani, anawaacha, anaenda anafungua kanisa ingine. That's a pastor. And he has benign power, not real power. This is a man who walks with power, talks with power, has real power walking beside him, in front of him, but behind him, money, power, women, agents, mashamba, makampuni, contracts, like anything a man can want, right in front of him. Then it is taken away.
Alafu sasa unasema tu mtu anaweza rudi kwake.
Ati ni agent. Enda mudanganya watu wengine. I think I have finished hiyo case ya kudanganywa hapa kila wakati ati. I hope you will not allow that conversation about it. Wacha Mama Mary atusalimie.
Haya, Mama Mary, go ahead. Yeah, it is emotional, like what Ruto did to Gachagua, and then people are saying ati Gachagua anaweza rudi kwa Ruto. And yeah, he must be a very stupid man. That.
Thank you, guys. Actually, I've been on listening to you guys. The argument is really making people feel great because many things that have gone on. Hakuna hata siku moja nimeona mtu kama Gachagua. Honestly, I want to be honest, ambaye amekuja mbele yetu akaomba msamaha. Ruto knows very well that he killed people. And remember when he went to be questioned by this journalist, he said he has no blood in his hand. And the other thing is that anytime that we are talking and we are mentioning about Kiambaa, where people were burnt in the church, that one, he has never even come forward to say, I'm sorry. Because why? He is not a good person. The other thing is that Ruto is very boastful. he will never do such heinous thing to people and say sorry. Ruto has no mouth to say sorry. He was told about a boy who was shot 8 times. And he has a gut, a president of a country. He never even showed mercy. What did he say? He said he died. Oh, he is. I don't know whether he said is he still there. Then he was told, no, the boy died. Did you look at his face and see whether that face changed for sympathy? He didn't. He continued with his story, lying. Kwa hivyo tuko na mtu ambaye amefanya makosa, yes, Gachagua amekuja yetu, ametubu, ametuambia unisamehe, nilifanya makosa, na hiyo kitu amelisema kwa muda mfululizo, anakienda pahali anasema, hata sasa anasema. But have you ever heard whereby Ruto has ever become guilty of something, even a small one, akasema I'm sorry? He has never. So do you expect somebody who says sorry to go and work with somebody who never, ever, and not expected to say sorry? He can't. I don't think Gachagua is there for a joke. He's not doing drama. I am believing the guy that whatever he's saying, it's something that he has put a red line between them. Red line. No crossing, and I don't want anything to discuss with you. So I don't think this very time things are going to be better, that Gachagua will change his mind to go to him. I think Gachagua will say, I better, I don't know, I would say on his behalf, I better die, but not work with such a person who have humiliated me. And again, attacking my people who I recruited, I enticed to join the group to go and vote for this evil man. So there are so many things that shows that Gachagua is really serious, and he's a man to listen, because anything that he tells us. Kumbuka hata saa ile alituambia habari ya hawa watu hawa walishikwa. Kwanza beleni alikuwa anasema walikuwa wamepanga vile watasaidia Wakenya ndio wapate petroli kwa bei nafuu. Baadaye ndio amekuja akasema nilikosea. Hawa watu walikuwa, they were doing their own business. It's not about Kenyans. Kwa hivyo mtu ambaye anawaambia exactly what is going on, anawezaje tena ati ameze hiyo maneno hiyo? Ameambia watu wengi, arudi afikiria ati akienda pale tutamsikiza. We can't. That is gone. Na tumepita huo mpaka. Kwa hivyo mimi vile ninafikiria, Gachagua is not there to play games. He is there as a serious man who have seen the darkness and now he sees the light. And we should give him that credit. Kwa sababu vile alitoka, hata watu wengi hawawezi kujimudu. Wanaweza kuwa already wameenda bazak. Wamekuwa na depression. So for him to come up and do what he is doing, he is so blessed. Mimi sisemi ati achaguliwe awe president, but he is a strong man whom we should respect and listen. Because what he is telling us, it's coming to pass. Na hivyo ndivyo tunataka. Na hiyo ndio imefanya watu wawe na mambo hii ya kusema Kasongo must go. And we have to have him one term. Me, I was not for one term. I thought he would be gone before. But how things are going, it's like he's going to have that one term. Lakini tutakuta nchi yetu imeisha, imemalizwa. Because the way these guys are doing, it is horrible. Hawana heshima hata na nchi yao. Hawana heshima na wananchi. With inclusive of Ndwale. Ndwale ni mtu wa uongo. Nilikuwa nafikiria watu wa Islam ni watu ambao wafikiria na njia ingine. But he has become a thug of a country. A thug, a thief, ambaye anakuangalia tu hivi kama huyo tu Ruto. Anakuangalia na uso, macho yake ametoa, ndio usikie vile anasema na ni kukumaliza na kumaliza. Very men, vicious. Kwa hivyo mimi habari ya Gachagua, I would say that I stand with him what he is telling us, and I stand with him who he is. It's not that I have declared that he be the president. He can be when we reach a point that we decide that is what is happening and that is what will happen. I have no objection. I can't make any objection on that because ameinua akili za watu wengi sana sana, na ndio hii mambo yote inaendelea vile. Hata yule mwovu anaogopa, anaona nchi imemkataa. Ni kwa sababu ya nini? Gachagua amefanya kazi kubwa sana. Kwa hivyo tumheshimu tu hivyo yako na tumpe kilicho chake. Kwa hivyo mimi nitaachia hapo nikisema one term, hata kama ingekuwa jana ningefurahia sana. Asante sana. Thank you.
Ni sawa. Sijui kama Eri yuko, tusimuache sana. This one is just for kufurahia.
Mr. Speaker, saa hii hata ukivaa nguo ya ODM unakaa tu chizi hapa tao. Saa hii ukivaa blue na white. Ukivaa ODM hata unatembea namna hii. Watu wanakuambia ona ule chizi anaenda. ODM iliuzwa juzi. Wenye walienda muliona vile watu wanalia vile ODM inaenda. Mtu analia nini analia vile party inaenda na wako na nini? Wako na pocket money. Sasa kuna vile watafanya. Sasa kila mtu wanadanganya wa Kenya ati wanakumbuka baba. Kuna walikuwa wanalia nini? Vile ODM inaenda na wanaona hivi. Jina Yesu Lawyer, kijana wa Siaya County, Sikumre Ward, Ugunja constituency. Naenda kwa mada ya kwanza.
Okay. Eli, are you there? You can react to that. I made this other thing. Tusikuachilia sana. Ati mtu akivalia nguo ati kumbe, kwani ODM walikuanga na nguo bwana Mwamba? ODM walikuanga na nguo ati mtu akionekana na nguo ya ODM anakaa chizi siku hizi.
That one I don't know. Hiyo siwezi comment. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, that is what is happening. Do you pay Gachagua akue anawalimia Ruto? I think Anne is extremely Gachaguated. I don't know why people wrote Gachagua, and Gachagua has read it as, frankly speaking, progressively. Unajua saa zingine some of our brothers wanasikia tukisema hivyo, wanasikia tukikasirika, wanasema hivyo, we are trying to give flower, tunajaribu kupea Gachagua flowers. Let me tell you, Gachagua is almost reaching your level ya Raila when in terms of building a movement. See Gachagua as a movement, by the way.
He has a movement hapo, sio utani. He has built the movement.
Gachagua akiambua atoe watu wake, unaweza stukia akitoka na milioni 2 comfortable. He has a movement, so, and I think and it's a movement which he has built it from first principles. See ati muonesha hapo 2024 when he is being impeached na akona bibi peke yake. That time kila mtu amemuondokea, you know, when the power goes away, you know very well, even this guy when he was impeached, hakuna mtu alimfuata kwake nyumbani. Ni raia walianzia kwenda kuona Gachagua. Do you remember any MP ambaye alienda kuambia Gachagua pole? Have you ever seen an MP being filmed? Hata wale wanajifanya sasa hivi wako na yeye sasa hivi. Kuna mtu ulisikia ameenda kwa Gachagua kumuona? Sio watu hawa ma MPs hata akina Karungu Wazangwa, some of them wameanzia, they started having more confidence after kuanzia kuona raia wakienda huko.
No, at least those guys had a basis because they didn't vote him. They didn't vote against him. They were fighting for him in parliament. So you can't say exactly that. Maybe they were just marking time. Because the guys who started him are those guys who supported him in the impeachment, whatever.
Yeah. When I press that point, what I was trying to say is that those people actually started seeing Varia Gachagua when actually people started gravitating to Gachagua. Raia sasa ndio walianzia kwenda kwa Gachagua sasa hiyo Wamunyoro. So, and I think when Gachagua alianzia sasa kuona kumbe siko mbaya hivyo. Kumbe siko mbaya hivyo. Benyani, you know, you can imagine. Unajua sasa Gachagua was at a point whereby ni kama alikuwa ajikatae aishe. Then raia wakamuonesha like raia walienda wakakumcomfort, and I think that's where he started developing confidence. Akaanza kuona kumbe siko mbaya hivyo watu the way it was, because actually Gachagua thought that hata raia watamkataa. Initially he thought maybe hata raia sasa watamkataa, sasa itaenda kiumane. I think that's why even he looked scared. He looked scared when he is getting out of the hospital, because he is not understanding where he is going. Kumbe as he is being impeached, another layer of people who will casually supporting is building up. Na jamaa kaza kuona haya, kumbe there is hope before, and that is how Gachagua was now able to resurrect slowly, not through the power of these elected people. And I think Gachagua has learned to listen to people, and I don't think Gachagua will reach to the level where he will want to jeopardize the thinking of people. Sifikiri hata hiyo Nairobi tunasema anajaribu kusema huyu jamaa anaitwa Mbazu. Raia wakikataa, Gachagua will listen. Trust me. One thing which I've come to learn with Gachagua respects people. He might be casual the way he speaks, lakini Gachagua anaheshimu watu sana. By the way, I don't know why people are saying sijui ni nini, lakini when it comes to respecting people, Gachagua anaheshimu watu. I don't know. Maybe people might say otherwise, but mimi najua Gachagua anaheshimu watu. You always hear hata akisema the way akipeana experiences yake na Kasongo, alikuwa akisikia mimi niende nikafukuza watu. You can see some relevance whereby he is respecting people. Mimi niende nikafukuza watu. Ati Kasongo anatuambia tukaue watu. Mimi niende nikaue watu. And right now he is continuing to say he is listening to people. I think Gachagua listens to people. Maybe Budi, you can react to that when it comes to Gachagua and the people.
Unajua, for me personally, I don't think I was supporting Gachagua completely in any way, and I want to be honest about it. But when I saw the encroachment of power and the appetite to be indispensable by Ruto himself, I was scared. And what started as a talk, and I thought it was just a mere talk, because I don't think under any normal basis, hata ungejaribu kuniambia it's a dream, ningekubali kuwa Ruto has a capacity to remove his deputy. When trumped up charges were brought against that guy and the speed under which he was removed, and I saw Ruto daring to challenge the powers, that is when I realized, no, we need to protect some of the powers that, you know, the structure and the constitution has given us. Whether I liked Gachagua or not, it was a time now I had to support the deputy presidency seat, that it has the ability to challenge the presidency where decisions are not being made right. And by that time, let me be honest, Gachagua was so bad that we didn't think that any normal human being anaweza, tetea Gachagua. The issue of taxes, Gachagua was also, like, let me just summarize what I want. I don't want to go maneno nyingi ndio muunderstand kitu nasema. Let me go to my point, Njiro. Ruto had no better deputy president who could agitate for his lies and convince us, apart from Gachagua. Did you hear what I'm saying?
The only problem you are lies. Sasa umeanzia kusema sasa Gachagua ndiye alikuwa anatudanganya kwa Ruto.
Whether he was or not, but Gachagua had that spice. Okay? Ruto tulijua tu yeye ni mdanganyifu kabisa. But Gachagua angekuja with another language ya forcefulness. Unajua Gachagua wako na njia anafanyanga hiyo mdomo yake na kidola anaweka kwenda mbele, anasema hii mzee hiyo time anaongea juu ya Raila, anakuconvince hii mzee amesumbua sisi tangu baba yake alitusumbua na yeye amekuja kutusumbua, so like somehow it used to resonate.
There is a way he says,
So this guy had no better deputy president and he will never get any deputy president. That is what I wanted to say. That could fit him as Gachagua fit him. Period. It was once and for all, one touch, one view.
Ndio. Wewe ukisema like Gachagua alikuwa anajua kubeba mfuko ya Ruto kuliko Ruto mwenyewe.
Ndio.
And the people say that Ruto is a street smart. The other day he said he has a PhD. I am the first president to be with a PhD. Is that consummate with what is happening? Because unajua like and I've seen now UDA propagandists. Sijui kama Budi umeona UDA propagandists are out there comparing what Uhuru did and what Ruto did, and they are like trying to claim that Ruto has done a lot than Uhuru.
No.
Wacha niwatafutie kitu UDA propagandist wameiweka.
I saw it, the one that was in red and green.
Ndio hiyo unaona ati wanaweka ati zile achievement za Ruto na achievement za Uhuru. Ati Ruto ameachieve mambo mingi kuliko Uhuru.
He is not anywhere close to what Uhuru achieved, by the way.
Simidio nimeshanga, hebu nitafute, there are some UDA propagandists mimi hata nimeshtuka bwana. Yes, you can go ahead. Najaribu kutafuta hiyo kitu sababu ilinishangaza. So Budi, I asked you a question. Hebu niambia hawa watu wengine wa United Opposition, how are they going to work with Gachagua? Sababu wanaonekana wako na uoga mingi sana.
Hakuna uoga wako nayo. You know, they have seen the energy the guy has in the rallies wameenda. Kasongo today will be a very comfortable man in Ukambani were it not for Gachagua. I'm telling you the truth. Kasongo will be so comfortable in Kisii because the amount of money na hii vitu waliletanga zile za Nyota na zile vitu za Kindiki zenye alikuwa anaenda around. Pesa, you know how many times Ruto visited Kisii? A whopping 32 times. Ile yenye wanapewa wamama 80 shillings after wamewa mobilize. Like Osoro today cannot have, you know, the president was supposed to go to Kisii and they had to completely, because it was a waste of money and time. Naelewa. And today, because of Gachagua and also teaming up with Matiang'i, them going to Kisii in that rally basically stopped Kasongo from even visiting. People like Osoro today, they are dead silent. People like Japhet Nyakundi, you don't hear them speak. The UDA activities that you used to see, this man called Simbarati that used to speak too much. The other day he said he will sell his Land Rover and campaign for Matiang'i because he knows very well the people have spoken. Look at Kalonzo. Kalonzo is struggling in his own backyard, in as much as we may think. Were it not for that, Gachagua has just come the other day and given Mutesi a warning and said, you know, what you did was good, ulilipwa lakini unaenda nyumbani. Look at the kind of rallies these people are having because of the duality they are having. Like, look, my friend, Gachagua is a national asset. If you don't like it, go throw yourself into the nearest dustbin. My friend, some of these things that are happening is because the guy is doing the right thing. Okay? Not everywhere though. Sifuna is also doing the right thing. Unaona pia ameenda juzi mahali ameenda. We are also giving him credit. But for a very long time, the person that has been holding, okay, the center in the opposition, before the rise of Linda Mwananchi, has been Gachagua. So let us see what Edwin Sifuna is also able to accomplish. We are not saying Edwin Sifuna is not doing anything, but for now, let us acknowledge single-handedly Gachagua has been the very inaitwanga aje hii breathing machine yenye inasaidia mtu in the ICU. He has been that in most of our parties. Unaelewa? Including DAP. Including hii ya Muturi ambaye forcefully tunawakatasha huyu jamaa. Muturi has nothing in the politics. Yani the fact that he was just a speaker should not even like what a DCP ichukue by thorax. Mukakata.
Do you see the likelihood of them forming a coalition finally, or do you think that would be a savior of the way they face Kasongo? Hello.
Yes, I think it's for Booty, right?
Yeah, I'm asking, does he see them forming a coalition finally? Because of the confusion of now going with the parties like single parties, so they form a big coalition like what Ruto did with UDA.
Yeah, unfortunately Mbudi ni kama amepotea.
Amechomoka.
Yeah, so I think
maybe
Madam, would you want to attempt that expression of Bwana Mwamba?
Sorry?
Nauliza ama Mama Mary anataka kuattempt vile
acha ongee.
Can you repeat again, Mwamba?
My question is, do you think it would be wise for this united opposition or for them to form a coalition which would now sort out a little bit of their problems of wanting to go single parties and also doing that kind of what they are calling zoning? Or do you think they are better off remaining as single parties and fielding their candidates the way they would want? What would be your thought about that? Because there seems to be like there's going to be confusion when it comes to Gachagua wanting to field his candidates at a particular place, and maybe Kalonzo wants that same, or do you think it's a better idea to have a coalition of the opposition?
Do you mean that like a coalition to have one party, or these all parties coming together?
It doesn't have to be one party. If you remember, there was the Azimio, which was various parties, but they went there as a group.
I think that is okay, because the only thing we would ask is for the leaders of those parties not to be greedy, not to feel like their party would overlap others, to make sure that let's say for example DCP iwe ati sasa DCP ndio iko huko kwa Wakamba. I think when coalition takes place, people have to be like okay, what do you want? They sit together and ask each other a question whereby they should not go against each other, because coalition always is to make people together so that they are strong. Amalgamation ambayo itawaendesha waende pahali they are focusing for their goal. Kwa ati, let's say for example kwa Kalonzo ni Wiper, kule kwingine ni DCP, I would like them to discuss that issue by themselves. We might make a wrong conclusion, lakini wenyewe vile wanajifikiria ni vizuri wawe pamoja waelewane, kwa sababu kulikuwa na malalamiko kwamba Gachagua is becoming dominant, ambayo watu wanaona anataka awe juu kwa wengine. People would feel bad. Let's say for example, if it is with Jubilee, if it is my friend Karua is with is this PLP, something like that, ako na yake alafu unakuwa tunampigilia chini. I think the good thing, if they like or they want to focus on their goal, which is Kasongo must go, they should sit together and talk seriously. Not like today Gachagua was with Karua, tomorrow Karua is with the Matiang'i, and the other day Matiang'i with the Kalonzo. We want them to come together because they are the one who are telling us, this is what we are going to do. This is where we're heading, and this is what we have to focus very much so that we get this evil guy out. Maybe that would be my idea, because I love peace, and I would hate to hear ati hawa watu wamebreak, kila mtu ameenda njia yake. It will be a disaster. Even to us, we will lose a lot of morale towards anything about anybody of them. So they have to come together and tell us what they have come out with. Na nilisikia Gachagua alisema kitu kama hiyo, like you'll see who will be the best for this, tumpe hizo kura zote. I thought that's a very good idea, but I don't want
Mama Mary, don't worry.
Okay.
The strategy, Mama Mary, don't worry. The strategy is they're not splitting up. They're trying to see who's the strongest. So even when you see them doing pairing, it's a strategy to see which two are strong.
Keep nimekuamsha.
Okay. So for me, Mwamba, I would wish them to come together, sit on a table, discuss, have an agreement. Ya kuwa sio broad-based government. That is not what we are talking about. We are talking about serious people who are ready to help the country to heal, and even wananchi wawe nyuma yao kabisa. So they should come out with something that will make our heart very strong, and so that we can follow them. That will be my take. Thank you.
It's okay. Just a second. It is okay. What they're doing is, that is the thing they're avoiding to decide now, because there's a lot of egos. The definitive thing they've talked about together as principle that has been agreed is there's no zoning. Kuna mambo kama hiyo. Kama DCP to dominate Mulima ni hivyo. That is it. It's final. There's Nairobi, there's no zoning, but I want to discuss about the governorship. That one has to be zoned. But the rest of them, kila kitu ni zoned, but they're all going to decide on that. That is the only thing they're avoiding to mention publicly. Wameambiwa Kalonzo aseme ana run for president, Martha Karua aseme ana run for president. Even though I don't like it, Gachagua said he's going to do the same. All of them are doing it. But in the long run, from the beginning when they started this thing, they said they will pick one candidate. They're not going to split. They know how dangerous it is to split. So usiogope, it's fine.
No. Keep. I'm not even talking about the presidential seat. I'm talking about now the other positions, especially MPs, senators, and stuff like those. Are they going to be in agreement how they are going to prosecute that? Because that's also tricky on their side.
They're not zoning. That's final. They have said no.
But then if they start competing amongst themselves, don't you think they are giving Kasongo some leeway?
No, they're not. People are tired of Kasongo, let me tell you. You cannot tell me a Kasongo candidate is more popular than any of those. They will always come out last. You're talking as though a Kasongo candidate in weight is stronger than any of the others.
But you see what happened in Bere, my friend. They just needed to bring one candidate to take 2,000 votes, and the die was cast.
So what happened in Bere? No, look, what happened in Bere is what you're actually justifying my argument. What if Martha Karua's candidate was there? What if Gachagua's candidate was there? What if all these people's candidates were there?
kuiba huko mbele ingekuwa ngumu sana. It would be very difficult because you've got several. Unajua ule Akashagwa was so bitter he did not assist.
Si ndio aliletwa na Kuria.
Exactly. So that is what we are saying. If all of them have one goal and the one goal is to remove Kasongo, we at account vote yake na nguvu zake zote. So the argument is do not tell ati tunaheshimu DP ati sasa tumwachie hapo. No, put them all there. The people know who to choose. So you're actually strengthening the argument that zoning was a bad idea. It's always a bad idea. Zoning is a horrible idea. You cannot decide for the people. Let the people decide.
I'm very conflicted on that.
I know you are, but that's the one thing they've said they're not doing. Zoning is not happening, unfortunately for you. I agree with
on that, and Budi really prosecuted that issue. Kwanza mpaka nikasikia kweli I was wrong. But anyway.
Let me say something about Gakuya. Gakuya being proposed to be the government of Nairobi. Is this the same guy who stole money for the diasporian?
Then we'll pick a wiper leader instead. There's Babu on the other side. We are lost for choice, man. So and you cannot tell me by then Nairobi, you guys are thinking like Nairobi is going to be a DCP zone. I'm sorry, Nairobi is not a DCP zone. DCP will not win anything there. They'll win a few constituencies, but the likes of let's say Matiang, Jubilee, and Wiper and Sifuna's people, those are the ones. What is that? I don't understand. Njeru unatuonesha nini? Unatuonesha nini bana?
Soma. That's our new church in town.
Southern Arresting Ministry International.
Yes.
Mambo ya kanisa. Unaona hii mambo ya watu wa mlima na makanisa. Kitu ya kanisa je inavunja nyinyi bwana. I'll be honest.
Naitwa Southern Arresting Ministry International. So come one, come all.
Exactly.
Yeah, that one is suspect.
Tena na Njeru na ujinga yake. Sasa hata Njeru you're a fool. Hebu tuwekea Gachagua tumuone kidogo bwana.
Nisaidie rais, hiyo mkubwa yangu ni bure, si bure. Unasikia vile sababu? Fire si fire, ni noma si noma, ni soprano si soprano. Jana nilikuwa bure si bure. Lakini sasa
tunaenda pale Nyandaro, kuna MP wetu amekufa, ameaga dunia, anaitwa Mheshimiwa Kerao. Kuko na maombi kubwa huko Lokalao. Sasa nimesikia watu wa Ruto, mama anaitwa Faith anasema ati vile rais anakuja huko ati Rigiji na watu yake hawatakiwi tukuje. Wewe mama Faith Getau, Nyandaro ni kwetu. Huyo Ruto alitufukuza kwa ofisi. Hawezi fukuza sisi ofisi na atufukuze nyumbani. Si ndio? Wewe rais, kama unakuja Nyandarua Olokau, karibu nyumbani. Na ukuje na heshima. Hapo ni Nyandarua. Kwetu nyumbani. Headquarter ya Maumau. Pahali JM Kariuki alitoka. Karibu na Aberdare Forest, pahali Dedan Kimathi aliongoza vita. Na anybody thinking ati kwa sababu Ruto anakuja ceremony ati sisi naweza kosa, hatuwezi kosa sherehe ya nyumbani. Yeye ni mgeni, akuja kama mgeni, tutamkaribisha vizuri. Na akuja polepole na heshima. Nauliza watu ya Nyandarua wote, Olkalau zote tujae kwa hiyo kiwanja, kwa hiyo stadium. Tukue hapo, nitakuwa hapo asubuhi mapema. In fact, nitafika the previous day ndio nijitayarishe vizuri na watu wetu. You chased us away from government. You cannot chase us from home. Hapana, usifukuze hiyo mtu. Aweko hapo nje tamsikiza. Ni sawa tu. Hapana, mambo kidogo haya. Leo pole. Tutamuona tu. Negu watu waito. Na toka ikatuona Nairobi naso ikatoka Ishagi. Agetoi kata Nairobi. Ikatoka Ishagi. Agetoi kata Nairobi naso ikatoka Ishagi. Mwanake wako ndagĩũka nĩ akũhoete rũtha akaumagarie mwana wake ũgũthiaga. Tumepata habari ya kwamba vitambulisho haipeani area zile zinapinga William Ruto. Hapa Mlimani, Nakuru, Kisii, Kakamega, Pwani inachukuliwa tu kwao. Tunataka kumwambia registrar of persons, we'll have a meeting tomorrow. If you don't stop discrimination and issue IDs to everybody, we shall request Gen Zs to occupy your offices across the country. Yeah? Hao vijana wetu tukikwama kabisa tutalilia hii watoto wetu wa Gen Z. Hiyo ndio dawa ya kasongo. Hii watoto ya Gen Z tutalilia nyinyi. If the registrar of persons does not stop discrimination by refusing to issue IDs to areas that are perceived to be anti-Ruto, we'll have no choice than to list the Gen Zs to occupy kwa registrar of persons headquarter na all huduma centers across the country, because lazima wapewe vitambulisho. Tumeona maneno IBC wamesema ati watu wale wazee wataondolewa kwa register. We are having a meeting tomorrow with Matiang'i, Kalonzo, Wamalwa, Mother, all of us. Na tuki understand what is going on tutatoa taarifa. Yeah? Lakini tuseme hakuna mtu atakatazwa kuchukua kura kwa sababu hii kura ndio itakuja kutusaidia. Mimi sitaki niongee kupita hapo. Nataka niambie nyinyi msijali. Huyu jamaa tutamweza. Tutamweza. Mwenyezi Mungu wako. Na gutigihote keka Ngai uri otwendete no atutiganĩrie marĩra twĩ hatĩka-inĩ. Ũhoro wa ma nĩ atĩ tũtirĩ handũ hega, no Ngai ũrĩa wĩ matu-inĩ egĩtĩ-inĩ na nĩ agũtuonekanĩra na nĩ gũkwagĩra. On Friday, Good Friday, kumekamatwa watu mambo ya petroli. Jana nilikuwa natetea hiyo watu walishikwa, lakini sasa usiku ndio nimepata maneno kamili ya kwamba ni vita ya biashara kati ya Ruto na wafanyikazi wake. Ruto aliingia kitu inaitwa G2G. Hii biashara yote ya mafuta ndio anafanya kupitia kampuni inaitwa Gulf Energy na ingine inaitwa Starbex. Tangu tuingie serikali ametengeneza faida zaidi ya 1.5 trillion. Sasa hii watu yake PS, CEO wa Kenya Pipeline, CEO wa EPRA wakaona Ruto karibu anaenda nyumbani na amekula peke yake for the last 3 years, hakuna kitu amekula, na hao ndio wenye kutengeneza mali. Sasa wakafanya mpango ya kando, pia wakaitisha mafuta bila Ruto kujua, na wakahusisha Like Nyanjui, wakahusisha Opiyo Wandayi, wakatafuta meli, wakauda maneno hapo, pia wakatengeneza karibu 500 million. Sasa ile watu maproxy ya Ruto, mtu anaitwa Jogu, mtu ya huko kwetu Meru, na mwingine anaitwa Chebet, wakaenda kwa Ruto wakamwambia, hii wafanyikazi yako wamekuchenga, wameenda nyuma yako, wameleta mafuta yao bila ile yako, ile tunakufanyia inaitwa G2G, na wameuda kitu. Sasa wewe ni rais ya saa ngapi unanyang'anywa biashara na ile watu umeandika kazi? Ndio akaamua kuwashika kwa sababu ni mwizi anaibiwa na watu yake wafanyikazi. Sasa hii wafanyikazi wanaimbia na unajua mwizi hataki kuibiwa. Mwizi afadhali uibie mtu ya kawaida. Mwizi anasikia uchungu sana ukimuibia. Sasa akasema hiyo watu wakamatwe. Hao kwenda kukamatwa wamesanywa. Sasa CID wameniambia usiku Kwa kila bomo amepata pesa yote 500 million in cash. Imeenda pale, imewekwa kwa obi, uchunguzi inatakiwa ifanywe, ndio hiyo pesa ijulikane walitoa wapi. Because that money must be proceeds of corruption. Kasongo kusikia iko 500 million, amesema bana. Amewaambia nyinyi muresign. Si ati wa resign kupenda, wamelazimishwa. Wameambiwa ndio hii maneno ikwishe, muresign. Ile 500 million ilikuwa ya exhibit, amesema apelekewe. Sasa watu ya DCI jana wamenitafuta. Wanasema tutetee. Sisi ni wajinga. Hii pesa tukipata kwa hii watu tungegawana, hatungesema kuna pesa tumepa. Sisi tulikuwa tunafanya kazi ya uchunguzi. Sasa William Ruto amechukua exhibit. So hiyo case imelala. Hii pesa ilitakana iende kwa asset recovery. Hao watu watatu waulizwe 500 million. Mshahara yenu ni hii na hii, mmetoa wapi? Kesi iendelee. Sasa wameresign, lakini pia ameona moto imekuwa, mambo imekuwa joto, amesema wakae. Lakini 500 million ameenda naye. Sasa officers ya DCI wanalalamika. Wanasema sasa kama tungejua hii mtu atachukua hii pesa, kwa sababu hakuwekwa tukiipata, tungechukua na kunyama. Sasa wanalia. So that is the kind of country we are having. Mpaka president achukua exhibit, anaenda naye. So hii vita ni ya biashara, wanapigana kwa sababu hawa wafanyikazi wamefanya biashara nyume ya mkubwa yao, na yeye amekasirika. Na yeye rais hajali, anasema hii mafuta hata ikipanda anapata faida. So in the next 3-4 weeks mafuta itapanda na zaidi ya 40 shillings kuendelea mbele. So na ikipanda fare itapanda, kila kitu itapanda. Sasa wewe William Ruto umetajirika. Sasa hii utajiri mingi ni ya nini? Si umeumiza sisi ya kutosha? Tafadhali tosheka na ile umepata, hiyo inatosha wewe. Sasa hii ya mafuta umesema iongezwe hata ifike pesa ngapi? Wewe ujali. So that is the problem. Mambo ya SHA inafanya kazi hapa? Haifanyi, na tumewambia hapa. So mimi niseme nikimaliza mambo ya IDs,
kwa sababu David Kiaraho alikuwa mtu ya amani na alikuwa muungwana, and we respected him when he was alive. We must respect David when he is dead. Vile amepumzika tumheshimu. Tusitumie hii jukwaa kuleta mambo ya ujinga na kuvuruga wakati watoto wa David wako hapa, mke wake akawa hapa na familia iko hapa. Ukipata hii, tumia hii kujenga umoja wa familia na umoja wa jamii, na wasihi kwa heshima. Tafadhali, kama uko na agenda, ngojea siku nyingine. Huko nje iko siku nyingine inakuja, tutafanya hiyo maneno huko. Ni kweli kama ama si kweli? Mnakubaliana na mimi? Do you support me? Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? Wangapi wanasema wanakubaliana na fireman? Very good. Hiyo ndio agenda. Na sisi watu ya mlima tusiwe wakumbavu. Tusiwe watu wa kufanya mambo ya ujinga. Ati kwa sababu ya siasa tunaanza kuvurugana. Unasikia iko harusi, unavuruga harusi ya mtu. Wewe sio unaolewa, wewe sio ndio unaoa, wewe sio nani, harusi ni ya watu wengine. Unaenda hapo unaleta kierere paka unavuruga event ya mtu. Unasikia iko masakaya, badala ya kwenda huko kulia na familia na community, unaleta kimbelembele, unavuruga. Hiyo pepo mbaya ya kuvuruga, hiyo tunataka ishindwe, and this place should be an organized place. Na ukiona marafiki zetu muwaambie hivyo, waweke amani. Mashakaya ama mambo ya personal issues, family issues, social issues, don't disrupt. Mambo ya kanisa, tuheshimu kanisa. Kwa sababu tuko na siku mingi ya kuvurugana huko nje. Niseme nisiseme, fire si fire. Gaiwa moyo amurathime. God bless you and keep you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The SG, and we are not apologetic. We heard what the SG of UDA said. He was very clear and categorical that there's going to be no zoning and that they're going to have all candidates of UDA in all areas, even the strong areas of ODM. I want to say this. My people, we must come out strongly. And as ODM, we must defend our areas and our regions. And make sure that ODM is in every position as strong as we can be. And we are not going to sing songs of praise to anybody if they're not going to know that on that table, ODM can be strong, the ODM can feed everybody everywhere. And that was shocking Mirima. Because this is a party that we have a legacy. Raila Amolo Odinga fought for this party. And we all fought. Aduma told you what happened in 2007. In 2007, it was not easy. We are the same people who had put Kibaki in power in 2002. And he promised us that he was going to leave for us power. He never did. And in 2007, there we were. We brought in Kofi Annan. We brought in all these people to come and negotiate. When they were sitting in Serena, negotiating, inside there was Karoli, there was President Ruto, and all the people who were inside, negotiating. Anytime Kibaki did not want to agree, it is me, people like Aduma, and those who were outside. Karoli would tell us, yes, they are refusing. Kibaki is saying no to what we want. What were we doing? We were telling the people of Kibera, Mukuru reru, Uinja, jo mukreru ni anyaka mama mabet kabiluongo ni Chungwalo, iluongo ni Catherine Jakanoni. Lawi makoti na goda ko miluongo ni lawi commander gi. Ne wantiere ka wane joma biwinjo commander no. Wamukoreru taki me wagi modwaro. Ka wacho ni eni ko wabedo ministers to wawereru. Kage nege uko kadi. Wachakuru kao kadi ni pio sani mobile ose gold mobile voter registrations within the region kai kata moro ni ka gisewuokie masane unyo ni gintiere to giwacho ni nitie low turnout ma jo moro ni madhi go kao kura kwa biro kama tuponga ka to kura to kudhi kao wogu wakao kura mondo make sure ni gima dumo wondwaro obro yudo under ODM gima boy dwaro dhi yudo ngano kendo speak bedwa gimoro nigo uru ka piny pod chon to wach mar party leader kane wan bodo nasenyiso gimoro ni party leader en Dr. Buro Ginga to nagonu gini maler ma joma ne dwa no wuondre diere kae mane temo wacho ni dwa mothuo jokodinga bok thurega wan jokodinga wan ga gi dhok achiel kwero kwa kwerore lakini wadogo duogo warome odwa wan gimoro adi achiel Oburo Ginga e party leader to na wacho nu gimoro ma joma pok owuok e pap mondo chak tiyo matek ni wang'ni to onge mako bad ng'ato mane waunu wang'ni bad ng'ato onge anono uwinja
personally, and unfortunately I was not able to get any substantive academic achievements of one Sifuna. And he dares call the likes of the people who are seated here, who are very, very well educated and exposed. He calls them mediocre. Me, I would want to advise my friend Sifuna to go to school. Aende shule, ndi atawacha kiburi. Akienda shule atawacha kiburi na ataheshimu viongozi wenzake. Anuo koso kikanuo. Mheshimiwa Sifuna, unadanganywa na Babu Owino. Babu ako na digrii karibu 13 na diploma 22. Alafu ako na hii PhD ya kugawiwa honorary PhD. Alafu anakudanganya na wewe hauna masomo yoyote. apart from kwenda shule ya wanasheria, alafu sasa unaenda kwa street kupiga makelele, hata uko na ujasiri wa kuchestampia, ati unatolea mheshimiwa rais kifua chako, na hiyo kifua chako hata nikikiona hakifai. Onwar party leader, onwar party chairman onwar nwa joma nitiere e secretariat mar ODM. Ker ma Kenya be nyako luor awach koso kikawachi. Nyako luor Dr. William Samoei Ruto. You must give him respect, because if you have presidential ambitions which you are likely never to get in your lifetime, Sifuna, you will expect to be respected. And if you don't respect the current regime, hata wewe hautapata heshima. Anaparo ni karkanya setieko. Donge chama marwa en odi. Nyaka wa mak chama. Jakom kane pokotho no wacho gimoro achiel. Ni ODM odwaro no bedi kato onge. Donge baba nyicha nowewa. Ni jukumu yetu. En dwaro marwa to gi responsibility marwa mondo warit chama. Omiwa chairperson ma Nyasaye ogwedho.
I want to correct the Secretary General of UDA spoke yesterday condemning our pursuit for zoning, and I want to tell him that zoning there's no negotiation when it comes to zoning, because we are not going to allow UDA to plant candidates here in Muhoroni. All our party strongholds, all those strongholds are reserved for ODM. And whether Omar Hassan is happy or not, we are going to ensure that that is the minimum precondition for negotiation. Minimum precondition for negotiation and engagement with the UDA is that there will be compulsory zoning of our regions. And if Omar Hassan wants to become governor, the governor of Mombasa is ODM. I want to tell Omar Hassan to look for another constituency or another county to go and govern. If he wants to become governor of Mombasa, let him defect to ODM so that we'll be able to negotiate with him. But he will not threaten us because we are solid and we know what we want. Lastly, I want...
Two-term. Na hapa Kilgoris hapa, you have 80,000 registered voters. Tukisema two-term, mimi nakubali ni two-term. In fact, the debate we should be having is not about two-term. The debate Kenyans should be having is what is going to be the margin between him as our candidate, as the people's candidate, as the candidate of Kenya, na wale wengine. We want a decisive victory. Tunataka ushindi ambao mtu hata kuwa na argument. We should be talking of a decisive two-term. Not just two-term. Decisive. Decisive. Hatutaki mtu aende kotini akifikiri kwamba analake kwa koti, kwa petition. Tunataka Mheshimiwa William Ruto ashinde na ashinde kwa njia ya kidemokrasia na ashinde mpaka wale watu wapotee na wasijadhubutu kwenda kotini. Tuko pamoja hapo? Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja? Kweli? Mbona mnasema kwa sauti ya chini? Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja? Tutajitokeza? Asante sana. Sasa mlete pesa.
Ya kifo cha mheshimiwa ndugu yetu kama jukwaa la siasa. We shall not be political scavengers, because many a times their leaders will become political scavengers When you hear somebody has died, you forget that there is a mourning family. We commit to the people of Olkalau that we will not allow political scavenging as we mourn our late brother in respect of what he would have wanted and in honor of his rich legacy of love and unity for the people of Olkalau and the love that he lived with even amongst the people of Olkalau and with his family. And even for those who scavenge on anything, including when you hear that there are people who have stolen fuel, you want to scavenge on such issues. I want to say from Olkalau, and I wish the Deputy President was still here, when the government said they shall deal and not talk about corruption, the arrest and impending prosecution of those who wanted to bring in expensive fuel into our country is testament of that will to fight corruption in our country. Those who want to scavenge on that, we allow them, but the government must protect the people of Kenya. Haiwezekani ati watu waende washike meri iko na mafuta ambayo lita moja ni shilingi 8 zaidi ya ile ambayo inanunuliwa kwa mpango wa G2G. Walete hiyo mafuta hapa ili wajitajirishe na wafikirie sababu watapea wanasiasa pesa kidogo kidogo, wazungumze kwa niaba yao, watumie hiyo nafasi kuleta siasa. Let us remain faithful to the people like Mheshimiwa Kiaraho remained faithful to his last day to the people of Olkalau and the people of Kenya. With those remarks, Waziri.
Zoning kimeumana. Mwamba.
Yeah.
Umeona zoning imeanza kuaramba.
Karabana hii. That one I don't know. Zoning itakuwa ni story ingine. Na ikifika upande wa kwetu sasa ndio iko mbaya zaidi.
Okay, think about the one for Ruto. Watu wana lambo vizuri. And Ellie, not to be offensive, but you can see now ODM is becoming a Luo party. All the events in Luo. Ellie. All of them, it's supposed to be a national party. And you can see they're not addressing the Luyas who are strong allies. The people from the coast, it's usually in English, then they move to the Luo. It's not becoming good for ODM.
ODM is done. I mean, they better start accepting that.
Because Ruto has them by the balls. There's nothing they have to come and negotiate for. Wakule hiyo pesa na waende nyumbani tu. There's nothing else. Because what are they going to offer Ruto now? With Sifuna, Sifuna has announced, semi-announced is running for presidency. You know that?
Yes, done that officially.
Semi. Alisema leo. I think he went to meet some elders, huh? And he came out, he was 50-50 saying that I've heard you guys saying that mimi ni Sifuna. When the time comes, musinunuliwe, don't be bought. So the only worry I have, pay attention guys, this is the only worry I have is ODM could later on decide to say, hey Babu, I have money for you to run for Nairobi gubernatorial seat, and also we're going to give you vice chair or something like that of the party. You never know. So
I don't know.
You don't know with these politicians, eh?
Ndio wajana na Sifuna.
Na Sifuna, yeah. Because I saw him yesterday. There was a boxing bout yesterday. Mbavu versus Majembe. Babu went and then he met up with Jalango and they had a chat. Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, but the other interesting thing is Gachagua knows how to explain things. I like what the chatters are saying. Hata grandma can understand what he said. They explain him very
The guy knows how to express himself.
well. Take it to your DCI.
He knows how to get his points straight, and he knows how to shoot upon the hip.
No big words, not complicated math. Ni kusema kwamba kulikuwa na mafuta imekuja hapa. Ruto alikuwa amefanya G2G yake hivi, aliona kuna 500 billion imekuja hapa. Jamaa akasema mwezi ibia mwizi. Mwizi anasikia mbaya.
The guys have been restated. That is like what I heard him say. Ni kama amerudishwa kazi.
Amesema watarudishwa. It's just the same as the deputy police.
Si Ruto ashachukua ile pesa walikuwa wamepewa 500 million. So once amepata hiyo 500 million, si amesema wanarudi job.
Now DCI is going to they're looking for Gachagua. I think they've missed to put that clip here. They're looking for him now to explain about the 500 million.
Not even the 500 million keep. Wamesema ati mix, he said in Kikuyu. Idiot, stupid people. Ati kuna ati zile vitu alifanya alisema na Kikuyu. It was a prosecution that.
Hebu continue Julia. Unajua umeona watu wako ODM wanavinywa hapa vizuri.
Nani? Niliwacha niko na shida sijui. You people can tell me what's happening to my phone or my technology. Sometimes you are ski.
What yeah, it's also the same here. I have to keep on changing the mic. Saa ingine nikizima mic sisikii, nikifungua mic then I can hear. I think there's something to do with the
can you hear me?
At least now I can hear you.
Loud and clear, we can hear you.
So do you know what's making me not hear you people sometimes? Ni network ama ni my phone?
No, it's not your phone. That's what I'm explaining. Can you hear me?
Wi-Fi.
Can you hear me, Julia?
Internet yako ya ushago bana. Unajua uko Windows.
Internet ya ushago. Maybe ni internet ya ushago. Maybe. I don't know. I may have
data.
My Chromebook nione kama my laptop nione kama kutakuwa na tofauti. But let me say this. I heard people had a heated argument about Gachagua. Kuna watu hawapendi Gachagua kabisa. Na Njiru ni mtu wa Gachagua. Na kuna watu wana propose Sifuna. Personally, me, I give Sifuna number 2. He's very far from being the president. He's akombali. Now, going on what Keeper just said, he's there to tell us what exactly he wants and which side he is. Atuji kama akokwa ODM. He doesn't want to get out of ODM. He doesn't have enough guts to do that right now. Probably in strategy. And if he doesn't do that in good time, anaweza poteza yote hata ya Senate. Same with Babu Owino. That's my take. Now Gachagua nilisema keep nisikia wakisema kwamba that they are going to prosecute what he said in mother tongue in Kikuyu. They didn't even say that they're going to prosecute him for talking about the oil saga. The DCI was mad and was kept saying that we shall investigate and whether that contravenes the law as far as I don't know what rights and all that is concerned, especially at reconciliation and things about incitement. Yani Gachagua na wauma. Lakini Gachagua tena he dared them. After that, Gachagua spoke somewhere and dared DCI to arrest him. So I don't think DCI will have enough guts to arrest Gachagua. So Njiru on your earlier talk.
You need bomb blast. Kwa arrest Gachagua says bomb blast, my friend.
Hawezi mshika, hawawezi.
Bomb blast. It's like arresting Raila. I'm sorry. I have to do the comparison.
He dared
it's like
them.
Arresting Raila.
He dared them. He dared them after DCI sent some messages. I don't know what press. Gachagua dared them, and they have done nothing. They can't because they are guilty. Na hiyo story ya Kimani Ichung'wah kutuambia kwamba ati sasa they are fighting corruption. Kwa sababu hao wezi waliwaibia pesa. Yaani hawakuwaibia, the thieves stole more money from somewhere else than what Ruto steals. So the thieves were smarter. So Ruto was just surprised kumbe kuna smarter thieves than him. Na amechukua hiyo pesa.
Huwezi iba without me. I have to be involved. Huwezi.
No, wakati wanasema mwizi akiibiwa.
Haya, yani alishtuka usiku akasema, haya, kwani kuna watu wameiba pesa ya mafuta? Hiyo mafuta iliingilia wapi? Ati hiyo ship ilikuwa inaenda Angola. Ikakuwa hijack Nairobi. Na mafuta imeingia first keep.
Mafuta ishauzwa.
Ishauzwa. Yani ship isha dock. Listen, without Ruto knowing, ship isha dock without Ruto knowing, na mafuta ishauzwa. Hey.
Na imetoa mafuta. Mafuta inapelekwa na.
You know who else is involved? Ni mtu yake ya broad based. Opio.
Alikula
pia. Mtu wake ya broad based alikula bana.
Alikuwa in the mix.
That's a nice saga.
Hata Opio mwenyewe sasa inaonekana soon you'll start hearing him. Oh, I don't want broad based. Atafukuzwa.
Hiyo saga ni tamu.
Hata mimi naona because right now Opio might seem untouchable, but Opio's days are numbered. Unaaje bila Ruto?
So hiyo saga ni tamu sana kwa sababu unaona, and then the saga ati they are stealing from the government, alafu they are trying to tell us they are stealing for taxpayers money. Ruto has stolen all the taxpayers money. So if any DCI is listening, go tell Kasongo we don't care. We know the biggest thief is Ruto, and he should arrest himself first. So I see drama kando kalongolongo play za kushika sijui nani ajishikae kwanza na resign, ndio tutajua yeye ni mnoma. It is for arresting Gachagua. I think Gachagua is unarrestable now. I believe they try, we see what will happen. Nonsense. Ati anaongea na mother tongue. Tutakuwa tukiongea na mother tongue sasa, wherever what to do. We'll start talking our tribal languages. Tutakuwa maofisi.
Yeah, I believe Gachagua is unarrestable.
In my mother tongue in America.
He must be having a very big dossier.
I live in a place where I talk Kikuyu in the workplace. Wacha hiyo ya DCI ati Gachagua aliongea na mother tongue. Sijui aliongea aje. Njiru, ile your earlier debate I missed. What did you people conclude about? You people were really arguing about Gachagua. My phone was messing me up.
Mwamba can give the conclusion. Alielewa aje? He was a student in that class.
Mi leo nimesomewa kabisa, nikaambua Gachagua is the way to go.
My phone was messing me up.
Mnanisikia kweli? Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, because it's like I'm talking to myself.
I don't know whether it was a feeling of Mwamba and PK about Gachagua. I don't know what was their feeling. But through this, Gachagua is fighting the battle that nobody can fight right now. Tumpende tusimpende. He's a man of the moment. He's a guy of the moment.
No, we agree that Gachagua is a liberator. There's something wrong.
He's the one who's going to rescue Kenya. So, whether we like it, Gachagua atakuwa kwa hiyo serikali ingine. Naona Mwamba anaongea na simsikii.
That's the thing.
I think
yes, I talk you. It looks like you can't hear me. Jiro can hear me.
Let me try.
Can you hear me?
I can hear both of you.
How come Julia can't hear me?
Kuna ile box ya huku ushago.
I hear you now, Mwamba, endelea nakusikia.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I was given a very good lecture by Bundi about Gachagua. Of course, I have qualms with Gachagua, so I came very strong against Jiro kumwambia Gachagua is nonsense. Lakini Bundi aliongea sana how we need Gachagua, and the way we are talking about him not great is working very well for Ruto. So I was convinced and I agreed with him. Definitely we need Gachagua, and whatever he's doing is what Kenya needs today before we get to the next step. So yeah, that is how the debate ended, and it was talked at length, and I agree with everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
We need Gachagua like oxygen.
and he'll be in the next government. if opposition ikipata serikali, Gachagua atakuwa kwa hiyo serikali.
Whether he'll be having a position in the government or not, he will be in the government like Raila was always in the government without having any responsibilities. That one is a fact.
Yeah, I think he took over Raila Odinga. Kumbe Mungu naye anajua kupanga. Mungu naye anajua kupanga.
Yeah, after Raila it is Gachagua. Gachagua is the current Raila, and you can see with the courage he's saying, "Kujeni munishike." The guy is unarrestable up to this point now.
Is a real Raila Odinga?
Oh yes, he can't be arrested because if he arrested, that country will burn.
And he's attracting the euphoric following that Raila Odinga had. Now, but worse still is Gachagua has this mountain following.
But unfortunately, I don't think whether the mountain would be able to offer him the kind of following Raila was having with the Luos, because Wakikuyu wanaboekanga haraka. They might change their tune very soon.
They may, but they don't have no one else to change to.
Right now there is nobody, but in the future, I'm talking about the future. It can't be like the way Rao was like all the time. Wajaluo hawangesikia mtu mwingine. Wakikuyu after the election, if everything goes well, they'll forget Gachagua very quickly.
Yeah, they can. Kikuyus can do that. Hawana hiyo kitu sana.
Hiyo euphoria, it can't last for long.
Saizi kuwa na chama ingine Mount Kenya region.
Yeah, because even Jubilee is overshadowed kabisa. Si unaona hata mkubwa wenu amesema anasikiza ground. And he's the head of Jubilee.
Hata Uhuru anasikiza ground.
Kama Uhuru amesikiza ground, what do you expect? Ameuma ground. Yep. Yeah, I want to sleep now. Najiro anaonekana amechomoka sasa.
Njiro akona hiyo katabia ya kuchomoka.
This day, in fact, I've been thinking about Jiro the way he chomokas, and I was blaming him, but I can't blame him. You can imagine this guy has been here all these hours. I think he also not very considerate. Lakini the bad thing, what he does wrong is not to excuse himself. You know, you could excuse yourself and say, "Hey, watu nimechoka, can I go niwaache," or something like that. Not just kuchomoka. That's the only thing he does wrong. But I have already started that standing, and I mean, he is there for many long hours, 6 hours like this. If you think like now, it looks like this program is 7 hours 55 minutes. Surely we are also in unconsiderate. We just say that he should be here. So kitu anatakiwa kusema ni kusema, "Hey wazee, nimechoka, mnipatie ruhusa aidha niende nilale kidogo, kama mnaendelea muendelee, na mkisikia kufunga mfunge." Lakini now he just takes off. Sitamsomea tena, nilikuwa namsomea lakini nimewacha. Honestly, sacrificing 8 hours is not easy.
Unajua kuna ile msemo kwamba withaba ni kuruta nguo. So
hii sasa umeoga mpaka umetoa mpaka ruwa. 8 hours is like the time you go to the office in the morning na utokee saa 11.
By the 8 hours is my working
yeah. So
8 natoka 4.
Hata akienda kunywa maji tunamsomea. Jiro, I want to apologize kwa sababu nimekuwa nikikusomea sasa hivi unachomoka, but I was telling Julia now, I understand when you take off sometimes. Like now I can see you've been here 7 hours 56 minutes. I think it's understandable, but there is something you can do. Ukitaka kuchomoka, just excuse yourself. I think we can understand. Just say sasa nachomoka and something like that.
Go ahead.
But otherwise, ile msomo nimekusomea, I think I've been very unconsiderate. 7 hours is a long time sitting down listening to nonsense, especially sometimes when we don't have anything to say.
Na leo nani amekugonga kabisa hapa, Budi
Mwamba,
amesema,
how can you
I
say
didn't know
nonsense
like
and the way
Budi
No,
was
sometimes we talk nonsense. Like jana nilisomea mtu alikuwa anaongea upuzi. So yeah, we have to agree. Sometimes we don't talk sense.
hata si jana, hata leo mmegombana na mtu sijui ni nani. Leo nimecheka.
Eh?
Leo wazee wameamua Njiru.
Hapana, saa ingine you have to call somebody out akileta ujinga. Which is
yeah, and I think you know maybe Mwamba, I want to give you some testimonies from my immediate family. You know bwana, huko watu wanasikia Gachagua mbaya sana. Hadi gashangaa bwana.
Yeah.
Like what I don't know how Gachagua is going to deal with that because from what I'm hearing maybe the kitu which I can say here, I don't know how Gachagua has managed to penetrate the ground especially Mulima. Unasikia watu wakisema bwana, si huku tunangojea Gachagua atuambie. That's what people are saying. What does that one mean? When people are saying tunangojea Gachagua atuambie.
No, wanangojea tu aseme ni huyu, and I think they'll take the word for it. I think Gachagua is more popular in whatever is being called Mount Kenya East, even more than the West place. I think in Embu, Kirinyaga, Gachagua is more popular than his county Nyeri. I'm telling you that, and I think that is a fact. Isipokuwa tu sasa mbele sijui ilienda namna gani hapo, sijui iliendaje. Although we are still waiting for the verdict of that court, I hope it will be positive because that will be something that will make me dance.
Mbere, dichotomy Mbere, you see dichotomy Mbere is the place which will tell us the truth ni Orokarau. Unajua Mbere kulikuwa na hiyo dichotomy ya Kalenjin which they try to divide votes regardless of who is who, and then pia kuna hiyo element ya hiyo siasa ya uadui ilikuwa inajaribu kuwekwa huko. Sijui kama unajua by the way, pia Ruto hiyo ndio siasa anapeleka Mbere and Tharaka Nithi because they are a little bit marginalized areas, they are semi-arid, wanaambiwa mumerudishwa nyuma na Wakikuyu. Do you know that hiyo ndio siasa inapelekwa huko sahi?
Oh really?
Yes. Wanaambiwa mbona Wakikuyu kwao wamedevelop na huku kwenyu ni manyumba za matope. No. So, but Mwamba, stop laughing. I'm telling you what these people are being told. Nyinyi mnaambiwa ati Ruto ndiye. Hebu sikia vile they are being convinced.
But the question is, who are the messengers? Who are these people taking the message? Because those are the people who submitted.
I'm telling you, akina Itumbi. Let me tell you what akina Itumbi are doing. Akina Itumbi wanasema, mnasema Ruto anafaa kukuja kujenga huku. Kwa nini Uhuru hakujenga? Can you answer me that? So mtu ameenda kwa yule guka ako deep in the village, anamwambia wewe unaambiwa ati Ruto hakuna kitu anafanya. Kwani before Ruto became a president hakukuwa na rais mwingine? Kwa nini Uhuru hakujenga?
Lakini
Kenyatta hakujenga. Kwa nini Kenyatta aliwaacha na matope? So ati yule mtu mnataka atoe hii matope ni Ruto. Mbona mnachukia huyu Ruto hivyo?
Lakini the question is, Ruto ametoa hiyo matope? The question is, kwani Ruto ametoa matope?
No, hajatoa, lakini sasa tunasikia sasa vile Itumbi anamwambia sasa kama Uhuru hakutoa hiyo matope, mbona mnasema hata Ruto ndiye atatoa hii matope? And in any case amecommit atakuja kutoa hii matope. Mumuongezee tamu nyingine, hii matope atakuja kutoa.
That's the predicament. Aongeze tamu nyingine ndio aweze kutoa matope.
Mshamwambia vile vitu Uhuru hakuwafanyia.
Sasa amejua.
So watu kama ilikuwa kujua, ashajua. Hii tamu mnamgonga ni kuja kutoa.
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you like Bwana Mwamba.
Na watu wanakubali.
Watu washa discover what divides people, but the beauty I think still the bond between watu wa Mulima is more bigger than Ruto's lies. So hata watu wakiambua hivyo bado tu unasikia tu like unasikia tu watu wakisema, so unasikia kama ile uoga wa Mbere wako hata kama wanaambia hizo story, hey tukue peke yetu sasa. Sasa hivyo hey tukue peke yetu sasa. Yaani mnataka kusema saa hii tusipige tuachane na watu ya Nyeri, tuachane na watu ya Kiambu, tukue peke yetu. Na tukikujua nani atatusaidia? So sasa sasa kuna ile uoga iko sasa, ile uoga iko ni kukua peke yenu sasa, because sasa wanasema hey, sasa So yani that is what is a little saving us because bado kuna wanaogopa kukua peke yao because sasa wanasema hey ndio tuongeza rekero
Wakara hata Ruto anajua huko hawezi ona, ataonyeshwa pilipili like Moi was shown pilipili in kipipili. Remember that heading?
Yeah, of course. So
Moi kuonyeshwa pilipili kipipili. I still remember that heading, ilikuwa ya Taifa Leo.
Na ndio tunangojea kura ya Orokara. Me, I'm waiting Orokara because Orokara will be the true votes for us. Whatever we get in Orokara, we have to accept.
Yes. If Orokara goes to Ruto, I'll give up.
Huh?
If Orokara goes to Ruto, I would give up on everything.
And what we need to do, Bwana Mwamba, saa hii akina Gachagua wasiseme ati wata protect hiyo kura. Now they have even now to be aggressive. Because unajua pia Ruto anaweza taka kuiba hiyo kura to disapprove.
Lakini za protection ni nini Njiro? Na mnaletea askari like a whole battalion.
Pia sisi tupange battalion yetu. Tunapanga battalion.
Enye hapo hawezi kwenda kuleta fujo. He knows he can't win that one. Hiyo anajua.
No, but you
see, don't accept that.
Not win, but he will want like 30%.
It would depend on nani ataweka hapo. I think my friend wakikuwa amerizofu Kalau hapana, hata 30% sioni. Hata akipata 30% itakuwa amejaribu sana. Atakuwa ametumia pesa sawa. Unajua Kikuyu anajua kukula pesa ya wenyewe. Watakula tu. But you can imagine he'll be campaigning against what do you call this guy? This guy of Nyandarua, anaitwa nani huyu senator?
So
Medu. That guy is
the only problem I have with Orkarao ni wakiamua kutumia huyu jamaa huyu former Mungiki. Kwao ni na huko.
No, he comes from Laikipia.
So kwa hivyo kuna Orkarao sio Laikipia
Hapana. Orkarao ni Nyandarua. Although they are neighbors, but he comes from Laikipia. Where he has influence ni huko Laikipia.
Okay. So huyo jamaa Mungiki ndio nilikuwa nikiogopa.
Hata akileto. But anyway, he has some following that you don't understand. That's a different way. Wacha kuwapatia hiyo idea because Maina Jenga has a following of some kind. He can tilt an election. And why he himself does not win elections sijaielewa.
No, because let me tell you the reason why huyo jamaa hawezi win election is because number one, people have hunger about him. Unajua he has been labeled as a very bad person.
He is not good.
Yeah, he has. So that labeling of him as a very bad person, he has been labeled as a very bad person. Then he to be a leader, lakini wakikuwa wanajua huyu jamaa sio kiongozi. In fact, the only people who walikuwa wanatusukumilianga Jenga si ni akina Raila Odinga. Si ni akina Raila Odinga walikuwa wanatusukumilianga huyu Jenga, but ukienda kwa Mkikuyu yote hakuna Mkikuyu ana value Jenga.
Jenga is a gun for hire and he goes to the highest bidder. So he can be used by anybody so long as you are giving him money.
Yeah. So ndio najaribu kusema sasa ile kitu iko let's wait and see how, tuone kama Ruto ataleta. Si tushaambiwa ashaiba 1.5 trillion. So tuone how many billions he is going to bring to Orokara.
Pesa watu wa Orokara pesa itamwagika. Vijana watapewa, watakunywa pombe ile hakuna, hata sijui kama atakumbuka kwenda kupiga kura. Watapewa pesa. Pesa itamwagwa huko.
I'm double sure Orokara wata budget kila mtu ngiri 10.
They could.
Yeah. They will. Nitaangalia the number of voters. Let me see number of voters in Orokara.
That campaign will be hot because all those people akina Kimani Ichung'wah and sijui, I know Kidiki will not be there this time. Watapiga campaign hiyo jaiona. Huyo Kidiki wenu inaonekana amepiga turn around. He has been disillusioned.
Yeah. So the registered voters ni 73,000.
Na kunaendaje story ya Kindiki Mwamba?
He has been talking in parables and he looks like sasa mtu ameanza kusema ati tutafanyia Ruto ile kitu, alafu anasema hapo muzike, He has been talking like enough is enough.
Mimi naona ni kujipendekeza na kujipendekeza. Huyo jamaa bado sio wetu.
Are you sure? Mimi naona like the guy is frustrated to death.
Mimi naona kujaribu kujipendekeza ili aweze kupata aweze kukaa mlima.
Unaona hiyo report, unaona hiyo
watu wasikufukuze.
Niliona lakini sikujua alisema ati Ruto apumzike.
Mbona leo ameongea vibaya sana huko Orokarao?
Nani?
Huyo Kindiki. Hujasikia speech yake huko Orokarao leo? Samuel akisema na wale watu wanaletanga nini mashida kwa Masakaya, wasilete mashida kwa Masakaya. What was this?
Kimani Shungwa.
No, hata Kindiki mwenyewe kuna ameoneshana.
Lakini of course maybe today but they must have been sent beforehand because you know Ruto is going there. Na Gachagua ameenda liwe liwalo I'll be there. So I would hii itakuwa very interesting.
Hata Gachagua ameconfirm Uhuru anaweza. Gachagua amesema huyo jamani wa Jubilee.
Yes. Na Gachagua amesema you can't huwezi kunifukuza Nairobi na unifukuze kwetu Gishagi. I'll be there.
Of course I know there will be a showdown na mimi ile kitu nangojea nangojea hiyo ya Ruto akiongea pale. I know people will boo him and I would want people watu wa Orokarao wa boo Ruto vibaya sana.
Let me tell you what I think, Jiro. Ruto will cancel last moment. He can't go with Gachagua. He will be so much embarrassed. Hataenda.
Mimi nataka aende huko bwana, watu wanambu. No, I think he will not cancel it. Ataenda because he want to show that supremacy. Si alisema, remember Nyeri alisema hakuna mtu atanifukuza hapa kwa Kikuyu.
This one is major. He might decide to skip. But anyway, tutaona.
He want that showdown. Ruto want that showdown. And what they will do is wanaweza mwaga pesa sana saa hii. Watu wende walipo pesa wa kushangilia.
Kwa pesa itaanza kumwagika hata before the campaign starts.
Orokarao ground itatengenezwa. Pesa
so it is, by the way, it's happening this morning, si ndio?
No, ni Wednesday. But Ruto atafanya, Ruto atatuma maagents wake huko, watu watatumwa na pesa, alafu watu wa protocol watapanga watu wa Ruto hapo mbele. Wanaweza hata safirisha watu. Kuwekwe watu kama 200 hapo mbele, watu wa kupiga tu tumanduru kidogo. Atapanga the way they do. Atapanga the way they do.
Ataenda kufanya kampeni ya huyo jamaa ule watachagua.
Unajua hiyo ndio optics bana. Unajua bwana Mwamba, don't joke with optics. That's a high voltage praise. Na unajua Ruto bado anataka kuprove ajadai. He still want to prove bado mulima ako na watu, so lazima aweke hiyo optics. Hiyo optics lazima bana. Hiyo hawezi achilia hivyo.
Lakini sasa, do you know if there are people who are courageous? Yani wale watu wako na ile ujasiri. Ni watu wa Nyandarua na watu wa Nyeri. They will shout him down. And if Gachagua made one bad ama they mention Gachagua there, that place will go wild.
Na ndio tunango and I want to tell you ndio akina Kimani Shongwa washapewa job already, wapange. Naambia mnajua. So unaweza kuta all monarchs will be from elsewhere.
Yeah. That'll be more than the locals.
Yeah, unaweza kuta hata imported monarchs. Unaweza kuta hata watu wamenunuliwa uniform ya monarchs. Watu wamevaa nguo za black hapo, mnashindwa wametoka wapi?
Watapewa kofia. Watapewa makofia. Utakuta kuna kofia za green na za yellow.
Na unajua kwa mazishi you don't need a lot of people. Hata watu 300 wametosha.
Honestly, I don't even know why politicians do these things. Families like those should just decide to say this is going to be a private burial. Why do you want all that publicity and that hudabalu? You are already money. Lakini wanagojeaga nini? Pesa. That's the other problem with kind of that. Kwa sababu hawa mapolitician wakija, utasikia wakisema watoto tutasomesha nini, madeni tutalipa. That is also now when they entertain the politicians. Otherwise, people just do private burials. And
no, hakuna kitu ya mwanasiasa inafanywa under carpet. kitu ya mwanasiasa yote inafanyiangwa juu. Ndio unaonanga hata Sonko akipiana pesa lazima
Yeah.
social media ijue. Mwanasiasa hawezi fanya kitu na isionekane. You will not do. Let me tell you, Bwana Mwamba, the principle of politics is hiyo kitu kama itaonekana na raia itafanya. Yeah. Nasema kila kitu mwanasiasa anafanyanga ni raia aone. So hata Ruto akijua hiyo kitu anaenda kufanya raia ataona, hawezi fanya. Because politicians is all about optics. Muonekano wa vitu. Hata hii mavitu akina Sonko alikuanga nayo ya Sonko Rescue Team. It was for creating an image. Na once you eliminate hiyo story ya image, hata sasa ukitaka ku-eliminate corruption Kenya, wewe tu sema tu nyima politicians visibility. Ukiondoa visibility kwa politician, hiyo story imeisha. Waambie hata ukienda kwa kanisa, enda upeane pesa yako pale. Ni swali na kuuliza Bwana Mwamba, if today ukienda kwa kanisa unaambiwa wewe enda uandikishe pesa yako pale alafu uende. Hakuna story ya kutangaza pesa pale. Na wewe ni MP, uende tu upeane pesa. Sorry. Uende tu upeane pesa yako pale. Ruto anaweza enda kupeana milioni 2 pale bila kutangazwa. Bwana Mwamba. Aya, Julia.
Sorry, my mic was off.
Okay, na kuuliza Bwana Mwamba, tuseme kama ile pesa Ruto anaenda kupeana kwa kanisa, ambayo hiyo pesa hatutangazi. Hiyo pesa tuenda uandikishe pale, alafu uende nyumbani. Enda hiyo milioni 2 unatuletea, enda uandikishe pale.
Hiyo hatoi.
Isitangazwe pale.
Mtazionea kwa views sasa.
Mbona si tunataka kujenga. Si tuko na haja na kujenga.
Hawazi toa.
Mbona?
Kama anasemanga saa ingine atatoa na hatoi. Alafu mwambie aende akaandikishe pale, hata toa.
Ende uandikishe pale, mkubwa ende uandikishe pale. Ende uandikishe pale na tumeshukuru sana. Tumeshukuru, Mungu akubariki, asante na Mungu akuongeze.
Tuweka kwa chondo. Do you know churches like PCA, okay, until this political dispensation ilikuja, they never used to announce money in the church. Hata sasa ile wanafanya harambee, you would just put your money in the basket and that's it. Ikihesabu huko mtaambua ile ilitolewa. But these politicians wakisema in PCA sasa pesa inatangazwa, which is against the church constitution. And as you say, kama ya politician haitangazwi hatoi. Julia, hebu ongea kidogo tukusikie.
Mimi in the recent past, not in the recent past, since Kasongo, I have developed a very low opinion towards Kenyan churches. Na niko na shida kubwa sana, even the men and women that I loved and trusted. So I just found myself thinking like they are very manipulative. Like they wanna just manipulate people for money. So hiyo story ya pesa na especially nikilinganisha na hapa Mwamba, unaendanga kanisa hapa, unaendanga kanisa hapa America, ukienda kanisa you find that they don't even really talk about money, yet people still give. Unaona, pesa is just mentioned once in a service, like passing, like an announcement on the screen. That
by the way, the church I go to, Julia, giving your offering happens at the entrance. As you enter the church, you put your offering there. Unaenda kukaa. Hakuna story ya kisasa tutoe mhodhi alafu tuombe. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. You put what you got to church there and you forget about it.
Ama ukitoka unatoa. They are announcing something, they just announce on the screen that you can either give online, you can give a check, you can give in the basket. Just that, like a passing announcement.
No wonder our American churches are so boring.
Mine come to mine. Mine is very
so boring, sababu vitu zingine haki, some things which I want them to do hawafanye bwana.
Unataka wafanye nini? Waanze kutangaza mhodhi.
Like unaona kama ile kanisa naenda praise and worship ni 5 minutes. Surely.
5 minutes?
5 minutes ni kidogo sana. That one I agree.
No. You know, the whole service ni 1 hour. Lazima muweke praise and worship hapo sijui nini. The whole service is 1 hour. Like praise and worship ni 5 minutes. Bwana Mwamba, don't joke. Tunaingianga 11, by 11:05 mshamaliza praise and worship.
Hey, Mnaimba nyimbo ngapi? Moja.
Tunaibanga mbili. Tunaibanga just nyimbo mbili, ile ya kuingia, kuna ile ya kuingia ile mnaanzia kuimbia nje sasa. Ile mnaingia nayo, then na ingine moja. Then kutoka hapo immediately wimbo inaisha, matangazo ndio hiyo inastreamiwa pale.
Kwa screen.
As wana stream matangazo pale, jamaa wa kuhubiri ashaingia 11:15. So 11:15 jamaa wa kuhubiri ndio huyo. Na kuna time imewekwa pale, time left. Kuna kisa iko hapo inasoma time left, inakuwa imeandikwa time left, unaona inaenda kama vile kama saa ya mpira. Then from there 11:15 ndio huyo jamaa ashaanzia kuhubiri. By 11:40 the guy is now slowing down. Sasa he is now slowing down. My friend, by 11:55 mshamweka kwa kanisa. Sasa mudi ya kutoka ndio hiyo. Sasa ni benediction, ile wimbo ya mwisho. Then sasa vile tu mmeweka tu wimbo ya mwisho sasa. Na sasa ni kutoka sasa ni to small groups na nini. 1 hour bana. I was having a lot of problem with that church until nimezoea bwana. 1 hour. Nilikuwa nikijiuliza what do we do? Nimezoea church ya kwenda 10 tunatoka 2.
At least normally go to our church is 1.5 hours, and I find it adequate time because they do things properly. Praise and worship is all like 15 and 20 minutes.
Okay.
Like kwanga moto. Alafu there is some things hizi matangazo wanaletanga which is on the screen. Of course they talk about the projects, walikuwa sijui Haiti, walikuwa wapi. That comes in there. And also the church programs. After that, mhubiri anakuja na hubiri for well over 45 minutes. Alafu tunaenda nyumbani.
Wow, at least unaona hiyo yenyu ni vile maybe muli-analyze muka-explode hiyo mukaweka 1.5 hours.
Even ours jury is about 2 hours, and our worship is really good. In fact, our worship is really classic. Like,
you do have it for 2 hours?
Yeah, almost 2 hours. There's one thing I want to say that kuna kitu nimesoma hapa America, which is a good thing. If they do something, they do to perfection. Unaona, like I see the worship team does things to perfection. If they want someone playing the band, the instruments, they do to perfection. Come on, singers. See, not just everybody. I mean, when you're not they do it to perfection. Then I find a lot of professionalism, which I think is a good thing when in a church. Yani kenyeji wamejaribu sana ku get out of that. And that is why in America they hire church.
Hawana hii ujinga ya kina Kanyari pale mbele. Ati munachoma nyama hapo mbele ya altar.
Hawana, they do it, and you know they hire their pastors and fire. They hire and fire, and you have to be qualified to be hired. Okay, I think they hire their pastors, they pay them.
Mama, unajua nani Kanyari alichoma nyama kwa altar? Ama una habari?
Sijasikia hiyo.
Umeona nani general, the general. You know the things he says. You know you can't say that here in America. And then they have respect. So me, I think we need to get there with professionalism hata kama ni kwa kanisa, because that's why Kenyans have been exploited a lot and misused and manipulated. People wanachukia Kagame, lakini Kagame is doing a good, he's not, I don't think he's against the church or Christianity. He just wants professionalism. And he just wants people to be accountable. So I know my friend goes to a church where the pastor was fired for plagiarism. Plagiarism. He was fired for plagiarism. He was copying messages from other pastors and preaching. You see, I just feel like that professionalism is good.
Hana mafuta. We, nyama choma ilitoka wapi?
Ndio hiyo bwana, nyama inachoma pale mbele kwa madhabahu bwana. We ni nini mbaya bwana? Ndio hiyo.
What is going on? Yeah, that's a grill.
Zinakwambia mwamba hapo ni kanisa mbele bwana. Nyama choma inachoma mbaya sana.
Na sasa hapo wanakula pia. Ayai. Wait a minute, Giro. What was the occasion, or what is the interpretation of this?
No. what there is kwa kanisa ya Kanyari nyama ilichomwa pale mbele ya altar. So story mingi wachana nayo wewe ona.
Sinaona wengine wanakula hapa katikati ya kanisa.
Ile mambo inakuanga kwa hii taifa yetu ya Kenya. That's why I'm telling you sometimes people need a lot of revival.
Si watu wanakula nyama?
Yeah, inachomwa mbele ya kanisa.
Kwa nini ichomwe ndani ya kanisa? Why can't it be chomwa huko nje?
Unajua bwana, mnaweza sema ni vile tunawekelea bwana, lakini story ndio hiyo bwana.
Nyama
ilichomwa kwa kanisa bwana.
Julia, unaona hii?
Naona hiyo ujinga and people tolerate such nonsense.
And you know hii kanisa iko na I am double sure they are very many dignified people hapa. Hapa kuna watu wamesoma hapa. Hii kanisa I don't think that it is a church of India. This church.
No, the idiots. Because why would I even be here? What am I doing here?
Ni vile umekuwa unajua you can be a smart person who has been brainwashed eh? Unajua brainwashing ni noma. So unajua yule msichana ambaye alikuwa na scandal, yule msichana kunasemekana kuna jamaa wa Marekani alimletea shida. Unajua nasikia karibu akuwe assistant pastor kwa hii kanisa.
Msichana gani?
Msichana mwingine mu Masai alikuwa na issues sana. I think nude zake zilileak. Nudes. So kwenye tu nudes zake zilileak, then huyu Kanyari akasema sijui nitamenta huyo msichana nitafanya nini? Siku hizi wanahubiri na yeye.
Nani unataka kusema unasema Mary Lincoln? Mary Lincoln pia ni pastor.
Sio wachana na hao. Nasema sasa kuna msichana hii Christmas. Hii Christmas.
Kanyari akaona hii kiwachi.
Unajua kuna Kenya ujui. Unajua sisi hata tukiwa hapa tunafuata mambo mengine. Unajua hatuko Kenya Democracy peke yake. Tunafuata mambo yote inapeleka Kenya.
Haya.
So I'm trying to tell you, like these are the problems which we are dealing, and you can tell me that do you know even the other day Kanyari alianzia kuuliza kwa kanisa yake tunatoa Ruto tuweke nani? That's what he was
anataka aletewe pesa na Ruto. Hiyo ni kutega pesa Jiro. Hiyo ni kutega, anataka Ruto. Unajua Ruto naye akisikia mtu anauliza hivyo ataenda church huko.
And do you know that mtu yote ambaye anaenda kwa kanisa ya Kanyari na Kanyari amwambie enda upigie Ruto kura, unajua atampigia?
Katika kuregana kuitikira, I don't know.
Because Kenyan people have been brainwashed by pastors. Ikifika level ya kuitana pastor mama na dad, huyo mtu tena akikwambia kile kimefikia kwa kura.
Yeah. Nyama choma kanisa yenyewe hiyo, naweza enda kule nyama choma alafu ende sema ngomenda.
So that is the level of I don't know what has destroyed the Kenyan church but mimi sijui ni kitu gani imetendeka Kenya. I don't know but and I was very happy when Uhuru aliquestion my pastors, akawaambia inyu ni mwahitithiriado. When Uhuru questioned that thing akasema nyinyi muachana, nyinyi mufanye maneno ya kiroho na sisi tufanye mambo ya dunia. Sijui kama unakumbuka hiyo statement.
I saw that one. It was just the other day. I saw it.
Uhuru akasema sisi wanasiasa mturuhusu tufanye mambo ya dunia na nyinyi mfanye mambo ya kiroho, mnamupeleka watu mbinguni mkitumia mambo ya kiroho. But hawa watu, because unajua shida hawa mapasta, unasikia mtu akikuja akisema ndio nilio Ruto akija tamu yake ili. You know that's what they are saying.
Maybe there is a time. Kwanza there are some pastors I ask and I don't want to name them names. Na uliza kwani Mungu mnaabudu anakuanga na mshenene kwa namna gani? Wiki hii anasema hii, wiki hii anasema hii. Kwani huyu Mungu wenu wako na mshene namna gani? Because God is not known to be saying contradictory things. Leo mara sijui huyu atakufa, mara huyu atakufa. Nonsense mingi. And people believe. You know, it's hata sio entertainment, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. Like now these people call themselves prophets.
Ana nakuuliza ujayo Kanyari TikTok.
I don't know, Kanyari sijamfuata. I don't like.
Pia bila anakuanga vagabond.
Kanyari sitaki.
Si anakatia kwa TikTok, unasikia na unasikia lugha, unasikia akikatia wasichana huko bwana. Hata unaogopa hadi unashindwa huyu mtu.
Ni mchafu, ako na lugha chafu and people call him.
Junior umemsikia TikTok eh?
Yes, he's very dirty minded and people
say can you imagine calling him your pastor?
Yeah, alafu nasema huyu mchungaji wako. Akona lugha chafu and people still go to church which is that trash.
Yeah. Huyu jamaa ukimsikiliza kwa TikTok, mwamba, if you have power utaenda kufunga hiyo kanisa.
Or arrest him. If you have
power, I don't do TikTok. I don't do TikTok at all.
Oh, maybe kuna mtu mwingine anauliza bwana Mwamba, ulisikia story ya the Russian guy?
Yeah, the Russian guy niliona.
Alifanya nini? Hebu tu brief kidogo.
The Russian guy alikuwa anaenda akiwachukua moja moja, one after the other. And that time, in fact, that was very shameful, and I really don't understand our women. How can somebody you meet the first time and the same day you are in his bed? That one I don't.
Mwamba. Hii bwana. Hii unacheza na hii bwana. Ngozi ya dhahabu bwana.
That one really showed us as being very, very cheap. Very cheap. Si afadhali hata mkutane leo na kesho. Mna meet town anakusalimia, mnaongea, alafu the next time tunakukuta umetoa wewe. Acha.
Mwamba, acha nikwambie, wewe hata ufungilie pesa hapa kwa uso hapa. Uende nikiwa hapa. Uwezi toboa hiyo mambo Russian guy alifanya.
I'll try. Naenda Nairobi hivi karibuni. I'll try.
Utoboi.
You'll try.
Mwamba, you gotta be crazy. Enda umeze dawa ukue yellow uone.
Sindana nikiongea Kiingereza ya Amerika.
You see the problem Mwamba, hata ukue na pesa ngapi and you are an African. Wanakuita tu hii ni ile ng'ombe zetu. Hizi tu ni zile ng'ombe zetu zinatusumbua.
Wanga kuwasalimia kwa street wanakutukana.
Unajua sasa msichana anaona sasa nitakuwa naongeleshwa na you know kuna hiyo hype.
Kuongea na mzungu.
Hype ni hype noma. Bwana Mwamba, I'm dating a white guy. I'm dating kwanza unasema guys, how can I take me with a white guy?
Julia watete sasa mimi nimeshindwa. Walituaibisha. And you know it's not only in Kenya, huyo jamaa alikuwa ameanza huko West Africa. He was going
huyo jamaa atatokezea saa hii TZ. Atafanya hiyo mambo tena. Hata atokezea TZ saa hii
wacha nitetee.
Lakini alikuwa Japan. He was doing the same thing in Japan where he was arrested.
Hata huyo jamaa I don't know where women can resist such a guy because unajua pia anakaa mrembo by the way. He is good looking by the way.
Wacha Njiru. Endelea Julia.
Kwenda huko Njiru. But wacha niwatetee Mwamba. You know, okay, wacha nitetee watu wasichana wa Kenya, sijui wa Tanzania na kwingine na Japan. But I just think like this is my take to parents. Yeah? Hata Njiru. Empower your girls. Empower your children. When children, those who are empowered cannot even look at him twice. I'm telling you, kama wako Nairobi, they won't look at him twice because they are empowered. Empowering by doing what? Taking them to school and showing them that they can succeed with or without a man. If you do that, they will not look at such guys. I'm telling you, white or black or blue. Because there are many women in Nairobi who would not do that. So if you see women following such men, is because one, kuna desperation, finances, capital. Kuna wenye tu ameamua tu maisha yangu naweza tu tokelezea nikifuata mwanaume. And once this anapata mwanaume mweupe mzungu, and she's thinking that she has heard stories that watu wamekuja Kenya wamewa mtu na maisha yake imechange. So she's just trying her luck. So I just say that
Julia, there were even some married women who looked very different.
Yeah, married women who are thinking I could jump out of this marriage and nisaidike.
So,
Unaona?
Julia, are you trying to claim that all those women karibu 200 na 300 all of them came from families where they had not been empowered?
Yes, all of them.
All of them.
Julia pana. Hapo wacha nikatae kwa sababu if that guy could do that in Ghana, akuja afanye hivyo Kenya, he was doing the same thing in Japan. Hata Japan unataka kuniambia they are not empowered women?
Yeah, okay, Japan may have a different view about sex.
Jamaa ongei sana. Ulisikiliza?
By the way, he didn't even speak English. Alikuwa anafanya interpretation na simu.
All of them wakwambie, Njiru na Mwamba, all of them went for that man for money. All of them, all the ones in Ghana, the ones in Kenya.
Wow. Hatuna ati jamaa anapanga mistari. Jamaa tunasema hey, how are you? Hey, you Kenya, you me, you meet me in the evening. I get your number. Story hivyo tu.
Na anaenda.
In fact mimi hata nikienda kuongelesha demu hivyo watu watasema ona hii nyang'au.
Sasa na wewe uko na rangi sio ya pesa.
Sasa sinaona sasa Mwamba umekubali sasa, umekubali kuna rangi ya pesa. Umekubali kuna rangi ya pesa.
Rangi ya dhao.
Bwana, kuna rangi ya pesa. Unajua wote Julia ungesema ni tufunze watoto wetu tuwaambie mzungu sio lazima akuwe na pesa. Kuna wazungu wamesota. Tuache hiyo wazungu.
No, that one is difficult.
Njiru, but comment ya huyu nani anasema I feel sorry, sio hiyo. Kuna mtu ameandika very nice comment here. Let me look for it. Somebody has very nice comment. Inferiority complex, that is good here. Inferiority complex, dating color, poverty leads to those kind of things. It is not just telling them, Jiru, take your daughter to school, take her to the university. She will not do such nonsense. I'm telling you.
Unataka kuniambia wasichana si graduate wengine?
Hapana.
Hey, some were graduates nani?
Nikwambie if those who are in the university and are doing that.
Kwa hiyo story vizuri uone. Kwanza wasichana wa university wengine ndio wako desperate na ujinga kama hiyo.
Sasa hao wako university and they are doing that, they need that education unasema. Ni education and empowering. Telling them that you can work for your own money. Kuna hiyo empowering. I'm telling you, here parenting is a big thing.
I think, Julia, what we should tell our kids is very simple. Story ya sex ya within 2 days. Wachana nayo.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Doesn't work out because how do you sleep with somebody within 2 days?
Not 2 days or 1 day.
Mtu anakujua leo, alafu jioni anakutoa nguo.
Me, I know that if a child, a girl, is amepelekwa shule na amefundishwa kwamba she can earn her living without a man supporting her, it is very hard for that person to fall prey to such things. It is very difficult. Amefundishwa kwamba wanaume lazima wakulishe. Unaona, kuna girls hata wameenda university lakini ile wamepewa kwamba a man has to feed you. Even mothers behave like that is what should happen. Those kinds of women are likely to fall prey to that. I'm telling you. So the 3 keys: men, women, empower your daughters, take them to school and speak with them regularly. Let them know that they can stand on their own feet. That is my take. Hao wasichana wote wenye walikuwa pray kwa hiyo walikuwa nafikiria wameangukia na maisha yao wameomoka. Walikuwa wamefikiria wameomoka na they were ready to do anything.
Mimi Julia nataka mimi unielezea hapa. I want you to explain to me how them within 1 hour jamaa shamtoa nguo. Mimi nataka unielezee how does that work?
Niwaulize kwani why you blaming women? Kwani nyinyi within hour mnatoa nguo, mnatoa wasichana nguo? Why do men do that?
No,
let me ask. Wait a minute. You are condemning women here. Let me ask the comment section. Hata nauliza Njiru, nauliza Mwamba, nauliza all the men who are listening to me here. How many of you can resist even the first 5 seconds if you find a woman is ready?
Wacha hapana, hiyo takataa.
You can resist, right? You
are that one mia kwanza Julia, mimi kwanza nitaogopa sana. Ati tumekutana saa hii alafu unaanza hapana, hiyo nimeogopa. Nitaogopa. This time of I mean these times of AIDS and hepatitis and everything, huwezi kunitolea nguo within a day alafu nikue hapo, kwani
It is not
hapana.
within a day, Mwamba. Within a day, within a
Within
second.
hours.
It depends on somebody's character. So what I'm trying to say, it is the blame is on both men and women. And I'm trying to say this. It is not a matter of how many days do you take kutoa nguo. Ni vile umelelea msichana wako, what she knows about herself and what she believes she can do for herself. She doesn't need days to be told toa nguo within 2 days or 3 days. No, she needs to know that mimi, I can stand on my own feet. I don't need kuomoka juu nimepata mzungu ama nimepata mtu. As long as if she gets that in her mind, whether she's in Kenya or she's in America, she will not mess around. I'm telling you. And you have to follow her around.
Na pia tuache stereotype.
To some extent, I agree with you, Julia. That is true. Whatever you are saying,
tuache. Hatuko na pesa. Unajua pia hiyo stereotype ya where Africans have overemphasized that wazungu wako na pesa.
Okay, Njiru, that one, it will be hard to remove from minds, people's minds. You don't even waste your time doing that. But ask me why. Even you have just changed your mind after coming to America. Ndio maana America maskini. Kitambo before ukuje ulikuwa nafikiria hapa kila mtu anaendesha gari mzuri, kila mtu you had that even you are thinking like that. Sasa ndio umeshtuka ukaanga kumbe kuna watu wanalala chini ya bridge.
Homeless man. Hey. Yani mtu anaweza kuwa yellow na ni homeless. What do you mean, man?
Alafu Njiru, wacha nikwambie, mimi I have been trying to provide some education to some African immigrants because African immigrants have a very wrong opinion towards being one of them, Njiru, towards especially our watu wenye wa, let's say, African Americans. And they keep on saying that if I'm an African immigrant and I'm succeeding, how come the African Americans do not succeed? Kama nimetoka Kenya, hiyo Kenya yote niko na shida mingi, nimekuja America and I'm succeeding. You forget that when you come from Kenya, you are the best of the very best. You are the cream of Kenya. Because the immigration process ya Kenya, ya America, apart from when you are a sneak, katuseme kama ama green card lottery, the rest kama ni work permit, ama schooling, those are the cream of the society. For you to get a master's scholarship in America, you are the cream of the society. For you to be hired as a teacher, you have umefanyiwa vetting. For you to be hired as a teacher in America, you've been done so much vetting. And on top of that, umekuja hapa umefanya testing. You have passed those tests. Yani you are a highly qualified person. So you cannot come here saying that if I'm succeeding, nimekuja hapa nikanunua nyumba America, bona hawa watu wengine hawezi nunua. I stand here on a very high level. I'm a highly successful person, even from Kenya. And then I learned. Now, what am I driving that? When I reach here, nimekuja, and I am wondering, kwa nini hawa watu, why are they living in such houses? Mimi nimekuja hivi karibuni, na nimefanya 1, 2, 3. Why can't they use their heads? It is because they are on a different level from me. So, before I came here, kuna watu wanalala njaa, nakwambia. Interacting with my students has helped me to know kwamba Mwamba anaweza mute kidogo. Interacting with my students has helped me to know that America kuna umaskini mwingine mbaya, Njiru. Mimi nikienda home saa hizi, nikienda kwetu Ushago, if I go to my mama's place, I can stay for a whole week without spending a single coin. Naendanga huko, watu wanasikia Njeri wa Amerika amekuja. Njeri analetwa maziwa, Njeri analetwa miji, Njeri analetwa nini. Kwa mama yangu kuna maji, kuna stima. Na stima ya mama yangu ni
na kuna solar. Nyumba.
Na kuna nyumba. And my mother's phone, stima ni solar. So she doesn't even have bills ya stima. Hata hana bili ya maji yake ni ya kisima, amechapa borehole. So literally, I can live in that home without bills. Lakini and as soon as I come here, nikirudi hapa South Carolina, Njiru, nangojaga, sijakuwa kwa nyumba, nangojaga bili ya stima inaningojea, bili ya maji, hata takataka. Yani mnanicharge bili mpaka takataka, mnanicharge bili ya sewage na takataka. Na tupataka wameenkea bili mpaka ya sewage. Na I didn't even use my bathroom. Nashangaa who was doing messing in my, niko na bili ya sewage, niko na bili ya stima, niko na bili ya maji, niko na mortgage nalipa, niko na insurance ya gari inaningojea, niko na insurance ya nyumba inaningojea, niko na tax ya gari inaningojea, tax ya nyumba inaningojea. Hey,
mtu
And then
mmoja na
mtu
sijulie
one
unajaribu.
person na sijakula na saa hiyo kukula sina hata kare kashamba kama mama yangu kasukuma, naweza chuna sukuma hapo nipike kaugali. Let me tell you, America kuna umaskini. Now you will not know that until you land here, and then you interact with these people here. Is when you know that where they are coming from, you are even better placed. I'm telling you, you even better placed than them. Sasa ukisema kama wewe Njiru hukujua mpaka ulanda hapa, na mimi sikujua until I landed here. What about Mkenya mwenye ako Kenya na anatu mzungu anafikiri mzungu ni pesa? Ni wale wazungu wanakuja klasi yangu wenye hata nywele zao ziko na chawa. Najua mimi niko na wanafunzi wenye wako na chawa. Au ndio wazungu?
Kwani kuna chawa Amerika? Wewe Julia bwana, you are too much bwana.
Hata bed bugs.
Okay. Sikuwa nikijua hiyo.
Na mende ziko kwa
kuja New York upatane na mende na kunguni. What are you talking about? Na panya.
Na panya.
Ukuje Grand Island unakuta panya zinatoshana na paka. Yeah? There is everything. Kwanza bed bug is a big problem in America during summer.
So in other words, they don't have that information. It is called culture crash. So culture clash, and they have not experienced that. They don't know the other side of the world, how it is. So you can't blame them. Wanafikiri kila mtu mwenye ametoka America ni tajiri. They don't know that people. Let me tell you, the Americans who have been born here na hawana masomo, they are struggling so bad to make their ends meet. They're struggling, and why they're even struggling more. Ni kwa sababu unaona, even as much as I'm saying I have bills to pay, at least I'm assured of a paycheck at the end of the month. Then at least nimelelewa kwamba Njiru penye nimelelewa kwamba ninaweza nunua mchele na maharagwe, nichemshe maharagwe nikupe. See, that is where I'm brought up. Like I can go to Walmart, buy rice and buy my beans and boil and cook rice. Si niko na dinner. Na hiyo ninaweza kula mara 2 mara 3, ama hata inaweza kuwa breakfast. Watu Njiru nana wanamkianga wapi? Wanamkianga Starbucks. They survive per day. Wanamkianga Starbucks. Haya, saa lunch wanakubuka McDonald's. Unafikiri McDonald's imesurvive kwa sababu gani? Meaning, if they don't have money, they'll go hungry. Juzi vile beshte wako, beshte wako amestress watu. Anathreaten kutoa funding kwa education. Unafikiri watu wamekula stress aje wakifikiria kwamba hakutakuwa na school lunch? Do you know a lot of my students I teach only depend on the food they eat? Njiru, I eat in a school zinaitwa Title 1 schools. Go and search what are Title 1 schools, where 100% of the students depend on the school lunch. Au watoto wasipokuja asubuhi wapatiwe kiamkia kinywa, that is breakfast, na ile lunch wanapewa. Do you know, nilifundisha mwanafunzi mwenye alikuwa anaishi kwa abandoned homes. Unajua hizi movable homes, hapo ndio alikuwa anaishi. Story yake ilikuwaje? He was living with a foster family that finally adopted him. I don't know about his parents. Hiyo foster family kamwadapt kama mtoto, then wakadivorce. Mwenye alimchukua sijui tena akakufa, so he ended up now homeless. Alikuwa nakuja shule, huyu mtoto alikuwa na the same clothes the whole week. I noted vile nilireport, wakaanza kumwoshia nguo shule kuna washers na dryers za watu wa sports. So they allowed him to access the gym and the bathrooms to be showering there na kuosha nguo zake. Na sasa vile, and they only did that because I highlighted that case. Wakamfuata. Finally wakangangana wakamtafutia a home, a place, a foster family that would take him for a while mpaka afike 18. Kufika 18 anafukuzwa. But then he tried his best. He got into the army, into the Marines. Lakini wacha nikwambie Njiru, hao watu wako more desperate than huko. Njiru ziko tunaagi. Sasa hizi ukienda home utaenda pale kwenyu na utakula na unalala. True or false, Njiru? You eat because the fact that in Kenya we are families, we are communities. Mwamba, ukienda kwenyu utakula na utalala with money or without money, because we live in communities. Tuko kwa communities.
Well, those communities are also dying back home. That's why you hide so many street people. We are also doing badly towards that direction. It's not like Hapo kitambo mtoto alikuwa wa community. These days is every aina for them and God for us all.
Umeanzia kudiscourage watu kukuja Marekani bwana.
Umesema
Vile
hiyo Amerika.
Julia.
No, if you don't tell them the truth, hawatasaidika.
Hiyo Amerika yenyu hataki.
It is better to tell them the truth. Kuna watu wanakujanga hii Amerika pia nao wanasumbuka sana because it is not what they expected. Kwa sababu wengine wanafikirianga ukifika hapa Amerika you are rich.
Si watu wanasema ni a bed of roses. Si watu wa nyumbani wanasema usio ni adili Amerika, usio ni adili wega.
Hapana.
Watu wanasema si ulienda vizuri.
Hapa kama una mshahara utakiona, wacha nikwambie, utaona kanyoni wang'ethe.
Hapa usahau hakuna mama mboga pale unaweza pitia jioni mwambie nipatie sukuma nikipata kesho nitalipa. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
Nakwambia.
Na hakuna ati mahali unaweza pita upewe
unapenda kukopa.
Mwamba, I don't know about your job, lakini mimi na Jill tunaweza kuambia if we don't work we are not paid. Unaona? Hapa hata kulive sama ati wewe ni mgonjwa ati leave. Upeleke huko. Hata umezaa. Hakunanga leave ya maternity sijui ni siku ngapi kwetu, sijui ni 14 days maternity leave.
Ni uzae urudi kazi.
It is Easter na sisi kesho tuko job.
Hakunanga Easter kitu gani? Because if you don't work you are not paid.
Of course. That is the nature of jobs here. In fact, here, even these multinational companies, these big ones, unapata annual leave ni 14 days. And that is taken very highly because those are the days you get in a year. Hapa ni kali.
Mimi nataka ukiamua uende Kenya, within a year, you can only get 2 weeks.
What do you mean?
Tuseme maybe you have 14 days annual leave. You can only get those 14 days to say, kama wewe mtu ya Kenya, you can only go home for 2 weeks and come back.
Yes.
That's your leave.
Yes. And I'm talking about big companies like Google, Yahoo, all those big companies. Unakuta annual leave 14 days. Na ni 14 calendar days.
Let me respond to this. Jiria, can you explain how? Yes, you are right. The black man is among the few that have made it. That is Jerry, somebody. I'm not saying kuna yenye hawajatafaulu, kuna yenye wamefaulu. But literally, I was trying to say this, that these people need a lot of backing, especially the African Americans. They are not experiencing what we have experienced. They are not on the same level as we. Unaona, Jerry 2865. Mimi, let me tell my story a bit. Nimekuja hapa, I went to the university, I went to Moi University. Then I went to the days when there was help. Mimi, I paid my help very fast, haikuwa pesa mingi. And I only
I'm double sure help yako ilikuwa kama 1,100
or less than that. It was very little. And yeah. I only need to be called a government sponsored student. So being a government sponsored student, sisi yetu ilikuwa 8,000 academic year. Njiru, we were being paid for 8,000 the whole academic year. And then I used to be given.
Ati mlikuwa mnalipa, sijasikia hapo unaenda haraka sana. Ati mlilipa nini?
8,000 the whole academic year.
Ya university.
Ya university. And then nilikuwa napewa 21K for first semester and 21K for the second semester cash na help. And then the food was subsidized. You could eat ugali beef na 10 shillings. That was the most expensive meal. You could take a breakfast of 4 shillings kwa sababu slice kubwa ya mkate, ile slice kubwa nono ilikuwa 50 cents. Sasa kama uko na slice 3 umeshiba na alafu unaweka blue band, that is $2 bob, and then 2 bob chai ya maziwa. So 4 bob uko na breakfast. Na kama you are very ungekula ugali boga shilingi 1 na sumuni. Ugali boga kama utaki kuspenda pesa yako yote. So the most expensive was 10 shillings. That is ugali beef. That was the most when I went to the university. In other words, I'm trying to say I didn't have to come from a wealthy family to acquire a first degree. Unaona, I only had to qualify and I was called to Moi University and nikapata my Bachelor of Education. Then mimi when I graduated, I was employed by the Chair Service Commission, which means I didn't tamak for my job. I was employed very fast. Nimefanya kazi Kenya miaka mingi. Then I was hired here through an agency to teach in South Carolina.
Ndio nakuuliza Julia, you want to say after graduating and getting your TSC job, it was immediate?
Immediate. Mimi, wacha nikushtue. Mimi, I was given my TSC job before I graduated. I cleared university in 1996 August, and September 1996, I was required to report as a teacher by TSC. Hata
And
sikuwa nimegraduate.
was that one only your case ama kuna watu wengi sana?
That is what used to happen. That is what unapata barua. By the time mnafanya exam ya mwisho, mlikuwa mnajaza barua, manijilani napeleka kwa TSC. Alafu TSC inatumia mabarua inawaposti. Those days you could refuse to report.
And is it happening now?
No,
Hiyo mambo unasema ndio inatendeka sahi. Sahi watu wanapata job hivyo.
No, it is stopped because
and then people sasa kuna watu nikukatiza, kuna watu wanatuambia Ruto has done more work than those previous guys.
No. First, Moi froze the posting, but when Kibaki came in, Kibaki straightened up the posting. Kibaki akasema kwamba juu kuna walimu walikuwa wamewachwa sasa wengi. Kibaki created a marking scheme, ilikuwa kama marking scheme ya TSC. Ungeenda interview ya TSC, and the person to be hired first was the person who graduated earliest. So kulikuwa na difference ya 5 points kwa interview. Kama uli graduate 19, let's say 2000 na mwingine 201, watu 2000 iko na more points than you. Kumaanisha automatically watu 2000 will be hired before you. That is what Kibaki did. And that thing went all the way to Uhuru. Hii kitu imekuja wakati wa Ruto. Sasa nasikia ati MPs wanapewa mabarua. Imagine that TSC is giving MPs TSC letters to go dishing. TSC. I heard that MPs are using those letters that TSC could bribe wananchi. But me, I can tell you, I did not struggle. I was hired before I even acquired my degree certificate. And then I worked for TSC for many years. Then after many years, I was hired to work in the United States through an agency. It is called FACES, Foreign Academic and Cultural Exchange Services. That agency paid my air ticket from Nairobi, Kenya to South Carolina, paid my processing fee, sponsorship, visa. That agency ilinitafutia apartment na ikanitafutia mtu wa kuniguide. That agency picked me out at the airport and sponsored me to sleep in a hotel for 2 weeks until I settled down. That agency helped me, guaranteed me so that I could buy a car. Kuja hapa Njiro hauna credit records. So wanakupeleka kwa dealer, wanakugarantii kama wao unapewa gari on credit with their name. Unaona? So me, I literally landed here, started driving my car, started reporting to work, and I had a paycheck the first week. Now, you are telling me to compare myself with somebody has been born here, was taught that their parents were slaves. Their grandmothers were slaves. It's just that their parents were not slaves. Their parents went to schools zenye zilikuwa separated, blacks and white, kulikuwa na mashule ya black. Ni wao tu, they are the first generation to go to a school that is a mixture of color. And now they are trying to go to school to succeed. Now they are trying to go to school. Their parents were told you cannot be workers. You can only be workers. You can be cooks. But you cannot be doctors. You cannot be engineers. You cannot be teachers. So they are trying to get out of that. Unaona? Sasa ni ngumu sana. Lakini mimi nimejipata, sijapata mkoloni kwa nyumba. Nimepata my grandparents talking about colonialism. I didn't see the colonialists with my 2 eyes. Even my mother didn't see. My mother can't tell me much about colonialists. Mimi nimezaliwa, nimeambiwa you are a girl child, work hard, we are taking you to school, we are boosted, we are pushing you, you are going to succeed. See the difference between the two people. So if I land here and I am given just, unaona njuri na land hapa. When I came here, I did my master's degree. I was sponsored. Okay? I'm talking about myself. People understand where we are coming from. I was given a free scholarship to do my master's degree, my master's in advanced teaching. Now, right now, I'm going through a course which is subsidized with the American College of Education of a doctorate in education and leadership. It is subsidized. I'm not paying the same rates in Jiru. It's subsidized for teachers. Now, see, angalia huyo mtu ametoka Kenya, amepewa hiyo boosting. First, huyu ni Mkenya, ameambiwa about how to succeed. Then you compare with somebody here who has been made to believe kwamba they can only work in Walmart, they can only be sweepers, they can only be janitors. Angalia hiyo tofauti. Then these people, kacha yao, their money is for food. Go to eat in Starbucks, eat in McDonald's, go sleep. Eat in Starbucks. Mimi nimelelewa kwamba we Njeri, pesa itoshi. Story ya ku-eat in McDonald's and Starbucks wachanga. Mimi nimelelewa na mama yangu. Njeri, nenda ununue mchele, chemsha maragwe. You can store those beans and cook and cook githeri. You can boil githeri, you can boil maharagwe. Unaweza nunua sukuma Walmart, unaweza pika ugali. So lazima see the difference in upbringing. So irrespective
you
of the
don't need
fact,
an Easter date. So maybe you don't need an Easter outing. You can stay in the house so that you can save.
Yes. Kama niko na beshte yangu na nitembelea, atuendi really Jiru umeleta point. Kama niko na beshte yangu anitembelea, you know I'm a social person too. Niko na beshte yangu ananitembelea. Si lazima twende tutumie pesa yote on our meals. Tunanunua kuku pale Walmart, tunakuja tunachoma, tunapika kaugali. Unaona Njiru, tunaenda kanisa tunarudi. See the difference in our upbringing. Now, these other people, they know ni Easter, we hang out. So they can spend over $300 just for their meal. Mimi, nimeenda Walmart, nimenunua kuku, haijafikisha $20. Nimenunua unga ya ugali. In the long run, our meal has not gone over $50. And we have had a nice time, a nice meal, a nice Easter meal. See the difference in our upbringing.
Celebrate Yesu mkombozi.
Si ndio na tumeenda kanisani. So you can see the difference in the culture. So sasa what the ones I'm discussing about this, even African Americans, even white Americans, let me say all Americans who are struggling with their basics and their money and all that. Hao ndio wa Kenya, they are thinking ati ni matajiri. Ati wanaona kamzungu pale Nairobi na ameng'ang'ana, amesave all his life. Ati sasa ameona bwana. I'm telling you Njiru, unless they step here, is the only time what I understand kwamba what happens in America. Mimi saizi, I don't judge anybody. I don't call anybody lady. I don't even fungua mdomo yangu kusema anything, because interacting with my students has helped me to know where they're coming from and what they are going through. I don't judge them. I just do my best to encourage them to succeed. That's my take. That's a good speech for the day. Amen.
Bwana Mwamba, kwani umenyamaza aje? Kwani wewe ni mtu wa McDonald's? Bwana Mwamba, are you there? Mwamba?
Sorry, I was speaking with my mic. What, Jiro, I think that I've been here 18 years. And I don't think the times I've been to McDonald's inaweza fika 20 times.
But at least you have still gone to McDonald's.
Me nakula githeri, nakula ugali, nakula mukimo, everything like that. Saa ile nishaenda McDonald's, maybe nikipeleka watoto saa ingine when they were a little younger, they would insist. But me, I have nothing anyway to enjoy huko at all. Na hakuna kitu inaweza kunibamba or maybe to find reason to go there. Hapana. Actually, the few times I've eaten in a hotel is maybe saa ingine tumetoka harusi and mnaona amtafika nyumbani usiku, so you pass in a restaurant somewhere mnakula. Otherwise, we live an African life in America, which is much cheaper, enjoyable because you're able to make better food. By the way, siningekuwa natosha gram na unaona vile nimekonda, niko karibu kukua na masikio imepanda juu.
Wewe bwana Mwamba, masikio yako hata ikienda juu itapandishwa na vitu zingine. Kama yule anakonda. So Julia, let me ask you a question, because you have said something about Black Africans that I would want to understand something. So do you want to say that Black Africans are not, most of them, or maybe a reasonable number, or let me use that, a reasonable number of them, some of them are struggling in life because there are some extravagant cultural lifestyles which they are practicing, or is it lack of in their path, or what is making them not to break up and become partakers in the economy? Because to me, I think that one is as you discussed, you expose that one as a big thing. These people are not, they are not thriving economically. So what is
saa ingine sasa tunaongea habari ya hawa watu, ni vizuri tuongee Kiswahili because you never know who is listening. Saa ile tunawasengenya and they don't feel very good about it. So lakini I can tell you something like what you're asking. Julia will let me go ahead. Could you imagine? When we came here, me with all the culture shocks and everything, ulikuwa unaona hawa watu, as you say, this is not anything you are expecting to find very, very, let me call them humble people. Wengine wako homeless, wengine hawakai, unaona maisha yao it's very low even compared to yourself. Then when you go to a shop or somewhere and you are going to find another mzungu sasa to serve you, unakuta anakuserve with their arms stretched. They want you to be very far away. Manake hawa watu wanakuanga na hasira ingine between them. Of course they don't like one another. Kwa hivyo service wewe ukipata, until you open your mouth you speak, asikia uko na accent, na saa hiyo ndio inatokezeanga where do you come from. Ukimwambia wewe unatoka kule nyumbani kule Mwafrika, the tone changes, they warm up. Okay, so that was something I realized very, very fast, that the enmity between these people still exists, but they treat us better than they would treat the locals who are of our color. Then hawa wetu weusi now wenyewe nao wanakuanga na hasira. They are angry people. They have always been angry. Ile hasira ya ukoloni haijawahi kuwatoka. So they also treat these other people with a lot of contempt. They mistreat them. So hawaelewani. You know what I mean? So even for their poverty, I think there is also something to be blamed on them because of the attitude. Manake watu wakipewa ile kitu inaitwa food stamp, hataki kufanya kazi. Unajua kuna makazi wanaweza kufanya and somebody anaweza kujimudu kimaisha. Hawataki hizo kazi, wanasema hatuwezi kuwa wazazi wetu waliwashea manyumba, they took care of you, actually they say, they just say it, they cleaned your asses and you expect us to continue doing the same thing. Yes, hawajasoma. Hata kama amesoma, unakuta mtu ule amesoma sana, alifika grade 8 ama alifika grade 12, alipofanya mtihani akaanguka, hiyo story akawachana nayo. Lakini hizi kazi za mikono hataki kufanya, because the moment you are jobless unapewa ile inaitwa nini, stamp, food stamp. So they live on that peke yake and they are very comfortable living on that. That was something that was very, very eminent, and I think they also go wrong according to me. They never put effort to develop or to. There are very few people who will find after they're educated to a level where they can call themselves professionals, and especially like now in my neighborhood, this is New York. Unakuta ni wengi sana hawajasoma. Illiteracy in America, kitu hutaki kuamini ama watu wakose kuamini, is very high to a level that it's not even imaginable to somebody coming from Africa. Na hiyo ndio experience. Mi sasa nishakaa nao miaka hiyo yote. By the way, I'm going back home myself. I'm relocating. My contract is over here, and hata nimechelewa. I should be home this time round. So mimi mnigoje huko na kuja. Mahali kuna mbuzi meza, ili ukisikia unataka kula nyama
unarudi kwa taifa letu tukufu la Kenya.
Mimi narudi jamhuri ya taifa letu tukufu la Kenya.
So you are among the, sasa wewe ndio utakuwa unatungolea kasongo, unatuambia ukiwa huko what is happening.
Nikifika, that will be one of those things that I will do very fast, is to take my kura, hiyo niweke mfuko, because the last time I voted was the last time I voted I think ile 2007 is the last time I voted.
Sasa mwamba, exactly the wewe ndio utakuanga unatutumia clips, unatuambia hebu mshie hiyo mfano vile huko kidogo.
Wachana na mimi, sitaki kuchukuliwa na Subaru hata kabla sijapumzika. Siasa nitapunguza. Siasa mimi nitawacha kidogo. I'll be with you, but you know, sasa time difference now inakuanga shida. Siwezani nayo.
You will be listening to our
siwezi kuwatupa, nitakuwa nawasikiza vizuri kabisa. I also have a channel which possibly I will also activate, lakini nitakuwa nimepunguza siasa. Have you ever subscribed to my channel, Jiro?
Hebu utanitumia. Unajua hata hujatumia bwana. Sikutumia wote hapa, nilikuwa natangaza hapa. all these people to subscribe side.
Nitaileta ikianza kukua active. Right now what there is just a few things, but it's okay.
No,
I think
weka
it has about a subscription of about 200 people. Sasa ile nilikuwa nimeanza alafu nikasireki, I got busy nikawachana nayo kidogo.
Hebu tunataka kuona maybe unatupost ukichoma nyama.
Of course. Of course. Nyama muta sio kama hizo za Kanyari, lakini nyama ukichoma itakuwa mingi.
But you have now seen there are so many things you can do in a church. Hata mnaweza choma nyama kwa kanisa.
Hiyo upuzi wacha jero.
Unasema ni upuzi bwana, and over 200 people walikuwa kwa kanisa wanaangalia na wanashangilia.
Maybe they had an occasion, lakini nao kwa nini walikuwa wanachomea ndani ya kanisa? Si wangechomea huko nje kwa compound wa kule wakitoka kanisa. Hii ya kuchomea ndani ya kanisa ndio sielewi what was the motivation.
Ni lifestyle ya Kenya, you cannot criticize that. Hiyo story ukienda ku criticize kwa hiyo kanisa. So kufuatilia story yake na Marion, hiyo ndio ina hit sahi. So Kanyari is having a new girl called Marion.
Hey.
Hiyo ndio ina hit sahi. Hiyo msichana mlikataa yeye alimchukua akasema hata Yesu aliingia wale ambao wamepotea. Kanyari akasema tunakuja wale wamepotea.
Haya, patikane kwa Kanyari, hina shida.
Yeah.
So, just excuse me, leo tumeongea sana, siasa ilikuwa moto.
Yeah, hata mimi tu nitacheza video.
Mwamba, before muende, unaona hiyo story umesema, I would like you to compare African Americans with a situation between, let's say, between Mount Kenya region, Tarevo ya Masoko, and places like West Pokot and Turkana. And then I'm wondering whether you would say that at one come Turkana useme huyo that Turkana is lazy, bona hawajasoma, bona hawataki kusoma, bona hawataki kutia bidii, and then you see they are trying to build for them schools right now, but still mtoto mwenye ako Central has grown up knowing that you need to go to school to succeed. Some of the grandparents of these children are educated. Yani amepewa a good foundation and the mentality, positivity towards right and the way that you work for yourself and all that. You know what? Let me tell you, Mwamba, people of your age in America went to segregated schools. Do you know that? People,
yes.
They went to segregated. Imagine wewe tuseme kama wewe umezaliwa unaenda segregated schools in Kenya. How would you'd be very bitter right now. Let me tell you. They went to segregated schools.
And that is why I told you, Julia, when we came here, that was very eminent. You could see they still bear that anger. They're still very, very angry.
It is not easy kusamehe. Let me ask you, umesema kwamba umetupatia testimony that if you go to a restaurant, mtu anakutreat like they until they tell your accent.
Yes.
That's a level of hate and spite and discrimination. Mimi nilifanya mtihani, wacha tu niwaambie my experience ya inaitwa praxis ya math. Mtu ananipigia simu kuniambia bado wanaangalia results zangu. And I only came to learn kwa sababu mimi ni mwanamke na ni mwanamke mweusi mwenye amepost those kind of results yenye hawakuwa na expect. Mimi ni mwanamke na ni mwanamke mweusi mwenye amepost those kind of results. These people go through this every day. You people, you expect them to smile at them? No. It is a very
let me tell you something, Julia, that I went through, which was the welcome. When I came here with my children, my second born son was alikuwa ametoka Sunshine School, and he had already completed his Form 1, so he was to come here in grade whatever, I can't remember what. So when we took him to school, and it was a Catholic school where there is this nun now who was actually admitting us, we filled out the paperwork and everything. Me and my wife, and the son was still standing there. Of course, we are the ones who are talking for the son. Do you know what that nurse asked me? Aliniuliza, does he speak English? You know, I was held aback, like, we are filling forms ya mtoto aingie high school na sio first class, I think grade 9 or whatever. and then you are asking me whether he speaks English. We could not understand, so tuliangaliana tukasema ask him. Of course, mtoto wa kutoka high school Kenya speaks perfect good English. And that man was like held aback. How long have you been here? We told him we've been here like for 2 weeks. Oh, he must be a good learner. You know, still bado ana hiyo kasuba. The boy speaking English after 2 weeks coming to America. We were like, okay, he speaks English. So after 1 month, huyo nan alitutumia barua. Actually, he wrote an email to me akasema, in her 25 years career of teaching school, she has never read an essay as good as in perfect English in the high school he was, like the one he received from my son. And he actually apologized. If I spoke badly of you, I did not actually, you know, she apologized for how she had treated us, because I think she was also talking to us in a bad way, because we were black people and we were bringing a child to that high school, which was one of the biggest schools around there. Unashindwa yenyewe, they still practice. Racism is still very alive today. It is very alive.
It is very alive.
But now what I was saying, Julia, is that even though these people also, they are also being treated like that, they have not put in the effort kujitoa hapo. Bado wanakaa na hiyo hasira, and that anger also prevents them from developing. You know, mtu anaweza kukuzuia lakini you put an effort to get out of it. They don't want to do that. Instead, they want to fight on. So,
Yeah,
and it is very prevalent. It is still very prevalent today, even though cities like these ones, like these are big city, New York, they want to actually say there is no racism, there is no Calabar, but it is still there, even though it is silent and it's not like obviously pronounced. But the way they treat one another, it is very evident. Me, I did not have a chance to work with them because I was working with an international organization where we have all nationalities, so it does not affect me directly.
Black church, white church.
Yeah, definitely. There are segregated churches, although me, I've never attended to any of those. I've been going to a mixed church a Baptist church, which is very mainstream. Hizo kanisa za black na zile zingine zinakuanga sijui za Wakenya wanaenda kuongea mpaka Gikuyu KPC. I don't do that stuff.
Afadhali ya Gikuyu, but the shocking thing is kupata black church, white church. Lakini somebody is asking Nigeria, how do they wacha nikwambie sir, kuna wazazi hawaamini naweza fundisha watoto wao math. Nakwambia. Hawaamini nimesoma ina kufundisha watoto wao math. Wanashangaa Afrika watu wanasoma wapi? Kuna mpaka sasa hivi wana struggle. Mtihani wapite ndio wanaamini kunje mwalimu wa Afrika anajua kufundisha math. So I agree with you, Mwamba. They need what I've been thinking. They need a lot of empowerment. Now, someone was asking, how did Michelle succeed? Yes, there are a lot of them when you may succeed. A lot of one of them I can give an example. Like Ben Carson. I read the book of Ben Carson, Gifted Hands and Think Big. Yes, Think Big. Ukifuata Ben Carson, you see what him and his mother had to overcome to be able to go. That is what they need to overcome. Na watu kama hao na others, akina Obama, akina Michelle might take. Watakana go around empowering them, talking to them, to communities, and telling them that you can do it. Because they are, let me tell you, their bitterness for me is justified. It's very justified. Ukifikiria chenye wamepitia, hata vile wanaangaliwa mpaka saa hii, hiyo bitterness is justified. But bitterness, hautakula bitterness. Na in a perpetuate another type, it is like eating poison and expecting another person to die out of it. So it is not helping. So what I think is to take now the opportunities that are available and grab them. You know, there are opportunities right now, a lot of them for them. They call them these universities. This one called Claflin here in South Carolina. There are a lot of universities here that literally are meant to empower the marginalized communities. They should take advantage of that. According to me. Na mimi kazi yangu kama mwalimu is to empower them. My talk is very loud, like you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. Doesn't matter where you are coming from, you can still do it. you can get where you want. So those few, there are a lot of them who succeed. Kama mwenye ameenda kwa moon right now, I understand he's a pilot. His father, if you read about that person, this guy who has gone to the moon right now, the black man, his father, I think, worked with the American Air Force, something of the sort. Unaona, alianzia na baba yake, but the father worked with the American Air Force. So that person had a stepping stone. So somebody was successful. Mwamba Najiru, I have taught students wenye the only person wanajua amekanyaga kwa shule alifika grade 5. Ebu niambie mtoto amezaliwa kwa mtu mwenye amesema sana amefika grade 5. You people look back at Kenya. Look at families. Look at families that even as we speak here, families that their parents, their grandparents who are educated are more educated in Kenya. Sinaendanga hivyo.
Yeah. That's what many people don't understand in Kenya, and that's why this kind of topic becomes very, very attractive to many people, because most Kenyans who come here don't tell the truth. Life in America is not exactly what you would imagine, that ukikuja hapa kila kitu ni nywe. Kuna watu hawajasoma, kuna watu hawana hawakupata hiyo opportunities, kuna watu maskini, na pia kuna sasa hizo vitu tunawaeleza, like there is still racism between white people. Why many people who come from African or from third world succeed here is because they can do those jobs that are neglected by the locals. Hizo ndizo ziko mingi. And that's why wewe ukija hapa hauna makoro ama nini, you just work, unajua umekuja kutafuta pesa, at least there is a job. Sio like Kenya where hakuna kazi kabisa of any kind. That's how people succeed. People develop themselves. Wewe unawachana na hao watu, you shake off your shoulders na unafanya kazi. Kama ni kusoma unasoma, hata kama kuna mashida hapa na pale, you still do your thing and get those certificates. And once you have those certificates, opportunities are there in America. There are opportunities, but the first days is not bread and butter. And especially if you don't come the way like Julia has told you that she came here on sponsorship and everything, you sneak in here thinking like utaingia hapa uanze kukula mkati ikiwa na siagi. My friend, it's not that easy. Another thing, we people that came here earlier, we mistreat those other newcomers. We don't help one another, and especially people from our community. Hatusaidiani vile tunaona Wahindi wakisaidia wengine, ama people from West Africa assist one another. Kenyans tuko wabaya, and that one we have to agree. We tunatesa even the newcomers. Tumaura gajuka pio. And that is a very, very, very bad trend. I don't know what you have to say about that, Julia. I like telling Kenyans that way. And of course, when you go to Kenya and tell them, America tikwega, it's not like whatever you think, wanakuuliza na wewe unafanya nini huko. Those are those things you must hear.
Wanapigwa joka. You have mentioned something. We should
watu wengine wanatesa wengine vibaya mbovu. I mean, America life is difficult. Sometimes you can't support people 100%. But we also we are bad.
But help them get on their feet. I mean, help them get on their feet, because like umesema something good tofauti. Mkenya akitoka Kenya, hata kama ni mwalimu, anakuja hapa ako ready kufanya CNA, hata CNA, kazi ya CNA, si ndio? Ako ready.
Yeah.
Sababu Mkenya anajua amekuja kutafuta. Hao wamezaliwa hapa. Hebu angalia, wamezaliwa hapa. Mama zao wameenda segregated schools, unaona? So history kwamba ati sasa umwambie now anza kufanya, yani the mentality, our attitudes are completely different. We are coming from totally different scenarios, so we cannot spend our time judging them and saying they are crazy or watakifanya hivi. They are coming from a very different scenario. They need to overcome that. They need to overcome something that us we did not need to overcome. Yep. We don't need to overcome that. We didn't go through that. Somebody said we had colonialists. Did you see colonialists? You are two eyes. We didn't see colonialists. We just read in the books of history. I just hear my grandmother talking about Mzungu, sijui Mwingereza. Hatukuona watu. We didn't live with them. We didn't go with them in the same schools. Nobody looked down at us when we went to schools. Hata kama tutembea mgutupu. We were just talking kutembea mgutupu. Nobody looked down on us. Lakini hao wamepata mama zao wameenda segregated schools. Wanaingia kwa mkahawa, hata buses, hata school, hawangeingia in the same bus just the other day. Yani si kitu ya tene, just the other day. So overcoming that we shouldn't judge them, instead we should encourage them. Na Mwamba amesema kwamba unaona sisi tunaweza fanya kazi hata saa hii ukiniona hapa naweza enda kufanya kazi ya CNA. Mwamba mi si it's a big deal during my part time, naweza fanya hivyo hata mtanipata homa nikipanga vitu, it's not a big deal for me. Juu vile penye nimetoka and the attitude nimekuwa nayo, unaona my upbringing is completely different.
Yeah.
I am not, kwanza sina hasira, I'm not bitter with anybody. I'm trying to grab every opportunity that I get. Bado wanaangalia mnatuambia tuwaoshe nini kama saizi when those unajua a lot of people who are in the agriculture sector in America walifukuzwa na hii serikali kwa sababu ya makaratasi. Sasa inakaa kwamba hao wenye wa mashamba wamekosa wafanyikazi. Unajua wanaposti ni kwa TikTok, mliwafukuza mgoja tukuje turudi kwa mashamba mtu enslave. So you hear the attitude, mmewafukuza mgoja turudi kwa mashamba yenu tuwafanyie kazi.
Yes.
So hii conflict until
farming is something they can't touch when they remember the cotton farming that happened in the south of America during slavery. Umwambia aende akashike jembe. No, they can't.
Even you Mwamba, you can't. Let me ask you. Wewe umepata nyanya zao wamefanya kazi kwa cotton farms. Nyanya yako na hajakufa, anakwambia your story.
Yeah.
Anakwambia chenye vile alipigwa, vile she was raped. Mimi, let me tell you something. Mimi niko na boss wangu ni miss alikuwa na accident. Na mwenye baba mweupe amemkataa juu mama yake ni mweusi. Nataka kuniambia huyo boss wangu hasira yake itaisha? Nataka kuniambia itaisha? Haiwezi. You guys lazima muelewa watu, si kama sisi tumetoka Kenya kwenyu, kama nyinyi ni maskini mume accept na hamna hasira na mtu yote. Mumejua kwamba tunaweza fanya hivi ndio we get out of this poverty. Hamna hata saizi kama Kasongo ametukasirisha, atutakasirika na Wakale. Unaona tumekasirika na Kasongo. So hasira yetu cannot go to generations. That is the difference. You see, our anger with Kasongo cannot go to generations. Our anger is just with this Kasongo government. Like we want them to do 1, 2, 3. Lakini anger yao, hasira yao ni generations. Na wanawambianga tulipitia hivi, nilipigwa hivi kwa bila sababu. Mimi wengine they were even raped. Unaona, and there's nothing they can do about it. Sasa hiyo hasira, it just needs some civic education. Wafanye massive civic education, na wakuwe intentional. Waambie watoto wao mnaweza succeed, you can succeed, you can make it, take advantage of available opportunities right now and succeed. And the few, like the pilot that has gone to the moon, if you read the story of that pilot, baba yake, I think he worked with the Air Force. So it started with him. So it means, he was able to break that gap. People like Michelle Obama, probably they had some good role models. Somebody like Barack Obama, probably they had good role models too. We could read their stories. Somebody like Ben Carson, mama yake had to overcome that. The mother was not educated. The mother is the one who moved those boys to go to school. If you read the story of Ben Carson and think big, she had to be deliberate. She had to be intentional. But how many would be so intentional and so courageous like the mother of Ben Carson? So I guess, and you nimekutumia some link there. If you have time one of these fine days, you can play. Probably we can now try to understand where each one of us is coming from and the differences and why we are different and why we shall continue to be different, even though we are all black people. Kuna mtu amesema, I think we are talking about things that happened. No, we are not talking about this that happened over 2,000 years ago. In the late 1970s, 2865, there were segregated schools in this country. Kama umezaliwa kama wewe ni warika yangu.
Why don't you remind him that people like Martin Luther were killed in 1968? They were still fighting for freedom.
In 1968. Yeah, and when Martin Luther King was killed, some people are already born. So, what you say, Mamrani at 2000, go back to your books of history and read. Hata sasa hiyo ndio kwa internet usome. Segregation imeisha kwa America lini? Alafu if you are working with the public in America, utajua kuna ile systematic racism bado inaendelea in terms of infrastructure, in terms of resources and all that. But then tunasema people should not be stuck on that. Like people should take advantage of the available resources and opportunities and succeed. That's our argument too. That kama kunaweza kuwa na civic education ya kuambia watu kwamba take advantage of available opportunities and to succeed, because there are now a lot of available opportunities. At grants and all that, for loans and all that. Lakini and this what I'm saying, you only learn if you really interact with these people. Mimi nimesema I teach, nafundisha shule inaitwa Title 1 schools. Title 1 school is where you come face to face with 100% of the school population on school lunch. 100% of the school population on school lunch. So this Title 1 schools, when you interact with the real American population that is struggling. Now, when you interact with them, you stop judging them. Hiyo story yetu ilitoka kwamba Wakenya waache kusema kwamba mzungu wote ni tajiri. And in some all, we are not discouraging watu kuja hapa legally, you'll be fine. Take opportunity kuja kusoma, kuja kufanya kazi, you'll be fine because wewe ni Mkenya. Njiru, unataka kufunga, endelea Njiru.
No, mimi sina jambo lingine la kuongeza. I will just play Chris Kumekucha video and we call it a day. It has been long for me and I also want to sleep now. I think we have been here for a long time, so wacha tufunge. So wacha Chris.
Believe it or not, there are many Kenyans who still believe that a politician called Una is almost inconsequential. They are a passing cloud. We have seen this before. There are actually Kenyans who are of that view. And I don't know if they're going to change their minds, especially after something very major happened yesterday, because Sifuna was hosted by Bukusu elders. Bukusu is a sub-tribe of the larger Mulembe nation, the Luyas. I know many of us may have missed this one because in recent times, in recent years, politicians have used this issue of being blessed by elders to gain political capital. And actually it has gone overboard. And there is evidence of cases where these elders are bribed to host and allegedly bless the said candidate. And there are also other cases where fake elders from that community, people have just been picked, wazes, who pose as the elders of that community when they're not. Yeah? Speaking blessing on a candidate. We have all those cases. And therefore, I guess you should not blame those Kenyans who may have taken this thing very lightly. But I want to point out a few things that will prove this one may be different. For starters, the host. This meeting was hosted at the residence of a very well-known politician. In fact, he was almost a presidential candidate in the last general elections. A man called Mukisa Kitui. And why is this significant? It is because Mukisa Kitui is not your average, usual village politician. Mukisa Kitui is a former cabinet minister in the Mwai Kibaki administration. Not only that, Bwana Kitui is the only Kenyan to head UNCTAD, a UN organization dealing with trade. And I don't think I need to remind you that to hold such a post, you cannot be associated with any whiff of corruption. Bottom line, Bwana Kitui is a political strategist. And you can be sure any move he makes, you should pay attention to if you're analyzing politics. And then there's something else. Bwana Mukisa Kitui is currently the spokesperson of the United Opposition. Now that can get a bit confusing and even worrying because we know that Edwin Sifuna is not an active member of the United Opposition. He is not against them, and they're not against him. But we know he is not ndani kabisa of the United Opposition. And so obviously the concern can be, this is a spokesperson of the United Opposition, and they're making initiatives to invite another possible presidential candidate from outside the recognized official United Opposition. And the third reason I want to give you is even more explosive. But very quickly before I do that, a quick word from our sponsors. Have you tried Lemify? It is a money transfer system which is very useful, especially to many who take in this channel on a regular basis. You need to send money back home. Lemify makes it all very, very easy. And that's not all. There is an amazing cashback advantage. Yeah, you can see details of that on your screens right now, where you're able to get cash credited back into your account when you transact over a certain amount, which you can use later for future transactions. In other words, your total cost of transferring money to your loved ones and relatives back home is dramatically reduced. I highly recommend that you try it out today. And please don't forget to use my code, KUMEKACHA, you can see it on your screens right now, so that you're able to access these cashbacks seamlessly. Let's get on with it. The third explosive reason why Kenyans should pay attention to this development, yesterday in Bungoma County, has to do with something that can change the winner of the next presidential election. Luhya unity. Now, most of us are aware of the real census figures, which puts the Luhyas right at the top as the community with the highest population in the country. There is more than enough evidence that the government of Kenya in the past has falsified the census results as far as the population of communities is concerned for political reasons. Although for any super observant Kenyan, it would not make sense for any other community in Kenya to have more numbers than the Luhyas. Very simple example. The average number of children in a Luhya family compared to the average number of children in a Kikuyu household, for instance. And this has been the trend for decades. Anyway, Luhya unity has always been very elusive, in that the Mulembe Nation, the different communities within the Mulembe Nation, have always gone in their own different political direction during general elections, when it would have made much more sense for the community to speak as one, put all their votes in one basket, and therefore end up having a huge impact in any election. But it would seem that that has changed, because the last time there was Luhya unity, proper Luhya unity, were the days of a politician called Masinde Muliro. And now it would seem that once again, history has granted us a candidate capable of uniting the entire Mulembe Nation. And of course, that candidate is Edwin Sifuna. I am almost certain that this was one of the major points that went through the mind of Mukisa Kitui as he made the decision to come up with this initiative of inviting Edwin Sifuna to his home in Bungoma County, where he met with elders of the community who officially declared him as the leader of the Bukusu. You know, as we said at the beginning of my show today, Mukisa Kitui is a political strategist. And it is very possible that he has started thinking how some of us are thinking and predicting as far as the trajectory of our politics is concerned. Let me put it this way. You see, one of the trickiest assignments of the united opposition will be in choosing a presidential candidate, a presidential flag bearer for the united opposition, who can be quickly accepted right across the board, including with Gen Zs. Because most of us agree that younger Kenyans are going to have a major say and impact on who the next president of the Republic of Kenya is going to be. And you see the old guards, Akina Kalonzo Musyoka, even Rigathi Gachagua, etc., all of them have in the past relied on their tribal numbers and on their tribal base to be on the national stage. However, things are now shifting very rapidly because the Gen Zs will not look at a candidate in that way. I'm very sure you see it. They will want a president who, once elected, is going to be effective. First of all, effective in genuinely fighting corruption and not being corrupt themselves, which puts a candidate like Edwin Sifuna in pole position in comparison to all the others. Because the truth is, all the major presidential candidates have some allegations of a scandal of corruption linked to them. All of them. But a man like Senator Edwin Sifuna is clean. They have never had even an allegation of corruption against them. Now it is very clear that even the Bukusu elders are looking at Edwin Sifuna as a very potential presidential candidate. And even the Kenyans, the Wananchi, who got word that Edwin Sifuna was around and gathered in a very huge crowd outside the gate, even those Kenyans are definitely looking at Sifuna as presidential material. And when you further look at the recent moves by Bwana Sifuna, it is clear that what he has in mind is not Nairobi Senator. He has not announced it officially, of course, but it is very clear from the moves he's making, because Bungoma is not in Nairobi County, for instance. It is very clear in the moves he's making that he's thinking presidential. He's thinking of vying for the presidency. And I suspect he may have stopped thinking and the decision has already been made. If this meeting with the elders, the Bukusu elders, is anything to go by, it should be very clear that more and more, the person to watch when it comes to considering possible successful presidential candidates for 2027, when that comes up, it is emerging day by day that Edwin Sifuna has to be on that list and near the top of that list. And so it will be super fascinating to see how this develops. Now, very quickly before I go, weekly intelligence briefings number 128 is going to be released in the next few hours. And it contains, you might want to sit down for this one, it contains brand new evidence that suggests a possible motive for the assassination of the late Cyrus Jirongo. And what is more, this particular thing is linked to very recent pronouncements by some politicians in the country. You can already see that that is highly sensitive. Now you can see details on your screens right now. In case you're not a member of my weekly intelligence briefings, you can see details on your screens right now on how you can change that in a flash. For only Kenya shillings 13.99, you will not only get this latest red hot weekly intelligence briefings, but you will get all the other weekly intelligence briefings before it. And that's not all. Because our sponsors are still around, you'll be able to win a permanent Kumekucha Golden Key, which gives you access to all highly sensitive special reports and everything Kumekucha, past, present, and future. So what that means, for instance, if currently you don't have access to my special reports, you don't have access to my weekly intelligence briefings, with this one master stroke of purchasing my latest weekly intelligence briefings, you'll automatically get the golden key, which will give you access to all highly sensitive special reports and all weekly intelligence briefings forever. It's a permanent golden key. So please move with speed and take full advantage of this offer. All the details are on your screens right now. Until next time, this is Chris Karaoke. Kumekucha.
Yeah. Let me
Njiru,
show that.
mbona
Okay.
amesema ati ameweka picha ya Richu hapo na Jirongo, amesema ati kuna story ya assassination. Mbona hiyo picha ya Richu?
No, I didn't focus on that.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's trying to say. Sawa, endelea. Umefunga hata mioja niende.
Yeah, nafunga, and nataka kuweka hii rescue mission just for the people who might want to follow. Huyo jamaa amekuwa rescued na America Iran, just for people to follow the story. Kabla hii video iishe, there's something I wanted to confirm there. You know, sometimes when war is happening, such scenarios are very important to actually prove the level of technology which countries have reached. And I think this was an opportunity which the US got, even if it was a wrong way. It is a wrong way of getting the experience actually to show how their combat experience and their level of rescue, how they can pull. And I think what the US has done is something which even their adversaries like Russia and China, they are comparing. For real, that rescue was magnificent. It was huge. It is something which we have to still say that the US has a lot of brains when it comes to such missions, because it's a mission which it really shows like yes, I think this is a statement when it comes to the US. This is a real statement, and we needed Iran war so that at least we can be able to showcase some of these things. It's hilarious what happened in the mountains of Iran, and reaching a level where such a man can be saved alive is something mesmerizing. Yeah, it shows a lot of, so many things had to go well. And if any one of the things went wrong, this guy could have died. And I think it has really proven the US as a leader. Yeah, I'm not saying that people deserve to die, but hata hii vita ya Iran pale imefika, the amount of people who have died from the US side is so small compared to casualties of war. Yeah, if US was mishandling this war, they could have died in thousands. When Ukrainian Russian war split up, within a period of 2 weeks, Russians had died like 2,000. I don't think Americans have even died 20. I'm not saying that 20 is not a huge number, but the amount of casualties is very lean. Yeah, I think they have understood the way of combat. So hawaendi tu kifua tu, kuna vile wanapigana. So like they are doing it in a way of minimizing casualties. That is why even like they are planning rescues, they are doing what so. But that concept of minimizing casualties is one of the things which the US is doing it very serious. Na nimeona Trump ameambia Iran itabidi wafungue hiyo Strait of Hormuz And if they are not going to open that Strait of Hormuz, he might increase the war by Tuesday. I think he has given them an ultimatum by Tuesday. So let's see what happens. And I think Donald Trump does not do mere threats. He could do more bombing. So, and I don't know why Iran is using Strait of Hormuz as a leverage. I don't know they're using it as a leverage forward, but it's something which they better open it. So I don't think the reason why Iran is wanting to. China and the US have proven they cannot rescue them. I think they should stop using holding hostage to Strait of Hormuz.
Join the Max Ready Room. I do priority replies to members in the live streams, and I'm pretty much doing live streams every day at this point. And then watch this next video that pops up right here. This is Ryan, also known as Max Afterburner, signing off.
Welcome to the G.
Yeah, so tukutane nyuma ya tent. So huyo ni bwana msimamo najua. Wacha nikupee link ukuje usalimiane, but I have no energy to continue more. Some of my commentators hapo wananiambia nafuata propaganda. So wacha nifunge kituo, niache kuonesha watu propaganda. Well. Yeah, so nje nimeambiwa ni propaganda nafuata na waonesha propaganda hapa. So wacha nifunge kituo. Haya. Nitukonana rũciũ. Nitukonana rũciũ. Tuonane kesho. Thank you. We have done 10 hours strong. Yeah, today I had promised a long show. That is the maximum I can do. Thank you. Toka nitoke kanisani. Up to now, we have been here. Shalom.